Chapter 1541 All died in her hands. John Chujia was suppressed by the force, and sweat broke out on his forehead. His body seemed to have reached its limit. He could not resist any longer. He had to try his best to block with his outer body, and then quickly retreated, flashing several meters away in an instant. Although he resisted the blow, he was still injured because of the excessive force. A stream of blood surged up from his throat, and he immediately held it in his mouth. But his pale face and embarrassed expression let everyone know that John Chujia's situation was not optimistic. Of course, Su Maoyang was not much better. There was blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he was injured by the force of John Chujia's resistance. However, at this time, she did not intend to take a breath. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and rushed towards John Chujia. Her posture of not giving up until she took John Chujia's life shocked the disciples around her. This Su Imo is really crazy. First, she seriously injured Yin Jiuming. Then she easily killed Dai Weiming. And now she wants to wipe out the strongest of the three. John Chujia. She is really a lunatic. However, just when everyone was shocked, the double swords in Su Maoyang's hands, like the swords of hell, wrapped her spiritual power, her coldness and her murderous intention, and killed madly. The bright light made John Chujia's face pale, as if he was dead. Feeling the overwhelming power of terror, John Chujia waved his arms and attacked without hesitation, trying to suppress this power with his martial arts. However, just when his long sword collided with Sumo's hands, he suddenly felt a sharp pain attacking his brain, instantly weakening his attack and defense. Realizing this, John Chujia suddenly looked up and met Su Maoyang's dark eyes that were as dark as they could not be melted. Seeing the cold light and evil sneer hidden in the eyes, he was shocked and reacted immediately. He subconsciously opened his mouth and wanted to shout, "Spirit!" Unfortunately, before he could say the word attack, the knife light that swept over cut his throat with a puff, and a stream of dazzling blood suddenly splashed out. When the knife light fell, John Chujia also fell to the ground. But at this time, he had no life at all. He fell in a pool of blood, with bulging eyes and open mouth, looking horrible, and the disciples around him were terrified and speechless. The whole space fell into a strange silence in an instant. Of course, the back mountain outside Huangquan Road was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone held their breath and stared at the seventh light curtain without blinking. They were unable to move, as if their acupuncture points were pressed, and their whole bodies were numb as if they were poured with a basin of ice water, because they couldn't believe it, and couldn't imagine that Su Imo had taken a trip to the underworld and actually killed the two leaders of the three major colleges. In addition, other disciples of the three major colleges also suffered heavy casualties. Now only Yin Jiuming and a few scattered disciples have not been killed by Su Imo, and the rest have all died. Seeing this scene, the elders and disciples of the three major colleges were shocked and angry to the extreme. You know, the dead are all genius disciples of their colleges. Geniuses that the colleges have spent a lot of effort, time and money to cultivate. Now that they all died at the hands of Su Imo, how could they not be furious? It was her. She killed Zhong Xuefei and the group of beast masters. At this moment, an elder in a black robe from Shichen Academy growled with a gloomy face, veins popping out, and gnashing teeth. As soon as he said this, everyone gradually understood. Since Su Imo had the ability to defeat the super genius of their academy, those disciples at the bottom of the list were a piece of cake for her. Before, some disciples from their three academies followed Su Imo into the tomb, and they never came out since then. There is no news until now. It seems that they have probably been killed by Su Imo. Realizing this, everyone was so angry that they almost bit their teeth and stared at Su Maoyang on the light screen with resentment. The black-robed elder of Shichen Academy was so angry that he trembled all over. He looked at the Dongfang family with gnashing teeth and roared, "Liuguang Academy, Dongfang family, your disciples actually killed so many elites of my Shichen Academy. How are you going to explain? Yes, if you don't give us an explanation today, none of Liuguang Academy and Dongfang family will leave here." The dean of Haohong Academy also roared fiercely, and his majestic momentum immediately shocked the disciples of Liuguang Academy. Although the dean of Lingye Academy didn't say anything, his angry face and the hostility emanating from his body have already shown his attitude. If Liuguang Academy and Dongfang family don't give them an explanation today, they will never give up. Dongfang Liyue was upset when she saw that the Dongfang family became the target of public criticism. And she also angrily retorted, "You are so funny." Suemo didn't want to kill people. It was obviously the disciples of your 3 major academies who were aggressive and took people's lives. Suemo had no choice but to fight back. And your disciples, because they couldn't beat Suemo, were so shameless that they joined forces to strangle her. This is so despicable. Is this the genius disciple of your academy? I advise you not to insult the word genius. You? Bastard. When the elders are talking, you, a junior, have the right to interrupt. The dean of Lingya Academy had not spoken before. But after hearing this, he couldn't help but scold. Because it was Yan Jioming who instigated the 3 academies to join forces to besiege Suemo in the beginning. And Dongfang Liyue kept spitting on their behavior of besieging Suemo. Wasn't it his disciples of Lingya Academy who were being satirized? Humph. You can't discipline your own disciples. But you come to discipline the disciples of other academies. Dean of Lingya Academy. Are you too lenient? Xiao Zian saw him scolding Dongfang Liyue. And the anger in his heart also rose up. And he asked sharply, Lingya Academy? The dean didn't expect that he would be taught a lesson by a junior. His expression froze. And his pupils were filled with anger. You? Dongfang Haizheng. Look at the disciples you taught. Are they so disrespectful and undisciplined? The dean of Lingya College couldn't argue with Xiao Zian. So he turned to look at Dongfang Haizheng and asked angrily. Dongfang Haizheng glanced at him coldly and replied in a deep voice. They are disrespectful to their elders. But they are much better than the despicable people taught by some people. He saw the scene of the 3 colleges joining forces to encircle Suemo just now. And Suemo was sweating hard. Of course, he hated the disciples of their 3 colleges to the extreme. Suemo was alone, without help, and they actually joined forces to besiege him. It was really shameless to reach a certain level to do such a thing worse than pigs and dogs. Chapter 1542. You're the next one. The deans and elders of the other 3 colleges were all shocked when they heard this. They didn't expect that Suemo had caused such a big disaster. And Dongfang Haizheng actually protected her. Was he going to be an enemy of their 3 colleges for Suemo? Thinking of this, everyone took a deep breath in anger. Their red cheeks gradually turned purple. Their round eyes were fierce. And they looked like they wanted to eat people. Humph. Dongfang Haizheng. As the dean of Liuguang College, you actually said such irresponsible words. You are not worthy of being the head of a college. The dean of Lingya College roared with a frown. Dongfang Haizheng snorted indifferently. Whether I am worthy or not, you don't need to judge. Just now, your elders also said that the Yellow Spring Road is very dangerous. There have been disciples who died in it before. So we specially equipped teleportation balls to save lives. And your disciples not only did not measure their abilities, but also greedily wanted to kill Suemo. If they hadn't been reluctant to fight, they would have crushed the teleportation ball and would not have ended up in such a miserable end. Therefore, everything is your disciples' own fault. And no one else is to blame. The people from the 3 major colleges were choked by him and couldn't speak. They were obviously about to explode. But they couldn't find a reason to refute him. That's right. Suemo killed someone with her own ability. Why should she give you an explanation? If she didn't have the ability, she would be the one to die. Ask yourself. At that time, will your 3 major colleges give us an explanation? You probably will say that she overestimated her own abilities. Dongfang Jianbo heard the words, nodded in agreement, and snorted in a sarcastic tone. In this world, the strong are respected. Only the living have the right to speak. If he unfortunately dies, who else can he blame except his own inferior skills? When the dean of Shichen College heard this, his anger rose again. Then he took a deep breath and tried to stabilize his emotions. Then he twitched his mouth and gritted his teeth and said, You are powerful. You are powerful. Now Suemo has offended so many people. I want to see how long she can be arrogant. The dean of Haoheng College was so angry that he had a splitting headache. If it weren't for the elders next to him supporting him, he would have fainted. At this time, he heard the words of Dean Shichen and said with disgust, I want to see how far she can go with such arrogance. Since the dean of Liuguang College and the Dongfang family are so optimistic about Suemo, he wants to see how far this bitch who offended everyone can go without the help of others. Since the students of Shichen College and Haoheng College suffered the most casualties, the senior officials of these 2 colleges were the most angry. Because Sumo's move cut off all their hopes and destroyed all the competitiveness of their academy. It was not easy for them to train this group of disciples without any background. Now that Suemo messed it up, all their previous efforts and hard work went down the drain. No wonder they hated Suemo so much. Hearing this, the people of the Dongfang family and the Red Star Alliance were unhappy. But they were also very worried. Suemo was isolated and helpless in Huangguan Road. But now that she had killed so many talented disciples, the other 3 academies would definitely not let it go. Therefore, not only Huangguan Road, but even if she left Huangguan Road, she would be unable to move forward. Thinking of this, the Dongfang family and the Red Star Alliance frowned and looked at the 7th light curtain again. Suemo, who had killed Zhang Chujie, had raised her head and looked at the remaining disciples. Her cold and sinister eyes seemed as sharp as the 2 knives in her hands. And the disciples shivered immediately. Yin Jiuming saw Zhang Chujie lying in a pool of blood with his throat cut, and his heart palpitated. The terrible chill ran from his head to his feet. He no longer had the courage to face Suemo, the evil god. And then he remembered to take out the teleportation ball and left Huangguan Road. Seeing that Yin Jiuming had left, the few remaining disciples of Lingye Academy also crushed the teleportation ball and fled for their lives. As for the disciples of Xichen College and Haohan College, they also dared not stay for long. After all, even their leaders were dead. How could they have any hope in the 7th level? They had not expected Suemo to be so powerful before, and they wanted to destroy this competitor. Now that they saw that the leaders were killed, they suddenly realized that this person was not a character they could provoke. So it was important to save their lives. Seeing that the disciples of the other 3 colleges disappeared in this space one after another, Han Shenyu, Ai Shuya, Hu Mengrao and others gradually came to their senses. But the shock in their hearts could not be calmed for a long time, because the death of Dai Ruiming and Zhang Chujie shocked them too much. They really did not expect that Suemo would kill 2 of the leaders when facing the siege of the 3 college leaders. This kind of combat power is really terrifying. You know, Dai Ruiming is an early Xiantian Jun Lingshi, and Zhang Chujie is a mid-stage Xiantian Jun Lingshi. Even if Suemo reached the level of an early Xiantian Jun Lingshi, she would not be able to kill a strong person of the same level or even 1 level higher than herself. What is even more unacceptable is that she was a mid-stage Houtian Jun Lingshi a month ago. And a month later, she was already an early Xiantian Jun Lingshi. Now facing a siege from 3 sides, she successfully killed 2 Xiantian Jun Lingshi. This kind of record can probably only be matched by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Thinking of this, Shi Yelin, Han Jingfei, Han Shenyu, Princess Xianchen and others took a deep breath in disbelief, and could not digest this fact for a while. At this time, Su Maoyang ignored everyone's shocked eyes, and ran quickly towards the Tontian flamingo in the distance, seeing that it was seriously injured. But fortunately it was alive. She was slightly relieved, and then quickly took out the healing pill and fed it into its mouth. Touching its head, "I'm sorry. I made you suffer. Go back and have a good rest." After that, Su Maoyang waved and took the Tontian flamingo back into the space. Then, she seemed to remember something, and then turned her head to look at Cheng Yifeng behind her and asked, "Are you okay?" The scene was too chaotic just now, and she was not sure whether Cheng Yifeng was injured. Cheng Yifeng, who was shocked by Su Maoyang's fighting power like a wooden man, suddenly heard this and recovered immediately. He nodded stiffly. "Yeah." Then he realized something was wrong and shook his head quickly. "No, I'm fine." Seeing that he was standing there fine and didn't look like he was in trouble, Su Maoyang nodded with relief. Then, she slowly raised her head and looked at the prince opposite her, holding a scimitar, pointing at him, and coldly declared war. Next, "It's you? Chapter 1543, I will fight this battle by myself." I didn't expect Suemo to challenge the crown prince. Han Shenyu, Ai Shuya and others were stunned. They admitted that Sumo's fighting ability was very strong, but it was not easy to defeat the crown prince. What's more, Suemo was injured in the battle with Zhang Chujie just now. Even if she killed Zhang Chujie in the end, she was also seriously injured. She actually wanted to challenge the crown prince in this state. I really don't know whether to say she is arrogant or stupid. The people outside Huangquan Road were also stunned by Su Maoyang's actions. They really couldn't understand what she was thinking. Is Suemo crazy? She actually wants to challenge His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is a super genius, who is much more powerful than the leaders of the other 3 academies. Alas, she is arrogant. She thinks that she has killed Dire Waming and Zhang Chujia. And she feels that she has the qualifications to compete with the Crown Prince. She is still too young. But I can understand it. If I killed those two people, I would also be arrogant. But I still don't have the courage to challenge the Crown Prince. Hearing everyone's discussion, Dongfang Liu tightened her fingers nervously and sighed anxiously. Su Imo is too bold. Why did she provoke the Crown Prince when she could provoke anyone else? She had seen the strength of the Crown Prince in the Yellow Spring Road before. He was also a pervert who should not be underestimated. Now that so much time has passed, he must be stronger than before when he walks the Yellow Spring Road again. Although Sumo's strength can fight against the three major academies, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince could have defeated the masters of the three major academies a long time ago. Moreover, for so many years, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince led people through the 7th level every time. Although he didn't make it to the end, he was still the undisputed number one among the younger generation of the Maple Forest Empire. Therefore, it was too difficult for Su Imo to defeat such a tough guy. Alas, Su Imo had no choice. If she wanted to pass the level, she had to fight for the qualification to challenge the Guardian first. But His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and his group were still standing there. How could they easily give her the qualification to challenge? Dongfang Yaoyu sighed helplessly. Su Imo had reached the 7th level. According to her personality, how could she miss such a good opportunity? She must fight for it. However, her opponent this time was a little perverted. Qi Yinya had originally planned to kill Su Imo in the Yellow Spring Road, but he didn't expect that Su Imo would challenge him before he took action in advance. For him, Su Mo's move was undoubtedly a challenge to his dignity and contempt for his strength. So when he saw the scimitar pointing at him, his face darkened instantly, his eyes narrowed, and his low voice was chilling. Su Imo, you are looking for death. Prince, you are joking. I haven't lived enough and I don't want to die. Su Maoyong chuckled, and didn't seem to take his anger seriously. Seeing Su Mo's complacent look, Qi Xianqian was also furious and said angrily, Su Imo, don't be arrogant. Do you think you have the ability to defeat the prince just because you surpassed the prince in the first level? Wishful thinking. Haha. I just heard that His Royal Highness the Prince is very powerful. And today I want to learn from His Royal Highness's high skills. Princess, why are you so anxious? Aren't you afraid that I will defeat your brother the prince? Su Maoyong raised his eyebrows and teased with a smile. Qi Xianqian was so angry that he was speechless when he heard this. You? Qi Yinya was such a proud man. When he heard Su Imo say this, his deep eye sockets flashed with murderous intent, and his low voice seemed to float out from hell. Since you are seeking your own death, then I will fulfill your wish. After saying this, Qi Yinya took a step forward, and a fierce air wave shook, like an emperor, with overwhelming power, crushing towards Su Maoyong. Su Maoyong felt the pressure coming towards him, and was secretly shocked. His playful expression gradually subsided, revealing a bit of solemnity. Sure enough, the prince's strength was not comparable to Dire Waming and Zhang Chujia just now. However, just when Su Maoyong was thinking, the prince had raised his hand and slapped him. Don't look at such a simple palm. The power in it is as terrifying as a flood and beast. Rushing out violently, there was a loud bang, and the space was actually shaking. At this time, Su Maoyong was forced back several steps by the energy, and then he stabilized his body. Seeing that the palm print was about to fall on him, Su Maoyong was shocked and quickly waved his two swords, slashing out a knife light. However, when the knife light and the palm print collided, the palm print actually smashed the knife light directly and rushed over unstoppably. Su Maoyong saw that the prince could easily resolve the sun and moon demon slash, and his face became even more gloomy. But it is understandable. When she was fighting with the disciples of the three major colleges just now, she had been performing the sun and moon demon slash. The prince, who was watching the battle on the side, was probably familiar with her moves and routines. So, with his attainments in martial arts, it was not difficult to resolve her sun and moon demon slash attack. Thinking of this, Su Maoyong was not discouraged. She immediately retracted her double swords and summoned Long Qin. Since the divine skills could not do anything to him, she had to use her secret skills. Tianmo Martin felt the strength of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and was worried that Su Imo would be injured. He quickly called the Golden Flame Demon Lion and the Black Thunder Explosion Ape to help. Let's go. We will attack from the side. Su Maoyong frowned slightly when she heard this and stopped him seriously. You retreat? I will fight this battle by myself. She has practiced for so long and prepared for so long. If she can't even beat His Royal Highness the Crown Prince in front of her, how can she go back to Burning Blood City for revenge later? So, in this battle, she wants to face it alone and defeat the Crown Prince with her own strength. This is her first step back to Burning Blood City. If she can't even take the first step well, how can she be worthy of the Dead Blood Battle Group and the Spirit Beasts? Thinking of this, her body gradually released a killing chill. The Spirit Beasts heard her order and felt her determination, and they all stopped and stood still. Han Sinu, Ai Shuya and others on the prince's side were stunned by Su Mo's decision, and opened their mouths in disbelief. When they saw her challenging the prince, they thought she wanted to take advantage of the prince by relying on her status as a beast master. But only they knew that the secret technique practiced by the prince was not afraid of beast masters. So they thought Su Imo was daydreaming. However, she now told them that she did not intend to use spirit beasts at all, but wanted to defeat the prince with her own strength. This is too exaggerated, too outrageous. The people outside the Yellow Spring Road also found it incredible when they saw this. Even if the spirit beasts attacked together, they might not be the prince's opponent. Su Imo actually wanted to fight with her own strength. Did she underestimate the prince? Chapter 1544 The Strength of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Oh my god! Su Imo is really a lunatic. Seeing this scene, even Uncle Six Donphan couldn't help but sigh. Donphan Yanqing nodded stiffly, and his heart was also shaken. Shame on me. Shame on me. None of the children of my Donphan family have such courage. But this little girl can declare war on the Crown Prince alone. Just with this courage, she is already stronger than many people. Hearing him say this, the elders of the other 3 academies snorted disdainfully. What if you have courage and guts? Without brains, it's useless. That's right. She is brave but not wise. She will suffer in the end. Dong Jinan sneered when he heard their sarcastic voices. He counterattacked sharply. Don't worry. My precious disciple is smart, and will never repeat the mistakes of your dead disciples. Since you have the leisure to care about others, why don't you take care of these seriously injured disciples? They have finally escaped from Su Imo. If something goes wrong again, I think your academy will be expelled from the Maple Forest Empire. Speaking of this, Dong Jinan glanced at Yin Jiuming and several other weak disciples, who could not even stand with disdain. His sarcastic tone made the other party tremble all over. Seeing that several elders were very angry and wanted to continue arguing, the dean of Lingya Academy frowned and interrupted. Forget it. Forget it. Why are you arguing with a cripple? His apprentice is arrogant, and naturally someone will deal with his apprentice. Why do you need to worry about it? He was not worried about Sumo's fate at all, because there were countless people who wanted her life more than him. Therefore, even if this woman was a genius, she could not survive in the Maple Forest Empire. What's more, she had offended the prince now. It was estimated that she would not even have to wait until she walked out of the underworld, and she would completely perish in the 7th level. After hearing this, thinking of the consequences of Sumo's death, the elders' expressions eased slightly, and they looked at the light curtain again, with a lot more expectations in their hearts, looking forward to the scene of Su Imo being beaten to a bloody mess. Dong Jinan heard the ridicule of the dean of Lingya College, and his breathing stagnated with anger. But before he could speak, he heard the sound of fierce fighting from the 7th light curtain. He was startled and hurriedly looked at the light curtain. Of course, the other people present were naturally attracted by the movement in Huangquan Road. Everyone was looking forward to it, and curious about how Su Imo was killed by the prince. So, everyone opened their eyes wide, and stared at the battle situation on the light curtain. At this time, everyone only saw that His Royal Highness the Prince seemed to be angered by Sumo's behavior, and he slapped him with his palm again, and shouted domineeringly, "Humph! You will regret your arrogance today." The majestic voice, accompanied by fierce force, bombarded Su Imo like a mountain pressing down on his head. Su Maoyong felt the sharp wind. Her expression was cold. Her black pupils were filled with murderous intent. And then she stepped on her toes, and the whole person left a shadow in the air like a startled wild goose, avoiding the violent force, because she practiced the speed-related martial arts such as stealth and shadow. Her speed was more than 1 level higher than before. However, the stealth and shadow saving skills of stealth and shadow consumed a lot of mental energy. so Su Maoyang did not dare to use them casually, because with her current strength, she could only use it once at most, and it would be difficult to use it again. So this kind of consuming skill should naturally be used at the most critical time, and must not be wasted. But even if it doesn't use its core skills, this stealth shadow also brings great help to Su Maoyang's body movement. So, even if the prince's strength is very strong and her attack is very abnormal, she is fast enough, and it is not easy to hit her. Seeing that his attack missed again, Qi Yinya was also frowned by her slippery body movement like a loach. Suimo, is hiding the only way you can deal with me? Qi Yinya asked coldly with a gloomy face. Hearing this, Su Maoyang raised the corners of his lips slightly. A dark light flashed in his eyes, and he sneered in a low voice. Your Highness is overthinking. I can not only hide, but also attack. At the end, Su Maoyang's gentle and soft tone suddenly changed, and instantly like a sword out of the sheath, extremely sharp, rushed straight to His Royal Highness the Prince. At the same time, Su Maoyang turned her wrist, and the silver dragon harp that was summoned turned in the air and landed steadily on her palm. The next second, she plucked the string with one hand, and a silver light wave shook out from her fingertips, instantly condensing into countless ice spikes, stabbing in the direction where the prince was standing. However, Qi Yinya did not take the attack of the ice spikes seriously, because he had seen Suimo attack people with ice spikes in the competition, and knew that she had the ability to condense ice spikes. But he had seen her condense ice with her bare hands before. But now she had an additional weapon. However, whether it was barehanded or with the help of weapons, wanting to hurt him with ice spikes. Dreaming. Thinking of this, Qi Yinya snorted disdainfully, waved his sleeves carelessly, intending to brush away all the ice spikes. However, unexpectedly, the prince's arm just hit these ice spikes and was condensed into ice. And then, the ice cubes actually had a tendency to spread above his arm. Suddenly realizing this, Qi Yinya was shocked and rushed to break the ice on his arm. Fortunately, he reacted in time. If he reacted a little later, when the ice solidified, his arm would probably be broken. Thinking of this, Qi Yinya's eyes flashed with surprise, and he looked at Su Maoyang opposite seriously. Su Maoyang saw his surprised look and couldn't help but smile. Your Highness, people will improve. You'd better not underestimate the enemy. She can now even summon the afterimage of the dragon. So the skills before Bingji Yushin have naturally improved greatly. Therefore, the ice spike shot out are more terrifying than before. And it is definitely not as simple as stabbing people. When Qi Yinya heard her words, his handsome face suddenly sank. Really? I want to see how much you have improved. After saying that, Qi Yinya's footsteps trembled, and he rushed over. At this time, he was seen bursting with dazzling light, which shocked everyone outside Huangquan Road. Oh my god! His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has now entered the late stage of Xiantian Jun Lingshi. It's amazing! Yes, such strength and talent are not inferior to the geniuses of Burning Blood Sky City and Yunlu Dark Domain. The Crown Prince is indeed the pride of our Fenglan Empire. He really did not disappoint his people. The more everyone praised His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, the more worried Su Maoyang's friends were about her, because they couldn't imagine how Suimo, an early Xiantian Jun Lingshi, could defeat a late Xiantian Jun Lingshi who was 2 levels higher than her. Chapter 1545. She can actually burst out a dragon roar. However, just when everyone was sweating for her, Su Maoyang slowly swept to the side. Her hands did not stop, and she plucked again. The crisp and loud sound of the piano resounded throughout the space, and the cold air condensed into ice again. Stabbing fiercely, Qi Yinya had already been prepared this time, and did not block it personally, and then directly shook out the chi force, shattering it, and the spiritual power came like a broken bamboo, making it impossible to avoid. Seeing this, Su Maoyang was not in a hurry, and calmly threw the dragon piano in her hand up, holding it in the palm of her hand, and turned it in the air. The dragon piano flashed silver light, and the cold light suddenly appeared, instantly releasing a terrifying breath, which seemed to be competing with the prince's chi force. Then, she plucked the strings with her right hand, and suddenly burst out a domineering force. Everyone only saw a residual image of the strings, rushing towards His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, and soon collided with the powerful spiritual power of the late Xiantian Jun Lingshi. However, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's strength still exceeded Su Maoyang's expectations. Even with that accumulated power, She still didn't get any advantage, but was shaken back several meters. Feeling the ups and downs in her body, Su Maoyang stared at Qi Yenya with a slightly condensed gaze, and couldn't help but admire in her heart. He is worthy of being the super genius held in the palm of the hand of the Maple Forest Empire. He is indeed quite powerful. Just relying on simple moves, he can give people such great pressure, which is not a disgrace to his reputation. Humph, Suemo. I only use 50% of my strength, and you can't resist it. It's too vulnerable. Qi Yenya saw that she was repelled by him. Her face was pale, and her expression was solemn. It was obvious that she was in a bad situation. So he couldn't help but sneer. Su Maoyang frowned frivolously when he heard this, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Same here. Your Highness also needs to keep up the good work. Qi Yenya frowned suddenly when he heard such an answer, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. What did she mean by this? Did she think he was not strong enough? I really don't know where she got the courage and confidence to remind him. Thinking of this, Qi Yenya was furious, and he slammed his palm angrily, as if he was going to smash Su Maoyang to pieces. Humph. You will pay the price for being stubborn. Facing this terrifying pressure, Su Maoyang's expression condensed, and her body flashed back agilely. At the same time, she slapped it hard, directly suspending the dragon piano in the air, which allowed her to free both hands and fall on the strings together. Her hands moved quickly, faster and heavier, so fast that only traces of the strings were left. The sound of the zither played wildly, from the initial briskness to the later heaviness, and each stroke could reach the tip of everyone's heart, bringing an unspeakable tremor. Even the people outside the Yellow Springs Road seemed unable to withstand such a sound attack. In a moment, they were shocked to the point of paleness and cold sweat. What a strong sound of the zither! Dong Jinan saw the scene, opened his eyes in surprise, and smacked his lips in admiration. He had never seen Suemo use that weapon before, and today was the first time he saw it, and he was taken by the sound of the zither it burst out. It seemed that the long zither was extraordinary. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Su Maoyang in the Yellow Springs Road sank his hands and pressed heavily on the strings. The palms of his hands had already been brewing with abundant spiritual power, rolling and boiling on the strings like hot water. At this moment, she suddenly raised her head. Her cold star-like eyes were full of murderous intent, and she stabbed at the prince like a sword. And then she saw her arm swinging, fiercely pulling out, and a roar rose to the sky. Kill! Before the word kill fell, everyone only heard a dragon roar that resounded through the sky and shook the world from Sumo's fingertips, and instantly rushed towards the direction of the prince, directly colliding with the power released by the latter. At this moment, Han Sinyu and others standing behind the prince were all shaken back several meters by the sound waves, and they stabilized their bodies with difficulty. Among them, several weaker alchemists spit out blood and were obviously injured. It is hard to imagine that a group of people watching the battle could not bear such power. And the prince, who faced the attack directly, was under such pressure. People outside the Yellow Spring Road did not expect Suemo to have such a method. They were stunned and shocked. Did I hear it wrong? Was that a dragon's roar? Dong Zinan was so shocked that he stuttered. He was already shocked when he heard the powerful sound of the piano before, and now this scene made him dizzy. At this time, Dongfang Yanqing and Dongfang Jianba stared at Su Maoyang on the screen with dull eyes. When they heard Dong Jinan's question, they nodded stiffly. It seems to be. What do you mean it seems to be? It's a dragon's roar. Okay. Dongfang Liua had seen Su Maoyang perform this move in Nan Forest and knew its power, so she couldn't help but explain. But her inner shock was no less than theirs, because she found that this time the dragon's roar was stronger than before. Because the dragon roar in the past could only fight against the alienated sixth-order monarch beast, but now it has forced the prince, who is a late-stage innate monarch spirit master, to retreat a distance. It can be seen that the power of this dragon roar is no longer the same. Of course, in addition to them, the elders and disciples of the other three academies, and even the disciples and elders of Liuguang Academy who have seen Sumo's strength, were all stunned and could not recover for a long time. After all, this was the first time they saw someone who could roar a dragon. They were very curious about what kind of martial arts Suemo used to roar a dragon. It was incredible. Qi Yenya, the person attacked by the dragon roar, was even more confused. He stared at Su Maoyang with a layer of shock in his deep eyes, but his face was ugly and scary. He forced himself to stabilize the blood and chi in his body, frowned, and asked in a deep voice, "You can actually imitate the dragon roar. You have learned this sound attack martial arts well." Su Maoyan was a little stunned when he heard this. "Imitation? Your Highness is wrong. I am not imitating." "But really?" The word really was bitten very hard by her. As soon as the voice fell, Su Maoyan raised his hand again, and his hands heavily scratched the strings. Then another dragon roar shook up, which frightened Qi Yelin and others who were watching the battle, and they retreated one after another. Even His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was startled by her sudden attack, and his expression changed drastically as he quickly dodged to the side. But Su Maoyan was not willing to let him go, and his spiritual power kept surging out, heavily falling on the strings of the zither. He could hear the dragon roars roaring out continuously, shaking above his head, as if countless thunders were rolling over, with such a mighty momentum that it seemed to shatter the entire space. Chapter 1546 for terrifying afterimages. The crowd outside the Yellow Springs Road was numb from the sound, as if they were electrocuted, in a trance, with stunned faces, staring at the light screen with eyes that seemed to be rusted and could no longer move. Qi Xianchen, Ai Shuya, Han Jingfei, Han Sinyu, Qi Yelin and others in the Yellow Springs Road felt the power of the dragon's roar, and were so scared that their necks became stiff and their eyes became straight. Everyone was in a state of half-stupidity, as if they had forgotten to think, and their minds were blank. Qi Yinya, who was forced to be in a panic by the dragon's roar, could not bear such violent power for a while, and was instantly knocked away. But Qi Yinya was such a proud and face-saving person that even if he was knocked away, he would never let himself be too embarrassed. So he stomped his feet hard on the ground and used great strength to stop himself, so that he rubbed against the ground and produced a flash of fire, and finally stopped his feet and stabilized his body. At this time, he could no longer conceal his injuries, and blood still flowed out of his mouth. In order to prevent the injury from worsening, Qi Yinya quickly pressed the acupuncture points to stop the bleeding, and looked up at Su Maoyan in the distance. This time, in addition to shock, his expression was also particularly solemn, because he had realized that the power released by Su Imo was not just the sound of the piano, but the real dragon roar. It seems that Su Imo has cultivated some incredible magical skills, and can use the sound of the dragon as a weapon of attack. No wonder this woman is so arrogant, and wants to challenge herself. I have to admit that she is really good. At least, this is the first time someone has heard him in so many years, and this person is enough to attract his attention. Thinking of this, Qi Yinya took a deep breath, raised his hand suddenly, and a black halberd appeared in his hand instantly. Then he raised his head and shouted loudly, "Iron God Tiger Chop!" At this time, he suddenly raised his arm and chopped towards Su Maoyan fiercely. When the black halberd cut through the sky, there was a tiger roar, which was mighty and powerful. Middle-grade divine skills. This boy's attainments in cultivation are indeed good. Seeing this, the old man Jinjuan in the space nodded in appreciation. Hearing about the middle-grade divine skills, Su Maoyan raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at Qi Yinya deeply. Yes, she also admitted that Qi Yinya was a very powerful opponent. However, the middle-grade divine skills were not enough to threaten her. Therefore, facing the power like a tiger descending from the mountain, Su Maoyan did not retreat at all, but stood quietly in the storm, like a green lotus blooming under the cold moonlight, independent of the world and untainted by the dust. But under that detached and otherworldly posture, there was an extremely terrifying power brewing. She plucked the strings again, and the dragon's roar vibrated out from her fingertips again, directly hitting the power that was coming. There was a loud bang, and a terrible residual power was immediately shaken out. The people present were horrified and retreated to a farther place. When they looked up again, they suddenly found a tall figure shaking out from the storm. It was the prince they worshipped. At this time, Qi Yinya spit out a mouthful of blood again, and his face was pale and pressed his chest. However, before he could catch his breath, Su Maoyan on the opposite side began to pluck the strings again, under his slender jade fingers. The sound of the piano was sharp and high, like 1,000 horses galloping, with the momentum of crushing thousands of miles of rivers and mountains. Qi Yinya didn't expect that even with his proud skills, he couldn't defeat the dragon's roar. He felt frustrated. Now, facing the violent dragon's roar again, he seemed to be pushed to the extreme. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and roar. Four-sided demon shadows appear. At this time, Su Maoyang only saw that Qi Yanya's body was instantly surrounded by a sharp and cold black evil spirit. In a moment, two afterimages exactly like him flashed on his left and right sides. The only difference is that the aura of the four afterimages is much weaker than his original body, judging from the spiritual power floating around the afterimages. It seems that they have only reached the level of an early Xiantian Jun Lingshi. However, even if they are not as powerful as his original body, such combat power is quite terrifying, because a late Xiantian Jun Lingshi and four early Xiantian Jun Lingshi, no matter who they are, the strength they burst out is enough to make people choke. At this moment, Su Maoyang understood that it was no wonder that His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, could lead everyone to pass the 7th level. It turned out that he had such a perverted method. I have to say that Qi Yanya is lucky. He actually has such an opportunity to obtain such a powerful treasure. However, just as Su Maoyang was looking at the afterimages, Qi Yanya had already roared with a murderous look on his face. Suimo, die! As soon as the word die came out, a torrent of power collided with her. At the same time, four afterimages shot out madly, and in the blink of an eye, they surrounded her, facing the pressure from all directions. Su Maoyang finally felt threatened. She frowned suddenly, waved her hand to pluck the strings, and roared at the afterimages. But the afterimages were lifeless things after all. Even if they were concentrated by power, they would only turn into nothingness, and then condense into shadows again, besieging her. Seeing this scene, Su Maoyang suddenly felt that this afterimage was somewhat similar to her puppet. Both were lifeless, and were killing weapons controlled by the master. However, her puppet would be damaged, and could not be recondensed like the afterimage. Of course, the combat power of her puppet was not comparable to that of the afterimage, because the puppet's strength might be higher than that of the master. After all, it was a physical entity, not something separated from the master. However, Qi Yanya was powerful, and his shadow was not much worse. So the power he burst out was still extremely terrifying. At this time, Qi Yanya saw that Su Maoyang was finally trapped, and a smile of success flashed across his eyes. Then, he swept his body, and the black halberd was swung again, aiming at the position where Su Maoyang stood, breaking through the air and slashing down. The explosion of spiritual power and the roar of the Iron God Tiger seemed to be twisted together, shaking all directions in an instant. At this moment, seeing that the power of the black halberd was about to fall on Su Maoyang, Han Sinu, Ai Shuya and others were all shocked and opened their mouths wide, almost predicting Sumo's fate. The people outside the Yellow Spring Road saw this scene, and they gasped in horror. Their hearts suddenly rose to their throats, as if they were about to jump out at any time. The people of the Dongfang family and the disciples of the Red Star League were even more frightened and couldn't help shouting, Suimo, be careful. However, Su Maoyang, who was in the Yellow Spring Road, couldn't hear their shouts. Seeing a black light coming down from the sky in front of her, the momentum seemed to split her in half. Su Maoyang, who was bound by the afterimage and couldn't get away, was shocked, knowing that she had missed the opportunity to counterattack. She had to use stealth and escape, and instantly became invisible and rushed to the back of Qi Yanya. Qi Yanya was preparing to strike a fatal blow, watching as the Iron Tiger Cleaver was about to split Suimo in two, but she disappeared the next second. He was instantly shocked by this bizarre scene. Chapter 1547 is that the afterimage of the dragon? Where are the people? Where is Suimo? Wasn't she there just now? How could she suddenly disappear? You know, for this fatal blow, Qi Yanya didn't even blink, but Suimo actually slipped away under his nose. Is this reasonable? Seeing that the place surrounded by the afterimage was empty, Qi Yanya was suddenly shocked. His deep pupils suddenly widened. He looked up in horror and searched forward, but still couldn't find Suimo. Qi Yanya had never encountered such a strange thing. It was like a bolt from the blue. He was shocked. He couldn't figure it out. Even if Suimo was fast and avoided the siege of the afterimage and his Iron God Tiger Chop, he wouldn't disappear out of thin air. But he just saw with his own eyes that Suimo suddenly turned into nothingness in the encirclement and dissipated in the air like a shadow. This is too unbelievable. Of course, not only Qi Yanya was shocked, but Qi Yelin, Han Sinu, Qi Xianchen and others were also horrified, staring at the place where Suimo stood before, with confused expressions. They also held their breath and stared at the battle in front of him, expecting Sumo to be split in half. Therefore, they really saw Sumo suddenly disappear from the world, causing them to rub their eyes in disbelief, repeatedly confirming that they were not dazzled. As for the people outside the Yellow Spring Road, they were even more shocked. Such a fierce peak duel. They naturally couldn't miss it. So when they saw Sumo suddenly disappear, their expressions froze, took a short and spasmodic deep breath, and stood still like wooden men, unable to digest this weird and scary fact for a while. However, just as Chi Yinya was looking for Sumo in horror, a cold voice floated from behind him. "Your Highness, are you looking for me?" This voice was like a poisonous snake wrapped around Chi Yinya's neck, which immediately shook his body and made him shudder. When he was shocked, he immediately fled forward. It must be said that Chi Yinya's reaction speed was very fast. In this state of fear, he could still rationally make defensive actions to reduce damage. It was a good habit retained after hundreds of battles. Unfortunately, he fled quickly. And Su Maoyong's sword light was also fast. With a sweep, the flame slash chased him fiercely. Chi Yinya felt the sharp flames coming from behind him, and hurriedly waved the black halberd to resist it. But this time he was too hasty, and not fully prepared. Although he resisted most of the damage, and was not killed by a single sword, he was still shaken away by the residual power. However, Chi Yinya was a master of the late Xiantian Jun Lingshi after all. As long as he didn't hurt his vital parts, these injuries were nothing to him. So, he swallowed a healing pill, and his breath was restored by more than half. But the shock on his face did not diminish. He looked at Su Maoyong with unbelievable eyes. "What kind of magic did you use?" He didn't understand why Sumo could suddenly disappear under such attacks and pressure, and even suddenly appear behind him. Such a ghostly body movement was really puzzling. "Haha. Don't be afraid, Your Highness. I just used a speed-type stealth martial art." Su Maoyong saw that he was a little embarrassed, and couldn't help but curl his lips and said jokingly, "Afraid? Humph. There is no word for fear here." Chi Yinya felt insulted when he heard such a word, and his anger rushed up, and he snorted heavily. Then he raised his arm, bursting out fierce spiritual power, and waved the black halberd again, and a thunderous roar also exploded. Four-sided demon shadows. Strangle. After the roar fell, the four residual shadows surrounded Su Maoyong again, and burst out with a more powerful breath than before. Su Maoyong saw that the prince was like a centipede, and he was still alive, and he could even stimulate his potential and launch a more violent attack. He couldn't help but frown, tapped the ground with his toes, flashed back, and retreated several meters in an instant. Then she clapped her hands hard again, and the dragon harp in her left hand flew into the air and hung in front of her. "Your Highness is indeed very powerful. I have learned from him today. But it is far from enough for Your Highness to kill me with a magic skill and a secret technique." Su Maoyong held the strings with both hands. As he spoke, spiritual power was quietly brewing at his fingertips. Chi Yinya, who was attacking, heard this and snorted disdainfully. "Humph. Arrogant. Then let's try and see if I can kill you here." Chi Yinya's tone was quite firm. As soon as he heard it, he knew that he must kill Sumo, and there was no room for negotiation. However, it was understandable that Chi Yinya had never been beaten so badly. Now that Sumo made him lose so much face in front of so many people, he naturally wanted to get it back from her. So, at this time, Chi Yinya used all his strength and chopped heavily in the direction of Su Maoyong. There were no complicated moves, only ancient and primitive killing. But the power that burst out was purer and sharper than any other moves, bombarding like a mountain pressing down on the top of the head. Su Maoyong felt such a terrifying pressure, and was shocked. His face couldn't help but sink a little. Then he also put the spiritual power that had been brewing to the extreme on the strings, and suddenly swung his arm, gathering strength to push it out, only to hear a dragon roar breaking through the sky, shaking the whole space like the collapse of the sky and the earth. Then, everyone who was paying attention to the battle saw a long silver dragon flying out from the strings, hovering in the air, as if galloping in the clouds and waves, exuding a terrible dragon's might. Just when everyone was so frightened that they couldn't recover, the long silver dragon actually swooped in the direction of Chi Yinya. The terrifying momentum instantly shook away Chi Xianchen and Han Xinyu, who were watching nearby, and Chi Yinya, who was the first to bear it, was severely injured. He screamed suddenly, and fell to the ground like a kite with a broken line. Seeing this scene, everyone outside the Yellow Spring Road was stunned, as if they were struck by thunder. The back mountain where people were watching the battle fell into a strange silence again, leaving only the sound of people gasping in fear. After a long time, Dong Jinan twitched his mouth, trembled his eyebrows, and murmured uncertainly, "Dragon Shadow? That's Dragon Shadow? Uh-huh. I must be dreaming. But this dream is too beautiful. I don't want to wake up." Even the steady Dongfang Yanqing took a deep breath in a daze. There was no dignity left in the Dongfang family. At this time, he was like a fool, with his mouth wide open, and he couldn't close it anymore. Needless to say, Dongfang Jianbo was so stupid that he even forgot to open his mouth. Of course, the elders, disciples, and people from the other 3 academies of Liuguang Academy were not much better. They were all frightened by this terrifying scene, and looked pale as if they were facing the abyss. Dragon Shadow. If they were not mistaken, what Suimo had just exploded was Dragon Shadow. Chapter 1548, What are you going to do? Of course, even the people outside the Yellow Springs Road were scared to death. Not to mention Qi Yelin and others, who were blown away by the dragon's afterimage. But they were lucky and stood farther away. Even if they were seriously injured, they would not die. In addition, Han Sinyu and several alchemists were here. With the protection of elixirs, it was not so easy to die. So, they just spit out a few mouthfuls of blood and looked a little embarrassed. However, in this situation, they didn't have the mind to pay attention to their injuries. They were all scared and trembling by the dragon's afterimage hovering in the sky. They never dreamed that Suimo actually had such a means to summon the dragon's afterimage. Once, they knew that the prince had obtained the secret technique and could summon 4 of his afterimages to fight, which was already very amazing. Who knew that compared with Suimo, the prince, who had always been high above and admired by thousands of people, seemed to be eclipsed. Now seeing the prince fall to the ground in a miserable state, everyone sighed. After all, in their minds, His Royal Highness the Prince is a very powerful and sacred figure. It is so difficult to hurt him. So, with such a big contrast in front of him, everyone couldn't accept it for a while. At this moment, Princess Xianchen, Ai Shuya, Qi Yelin, Han Jingfei, and others gradually understood, and a chill ran through their backs instantly. At the beginning, they lost to Suimo in the competition, and they were still not convinced by Suimo. Now it seems that Suimo, at that time, was clearly holding back, and did not reveal his full strength at all. They could not imagine that if Suimo had used the same method to deal with them as she did with the Crown Prince, they would have been blasted to pieces. The funny thing is that they foolishly laughed at her and ridiculed her, and did not take her seriously. Little did they know that she did not fight them with all her strength. Judging from the current battle situation, Suimo did not even use 50% of her strength to deal with them. Just thinking of this, they were terrified and felt extremely lucky to have a good life. The several alchemists present could not bear the power of the dragon's residual image. After being frightened, they quickly took out the teleportation ball and left Huangquan Road. For them, no matter how tempting Huangquan Road was, it was not as important as their lives. Because they provoked Suimo, they knew that Suimo would not let them go. Even the Crown Prince, who protected them, was beaten to death, and he could not save himself. So he had no energy to help. Therefore, leaving Huangquan Road was the safest and wisest choice at the moment. Seeing the alchemists leave, Qi Yelin, Han Jingfei, Ai Shuya, and others no longer wanted to stay, because the prince and other disciples who died at the hands of Suimo were their lessons. If they continued to stay, they would be the next to die. Thinking of this, they all crushed the teleportation ball and fled from the Yellow Spring Road. Qi Yinya, who fell to the ground and struggled in pain, saw that they all ran away, and he was also a little anxious. Now seeing Suimo dragging a scimitar and walking slowly from a distance, he was even more excited and uneasy. He quickly took out the teleportation ball and wanted to leave, perhaps because of some nervousness. The prince slipped his hand, and the teleportation ball rolled down to Su Maoyang's feet. Seeing this scene, Qi Yinya was shocked. His heart was tightened, and his handsome face turned pale as paper in an instant, as if he was dead. Everyone outside Huangquan Road was also shocked and held their breath, staring at Su Maoyang in horror. The only thing that saved the prince's life fell into Sumo's hands. So is there any way for the prince to survive? Realizing this, everyone was worried for Qi Yinya. At this time, Su Maoyang looked down at the teleportation ball, bent down to pick it up, and slowly walked in front of Qi Yinya. Seeing this, Qi Yinya had basically anticipated his fate. His grayish-blue cheeks showed some stubbornness. If you want to kill me, do it now. Su Maoyang was slightly stunned when he heard this, and raised his eyebrows in surprise. Kill? Who said I want to kill you? Hearing this, Qi Yinya was a little confused and frowned suddenly. What do you mean by this? What else can it mean? I just don't want to kill you, Su Maoyang said, as a matter of course. Qi Yinya was shocked and couldn't figure out her thoughts for a while. He looked at her suspiciously. What do you want to do? He didn't believe that this woman would let him go. Just now, Dai Weiming, Zhang Chujia and many disciples died in her hands. How could such a vicious person who kills without blinking an eye be kind? In addition, she should be very clear that if she let him go, it would undoubtedly be letting the tiger go back to the mountain. In the future, he will definitely find ways to kill her. He didn't believe that she would be so foolish as to put herself in endless danger. Seeing that he didn't believe her words at all, Su Maoyang couldn't help but chuckle. Don't be afraid, Your Highness. I have no other thoughts. I just want the Maitreya immortal bud of your royal family. Hearing the name of Maitreya immortal bud, Qi Yinya was shocked and couldn't help but dilate his pupils. What do you want Maitreya immortal bud for? I'm an alchemist. Of course, I use it to make pills. Hearing this, Qi Yinya remembered that Su Mo not only had a great talent for spiritual power, but also an amazing talent for alchemy. But the Maitreya immortal bud was a treasure collected by his father. The old Danshan of the Alchemy Guild asked him for it, but he was reluctant to give it to this humble woman who was born as a maid in front of him. Thinking of this, Qi Yinya snorted coldly. The Maitreya immortal bud is not here with me. It's useless for you to ask me for it. Besides, the Maitreya immortal bud is the Emperor's most precious medicinal material. Don't even think about it. Of course I know it's not here with you. And I also know that the Emperor cherishes it very much. So I'm curious whether the Emperor cherishes you more, or the Maitreya immortal bud. Su Maoyang raised Qi Yinya's chin with a scimitar. Hearing this, Qi Yinya immediately realized that she was going to use him in exchange for the Maitreya immortal bud. Realizing her intention, Qi Yinya's expression suddenly surged with fear. What are you going to do to me? Seeing this, Su Maoyang smiled, then suddenly raised his foot and stepped on his chest all at once, crushing it hard, and he cried out in pain. However, when he opened his mouth, Su Maoyang quickly stuffed a pill into his mouth and forced him to swallow it. Ahem. What did you give me to eat? Qi Yinya was startled by this sudden action and asked loudly in anger. Su Maoyang raised the corner of his lips and said faintly, It's just a poison pill. Remember, from now on, the poison will attack once every 3 days. Every time it attacks, your body will rot. After 10 attacks, your intestines will be rotten and your whole body will rot and die. So, you don't have much time to consider. Do you want medicinal materials or the air of the Maple Forest Empire? It's better to make a choice as soon as possible. This poison pill was what Su Mo entrusted Xiao Zian to help refine before, and she later engraved a special divine pattern on the poison pill. So she is the only one in the world who can detoxify this poison pill. Chapter 1549. Who said I am a human being? Originally, Su Mo wanted to kill Qi Yinya with a single blow. However, she had promised the Lord of Netherworld City that she would help him refine an antidote to remove the poison, and she could not break her promise. The Maitreya immortal buds used to refine the antidote were extremely rare, and it was said that only the royal family had them. So Su Maoyang had to use this method to exchange for the medicinal materials, because she knew the importance of Qi Yinya to the royal family and the Maple Forest Empire. She was betting on Qi Yinya's position in the emperor's mind. When Qi Yinya heard that it was poison, his face changed drastically, and he growled angrily. You are despicable. Su Maoyang heard this, but laughed instead of being angry, with a tone of sarcasm. Despicable? If you want to talk about despicable, how can I compare with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? In order to kill me, he did not hesitate to let the elders of the Beast Hall attack me in the Nanan Forest under the guise of training, and was even more cruel to implicate innocent people, not even letting the younger generation of the Dongfang family go. In the end, he also let the elders of the Beast Hall frame my master. Compared to him, I am afraid that I am not even as good as your fingernails. Qi Yinya did not expect that she knew everything, and a flash of surprise flashed across his pupils. Seeing that he was a little surprised, Su Maoyang's smile deepened, and then she handed the teleportation ball back to his hand, and whispered, "Your Highness's life and death depends on the Emperor's thoughts. If you want to survive, Your Highness must work hard." Su Maoyang's meaning was very clear, warning him that if he wanted to survive, he should persuade his father to hand over the Mithraea immortal bud. Qi Yinya heard her sinister warning, and a chill ran through his heart, because he knew that if Su Mo couldn't get the Mithraea immortal bud, he would definitely die. Fortunately, Su Mo did not kill him immediately, at least giving him a chance to live. Thinking of this, Qi Yinya did not hesitate to take the teleportation ball, and before Su Mo changed his mind, he immediately crushed it and left here. After the prince left, Su Maoyang and Cheng Yifeng were the only two people left in the 7th level. Everyone outside the Yellow Spring Road never expected that the two most unlikely people would be left to the end, because Su Mo was a freshman at Liuguang College. It was her first time to walk the Yellow Spring Road, and she had no experience. No matter how you look at it, she would not be among the candidates who made it to the end. But she unexpectedly killed the masters of the other 3 colleges, and even defeated the prince, and obtained the qualification to challenge the guardian, which was beyond their imagination. Although Cheng Yifeng was not walking the Yellow Spring Road for the first time, he ranked 10th on the battle list. It was almost impossible for him to compete with the genius in front, so everyone did not have any hope for him. As a result, he got the qualification because he chose the right person. It must be said that his luck was too good, and he made the right bet. Ha ha ha. Su Mo stayed until the end. "I told you. She will definitely make it. I'm going to get rich this time." Ha ha ha. Dongfang Liyue, who was outside Huangquan Road, jumped up with joy when she saw that Su Mo and Cheng Yifeng were the only 2 people left in Huangquan Road. Dongfang Liyue was so excited that she didn't know what to do when she thought that she was the only one who bet on Su Mo to go to the end. According to the odds, she would probably make a lot of money, and the people who bet on the prince to go to the end were not very happy because they lost the bet. Now seeing Dongfang Liyue dancing with joy, they were even more depressed. Xiahou Yuanshan has always hated Su Maoyang. Now that she has seen how powerful she is filled with hatred and jealousy. When she heard Dongfang Liyue's laughter, she said in a bad mood, "Humph. I advise you not to be too happy too early. Su Mo is only staying until the end, not the last level. Don't forget that you bet on her to make it to the end. Yes, now she has only made it to the 7th level. Who knows if she can make it to the end?" Wan Lisan was also extremely jealous. Seeing Dongfang Liyue's arrogance, she was furious. Hearing their sour words, Dongfang Liyue couldn't help but sneer. "What do you mean by the 7th level? She defeated all her competitors and kicked the crown prince out of the underworld. Can you do this? You said it so easily." Speaking of this, Qi Yinya, who was supported by Han Sinyu, Qi Yelin and others, changed his face and clenched his fists secretly. It was natural that he felt a little embarrassed to be mentioned to his face about such a shameful thing. Xiahou Yuanshan and Wan Lisan were speechless and had no confidence to refute. After all, they really didn't have the strength to defeat all the competitors like Su Mo did. It's just that they were jealous and couldn't help but express it. Besides, Su Mo was able to defeat His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. With such strength, it's not difficult for him to make it to the end. Dongfang Liyue saw that they were speechless and chuckled. Princess Xianxian felt uncomfortable when she heard her compare Su Mo with the Crown Prince, and she retorted unhappily, "Dongfang Liyue, don't think that Su Mo can really make it to the end just because he defeated the Crown Prince. You should know that the 8th level cannot be solved by force. It is much more difficult than the 7th level. For so many years, we still haven't figured out what the 8th level is. Do you think Su Mo can solve the mystery of the 8th level when he enters it for the first time?" Dongfang Liyue thought about the difficulty of the 8th level, and she lost confidence instantly, because she also knew that the 8th level was not something that could be solved by strength, because it was too profound. No one had solved the puzzle so far. Therefore, Dongfang Liyue was still not very confident about the 8th level. Just when Dongfang Liyue was silent, Xiahou Wanxian next to her suddenly said, "Look, Su Mo has walked onto the stage and is ready to challenge." After Xiahou Wanxian said this, many people present turned their eyes to the 7th light curtain. Even Qi Yinya, Han Jingfei, Qi Yelin, Han Sinyu, Chi Xianchen and others who had just come out of the Yellow Spring Road also looked at Su Maoyang, and were also curious about how she would pass the 7th level. At this time, Cheng Yifeng, who was stunned by Su Maoyang's fighting power, had obviously forgotten about the challenge. It was not until Su Maoyang stood on the stage, turned his head and looked at him, reminding him, that he suddenly woke up. "Aren't you coming up?" Hearing the question, Cheng Yifeng nodded quickly and stood on the stage. However, after seeing her strength, he felt like a mountain was pressing down on his heart. He felt a little apologetic and said, "Well, my strength may hinder you. I'm afraid. It's okay. Just stand aside and cheer me up." Su Maoyang didn't take it to heart and comforted her casually. But Cheng Yifeng couldn't do such a thing. He waved his hand quickly. "How can I let you challenge alone? This is too disadvantageous. No. No. Although she is very strong and can defeat the prince can't challenge 5 guardians alone. This level still requires teamwork. Who said I am alone? Don't I have spirit beasts and puppets?" As he said, Su Maoyang waved his hand and released the 3 puppets he had refined before. Chapter 1550. She actually knows puppetry. Cheng Yifeng, who was still worried, suddenly saw 3 puppets and was shocked. The words he hadn't said were choked in his throat, and he couldn't spit them out anymore. After a moment, he widened his eyes in fear and pointed at the 3 puppets. He was so scared that he stuttered. "This is a corpse." "A corpse? A corpse puppet?" Su Maoyang glanced at him. "Yes. What's wrong?" Compared to her calm face, Cheng Yifeng was so scared that his face turned pale, and he asked in disbelief, "Why is the corpse puppet here? My corpse puppet is not here. Where should it be?" Su Maoyang was a little puzzled by his question. "Yours? These corpse puppets are all yours?" Cheng Yifeng wanted to say that these corpse puppets should be in the cemetery forest in the 6th level, but suddenly heard Su Mo say that these corpse puppets were hers, and he was stunned for a moment. Then, he suddenly thought of something, opened his eyes wide, and said in shock, "Could it be that you know the legendary puppetry?" Cheng Yifeng had heard a little about puppetry, but there were too few people who knew it. He had never seen one in his life, so he didn't know much and didn't think about it for a while. But now seeing Su Mo actually summoned a corpse puppet with a wave of his hand, Cheng Yifeng had to have such a terrible idea. Su Maoyang nodded as a matter of course. "Yes, I know a little. Don't waste time. Take care of yourself. I'm going to start the challenge." Seeing her nod in acknowledgement, Cheng Yifeng gasped in shock, staring at her in amazement as she turned around and walked towards the 5 guardians in front of her, and couldn't recover for a long time. Of course, not only him, but also the people outside the Yellow Spring Road were so surprised when they saw this scene that they stood there like wooden men. Su Mo's spiritual power reached the initial stage of Xiantian Junlingshi, and she also contracted 5 spiritual beasts. She was also a top alchemist of Danzong. She was already talented and abnormal enough. In addition, in the previous battle, she killed the geniuses of the other 3 academies and defeated His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Her sharp skills and endless means were even more amazing. So, they thought that this was all Su Mo's strength. But they didn't expect that she had also practiced puppetry and could control puppets. No wonder Su Mo wanted to control those corpse puppets as soon as she entered the 6th level. It turned out that she really had this ability. The funny thing is that they laughed at her wild imagination and ignorance. Now that I think about it, they are the most ignorant. However, just when everyone was shocked, Han Jingfei suddenly recognized the identities of the 3 puppets and shouted in disbelief. "Isn't that the leader of the War Tiger group and the 2 mercenaries of the War Tiger group? The Han family is a family of alchemy, and there are more opportunities to need rare medicinal materials. So they often hire mercenaries to go to the forest to find precious medicinal materials for them. And this War Tiger group is the strongest and most completed mercenary group in the Maple Forest Empire. The Han family naturally likes to cooperate with them the most. So the Han family is particularly familiar with the people in the War Tiger group. However, a few months ago, the War Tiger group suddenly disappeared. And then someone found their torn bodies in the Nanan Forest. At that time, they thought that the War Tiger group encountered a beast tide and was torn into pieces. After all, the strength and reputation of the War Tiger group are there, and few people are so bold as to kill the entire War Tiger group. But everyone never expected that they would see the leader of the War Tiger group and 2 mercenaries, who had been missing for so long today. What was even more shocking was that they had been turned into puppets by Sumo. It was her. It was her. She killed the War Tiger group. It turned out that she did everything. Hansenyu saw this scene and reacted. She took a deep breath and muttered to herself. Chi Yelin, who was standing by, was also shocked. He couldn't help but sighed. This Sumo is too simple. It's okay that she had several magical skills to protect herself before. But I didn't expect that she even practiced puppetry. She is like a bottomless pit. No matter how you dig, you can't dig to the bottom. Yes. A bottomless pit. Han Jingfei nodded in agreement, feeling extremely fortunate that he was still standing here alive. At this time, Su Maoyang didn't know that the outside world was in turmoil again because of her corpse puppet. She focused on facing the guardians in front of her and bowed to several seniors. Senior, I'm ready. Please make a move. Hearing this, the 5 guardians raised their voices in unison. Okay. Let's see if you can catch our palm. After that, the 5 guardians slammed their palms at the same time. You should know that each of their palms carries extremely terrifying power. And these 5 palms seem to condense several powers together, bringing Su Maoyang unprecedented powerful pressure. Such an attack is so terrible that even Su Maoyang can hardly resist it, and suddenly retreats several steps. No wonder the 5 guardians suggested that the disciples team up to challenge this level. It seems that it is indeed very difficult, because she felt exhausted just now with the first move. She couldn't imagine how abnormal the attacks behind would be. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang's face became particularly solemn and more cautious. Then he ordered the Sky Demon Marten and other beasts. You guys go and entangle 2 of the guardians first. The Sky Demon Marten nodded heavily when he heard this, and then called out to the Golden Flame Demon Lion and the Black Thunder Explosion Ape. Let's go. We attack to the left. After saying this, the Sky Demon Marten led everyone to fly to the left, because the Sky Flamingo was injured and was taken into the space by Su Maoyang for healing. There were only 3 of the Sky Demon Marten fighting, which seemed a little powerless. Therefore, Su Maoyang made a quick decision and waved his hand and roared. Blue Scale Swallowing Sky Python, come out! As soon as the roar fell, everyone saw a blue python suddenly appear beside Su Maoyang. Its snake skin was smooth and it was shining with a cold blue light. On its huge head was a pair of silver eyes, as bright and charming as 2 diamonds. But the coldest flashing inside made people's hair stand on end. It twisted its body a few times, and then suddenly opened its bloody mouth towards one of the guardians. The people outside Huangquan Road were shocked again when they saw this scene. They were still immersed in Sumo's puppetry, but they didn't know that they were attracted by the blue python in the next second. Isn't that the blue scale swallowing sky python? The first on the fierce beast list. At this moment, someone in the crowd reacted first and shouted excitedly. The blue scale swallowing sky python. The first on the fierce beast list. Everyone has heard of it. However, no one expected to be here today and have the honor to witness the demeanor of the blue scale swallowing sky python. Oh my god! There is a contract mark on the head of the blue scale swallowing sky python. It is Sumo's contracted beast. Hearing this, everyone present was shocked as if they were struck by thunder. Chapter 1551 Challenge Your Own Limits. Sumo not only contracted the 5th rank Tontian Flamingo on the fierce beast list, but also contracted the 1st rank blue scale swallowing sky python on the fierce beast list. Can she attack people more? Qi Xianchen, Ai Shuya, Wan Lisan and others who saw this scene were all stunned. With flashing eyes, shock, jealousy, and deep frustration. Because as beast contract masters, they know the difficulties of contracting spirit beasts best. And Sumo not only surpasses them in the number of spirit beasts, but also in the level and even species of spirit beasts. Such a talent for contracting spirit beasts is really beyond their reach. Oh my god! I am really impressed. This Sumo is so well hidden. Even I didn't know that she actually had the blue scale swallowing sky python. Dongfang Liue was almost kneeling to Su Maoyang. Dongfang Yanqing and Dongfang Jianbo, who were standing by, looked helpless. If they hadn't witnessed this experience of the Yellow Springs Road, they would still be kept in the dark and didn't know anything. Sumo really deceived them. Thinking of this, the 2 of them glared at Dongfang Yaoyu with angry eyes, as if they were going to ask for punishment. Dongfang Yaoyu wanted to cry, but had no tears, and waved his hands quickly. I really don't know this time. Although he knew Sumo better than outsiders, It was difficult to understand someone like Su Imo who had endless tricks and was extremely low-key. Just when Donfang Yaoyu was at a loss for words, the disciples of Shichen Academy suddenly shouted, "Oh my god! Isn't that the contracted beast of the group of disciples led by Zhong Xiufei?" Hearing this, the people of the Donfang family once again set their sights on the seventh light curtain. Only then did they realize that after the blue scale swallowing sky python, Su Imo summoned 4 more spirit beasts. And those 4 spirit beasts were very familiar to the people of Shichen Academy, because they were the capable warriors of the beast masters on the battle list. Before, they saw the group of disciples led by Zhong Xiufei disappear in the tomb, and saw Su Imo successfully kill the masters of the other 3 academies. And they actually had guesses, but they had no evidence. Just guesses. Now they saw with their own eyes that their disciples' spirit beasts were summoned by Su Imo, which can be said to be conclusive evidence. There is no doubt that Su Imo is the murderer of their academy disciples. When the people of Haohong Academy and Lingya Academy saw this scene, they were also shocked and their faces turned pale as paper. Since even the powerful beast masters of Shichen Academy were killed by Su Imo, is there any possibility that their disciples can survive? Thinking of this, the people of the 3 academies gritted their teeth in anger, wishing to cut Su Maoyang into pieces. At this time, Su Maoyang was relieved of some pressure because of the help of the spirit beasts and puppets. Then, he stretched out his hand, plucked the string with his right hand, and made a heavy stroke. The dragon roar vibrated out and hit one of the guardians directly. However, the guardian's strength exceeded her imagination. He took all the power of the dragon roar with a palm, and then bombarded with stronger power, and repelled Su Maoyang again. So strong, Su Maoyang pressed his chest, holding back the blood, and couldn't help sighing. Facing such abnormal power, Su Maoyang was shocked and felt particularly strenuous. He couldn't help but wonder, how did His Royal Highness the Crown Prince defeat them? Logically speaking, her strength is above the prince. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang was a little unconvinced, and burst out with spiritual power again, plucking the strings heavily, and the dragon roared out, which was even louder than the last time, and the whole space trembled. However, even so, it still did not shake the guardian at all, and the opponent fought back with a stronger force than before. Su Maoyang was stubborn, and she didn't find a way out, so she refused to give up and launched several attacks again, each time harder than the last. Gradually, she found that the stronger her attack, the stronger the guardian's counterattack would be. Could it be that this guardian's test was related to her own strength? Thinking of this possibility, Su Maoyang seemed to want to verify the correctness of this idea, and immediately weakened her momentum, and did not use the dragon piano, but only attacked with her palm. Sure enough, just as she guessed, after the guardian easily resolved the attack, the power he slapped out again was much weaker than the last time. No wonder. The group of people under His Royal Highness the Crown Prince were not as strong as her, but they could pass the level easily. It turned out that their strength was weaker, and the difficulty of the guardian's test would be reduced accordingly, and her own strength was strong, so the guardian's test of her was more difficult. She didn't expect that these guardians could actually determine the strength of their power according to the challenger's own strength, which was really amazing. Thinking of this, she also understood why the elders and older masters of the academy did not dare to enter this Yellow Spring Road. There was indeed a reason. If this is true, does it mean that if she weakens her strength, she can pass the level more easily? When Su Maoyang had this idea, she had already started trying. Unfortunately, after she weakened her strength, she found that although the guardian's counterattack power had weakened, she could not shake them at all with the weakened attack. It was like a punch on cotton, without any lethality. Young master, every time you hit the power, the guardian's counterattack power will be stronger than your power. If you keep repeating this cycle, you will not be able to pass the level. Seeing the current situation, the old man Jinjuan could not help but remind him. Su Maoyang naturally discovered this, and nodded in agreement. Yes, their counterattack is always stronger than my own strength. If this continues, I will only be exhausted, and will never pass the level. But, what is the breakthrough point of this level? Su Maoyang pondered in confusion, and then seemed to think of something. His eyes lit up. My own strength? This level. Is it to make the challenger break through his own limits? Yes. Break through your own limits. With this idea, Su Maoyang began to think about what her strongest means is. It's the ancient blood dragon. At this time, The figure of the ancient blood dragon suddenly flashed in Su Maoyang's mind. Hearing this, the old man Jinjuan turned pale and asked in disbelief. Young master, you can't. There is no other way. If this level is a test based on one's own strength, then the ancient blood ghost dragon I contracted is also a part of my strength. I must withstand a force more violent than the ancient blood ghost dragon to pass this level. Hearing this, the old man Jinjuan was frightened and his face changed drastically. He shouted in excitement. No, you can't do this. The power of the ancient blood ghost dragon is not something you can bear now. You will die. Hearing Su Maoyang's inner voice, Tianmo Diao was also shocked and shouted to stop here. Woman. No. Absolutely not. Chapter 1552 Summoning the Ancient Blood Dragon. They couldn't imagine what kind of violent attack Su Mo would have to endure if he really summoned the Ancient Blood Dragon. Therefore, they must not let such a tragedy happen, and must not let Su Mo take such a risk. However, Su Maoyang was determined at this time, and he would not tolerate any more persuasion. He stared at the guardian in front of him with a firm gaze, and growled in a deep voice. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. Since I have contracted the ancient blood dragon, I must bear the power he brings. Otherwise, how can I be its master? Although she and the ancient blood dragon were just a deal, she still wanted the ancient blood dragon to submit to her from the bottom of her heart. Because the reason why the ancient blood dragon didn't want people to know that it was contracted was that it looked down on her as a human being and felt that being contracted by her was a very shameful thing. Although her current strength cannot make the ancient blood demon dragon proud, it can prove to it that she is definitely not an ant in its eyes. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang suddenly raised his hand. The dragon harp was suspended in the air, and he roared, Ancient blood demon dragon, come out! After the roar fell, the people outside the Yellow Spring Road only saw that the dragon harp suddenly burst out with a dazzling red light, instantly illuminating the entire space like the sun overhead. A piece of red? Then a real dragon roar broke out, shaking the world. Even the people outside the Yellow Spring Road were shocked by the terrifying dragon roar and had a splitting headache. Their faces were pale, and a sense of horror suddenly surged in their hearts. However, before everyone could catch their breath, a red figure suddenly flew up from the dragon harp, rushed straight into the sky, and streaked across the air with blood-red and hot flames, as if to burn the entire space to ashes. This fierce scene immediately frightened everyone, as if a thunder had exploded above their heads, and they stood there dumbfounded, because they actually saw a bright red dragon, like a flame hovering above Su Maoyang's head. Oh my god! Dragon! Dragon! It's a dragon! Someone in the crowd was already screaming in horror, but he was incoherent and couldn't even speak clearly. Soon, the entire back mountain burst into unprecedented exclamation. Yes! It's a real dragon! It's a real dragon! My god! Su Mo actually has a real dragon! No! 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 I must be dreaming. This is not true. How could she have a real dragon? Before, they were already very shocked to see Su Mo summon the afterimage of the dragon. Now they actually saw her summon a real dragon. Such a visual impact can scare people to death. However, just when everyone was frightened and their legs were weak and at a loss, the guardian in the Yellow Spring Road suddenly spoke. Ancient blood ghost dragon. I didn't expect you to be contracted by this little girl. It's really rare. Ancient blood ghost dragon? Su Mo summoned an ancient blood ghost dragon. When they heard this suddenly, everyone outside the Yellow Spring Road seemed to be struck by thunder, and their bones were about to be shattered. As the first fierce beast on the ancient fierce beast list, the ancient blood ghost dragon was so fierce that it was feared by all directions. Of course, they had heard of it. However, they never expected to learn from the guardian that the blood-red dragon in front of them was actually the ancient blood demon dragon ranked first on the ancient ferocious beast list. What was even more unacceptable was that it was actually contracted by Su Mo. Is this reasonable? Is this true? This is too absurd. Thinking of this, everyone was shocked and filled with fear, as if they had been drained of their strength. In a moment, they were sweating profusely. Their whole bodies were exhausted, and their hearts were pounding non-stop, as if they were about to jump out of their mouths at any time. Qi Yinya, Qi Xianchen, Han Jingfei, Qi Yelin and others were speechless. The person who could contract the first beast on the ancient beast list was probably beyond the reach of even the ancestors of their Maple Forest Empire. However, Suemo did it at such a young age. Such a talent obviously cannot be described as terrifying. Oh my god. What kind of perverted apprentice did I accept? Dong Jinan was shocked unprecedentedly. Seeing this scene in front of him, his heart seemed to stop, making him breathless. Dongfang and Xiaohou nodded in shock, saying in unison, "Yes, what kind of pervert we have met?" Dongfang Yanqing was stunned for a long time, and then laughed like crazy. Ha ha ha. The ancestors of the Dongfang family have accumulated virtues, and they felt sorry that my Dongfang family did not have such a genius. So they personally sent a genius to the door. Ha ha. Ha ha. Yes. I picked up a treasure. I picked up a treasure. Dongfang Jianba also laughed out loud with excitement. His laughter was deafening, echoing throughout the back mountain. And the people of the Xiaohou family were very angry. They didn't know what kind of awesome genius they had driven away. At this time, Mu Jichen was also at a loss. Ha ha ha. Mu Jichen, have been practicing for so long. But I have not made a name for myself because of my strength. But I am going to be successful because of my friendship with Suemo? Ha ha ha. Yes. We in the Red Star Alliance will probably benefit from it. Huapeng smiled and nodded repeatedly, thinking of the life and death scenes with Suemo in the Nanan forest. He was extremely grateful at this moment, compared with the excitement of the Dongfang family and the Red Star Alliance. Other family forces and the 3 major colleges were in the dark. Suemo is their mortal enemy. The stronger she is, the less safe they are. At this time, the dean of Shichen College had a gloomy face. After observing for a long time, he finally saw some clues and immediately shouted, "No, that is not the real body of the ancient blood ghost dragon. It is just its soul." Dean Shichen's words instantly attracted everyone's attention, and they all looked at the ancient blood ghost dragon carefully. Then, some people recognized it one after another. It's really a soul. I know. This ancient blood ghost dragon soul should be the reward for Suemo to climb to the top of the first level. The higher you climb, the better beast souls you can contract. And the top ones are naturally the most powerful. When they learned that it was a beast soul, someone quickly reacted and instantly thought of Sumo's performance in the first level. Hearing this analysis, the others present nodded in sudden enlightenment. Qi Xianqian learned the truth and couldn't help but glanced at the Dongfang family and the Red Star Alliance, grinning and sneering. Ha. It turns out to be just a beast soul. Look how happy some people are. Mu Jichen also laughed when he heard it, but his tone was unusually sharp. Even if it is a beast soul, she is the #1 beast soul on the ancient beast list. If it were you, could you successfully contract such a powerful beast soul? Qi Xianqian was so angry that he was speechless. Han Sinyu was a little disdainful and couldn't help but interrupt. You and I both know very well that the beast souls in the Yellow Springs Road cannot be brought out. Even if Suemo has contracted the ancient blood ghost dragon, it can only be powerful in the Yellow Springs Road. Once you leave the Yellow Springs Road, won't it be useless? Chapter 1553 Fainted. Everyone knows that the beast souls in the Yellow Spring Road can only help in the Yellow Spring Road. Once they leave the Yellow Spring Road, they will automatically cancel the contract and cannot be taken out. Therefore, no matter how strong those war beasts are, they are just a wisp of soul in the end. If they have nothing to rely on, they can't show off their power in the real world. Thinking of this, a large group of people who don't get along well with Su Maoyang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. And their faces that were just covered in dust slowly eased up. They couldn't help but feel lucky that it was just a beast soul, which was much weaker than the real body, and couldn't be taken out of the Yellow Spring Road. Otherwise, those who had offended Suemo would have a bad ending. However, Qi Xianqian and others wore a sarcastic smile, laughing at them for being happy in vain. Dongfang Liue was annoyed by their laughter and wanted to speak, but was stopped by Dongfang Youyu. Forget it. They have never contracted the soul of the ancient blood ghost dragon. It is obvious that they are jealous. Why bother with them? Jealous? Master Dongfang is really self-indulgent. Although Han Sinyu was jealous, she was embarrassed to be exposed in public, and she couldn't help but sneered. Qi Xianqian on the side sneered with gloating. Master Dongfang, we dare not be jealous. After all, this 7th level is a corresponding test based on the strength of the challenger. Since Suemo has contracted the ancient blood ghost dragon, she must withstand the power of the ancient blood ghost dragon. Otherwise, don't think about passing the level successfully. I really don't know. Should this princess congratulate Sumo for contracting the soul of the ancient blood ghost dragon? Or should I worry about her next challenge? In the final analysis, contracting a powerful bee's soul has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that it will be easier to pass the 6th level with the help of a powerful bee's soul. But the disadvantage is that the stronger the person, the more difficult the test. Therefore, Sumo's contract with the ancient blood ghost dragon is not necessarily a good thing. Hearing this, the people of the Dongfang family were choked. Yes, they had to admit that it was too risky for Sumo to summon the ancient blood ghost dragon to challenge. However, Su Maoyang and Huang Quanro didn't think so much. She had been challenging her limits all the time. Was she afraid of one more time? Since these guardians could always hit a force that was stronger than hers. She didn't believe it. She wanted to see if they could hit a force stronger than the ancient blood demon dragon. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang's eyes became sharp and she shouted decisively, "Ancient blood demon dragon. Come on!" The ancient blood demon dragon was also shocked by Su Maoyang's decision. "Do you really want me to hit you? If I don't let you hit me, do I call you out and listen to your nonsense? Hurry up." Su Maoyang frowned and scolded angrily. The ancient blood demon dragon was yelled at by her again, and snorted in dissatisfaction. "Okay, if that's the case, then I'll take action." After that, it immediately turned its head and looked at the 5 guardians in front of it, growling fiercely. "Humph! If you block her way, you are blocking my way. You are asking for a fight." The ancient blood demon dragon suffered a loss at the hands of Su Maoyang, and did not dare to resist. He had been holding back his resentment. Now there are 5 live targets here, just in time for him to vent his anger. As soon as the roar fell, the ancient blood demon dragon rushed up fiercely. Su Maoyang was worried that the spirit beasts could not withstand the power of the guardian. So she waved her hand and forcibly took them into the space, and then rushed into the battle circle and attacked the guardian together with the ancient blood ghost dragon. As expected, with the help of the ancient blood ghost, the guardian's attack power was more than 10 times stronger than before, and each attack brought fatal damage. Su Maoyang felt that she was in a violent force, with spiritual power and strong winds everywhere, which made people unable to resist. She had to use her hands and feet, almost using all her strength to resist. So, in just a few fights, she exerted her own strength, speed and body skills to the extreme. However, despite her desperate efforts, she still couldn't withstand such a perverted attack. In the blink of an eye, she was repelled several times and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood in embarrassment. "Woman, stop fighting. If you keep fighting, you will die." The demon Martin could feel how violent the power was in the space. Not to mention Su Maoyang, who was facing the attack directly. So when it saw her being bombarded and vomiting blood, it jumped up and down anxiously, and stopped her distressfully. But Su Maoyang had decided on something, which they could not persuade with a few words. She raised her eyes slightly, stared at the guardian with a murderous face, and then wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth stubbornly, and grinned with a cold arc. "I want to see how strong they can be." After that, she rushed up again, plucked the strings heavily, and sent out one force after another, colliding with the power of the 5 guardians. Every collision made the whole space tremble. However, because of the help of the ancient blood dragon, the guardian also looked a little embarrassed, and was forced to retreat far away. But the force of the blast, falling on Su Maoyang, was enough to shatter her. Su Maoyang struggled to withstand a wave of attacks, and after spitting out a mouthful of blood, her whole body seemed to be falling apart and shaky. At this time, the guardian still refused to let her go and blasted her with another palm. Feeling the powerful pressure coming, Su Maoyang knew that she had no escape and no avoidance. So she had to push her mental power to the extreme and perform stealth again to avoid this attack. In fact, she had used this magic skill once before, but due to the huge consumption, her current body and strength could only withstand it once. But the current situation pushed her to the limit, and she could no longer care about so much. At this time, Su Maoyang took advantage of the few breaths of invisibility, and forced herself to swoop behind one of the guardians. Since these 5 guardians spoke and attacked as one person, does that mean that as long as one of them is defeated, the siege of the other guardians can be defeated? With such a guess, Su Maoyang did not dare to hesitate for a moment, and plucked the string with all his strength, bursting out a fierce dragon roar, and rushed straight to the back of the guardian. The guardian felt the threat behind him, and immediately turned around and raised his palm to respond. However, at this moment, Su Maoyang used stealth to the extreme and flashed behind him again. This time, she drew her sword suddenly, wielding both swords and slashing down from the sky. The shrill sound was accompanied by the strong wind of the slash, with a devastating force, as if to split the entire space in half. Moonwheel slash. Kill! As soon as the word kill came out, a cold light burst out, and the space was illuminated as if it were daytime. Then, everyone saw that the guardian who was resisting the dragon's roar attack had no time to defend himself, and was actually split in half by the knife light. When the knife light fell, several guardians who were entangled with the ancient blood ghost dragon stopped their actions and retreated to the light curtain where they were originally standing. At this time, 5 loud voices vibrated in unison. Congratulations! You passed the test. At this time, Su Maoyang had already exhausted all his spiritual power and mental power, and the injuries in his body were already horrible. But when he heard the words of the guardian, his pale face without a trace of blood still flashed a relieved smile. I succeeded? After the voice fell, Su Maoyang's eyes went black, and he fell straight to the ground, and fainted completely. Chapter 1554 Masked Man in Black. Seeing Su Maoyang fall to the ground and lose consciousness, Cheng Yifeng, who was standing far away, finally came to his senses. He rushed over in panic and helped her up. Su Mo! Su Mo! Are you okay? At this time, the heavenly demon Martin and the other spirit beasts also ran out of the space in fear. Fortunately, the heavenly demon Martin had been prepared. It immediately stuffed the pill that Su Maoyang had made before into her mouth, and stretched out its chubby claws to slap her face hard, while calling her anxiously, "Woman! Woman! Wake up! Don't scare us!" But after slapping and calling for a long time, Su Maoyang didn't move at all, and her breath was so weak that it was equivalent to nothing. What's the matter? Why didn't the pill have any effect? Seeing that Su Maoyang showed no signs of waking up, Cheng Yifeng was so nervous that his face turned pale and asked anxiously. Upon hearing this, the chubby little face of the demon Martin wrinkled into a ball, and then he poured out several more pills and prepared to stuff them all in. Cheng Yifeng was worried about overdosage, so he quickly stopped him. How can Su Mo's body bear so many pills? She's in such a state. Who cares whether she can bear it or not? Just wake her up first. The demon Martin glared at him speechlessly and said angrily, "This is basically the worst situation at the moment, and there is nothing worse than her dying here." So the demon Martin did not dare to delay, and immediately stuffed several life-saving and healing pills into her. Unfortunately, even after taking so many pills, Su Maoyang still showed no signs of waking up, and her already weak breath became even weaker. The old man Jinjuan in the space realized that something was wrong and said in a particularly solemn tone, "No, her vitality is seriously damaged. Not only has she exhausted all her strength, but she is also seriously injured inside. No matter how many pills she takes, she can't be saved now." Hearing this, the faces of the spirit beasts were covered with a layer of gloom, and they were all panicked and didn't know what to do. The Dongfang family and the Red Star Alliance outside the Yellow Spring Road were also worried about Su Maoyang, and they were very anxious, and their hearts were in their throats. Dongfang Liue was even more nervous, stirring her fingers, and asked in confusion, "Su Mo seems to be wrong. Why hasn't she woken up yet?" Xiao Zian also had a tangled expression and nodded. Yes, Xiao Dio fed her pills. It shouldn't be like this. As a top alchemist of the Dan sect, Su Mo's healing pills should be very effective, and it shouldn't be unresponsive after taking them. Dongfang Yoyu couldn't stand it any longer after seeing this. His face was as pale as paper. Frightening. "No, I have to go save her." As he said this, Dongfang Yaoyu was about to walk towards the entrance of Huangquan Road. Dongfang Yanqing and Dongfang Jianba saw this. Their faces changed slightly, and they quickly stopped him. "What nonsense are you talking about? Once you enter Huangquan Road, even if you can successfully reach the 7th level, it must be many days later. Can Su Mo wait for you for so many days? What's more, whether you can successfully reach the 7th level is a problem. How can you save her? Yes, Su Mo is an amazing alchemist of Danzong. The elixir she has is much more expensive than the elixir of our Dongfang family. Even the top-grade elixir is useless. Even if you go, what can you do?" Dongfang Jianbo advised earnestly. But I can't just watch Suemo get into trouble and do nothing. Dongfang Yaoyu was so anxious that he couldn't control himself when he heard their words and yelled excitedly. Qi Xianxian, who was not far away, saw Dongfang Yaoyu's excitement and anxiety, and couldn't help but raise a gloating smile at the corner of his mouth, saying, "You should just accept your fate. With that intensity of attack just now, how could Suemo survive? Yes, holding on to the end is already her limit. Now I'm afraid that even the Daoyuo Immortal can't save her." Ai Shuya, who has a good relationship with Qi Xianxian, also teased in a good mood. You guys. Dongfang Liyue was so angry that she trembled all over when she heard their sarcastic words. However, at this moment, someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed in shock, "Oh my god! There are still people in the Yellow Spring Road?" Hearing this suddenly, all the people in the Dongfang family looked at the light curtain. At this time, they discovered that a masked man in black appeared at the 7th level where Su Maoyang was. This man was tall, straight and handsome, even though he was wearing a black robe and a black mask, which made it difficult to see his face. It was difficult to hide the nobility and domineering emanating from his bones. Of course, this man must not be a simple person to appear suddenly and quietly at the 7th level of Huangquan Road. Thinking of this, everyone present was stunned by this sudden and strange scene, and all of them started to discuss it lively. Who is he? Why haven't I seen this person before? Yes, I haven't seen him either. Could he be a disciple who survived before entering the 7th level? Some people couldn't help but have such speculations. Even if he is a surviving disciple, why does he wear a mask? Isn't this very strange? Hearing everyone's discussion, the people of the Dongfang family looked at each other in confusion, not understanding how this person could appear there without anyone noticing. Oh no! Suemo is in danger. Seeing the man in black striding towards Suemo, Dongfang Yaoyu's heart was clenched, and he shouted in horror. At this time, the several spirit beasts guarding Su Maoyang also sensed the danger, all blocked in front of Su Maoyang, grinning at the man in black, as if they were going to fight to the death. Who are you? If you take another step forward, I will blow your head off. The heavenly demon Martin would not allow anyone to hurt Su Maoyang, and warned fiercely. However, the man in black ignored his warning and continued to walk towards Su Maoyang. Seeing that he didn't listen to his advice, the demon Martin immediately arched his body and shot out like an arrow, swinging his fist and hitting the man's head hard. The man in black didn't stop for a moment in the face of the fierce attack of the demon Martin, and didn't even slow down. He rushed forward until the demon Martin's fist came to him. He stretched out his hand and clenched his fist fiercely, and then waved his sleeves and threw the demon Martin away. The demon Martin didn't expect that he couldn't resist the man's strength at all. He was blasted to the ground without any chance to fight back. Such a strong strength really shocked it. You know, with its current strength, it is basically no problem for the late-stage Xiantian Junlingshi. Even if it encounters a peak Xiantian Junlingshi, it is possible to fight. Unexpectedly, it was just beaten away by the black-clothed man in front of it. It seems that this person's strength is quite extraordinary. Chapter 1555 Fire Phoenix Spirit Pearl. The other spirit beasts were shocked when they saw that such a ferocious guy as the Sky Demon Martin was beaten away. However, as contracted beasts, they could not stay out of the danger of their master. Even though they knew they were no match for this man, they had to rush over to stop him. The man in black saw that these spirit beasts were still fearless and rushed up. His brows under the mask slightly frowned, and he raised his hand again, bursting out with fierce energy. The spirit beasts didn't even get close to his body, but shot out and fell to the ground. Cheng Yifeng was shocked when he saw that this man didn't take these spirit beasts seriously at all. He also stood up, stood in front of Su Maoyang with his sword, and asked loudly and vigilantly, "Who are you? What do you want to do? Who am I? You don't deserve to know." The man in black's voice was a little hoarse, with obvious hostility in it. Obviously, he didn't want to talk too much nonsense with him. Then he waved his sleeves and beat Cheng Yifeng away again. Although the ancient blood ghost dragon didn't want to meddle in other people's business, he couldn't reshape his true body after Suemo died. So when he saw that the man had some intentions towards Suemo, he also planned to help. However, before it could fly over, the man in black flashed and rushed to Su Maoyang. A fierce aura emanated from him, and a majestic roar shook out. rushing straight to the ancient blood ghost dragon. If you don't want her to die, get out of here. The ancient blood ghost dragon didn't expect that he would be scolded by a human again. He widened his eyes in astonishment, and even felt the evil aura emanating from this person. He was frightened. However, he was the first beast on the ancient beast list after all. Although only his soul was left, his noble status could not be violated. Therefore, no matter who this person was, he had to be respectful in front of him. But this person dared not take him seriously. How unreasonable. However, just when the ancient blood ghost dragon was about to get angry, he saw the man in black ignoring him, squatting down, and gently holding Su Maoyang in his arms, completely different from the fierce and violent him just now. Seeing this scene, not only the ancient blood ghost dragon was shocked, but even the spirit beasts that were beaten away were shocked and opened their eyes wide. And the Dongfang family and the Red Star Alliance, who had been worried about Su Maoyang's safety outside Huangquan Road, had a lot of questions and suddenly couldn't figure out the situation. People who didn't like Su Mo originally expected the man in black to kill her while Su Mo was unconscious, who knew that the man in black not only didn't hurt Su Mo, but hugged her in his arms. After a moment of shock, everyone started to make a noise. Who is this person? And how did he get into the Yellow Spring Road? Since this person did not harm Su Mo, he must not be a disciple of the other 3 academies. Of course, among the disciples of the 3 academies, there is no pervert who is strong enough to ignore the ancient blood ghost dragon. As for the disciples of Liuguan Academy, except Su Mo and Cheng Yufeng, everyone has come out of the Yellow Spring Road, and there are no survivors. So Liuguan Academy can also be ruled out. In this case, this black-clothed masked man is not a disciple who has obtained the qualification to train in the Yellow Spring Road, and he is not even from the 4 major academies. Realizing this, everyone had the same question. Who is this person? Why did he appear in the Yellow Spring Road without anyone noticing? What's going on? Did you see this person appear in the previous levels just now? The Dean of Shichen Academy was also puzzled, and immediately turned to ask the elders next to him. Several elders were all bewildered. Everyone was paying attention to Su Mo's battle just now, and didn't pay attention to the situation in the previous few levels. We don't know either. Su Mo had caused such a big commotion just now. He first killed the masters of the 3 academies, and then defeated the prince. Then even the ancient blood ghost dragon was released. His methods were endless, and each one was more powerful than the other. They were overwhelmed and dazzled. How could they have other thoughts to pay attention to the situation in the previous few levels? Hearing this, the Dean of Shichen Academy frowned slightly, and looked at the man in black again. His face was gloomy, and he didn't know what he was thinking. However, just when everyone was thinking and guessing, the man in black actually leaned over, and spit out a blood-red bead into Su Mo's mouth. The red bead was crystal clear, like a red crystal, bright red and clear. At this time, it burst into a dazzling red light, which actually made Su Mo's pale cheeks without any blood color a little rosy. When everyone saw the scene, they all widened their eyes in shock. They opened their mouths to speak, but they took a breath of cold air. Fire Phoenix Spirit Pearl. It's actually the Fire Phoenix Spirit Pearl. Dongfang Haijin was really shocked when he saw the blood pearl. His cheeks trembled, and he exclaimed in disbelief. As the dean of Liuguan College, Dongfang Haijin has always been relatively stable and calm. But when he saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't control his excitement. Dongfang Yanqing and Dongfang Jianbo were naturally not much better. They were also stunned and stared at the red fire pearl in a daze, and they forgot to react. The deans and elders of other colleges were also shocked, their pupils reflecting the light released by the red bead, like 2 flames flickering. As a junior, Dongfang Liua didn't know the origin of the red bead. Seeing the elders' shock, she was curious and asked Dongfang Haijin, "Uncle San, what is the Fire Phoenix Spirit Bead?" Being asked suddenly, Dongfang Haijin slowly spoke, suppressing his excitement, and explained, "The Fire Phoenix Spirit Bead is a spirit bead condensed from the blood and tears of the Phoenix clan. As long as you are injured by external forces, no matter how serious the injury is, you can heal by swallowing the Fire Phoenix Spirit Bead. If you encounter life-threatening danger again, the Spirit Bead can also save your life. So it is a top treasure sought after by countless super strong people." Hearing this, the Dongfang brothers and sisters, and the Xiaohu brothers and sisters, and others took a deep breath in shock, obviously not expecting that the red bead has such a powerful effect. The blood and tears of the Phoenix clan? Doesn't it mean that if the Phoenix cries blood, it will lose the chance of rebirth? This is an unlucky symbol. Dongfang Yaoyu was curious and couldn't help asking. Dongfang Haijing nodded solemnly. Yes. So, this Fire Phoenix Spirit Pearl was formed by the Phoenix giving up the chance of rebirth. You can imagine how precious it is. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. When they looked at the man in black again, they saw that he had already passed the Fire Phoenix Spirit Pearl from his mouth into Sumo's mouth. Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned, as if they were hit on the head with a stick. And they were stunned on the spot, because they really couldn't imagine that someone would be so generous that they would actually give such a precious treasure to others. Chapter 1556. She wakes up. Oh my god! Sumo turned a disaster into a blessing, and got such a precious treasure as the Fire Phoenix Pearl. I think she is not only weak, but also weak in luck. Does she want us to live? Dongfang Liu sighed with envy when she learned about the preciousness of the Fire Phoenix Pearl. Xiao Xin smiled and shook his head. Don't just look at what others have gained, but also look at what they have paid. Along the way, Sumo seems to be very lucky on the surface. But have you ever thought that if Sumo hadn't risked her life and climbed to the top of the iceberg, would she have been so smooth afterwards? Her methods are so powerful, and you don't need to think about it to know that she must have paid a big price. If it weren't for her hard training, how could she defeat her competitors today and have the qualifications to challenge? Yes, Sumo dared to release the ancient blood ghost dragon in order to successfully pass the level. This courage, and this determination are not comparable to ordinary people. So, I am convinced that she has this luck. Mu Jichen also agreed with deep feelings. Dongfang Liu was silent when he heard this, and he also admired Sumo in his heart. But Dongfang Liu, who was staring at the man in black, couldn't help but frown. Although he knew that the man would not hurt Sumo, he felt uncomfortable for some reason, as if a thorn had been stuck in his heart. However, just as everyone was envious of the Fire Phoenix Spirit Pearl, the black-clothed man in the light curtain had already helped Sumo up, supported her body, and sat upright on the spot. He sat behind her and pushed his palm hard to inject the true energy into her body. With the input of true energy, the weak Su Maoyang seemed to be recharged and quickly recovered some vitality. Cheng Yifeng and the spirit beasts, who had been worried about her all the time, breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. Because judging from this situation, Sumo should be out of danger. In this way, the man in black injected true energy into her for half an hour before he completely stopped and adjusted his breath. However, as soon as he stopped, Su Maoyang, who had no support, fell softly into his arms. The man in black hugged Sumo's body again, feeling her petite and thinness, and his heart seemed to have overturned a 5-flavor bottle, with complex emotions surging. Although he was wearing a mask and could not see his expression clearly, the nearby Tianmo Martin and Cheng Yifeng clearly noticed the change in his breath. Then, they saw the man in black's eyes fell on Sumo's pale little face, and he looked at it intently for a long time. And he was actually a little absent-minded, and he didn't know what he was thinking. At this time, Su Maoyang, who had recovered some strength, was not able to wake up, but he was conscious. He called out in a daze, "Haotsong." When he heard the word Haotsong, the black-clothed man's body stiffened obviously, as if he was touched, and it took a long time for him to recover. Seeing that Sumo showed signs of waking up at any time, he could not stay for long. He leaned over reluctantly and kissed her forehead. Then he waved his hand, and instantly set off a hurricane and disappeared in this space. When the hurricane dissipated, everyone saw only Sumo, Cheng Yifeng, and the spirit beasts in the 7th level. There was no black-clothed man. It was as if nothing had happened and it returned to peace. But at this moment, everyone's heart was in turmoil, extremely restless, because they were all very curious about the identity of the man in black. But that man came and went like the wind, so fast that people could not catch him, even if everyone wanted to investigate his identity. They had no time to make arrangements before he disappeared from everyone's sight. Moreover, the man was dressed in black and wearing a mask, and it was obvious that he did not want to reveal his identity. Therefore, it would be quite difficult to know his identity. After the man in black left, Su Maoyang gradually woke up. She opened her eyes slightly, and what came into her eyes were the concerned faces of Cheng Yifeng and the spirit beasts. "Sumo, you finally woke up." Chung Yifeng saw her open her eyes and shouted in surprise. The sky demon Martin had red eyes and complained. Woman, you are too much. Almost scared me to death. The golden flame demon lion, black thunder explosion ape, Tontian flamingo and other beasts on the side were also scared, and rubbed Su Maoyang's body intimately to express their feelings. When Su Maoyang heard this, she suddenly remembered that she had just completed the challenge with all her might. But she was seriously injured. Thinking of this, she immediately checked her internal injuries. However, after this check, she found that her internal injuries were almost healed, and her eyes widened in shock. The old man Jinjuan in the space knew her doubts and explained quickly. Young master, just now a man in black suddenly appeared and saved you, and sent the Fire Phoenix Spirit Pearl into your body, which healed your injuries and brought you back to life. Su Maoyang was surprised to hear the truth suddenly. Man in black? Who is he? Why did he save me? I don't know his identity. He was wearing a mask and his appearance was unclear. But judging from his figure, he should be young. As for why he saved you, how could I know? The old man Jinjuan was still confused. Come to think of it, I also want to know why he gave you the blood and tears beads that the Phoenix family sacrificed to rebirth. Such a big gesture is really shocking. Hearing what the old man Jinjuan said, Su Maoyang immediately probed into his body to check, and indeed found a blood-red crystal-like bead. At this moment, feeling the temperature and power released from it, Su Maoyang was shocked, and immediately knew that this thing was extraordinary and must be an extraordinary treasure. Is this bead the blood and tears of the Phoenix family? Can it be used to heal injuries? Su Maoyang asked curiously. Well, yes. No matter how serious the injury is, it can basically heal after eating it. The old man Jinjuan nodded. Su Maoyang's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she said excitedly, if it can heal wounds, then if Jun Haocang eats it, will his cold disease be cured? Old Jinjuan didn't expect that she almost died, and at this juncture, she was still thinking about Jun Haocang in her heart. When she learned that she had the Fire Phoenix Spirit Pearl, her first reaction was to heal Jun Haocang's wounds. If the man in black knew that the person he had saved with such a precious treasure wanted to use his treasure to save another man, I don't know what he would think. Thinking about it, old Jinjuan sighed helplessly. It's useless. Emperor Yunlu was suffering from the cold disease because he broke the seal too early, not because of external forces. So this Fire Phoenix Spirit Pearl can't cure the cold disease. Hearing this, Su Maoyang's expectation was shattered at once, and her expression seemed a little disappointed. Young master, this Fire Phoenix Spirit Pearl is a token of love from the man in black. So just accept it. This Fire Phoenix Spirit Pearl can save your life at a critical moment. It is a rare treasure. Seeing that she was still unsatisfied, the old man Jinjuan reminded her excitedly. Chapter 1557, The Mysterious 8th Level. Su Maoyang heard this, and knew that she was unreasonable. He saved her, which was already a great blessing. But she still greedily wanted to use the Fire Phoenix Spirit Pearl to cure Jun Haocang's cold. Thinking of this, she sighed guiltily. Hey, if this Fire Phoenix Spirit Pearl can cure Haocang's cold, I can trade with him with good things, and I must not treat my benefactor unfairly. But since this Spirit Pearl can't cure colds, how can I accept such a precious treasure from him? What's more, I don't even know who he is. After hearing her say this, the old man Jinjuan could actually understand her. He knew that Su Mo wanted to cure Jun Haocang too much. For her, Jun Haocang's health is always the first priority. It doesn't matter whether she is injured or dead. As long as Jun Haocang is fine, it's okay. Unfortunately, the elixir for curing the cold disease still lacks a pair of eyes of the fire spirit body. And last time, she learned such bad news from the underground exchange. Although she didn't say anything on the surface, she knew that she must have gone through a lot of torment in her heart. After all, Dongfang Yaoyu was her lifesaver. In the Maple Forest Empire, he took her in, helped her, and went through life and death for her. Now she was asked to dig out the eyes of a friend who was closer than her relatives. How could she do it? Therefore, it is hard to imagine how desperate and painful she was when she learned the bad news. It seems that because of this, Su Mo became more sensitive to Jun Haocang's cold disease. So as long as there is a little hope other than the eyes, she doesn't want to give up. Thinking of this, the old man Jinjuan also felt a little distressed. If you feel sorry, find the benefactor after you go out and thank him well. Thank you? Such a precious thing. How can I just thank you with a single word? She couldn't just accept a treasure from someone she didn't know for no reason. Old Jinjua knew what she was thinking, and didn't try to persuade her. Well, let's talk about it after we get out. You finally passed the 7th level now. You have to go to the next 2 levels to take a look. Su Maoyang nodded. Yes. I risked my life to get it. It would be a pity if I don't go and take a look. Thinking of it, she stood up and straightened her clothes. Chang Yifeng, who was beside her, was worried about her health and wanted to help her. But she refused. No. I'm almost well. Let's not waste time. Let's go to the next level. Seeing her breath recover and her complexion getting better, Chang Yifeng nodded with relief. Okay. Then, the 2 of them went directly to the 8th level from the entrance. Before entering the Yellow Springs Road, Su Maoyang was full of curiosity about the 8th level, because it is said that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince walked the Yellow Spring Road for several years. But he stopped at the 8th level, and did not comprehend the mystery. This shows how difficult the 8th level is. What is even more puzzling is that when Su Imo asked about the content of the challenge of the 8th level, Dongfang Liu actually said that she didn't know. It is hard to imagine how profound it is if she doesn't even know what the challenge is. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang and Chang Yifeng have already entered a special space. Looking up, they saw a vast and boundless starry sky. It's just different from the real starry sky. What is twinkling on it is not ordinary stars, but complex and mysterious patterns. There are just many patterns, densely spread throughout the starry sky. At a glance, it really is no different from the stars. But Su Maoyang, who saw the scene, was shocked and her face changed slightly, because she was too familiar with these patterns in front of her. And they were very similar to the pattern she saw on the top of Wuji Mountain last time. It seems that this 8th level is not a profound secret that cannot be solved, but a pile of countless divine patterns. Realizing this, Su Maoyang suddenly realized that it was no wonder that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince stopped here and had not passed the level for so many years. And others did not even understand the content of the challenge. For those of them who have not understood the divine patterns, they naturally cannot understand these patterns, and cannot solve the mysteries in them. Of course, the divine patterns are not used to see, but to be felt with mental power. Without strong mental power and without practicing divine patterns, how can you comprehend the things in the divine patterns? This is indeed too difficult for them. However, for Su Imo, it is much easier. Su Imo, this is your first time at the 8th level, so you may not know much about the situation here. Although I don't know how to pass the level, I am quite familiar with these graphics. For example, there are 9 patterns in a row on the light screen opposite. Based on my many years of experience, if you want to pass the level, you should solve those 9 patterns. Chang Yifeng didn't help in the previous levels, so he wanted to do more in this level. So he pointed to the light screen opposite and introduced enthusiastically. The demon Martin squatting on Su Maoyang's shoulder looked at his hard explanation, as if he was afraid that Su Imo didn't know, and rolled his eyes helplessly. Su Imo is probably more familiar with these divine patterns than him. Introducing divine patterns to divine pattern alchemists is really something. However, seeing that he was kind-hearted, the demon Martin was too lazy to expose him. Su Maoyang heard the words and looked in the direction of his finger. As expected, she saw a light curtain suspended in the air, as tall as a person. On the light curtain, a row of complex patterns was engraved. Su Maoyang took a closer look and found that it was exactly the same as the pattern she saw on the 5 Fingers Mountain. However, on the 5 Fingers Mountain, the 9 patterns were placed in a 9-square grid, unlike the one in front of her, which was arranged in a row in a disordered order. However, the only difference is that the patterns in front of her seemed to be much more exquisite than those engraved on the 5 Fingers Mountain. It seems that the patterns on the 5 Fingers Mountain are likely to be the work of later generations. Perhaps that person also realized something from the Yellow Spring Road and engraved it on the 5 Fingers Mountain. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang recalled the 9-square grid she saw on the 5 Fingers Mountain. She had a deep impression of every pattern in it, because at the beginning, she knew that these 9 patterns were not simple. But unfortunately, she could not solve the mystery with her ability at that time. So she tried hard to remember them in her mind, hoping to understand their meaning one day. But she never expected to encounter these patterns here again. It seems that the mystery of those patterns may come from here. Realizing this, Su Maoyang walked quickly to the front of the light curtain, ready to reach out and touch the pattern on it. Chang Yifeng, who followed closely, was shocked when he saw this, and hurriedly grabbed her hand and warned, Suemo, be careful. These patterns can attack people. Last time, even His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was seriously injured, which shows their power. Well, I know. Su Maoyang nodded slightly, and still stretched out her hand. As a divine pattern alchemist, Su Maoyang certainly knew that these divine patterns could cause terrifying mental attacks on people. Fortunately, she had come into contact with these patterns on the Five-Finger Mountain and was able to withstand their power. Chapter 1558 The Secret of the Divine Mark. Chung Yifeng didn't know that Suemo had practiced the divine mark. Seeing that she didn't listen to his advice, he was so anxious that his cheeks flushed. He panicked and shouted to stop her. Suemo, don't. However, before he finished the word want, Su Maoyang had already touched the pattern in the light curtain. Seeing this scene, Chung Yifeng was so scared that his eyes were bloodshot. He almost expected the scene of Suemo being knocked out. However, the next second, Suemo not only stood there well, not being knocked out, but also looked calm and indifferent. She touched every pattern intimately, as if she was touching a precious calligraphy and painting. And there was a faint satisfied smile on the corner of her mouth. Chung Yifeng was shocked, as if he was hit by a stick, and was shocked on the spot. You, why didn't you get knocked out? Chung Yifeng was stunned and couldn't speak clearly. Not only Chung Yifeng had this question, but everyone outside the Yellow Spring Road also had this question. People like Han Jingfei, Shi Yelin, Han Xinyu, and Qi Xianchen have all been to the 8th level and personally felt the power of the pattern. They also know the terrifying power contained in the pattern, because His Royal Highness was seriously injured after just a light touch. Even if Suemo is stronger than His Royal Highness, he should not have no reaction when touching the pattern. It's like the pattern that would attack people becomes incapable of attacking people when it comes to Suemo. This is too strange. Seeing this, everyone was surprised and didn't understand how Suemo managed not to be attacked by the pattern. Qi Yinya, who was once seriously injured by the pattern, was also particularly surprised, and his deep eye sockets flashed with unbelievable light. Compared to the surprise of others, Su Maoyang was calm at this time, and replied with a chuckle, maybe it's fate with me. What she said was true. These patterns really have a lot of fate with her. Before meeting her on Wuji Mountain, and now meeting here again, Su Maoyang didn't know how to explain it except fate. But Chung Yifeng almost stumbled and fell down after hearing this answer, because this is definitely the most perfunctory and most depressing answer he has ever heard. The 4 major colleges in Fenglin Imperial Capital have sent countless disciples to Huangquan Road over the years, but no one can touch these patterns safely. But Suemo did it. With such an honor, she is also the first person on Huangquan Road. But she actually used fate to summarize it. I really don't know what to say. Then can you understand the meaning of these patterns? Chung Yifeng saw that she could touch the patterns, and hope ignited in his heart, and asked with some expectation. Su Maoyang shook his head slightly. These patterns have no meaning. They are just simple patterns. What? No meaning? Chung Yifeng raised his eyebrows when he heard such a result. They have studied these patterns for so long. But now Suemo told him that there is no meaning here. Doesn't that mean that all their previous efforts have been in vain? Thinking of this, Chung Yunfeng's face turned pale, and the expressions of Qi Yinya and others were even more ugly and scary. God knows how much effort they have put into this pattern. Now that Suemo said this, doesn't it negate all their efforts? Qi Xianchen couldn't accept this fact, and retorted unhappily on the spot. It's too much. If those patterns have no deep meaning, then why are they engraved on the light curtain? Engraving there. Isn't it clear that people are asked to decipher the meaning of a few patterns? Suemo doesn't understand anything, but he is talking nonsense. Yes, those 9 patterns must have hidden secrets, and they can't be placed there for no reason. Suemo can't figure out the secret of the pattern, so he says that the pattern has no deep meaning, which is really ridiculous. Ai Shuya also nodded in agreement, snorting sarcastically. Humph! My royal brother has studied for so many years, but he dare not easily draw conclusions. Suemo entered the 8th level for the first time, and she didn't even look at the pattern carefully. It's too hasty to draw such a conclusion. Qi Xianchen sneered and shook his head, thinking that Su Maoyang's statement was absurd. Hearing this, the people around nodded slightly, and didn't quite agree with Sumo's statement. After Chung Yifeng and Huangquan Road was shocked, he was more curious and asked again. If these patterns have no meaning, then won't we never be able to solve the secret of this level? Su Maoyang observed the patterns on the light curtain attentively and replied absent-mindedly. Don't worry about this. There is a solution to everything. Sometimes, the solution to something that seems to be clueless is the simplest way. Just like a ball of tangled hemp rope. It only takes a knife to cut it, and everything will be clear. In the same way, these divine patterns seem to be chaotic, complex and profound. But in fact, they also have rules to follow. However, what rules will these patterns in front of him have? Thinking of this, Su Maoyang couldn't help turning his head to look at the divine patterns floating above his head, and fell into deep thought again. If these 9 patterns are the key to passing the level, then what are the divine patterns floating in the sky? With such a question, Su Maoyang's eyes lit up and suddenly had a guess. Could it be that these 9 patterns are still missing something and need to be supplemented by the divine patterns in the sky? However, these patterns are exactly the same as the patterns on the 5 Fingers Mountain, and there is nothing special about them. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang frowned in confusion, and then seemed to think of something. His pupils bloomed with a strange light, and he immediately denied it. No, there are still differences. Cheng Yifeng, who was standing by, was confused and asked in confusion, what are the differences? However, Su Maoyang had no intention of paying attention to him at this time. He reached out his hand again and placed it on the pattern of the light curtain, and quickly probed into his mental power. Sure enough, he saw a 9-square pattern under the pattern. Yes, they are different. The patterns engraved on the light curtain are arranged in a row, while the patterns of the 5 Fingers Mountain are presented in a 9-square grid. This is their biggest difference. So, if she guessed correctly, the patterns on the light curtain were deliberately disassembled and placed here in a disrupted order, and the patterns in the 9-square grid are the correct and complete divine patterns. Since they are disassembled, they need to be pieced together, and the thing that connects them is naturally the 9-square grid. For example, the first star-shaped pattern on the light curtain was originally located in the middle of the first row of the 9-square grid. So under this pattern is a concave-shaped pattern, and the second square pattern was originally located at the rightmost position of the first row of the 9-square grid. So under this pattern is an L-shaped pattern. In the final analysis, these patterns are just missing the borders of the 9-square grid. As long as the borders are pieced together, they can be reassembled. Chapter 1559, entering the last level. However, there is no frame-like figure on the light curtain, so Su Maoyang guessed that the remaining figures should be found from the dense divine patterns in the sky. Having discovered the secret to passing the level, Su Maoyang's mouth gradually raised a smile, which made Cheng Yifeng, who was standing beside him, confused and surprised. Su Mo, have you figured it out? Have you found a way to pass the level? Although he didn't know what she was laughing at, seeing her confident look, it was likely that she had a plan. Su Maoyang nodded slightly. Her tone was much more relaxed. Well, it's almost right. It should be correct. Cheng Yifeng didn't expect that she really had an answer, and his eyes widened immediately, full of curiosity. What method is used? The pattern of the 8th level has troubled everyone for so many years. This is the first time he heard that there is a method, and he was really surprised. Su Maoyang looked up at the vast starry sky and pointed to the floating divine patterns above. Use these patterns. Hearing this, Cheng Yifeng hurriedly looked up and looked at the sky. Seeing the dense patterns, he felt dizzy and asked in disbelief. So many patterns? How are you going to solve them? In fact, Su Maoyang was also a little troubled. There were so many divine patterns in the sky. It was probably not easy to find the pattern she wanted. However, since this level tests the challenger's perception of the divine patterns, it should be possible to communicate with perception. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang immediately closed his eyes, diffused his mental and soul power throughout the starry sky, and began to look for the shape corresponding to the light curtain pattern according to the shape in his mind. Seeing that Su Mo not only did nothing but also closed her eyes, Cheng Yifeng was even more confused, and frowned in confusion. The people outside Huangquan Road were also surprised, wondering what Su Maoyang was doing. Humph! Playing tricks. Qi Xianxian didn't expect Su Mo to brag that she had found a way to pass the level, and he was very disdainful in his heart. So when he saw her talking nonsense, he snorted unhappily. In fact, not only Qi Xianxian, but everyone else present was skeptical of Su Mo's words. After all, they have spent so many years studying this pattern, but they haven't figured out what's going on. Now Suemo has come up with a solution just by touching the pattern, which is really unreliable. At this time, Su Maoyang was concentrating on sensing the divine pattern in the sky. After a while, she really found the pattern she was looking for. She was happy and immediately injected her mental power into it. At this time, Cheng Yifeng, who was half believing and half doubting Suemo, actually saw with his own eyes that a pattern in the sky automatically floated down and fell into Sumo's palm. Then, before he could react, he saw Suemo put the figure in his hand under the first figure on the light curtain. At this moment, the two figures put together seemed to be coated with a layer of gold, and instantly burst into a dazzling golden light. And then he saw with his naked eyes that the figure put by Suemo was actually integrated into the light curtain, perfectly fitting with the first figure. Seeing this, Cheng Yifeng was really stunned for a moment, and took a breath of cold air in surprise. But before he could ask, Su Maoyang closed his eyes again and sensed the divine pattern corresponding to the second figure. After almost an hour of back and forth, Suemo finally found all the divine patterns corresponding to the 9 patterns and pieced them together. However, Cheng Yifeng, who had been looking at it for a long time, still didn't understand it, and looked confused from beginning to end. But at this moment, the pieced together pattern actually moved. They were originally arranged in a row, but now they were reorganized to form a 9-square grid, and the 9 patterns on the light curtain happened to be placed in the 9-square grid. Seeing this scene, Cheng Yifeng and the people outside Huangquan Road were all shocked, and their wide-open pupils were full of surprise. Su Maoyang saw that these disrupted patterns really combined into the pattern she saw on the 5 Fingers Mountain, and she couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be the answer to the 8th level. Sure enough, after the patterns were perfectly integrated, a loud voice suddenly rang out in the space. Congratulations! You have passed the level successfully. Welcome to the next level. After the voice fell, a halo instantly appeared where Su Maoyang was standing, covering her whole body. Before Cheng Yifeng had time to talk to her, he saw her suddenly disappear in the halo. And then the halo also shrank rapidly until she completely disappeared. And Cheng Yifeng came to his senses. No one had successfully passed the 8th level before, so no one knew the rules. Now that he saw Suemo being teleported to the next level, Cheng Yifeng realized that this 9th level should only allow one person to enter. However, he could accept this result, and was really happy for Suemo, because this level was originally Sumo's credit. He didn't help at all. Therefore, to enter the next level, only Suemo is qualified. The funny thing is that he just vowed to help Suemo familiarize himself with these graphics, who knew that others were much more insightful than him, and found a way to pass the level just by touching and looking. On the contrary, he walked the Yellow Spring Road so many times, but he was not as good as others who stayed here for an hour. It was really shameful. Cheng Yifeng may have no face to stay any longer, so he crushed the teleportation ball and left the Yellow Spring Road. The people outside the Yellow Spring Road were also shocked by Sumo's successful entry into the 9th level. The whole back mountain was in a fierce noise, especially Dong Fanliu. She had bet all her property on Suemo before. This time Suemo really lived up to everyone's expectations and reached the last level. She jumped up excitedly on the spot and immediately rushed to the gambling table. Ha ha ha. I won! I won the bet! Suemo really made it to the last level. I'm rich. Dong Fanliu laughed loudly, while reaching out to take all the bets on the table into her arms. Her eyes were so happy that she was smiling to a slit, showing how happy she was. Some were happy. Some were worried. The people of the Dongfang family and the Red Star Alliance were happy, while the forces that were not on good terms with Su Maoyang were very upset. Especially the other 5 major families and the 3 major colleges. Their faces were uglier than eating shit. Of course, there was also a group of disciples who had a lot of grudges with Suemo. For example, Qi Xianchen, Han Sinyu, Ai Shuya, Shi Yelin, Han Jingfei and others. They never thought that Suemo actually solved the secret of the 8th level. They felt depressed and incredible. And Xiao Yuanshan, Hu Buli, Wanlisen and others who saw this scene felt like they were slapped in the face, burning, and couldn't accept this fact for a long time. Chapter 1560 Everything is a Dream. Dong Fanliu saw their expressions, which were as dark as the bottom of a pot. She felt very happy and couldn't help laughing and sarcastically said, Who said that Suemo couldn't make it to the last level? Who warned me not to be happy too early? I'm so sorry. I let you down. My Suemo not only passed the 7th level, but also successfully solved the pattern that your prince had been studying for many years and couldn't figure out. Becoming the first person on the Yellow Spring Road? You really can't be jealous of this honor. When Donphan Liu said this, Qi Xianchen and Xiao Yuanshan's group were speechless and full of anger. And Qi Yinya's face, which was not very good to begin with, was even more gloomy. As the prince of the Maple Forest Empire and a super genius among the younger generation, he was beaten by Suemo like a stray dog and escaped from the Yellow Spring Road. Now he was defeated by Suemo, who only spent 1 hour on the 8th level that he had studied for many years. This time, he really lost. Completely lost. And lost everything. The image he had maintained in the Maple Forest Empire for so many years, and the prestige he had accumulated for so many years were all destroyed. Even if Suemo didn't kill him, it was more painful for him than taking his life. Thinking of this, Qi Yinya quietly clenched his fists, his nails digging into the flesh, trying to use the pain of the body to replace the pain in his heart. There was a mess outside the Yellow Spring Road. But Su Maoyang, who entered the last level, arrived at an extremely quiet place. This was an illusory space, surrounded by a vast expanse of white, and it was impossible to see far away, just like in a dream, vaguely making it difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion. Child, just as you guessed, you are in my dream. At this moment, a deep and simple voice seemed to come from the sky, instantly vibrating in this ethereal space. Su Maoyang was shocked and stopped in his tracks. He looked around in surprise, looking for the person who was talking. He said she was in his dream? Is everything in front of him a dream? Yes, it's all a dream. The man seemed to know what she was thinking, and answered without waiting for her to ask. Su Maoyang didn't expect that this person could easily know what she was thinking. She was shocked and frowned vigilantly. Who are you? Why are you hiding and refusing to show up? I am this dream. And this dream is me. You are already in the dream. And I am in front of you. Why do I need to show up? The old man suddenly laughed. And his deep and magnetic voice not only vibrated in this space, but also vibrated in Su Maoyang's heart. He is this dream. And this dream is him? Suemo has never encountered such a strange thing. And she couldn't help but sigh that this person seemed to have reached a very wonderful realm. At this time, she recalled that Donphan Liu has said that the only thing that cannot be seen outside the Yellow Spring Road is the last level. Yes, if this is just a dream. Of course, only people who enter the dream can see it. However, people who can have such a realm must not be simple people. So Su Maoyang immediately clasped his fists and asked respectfully, Senior, even if you are a dream, I must know your identity and what kind of dream you are. The old man seemed to be in a good mood and was amused by her words. He laughed again and introduced himself frankly. My name is Mu Qiongtian, and I was once the king of the Xiantian Empire. Su Maoyang was shocked when he heard the word king. The old man Jinjuan in the space was even more emotional and exclaimed. It turned out to be the king of the Xiantian Empire. No wonder even I can't comprehend those divine patterns. Those are probably divine patterns from thousands of years ago. Hearing what the old man Jinjuan said, Su Maoyang knew that he must know something, and immediately asked in his heart, Old man Jinjuan, what is the Xiantian Empire? Why have I never heard of it? Now that Suemo has understood things at this level, the old man Jinjuan can no longer hide it, and immediately explained patiently. In fact, above this Jiuyo realm, there is a plain called Sanlua realm, and Sanlua realm is divided into 4 regions, namely Xiantian Mirror, Life and Death Mirror, Demon Realm, and Demon Moon Realm. In the God clan, the Demon Realm is the most powerful one in the world. After the destruction of several major forces of the Xiantian clan and the Ming clan, these 4 regions became chaotic and fighting continued. Later, the founding emperor of the Xiantian Empire ended the complicated situation, unified the Xiantian Mirror, and established the Xiantian Empire. However, as time went on, no matter how powerful the Xiantian Empire was, it could not resist conspiracy and rebellion, and eventually went to extinction. After the destruction of the Xiantian Empire, many powerful forces emerged in the Xiantian Mirror. The strength of these forces was similar, and they gradually formed a relationship of checks and balances. In this way, no one can unify the Xiantian Mirror and reproduce the glory of the Xiantian Empire. Hearing the explanation of the old man Jinjuan, Su Maoyang was very surprised and couldn't help frowning. Are you from the Xiantian mirror? He knew the Xiantian mirror so clearly that Su Maoyang naturally had such a guess. The old man Jinjuan smiled and shook his head. Although I also come from the Silua realm. I am not from the Xiantian mirror, but from the Yaoyu realm. The old man Jinju had rarely mentioned his identity before, and Su Mo was particularly surprised when she heard where he came from for the first time. Sunluo realm, Xiantian mirror, Yaoyu realm. Su Maoyang heard such a name for the first time, and her heart was shocked, and she couldn't help but murmured. Of course, she didn't miss the words such as the God clan, the demon clan, and the underworld clan mentioned by the old man Jinjuan just now. So she couldn't help but wonder if that place was the place she saw in the illusion. And if that place was the place where the truth of the previous life was buried? Suddenly thinking of this, Su Maoyang's back was actually chilled. However, thinking that this dream would detect his thoughts, Su Maoyang vigilantly cut off his thoughts and asked, Senior, if you are the king of the Xiantian Empire, why are you here? Even turned into a dream? He just said that the Xiantian Empire could not withstand conspiracy and betrayal, and eventually went to destruction. And as the king of the Xiantian Empire, I am naturally with my country. But I am worried about those forces and ministers who support me. So I turned into a dream here to find my dreamer. The old man did not hide and directly stated his purpose. But Su Maoyang still felt a little confused and couldn't help asking, looking for the dreamer? You said so many tests. Do you want people who pass your tests to help you revive the Xiantian Empire? Hearing this, the old man suddenly burst into a louder laugh, with a tone of full appreciation. What a smart girl. This Huangquan Road really didn't choose the wrong person. Chapter 1561 Ancient Divine Mark Atlas. Su Maoyang was not happy when she heard his praise, but frowned. Her face suddenly became solemn. Senior, I am not from Silua realm, and I don't know anything about your Xiantian Empire. I am afraid I can't help you. This is the first time she heard about that plane today, and the first time she knew there were Xiantian realm, Yaoyu realm, Masha realm, and life and death realm. She was even more confused about the things there. How could she take on such a heavy responsibility? In addition, I heard from the old man Jinjuan that the Xiantian Empire was 1,000 years ago. For her, this is not only a matter of distance, but also a matter of time. After such a long time, the Xiantian mirror may have already formed a deep-rooted big force. It is not so easy to shake these forces. What's more, the Silua realm is a more powerful plane than the Jiuyu realm, and the strength of the people there is definitely beyond her imagination. So, she doesn't need to think about how difficult it is. The king of the Xiantian Empire knew her concerns, and couldn't help but smile and comfort her. Girl, don't make a decision so quickly. With your talent, it's impossible for you to stay in the Jiuyu realm for the rest of your life. You must always spread your wings and fly high, and always fly to a wider sky. The Jiuyu realm can't accommodate a big rock like you. Besides, you have the dragon harp and the evil blood cauldron, and you have practiced the ice sacrifice to the 9 heavens. Your origin with the Silua realm has long been destined, and you can't escape it. Su Maoyang was shocked when he heard him tell her secrets one by one. However, thinking about it, it was true. She had almost exhausted all the means from the first level, and these were naturally seen by him. Therefore, she was basically a transparent person in this dream, without any secrets. However, thinking of her limited ability, Su Maoyang really couldn't agree to such an important matter, and clasped her fists again. Senior, you overestimate me. I am only an early Xiantian Jun Lingshi now, and I am not even qualified to go to the Silua realm, let alone help you revive the Xiantian Empire. If you can pass my test, it means that you are not only qualified to go to the Silua realm, but also qualified to help me rebuild my power. However, you don't have to worry too much. I don't ask you to revive the Xiantian Empire, but I just hope that after you arrive at the Silua realm, you can help me find my subordinates and forces to see if they are safe. If not, I hope you can lend a hand to help them. Of course, if you are willing to subdue them and revive the glory of the Xiantian Empire, it would be the best, the old man explained without being discouraged. And then a golden scroll suddenly fell from the sky and slowly floated towards Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang saw this and immediately reached out to take it. However, before she could ask, The king of the Xiantian Empire continued to explain. Girl, this is an ancient divine pattern atlas. I used the divine pattern to carve the name of the force you need to find in it, and sealed it in it. You only need to use the blood contract to see the divine pattern inside. You have passed my test, and can be regarded as my successor. Today I will give you this ancient divine pattern atlas. Su Maoyang heard of such a thing for the first time, and did not dare to accept it rashly. She just looked at it in surprise. But the old man Jinjuan in the space was excited and shouted. Quick! 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 Quickly make a contract. This is a good thing that even the peak strongmen in the Sunluo realm will compete for. As long as you have it, you will be able to practice the divine pattern with divine help in the future. If you succeed in practicing it, you will be able to turn over the clouds and turn your hands into rain. Even in the Sunluo realm, you can walk sideways. This is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Su Maoyang was shocked to hear that he could walk sideways in the Sunluo realm after successfully practicing this divine pattern atlas. So, this treasure is really extraordinary. Ha ha ha. Of course, it is extraordinary. This ancient divine pattern atlas is a treasure left by the gods. Later, it fell into the hands of my ancestors, and became the national treasure of my Xiantian Empire. Those rebellious forces tried their best to get this divine pattern atlas. But you are still hesitating when I personally hand you this treasure. The king of the Xiantian Empire did not expect that this woman could be so calm in the face of such a treasure. He couldn't help laughing. But he was quite satisfied with her steady mind. Because the inheritor he was looking for was someone who was going to do something big. So he naturally had to have this calm mind. I am a frog in the well. And I am ignorant. I hope you won't blame me. Su Maoyang was a little ashamed by his smile. And immediately clasped his fists to apologize. Su Maoyang's personality has always been like this. She is suspicious of everything, and is extremely cautious no matter what she does. She will never act rashly without confidence. Even if there is a treasure in front of her, she will not be knocked unconscious by the pie falling from the sky. Haha. No problem. Although you have passed my test, and have extraordinary talent and perception in the divine runes, your current divine rune level is too low. You have only learned some superficial knowledge, and need to continue practicing. And this divine rune illustration records the method of practicing divine runes, which should be helpful to you. This is also my little reward for you, Mu Qiuqian explained. Hearing this, although it was only a thin scroll, Su Maoyang felt that it weighed 1,000 gold in her hand. However, thinking of the excitement and expectation of the old man Jinjuan, Su Maoyang finally nodded and agreed. Okay, I promise you. If I go to the Sunluo realm one day, I will help you to see those remaining forces. If I really have the ability to help, I will do my best. The reason why she agreed was, firstly, because she accepted such a precious treasure, and secondly, because of the old man Jinjuan. From the beginning, she knew that the old man Jinjuan had a blood feud, and she had secretly vowed that when she became stronger, she would help him kill his enemies. But the old man Jinjuan never mentioned his identity, never mentioned the hatred buried in his heart. Until now she understood. He just didn't want to put pressure on her, didn't want to burden her. After all, the grievances in the Sunluo realm were not something that her strength could solve. And if she knew those grievances, in order to avenge him, she would be too eager for quick success and instant benefits. And she would fall into the wrong path, but would not be able to practice normally. Therefore, the old man Jinjuan really took great pains to let her grow naturally. Now that she knew that the old man Jinjuan came from the Yaoyu realm, she couldn't stay out of it. Although she didn't have the ability to go to the Sunluo realm now. One day she would go there, and kill the enemy for the old man Jinjuan. So, by then, maybe there would be a day when the forces left by the Xiantian Empire would be useful. At least, it would be better to have external help than for her to fight alone. Chapter 1562. He is leaving. What's more, she has to avenge the Blood War group and the Golden Lion King. However, the strength of those old guys in Burning Blood City is too strong. It is not easy to kill them. With their status in Burning Blood City, they are involved in big forces. So even if she really has the ability to kill them, by then, she will probably have offended all the dignitaries in Burning Blood City. If that's the case, how can Burning Blood City let her go easily? Therefore, she decided to go back to Burning Blood for revenge. And naturally she had to bear the consequences, and think of her own way out. And the most direct way to get out, of course, is to improve her own strength, so that she has more protection and more confidence. Thinking of this, She couldn't help but look down at the divine pattern atlas in her hand. And she had already made a decision in her heart. Elder Jinjuan noticed her thoughts, and couldn't help but feel sad. Just now, he was so excited that he forgot that Su Mo was carrying too many things on her body, and did not consider whether her current body could withstand the power brought by the divine pattern atlas. Realizing this, the old man Jinjuan gradually calmed down and reminded in a deep voice, "Young master, I was too excited just now, and did not think it through. Although this divine pattern atlas is powerful, the power contained in it is too terrifying. If you want to contract it, you will inevitably be tortured inhumanely. If you are not careful, you may be in danger of your life." Mu Qianqian heard the inner voice of the old man Jinjuan, and immediately smiled and comforted him. "Don't worry. She can reach the top of the iceberg, and she will not die with this willpower." Since Mu Qianqian was determined to find a qualified inheritor for the Divine Rune Atlas, he naturally set up the corresponding test. Since Su Mo passed the test, she must be the best inheritor of the Divine Rune Atlas. Therefore, Mu Qianqian was not worried at all about her contracting the Divine Rune Atlas. At this time, Su Maoyang had made up her mind. Without waiting for the old man Jinjuan to persuade her, she bit her finger and dripped blood on the Divine Rune Atlas. The death of the Blood Battle group and the group of spirit beasts who blew themselves up to save her was a huge blow to her. She didn't want to let tragedy happen again because of her weakness, and she didn't want her relatives and friends around her to die for her because of her incompetence. And Jun Haotsong, he was sick with a cold, but he was always worried about her and always stood up for her. She owed him too much. How could she bear to see him suffer such painful torture for her again? And now this Divine Rune Atlas can make her stronger. There is no reason for her to refuse. Thinking like this, her blood had completely merged into the Divine Pattern Atlas. And then a dazzling golden light burst out, making the white space look like the Buddha's light. At the same time, a bunch of ancient divine patterns rushed into her mind and quickly spread to her limbs and bones. It was as ferocious as a flood and beast, gnawing at every corner of her body fiercely, as if it wanted to devour her completely. The pain made her eyes roll back and sweat profusely. In the blink of an eye, she fell to the ground and rolled back and forth. I don't know how long the torture lasted. I don't know how long she struggled. Su Maoyang only felt that it was as long as a century. This was definitely the most tormenting torture she had ever endured. Her brain seemed to be placed on a millstone and crushed by the teeth. She felt so painful that she couldn't even breathe. She felt like her brain was going to explode. Just like this, with such constant crushing, her spirit, her brain, and her body seemed to have been tempered 1,000 times, becoming tougher and stronger each time. Unconsciously, 10 days passed in a flash. Su Maoyang finally withstood the perverted torture and made a qualitative leap all over her body. The spiritual power level broke through to the middle stage of the Xiantian Jun Lingshi, and the mental power broke through the level barrier and became a dancing alchemist. Su Maoyang gradually woke up, although she was exhausted and fell to the ground. She rubbed her wrists, felt the tough bones, and felt the power in her body. She still exhaled with relief. This Divine Pattern Atlas is really powerful. Just by contracting it, her spiritual power and mental power were both raised by one level. It is hard to imagine how powerful it would be if she practiced it. Ha! Of course, divine runes can not only enhance the power of elixirs and weapons, but also be a means of attack. This Divine Rune Atlas records many secret techniques of divine rune attacks. In addition, the Yellow Spring Road you have walked all the way is also a dream array carved with divine runes. So, if you learn all of these, you will have the qualifications to challenge the realm of Sanluo. Mu Qianqian spoke of this Divine Rune Atlas with endless pride. Even if Su Maoyang has not personally felt the power of the divine rune attack, he can imagine how powerful it is. Something that can make the kings of the Xiantian Empire proud. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang immediately stood up and bowed to Mu Qianqian. Thank you for giving me such a precious treasure with great pain. I am really flattered. Ha. Thank you. There's no need to say it. I have something to ask of you. As long as you can help those forces on the day you reach the realm of Sanluo, I will be satisfied. After hearing his wish, Su Maoyang did not hesitate and promised. If I really have that kind of strength, I will do my best for you. After hearing Sumo's promise, Mu Qianqian felt a little relieved, and his tone added a bit of vicissitudes of life. With your words, I can leave with peace of mind. Leave? Where are you going? Senior? Su Maoyang was startled and asked curiously. I was just a dream. Now that I have entrusted my wish to you, it's time to wake up from this dream. Su Maoyang heard his tone, and it was clear that he wanted to disappear. Realizing this, her expression became solemn. I have already fallen, and I cannot return to the pinnacle of power. But I want to go back and see the glory of my Xiantian Empire. But I can't go back. I can't go back. Mu Qiongqian's mournful voice echoed in this space, and Su Maoyang felt a little melancholy. She could understand his feelings. The fall of a country must have been caused by a large-scale war, which inevitably led to fighting and bloodshed. His people, his loyal subordinates, and those who supported him must have been bloodbath. That's why he felt so guilty and worried about those who once supported him and were implicated by him. When you think of the once glorious empire being defeated in his hands, the pain in it should be unbearable for ordinary people. So, it is understandable that he wants to rebuild the Xiantian Empire. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang felt some sympathy. Chapter 1563 Expose her identity. Although she cannot guarantee that she will be able to help revive the Xiantian Empire, she is willing to help as long as there is a chance, and as long as she has the strength. After all, she has received such a great benefit from others. Don't worry, Senior. I will do my best to fulfill your request. Although Su Maoyang was unsure and felt that the things in that plane were too far away and too unrealistic, she knew that he was going to leave completely. She really couldn't ruthlessly break his last wish in this world. She could only comfort him kindly and let him leave with peace of mind. Mu Qiongqian knew what she was thinking and laughed gratefully. Although he knew it in his heart, he did not expose it. Then he kindly reminded her, Girl, I saw you use the Sun and Moon Demon Slash before. Unfortunately, your weapon is not good. It can't play the original power of the Sun and Moon Demon Slash. So, I will show you a way. If you go to the Sunluo realm, go find a magic weapon called the Burning Shadow Soul Sword. With it, your Sun and Moon Demon Slash will definitely shine. Hearing this, Su Maoyang was shocked. But he became curious about the Burning Shadow Soul Sword he mentioned. Senior, do you know where it is? I have fallen for so long. How can I know the whereabouts of the magic sword? So you still need to walk the road in the future by yourself. Mu Qiongqian laughed twice and said earnestly. Then, he sighed softly, and his voice gradually became ethereal. Now, my wish has come true, and it is time to leave. I hope you can cut through all the thorns, watch the prosperity with a smile, and live up to your original intention. Take care of yourself. Mu Qiongqian's voice became farther and farther away, and lighter, as if it turned into a wisp of thin smoke, drifting in the air, and gradually only some echoes remained. Su Maoyang heard the voice that seemed to come from afar, and she felt a little disappointed. However, just as she was sighing, the space she was in suddenly changed, just like waking up from a dream, and everything in front of her disappeared. At this moment, Su Maoyang saw the dense crowd in front of her, staring at her with horror, and her heart was shocked, and she reacted immediately. She had already come out of the Yellow Spring Road and returned to the back mountain of Liuguang College. However, before she could speak, the deans of the 3 colleges shouted in horror. It disappeared. The Yellow Spring Road disappeared. After they shouted like this, Su Maoyang looked behind her and saw that the entrance to the Yellow Spring Road and the 8 light curtains had all disappeared. Seeing this scene, everyone present was shocked and made a noise. The Yellow Spring Road was the most precious thing in their Fenglin Empire, but now it suddenly disappeared. This was a blow like a bolt from the blue for them. Suemo, tell me the truth. What did you see, and what did you get in the last level? You actually made the Yellow Spring Road disappear. The dean of Xichen College reacted immediately and shouted angrily. There is only one possibility for the Yellow Spring Road to disappear. That is, Suemo accepted the inheritance of the Yellow Spring Road and took away the treasures in the Yellow Spring Road. Hearing this, the other people present naturally understood it, and their faces changed, staring at Su Maoyang with hostility, especially the elders and deans of the other 3 colleges, thinking that they had lost so many talented disciples. It was already a heavy loss. Now Suemo has destroyed the Yellow Spring Road where they trained their disciples and delivered talents. It is undoubtedly a cauldron, cutting off the lifeline of their colleges. This alone made the 3 academies furious, as if they were ready to cut Su Maoyang into pieces. The Dongfang family and the Red Star Alliance both realized that something was wrong and were worried that Suemo might get into trouble. So they rushed forward and protected her behind them. Now that they knew that Suemo might have accepted the inheritance of Huangquan Road, Dongfang Yanqing and Dongfang Haizheng were no less shocked than the other three academies. Because Huangquan Road was originally left by the master of their Dongfang family's ancestors. Their ancestors left a will. If one day, someone accepts the inheritance of Huangquan Road, the Dongfang family will recognize him as the master and assist him well. This will has been passed down from generation to generation, and has become the top secret of the Dongfang family and their mission. However, the people of the Dongfang family have some selfishness, and have not opened Huangquan Road to allow young people from other places and other countries to receive training. This has led to the fact that no one has been able to successfully accept the inheritance of Huangquan Road for so many years. However, since Suemo has successfully accepted the inheritance, he is the master that his Dongfang family wants to assist. If anyone dares to hurt Suemo, their Dongfang family will definitely be the first to stop it. Dongfang Haizheng, Dongfang Yanqing. Before our three major colleges make trouble, you quickly ask Suemo to hand over the things he got in Huangquan Road. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. The dean of Haohong College saw that the Dongfang family wanted to protect Suemo, and couldn't help but snorted and warned. Facing the aggressiveness of the three academies, Dongfang Haizheng immediately frowned and shouted, "Deans, what are you doing? At the beginning, we agreed that Huangquan Road is shared by the disciples of the four academies. As long as the disciples are in the top 10 of the battle list, they are eligible to enter Huangquan Road. This means that any of these disciples are eligible to receive the inheritance of Huangquan Road. Now that Suemo can receive the inheritance, it is also based on his own ability and legitimately won it. How can I give it to you? The Dongfang family wants to assist those who pass the test of Huangquan Road, not the robbers who do not have the strength to pass the test, but use means to rob the inheritance." When the three deans heard this, they naturally knew that they were somewhat in the wrong. But how could they be willing to let the inheritance of Huangquan Road fall into the hands of others? In addition, without Huangquan Road, where will their disciples go to receive such a good experience in the future? Thinking of this, they were heartbroken and really wanted to tear Su Maoyang apart. However, just when the two sides were on the verge of a fight, a figure suddenly ran over from a distance, gritting his teeth and yelling at this side. "Justified? Bullshit! You have all been fooled by her. Suemo is not from the Maple Forest Empire at all, and has no qualifications to be a disciple of Liuguan Academy, because she comes from the Cloud Tower Dark Domain, and is a spy sent by the Cloud Tower Dark Domain." When these words came out, everyone present was shocked, stunned, and their pupils opened like walnuts, and instantly filled with horror, almost falling out of their eye sockets. Cloud Tower Dark Domain. Suemo comes from the Cloud Tower Dark Domain, a spy sent by the Cloud Tower Dark Domain. After learning the truth, everyone gasped in fear, and their expressions seemed to be frozen. Su Maoyang did not expect that someone would expose her identity at this critical moment, and was also shocked, and immediately looked up at the person. Only then did he realize that the person who exposed her identity was Qi Yanxian, who was seriously injured by him in the last competition. Chapter 1564. She is a spy from the dark domain of Yunlu. Su Maoyang remembered that after Qi Yanxian was injured by her, he had been recuperating at home, and even did not come to Huangquan Road to participate. But she did not expect that he would come out at this critical moment to expose her identity. Now, he suddenly did this, which really caught her off guard. However, while Su Maoyang was surprised, Qi Yanya was already shocked and growled, "Qi Yanxian, where did you get this news?" As the crown prince and a member of the royal family, Qi Yanya was most sensitive to spies. After all, this was a major event that threatened their royal regime. So he immediately questioned loudly and sternly. Hearing Qi Yanya's question, Qi Yanxian, who was running out of breath, swallowed his saliva and answered, "I'm not afraid of His Highness knowing. In fact, since Suemo showed her outstanding strength in the competition, our Qi family has suspected her and investigated her identity everywhere. But the strange thing is that we have investigated many times, and there is no news. It stands to reason that a person cannot be as clean as a blank sheet of paper. So we suspect that someone is behind the scenes, deliberately preventing us from finding out her identity. Later, in order to cover up, we sent our own people to investigate secretly, and even went to Yuxing Town. As expected, the people we sent were assassinated, Fortunately, our people were divided into many groups and were more cautious. One team went to the dark area of Yunlu to investigate what happened to Dongfang Yaoyu in the dark area of Yunlu. So, just now, the people we sent came back to report that Dongfang Yaoyu and Su Mo were old acquaintances. And Su Mo was not a maid of the Xiahou family at all, but came from the dark area of Yunlu and was a disciple of the same sect as Dongfang Yaoyu. But our people were attacked halfway through the investigation. If they hadn't been lucky and escaped by chance, the truth would probably have been buried in the sea again. In fact, the Qi family spent a lot of effort in investigating Su Maoyang's identity. Since they had no clues after several investigations, they had to start with Dongfang Yaoyu. Because Dongfang Yaoyu rarely showed up in the year since he returned to the Dongfang family, and rarely cared about the outside world. But he came out to rescue Su Mo when he was besieged by the Xiahou family, and threatened to take Su Mo in. A nobleman who is the head of the 6 major families, and a few country bumpkins from Yuxing town, who are completely unrelated, can get together. Isn't it strange? So, the Qi family investigated from this direction, and finally got some clues. Unfortunately, their people only found out that Su Mo and Dongfang Yaoyu were in the same sect, and they were hunted down by the men in black before they had time to learn more about other things. Worried about being killed again, the people they sent had to rush back to report. This period of time happened to be the training of Huangquan Road. The people of the Qi family gathered in the back mountain, paying attention to Huangquan Road's results, and were not at home. Qi Yinxian, who stayed at home to recuperate, was the first to hear the news. But Qi Yinxian knew that the spy from Huangquan Road who mixed into the dark area of Yunlu was a big deal. So as soon as he got the news, he didn't care about his injuries and hurried to expose Su Maoyang's identity. Hearing this, the people from the other 3 colleges were all shocked. Even the Han family, the Sun family, the Song family, and even the Xiahou family were all dizzy by the shocking truth. They felt dazed and a little overwhelmed. After all, this truth was too unexpected for them. In fact, among the 6 big families, except for the Dongfang family, the other families have investigated Su Mo. However, as Qi Yinxian said, they investigated several times but did not find anything. They also guessed that someone was behind the scenes, deliberately concealing the truth. However, the people behind the scenes were too mysterious. Sometimes they were one group of people, and sometimes they seemed to be 2 groups, which confused them. However, even if they suspected Su Mo's identity, they never suspected that she was a spy sent by another country, because the Dongfang family is the head of the 6 big families after all, and they have been generals for generations, holding military power, fighting for the royal family, and are loyal to the royal family. Who could have thought that the Dongfang family could do such a rebellious thing and harbor spies? So that's it. No wonder the emperor is close to you. It turns out you are a spy sent by the emperor. Qi Xianqian only then realized why the emperor looked down on her. A princess of noble status and beauty, and liked this ugly and humble maid. Now, she suddenly realized that the liking was fake, and the private ordering of tasks was real. It's ridiculous that she is still jealous of an ugly monster, which is simply a shame. Everyone understood after listening to Princess Xianqian's words, and the things that had been puzzled before were solved. Why did Dongfang Yaoyu, who always didn't care about the world, help a maid out of trouble? Why did the Yunlu emperor, who always looked down on the Maple Forest Empire, suddenly visit and refuse the princess's marriage, and get close to an ugly maid? Now, all these mysteries have been revealed. Su Mo is a spy sent by the Yunlu Dark Domain to steal their Maple Forest Empire treasures. Realizing this, the dean of Haoheng College immediately roared in anger. You are Dongfang Haizheng. You are Dongfang family. You actually harbored spies from the Yunlu Dark Domain and colluded with the Yunlu Dark Domain. You are so bold. Dongfang Yanqing was accused of this, and was also furious. He angrily retorted, Jiang Ruida, keep your mouth shut. My Dongfang family is upright, and has never done anything to let down the Maple Forest Empire, let alone colluding with the Yunlu Dark Domain. Humph! I didn't expect your conspiracy to be exposed. And you still want to quibble. It doesn't matter if you refuse to admit that you harbored a spy. We can ask the emperor to personally investigate Su Mo's background. When the evidence is conclusive, your Dongfang family will be beheaded. The head of the Qi family was waiting for the Dongfang family to capsize. Now Qi Yinxian brought such good news. and it was so convincing that it was probably not wrong. So he immediately added fuel to the fire with righteous words, wishing to burn the Dongfang family and Su Mo to ashes. When the wall falls, everyone pushes it. At this time, the head of the Han family also stood up to fear that the world would not be in chaos. Head of the Dongfang family. Your Dongfang family has a large number of troops. Are you unwilling to submit to the imperial power and plan to rebel? Don't slander me. Hearing these words, Dongfang Yanqing was already trembling with anger. Yes, I admit that Su Mo is from the Yunlu Dark Domain. She used to practice in the same sect as my son. Because she saved my son's life, my son took her in to the Dongfang family to repay her kindness. My son grew up in the Yunlu Dark Domain, and the emperor also knows it. Just because he made friends with a friend in the Yunlu Dark Domain, is he going to accuse my Dongfang family of conspiracy to rebel? Chapter 1565. To dance and retreat together. Dongfang Yanqing knew that now that Su Mo's identity was exposed, no matter how he tried to cover it up, they would investigate it clearly. Instead of hiding it, it would be better to speak openly. However, his Dongfang family was upright, and never had the slightest intention of betraying the Maple Forest Empire. Moreover, his Dongfang family had fought for the Maple Forest Empire for so many years, won so many battles, resisted so many foreign enemies, and sacrificed so many sons, and never had a complaint. If there was really a little bit of disloyalty to the Maple Forest Empire, why would their Dongfang family end up with so few people? But even so, their Dongfang family still has to suffer the slander of others. How can they not be angry? Humph. You know Su Mo is from the Yunlu Dark Domain, but you still dare to take her in. Let her enter Liuguan College and participate in Huangquan Road. No matter what, your Dongfang family cannot escape responsibility. I advise you to hand over Su Mo quickly. When you come to the emperor, we can still plead for you and give you a lighter sentence. Otherwise, you will be guilty of the great crime of killing 9 clans. Not to mention protecting Su Mo. Even you are in a difficult situation and can't protect yourself. The dean of Shichen College wanted to tear Su Maoyang to pieces, and immediately warned him fiercely. In fact, when it comes to taking in Su Mo, the Dongfang family is just out of gratitude. After all, Su Mo helped Dongfang Yaoyu in the most difficult time before, and later risked his life to find medicinal materials for Dongfang Yaoyu's illness, and saved his life. The Dongfang family has always valued friendship and righteousness, and will never do anything to drive away the benefactor. As for Liuguang Academy, even though they were wrong, when they learned of Su Mo's existence, she was already a disciple of Liuguang Academy. They really couldn't be so cruel as to let Su Mo leave Liuguang College. Seeing that the other party was determined to find trouble with him, Su Maoyang didn't want to implicate the Dongfang family. So he stepped forward and said, Master, third uncle, sixth uncle, everyone in the Dongfang family, thank you for taking care of me during this period. I will never forget your kindness. But you are descendants of generals, and loyal and brave men. How can you bear the crime of conspiracy to rebel? Since they are targeting me, you should not intervene. After that, Su Maoyang looked up at the group of wolves who were eyeing him covetously, and Lang Shun announced, I have no relationship with the Dongfang family. It's just that the Dongfang family is kind, and can't bear to see me wandering outside. So they took me in. They don't have those shameful thoughts you say. When it comes to entering Liuguang College, it has nothing to do with the Dongfang family. At the beginning, I was a member of the Xiahou family. I entered the academy as a maid. At that time, the Dongfang family didn't know about me. Even if they knew my identity later, they were loyal and righteous, and they would never say such words. And you are making things difficult for them, just to want the inheritance of Huangquan Road. In this case, come to me directly. What's the point of bullying the hero who fought for you? Hearing that Su Mo had completely cleared up her relationship with the Dongfang family, Dongfang Yaoyu frowned suddenly, then stood up and said in a deep voice, Father, third uncle, sixth uncle, I am an unfilial son and can't stay out of it. You take the rest of the Dongfang family away first. If there is a chance in the future, I will come to apologize to you. Dongfang Yaoyu's attitude was already very clear. He couldn't leave Su Mo alone and had decided to share the hardships with her. Dongfang Yanqing's face suddenly darkened upon hearing this, and he shouted, What nonsense are you talking about? Miss Su Mo joined our Dongfang family, so she is a member of our Dongfang family. We will never be ungrateful and abandon our family. Besides, our Dongfang family's loyalty to the Maple Forest Empire and the royal family is beyond words. And they can't slander it with just a few words. Yes, Miss Suimo. Although our Dongfang family is loyal to the Maple Forest Empire, we are not people who stick to the old ways. Whether you are from the Yunlu Dark Domain or the Burning Blood Sky City, no matter where you come from, you are the benefactor of our Dongfang family. So, don't tell us not to interfere anymore. We will definitely interfere in your affairs. Dongfang Haizhen was determined and did not mean to leave her alone, because although they were loyal to the Maple Forest Empire, they could not ignore the will of their ancestors. Besides, they have been generals for generations and have made so many contributions to the royal family. If the emperor wipes out their previous contributions just because they took in people from the Yunlu Dark Domain, such a royal family should not be supported. After all, the Dongfang family is not only loyal and righteous, but also proud. It is impossible for them to bow to the royal family just because they are afraid of this slander and being implicated. Then what has his Dongfang family become? Haven't they become villains who change their minds with the wind? Seeing that the Dongfang family is so loyal and righteous, Mu Jichen was also deeply touched and expressed his attitude. Suimo, I don't look down on ordinary people, but now I have a rare liking for a friend like you. How can I abandon my friend and run away? Today I will also learn from Dongfang Liua to make a bet that you will win. Suimo is a person who can always surprise him. He bets that he has not made a mistake in choosing her. Huapeng, who was following him, also quickly expressed his opinion. We almost died several times in Nan Forest before. And it was you, Miss Su, who rescued us. Although we didn't help at all. You gave us so many priceless elixirs in the Red Star League. I have no way to repay this kindness. So I can only stand by you. Yes, we stand by you. The other disciples of the Red Star League also expressed their opinions in unison. Since the incident of Hubuli, Yi Hongshan and Yin Tianlei, Huapeng has cleaned up the Red Star League. Now the remaining disciples of the Red Star League are a group of chivalrous disciples who have received the favor of Su Maoliang and are unwilling to stay out of it. Okay. Ha ha ha. Since we are all going to advance and retreat together, how can I be left out? Disciple, don't be afraid. The master is here. If they dare to touch you, the master will fight them to the death. Dong Xinan was moved by the younger generations of the Dongfang family and the Red Star Alliance, and roared in high spirits. He finally found such an arrogant and talented disciple. How could he let this group of shameless people wipe him out? Seeing that the Dongfang family, the Red Star Alliance and Dong Xinan and others were determined to protect Suimo, the deans and elders of the three major colleges were furious. Dongfang family, Red Star Alliance, if you insist on doing this, don't blame us for being rude. The dean of Haoheng College snorted angrily and waved his hand, signaling everyone to take action. All the vice deans and elders of Haoheng College surrounded them. Xicheng College and Lingye College were naturally unwilling to lag behind, and they all burst out with spiritual power and prepared to take action. Chapter 1566. You are our master. Elder Su of the Dan Hall of Liuguang College saw that the three colleges were unwilling to give up, and the battle was about to break out, and hurriedly advised, Dean, just hand over Suimo. Why make enemies with the three colleges for an outsider? Suimo once broke the hands of his favorite student Xiahou Qingyi, and he always hated Suimo. But Suimo was too well protected by the Dongfang family, so he had no chance to do it. Now he can finally kill Suimo with the arrogance of the three colleges. So he naturally can't let go of this opportunity. How many times do we have to say that Suimo is from my Dongfang family? Not an outsider. Dongfang Jianba has a hot temper. He was furious when he heard such words, and shouted back without giving any face. Seeing that they were still stubborn, Deng Sudong frowned and scolded them. For a woman, the dean of Liuguang College and the entire Dongfang family are actually going to be enemies with the Maple Forest Empire. It's really disappointing. Dongfang Haizhen heard this. His expression was as cold as a piece of black ice, staring at Deng Sudong with cold eyes, indescribably angry. What do you mean by being enemies with the Maple Forest Empire? When my Dongfang family shed their blood for the Maple Forest Empire, you didn't even know where you were in your stomach. Just based on you. You are not worthy of saying this. The ancestor of his Dongfang family was a great contributor to assisting the founding emperor. Strictly speaking, his Dongfang family also has a share of this country. When the Dongfang family helped to conquer the Maple Forest Empire, they didn't even know where Deng Sudong was. Now just because they are not on the throne, they are slandered by him like this. It's really ridiculous. Deng Sudong was choked by his retort. His face was alternately blue and black, and he looked extremely ugly, because he really had no right to judge the Dongfang family. However, thinking that their Dongfang family was about to be finished, and Dongfang Haijing's position as the dean would soon be his, Deng Sudong took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and tried to keep himself calm, because now it was not only him who was dissatisfied with Su Imo and the Dongfang family, but the other 3 colleges, even the royal family, would not let them go. So, he didn't need to do anything at all. Someone would help him deal with them, and he only needed to stand aside, add some firewood, and fan the fire. As he expected, the 3 colleges at this time were too lazy to talk nonsense, and they all attacked Su Imo and the Dongfang family. Dongfang Yanqing, as the head of the family, saw this scene and immediately ordered loudly, "Hai Zheng, Jianbo, I will use the formation to resist. You quickly take everyone back to the academy." Hearing this, Dongfang Haizheng and Dongfang Jianbo did not dare to delay for a moment, and immediately called the people of the Dongfang family and the disciples of the Red Star Alliance to retreat to the rear. They are now outnumbered, and if they fight hard, they will definitely not get any benefit. So they can only temporarily retreat to the academy and make other plans behind closed doors. Su Maoyang naturally knew that this was not the time to show off. Even if she didn't consider herself, she had to consider the Dongfang family and the Red Star Alliance, because she must not let down these friends who stood with her without hesitation at the critical moment of life and death. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang did not hesitate, and called Xinhu, Hua Mingyu, the Xiahou brothers and sisters, Mu Jichen and others to flee towards the direction of Liuguan Academy. The deans and elders of the 3 academies were all furious when they saw them trying to run away. They all blasted out their fierce strength, trying to intercept them all. However, Dongfang Yanqing was not a pushover. Although his spiritual power was not top-notch, he was quite powerful as a formation master. He stretched out his hand and waved it, holding a long pen, and quickly drew a silver sword in the air. Then silver light burst out from the sword, forming 2 star-shaped halos under his feet, and the word kill flashed in the halos. At this glance, it was known that Dongfang Yanqing was using a 2-star killing formation, which could deal with a strong man at the level of Xiantian Jun Lingshi. At this time, the silver long sword suddenly turned into countless sharp swords, strangling the 3 academies that were besieging. Most of the elders of the 3 academies were powerful Xiantian Jun Lingshi, and they were trapped in this killing formation and were in danger of their lives at any time. Although the 3 deans had reached the level of Supreme Lord Spiritual Master and did not take the 2-star killing array seriously, they had to divert their attention to rescue the elders and disciples of the academy. They were not stupid enough to let the elders and disciples of the academy be buried together just to kill Su Imo. As a result, they were trapped in the back mountain and could not catch up for a while. As for the elders and disciples of Liuguan Academy, they saw the commotion and were afraid of being affected by the fish pond. So they quickly retreated and left the back mountain. After Dongfang Haijing and Dongfang Jianbo brought everyone back to the academy, Dongfang Haijing immediately set up a 3-star trap array to cover Liuguan Academy, thus avoiding a battle with a huge disparity in strength. I believe that even if the 3 academies broke the killing array, it would not be so easy to break the 3-star trap array and break in to catch people. After all, the 3 stars trap formation was a formation that gave the Supreme Lord Spiritual Master a headache. Thinking that they were temporarily safe, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. And Su Maoyang felt touched and guilty when he saw that everyone was in trouble because of him. And he felt very uncomfortable, thinking that he had caused them too much trouble and could not let them fall into danger again. Su Maoyang could not help but speak seriously. "I'm sorry. I frightened everyone. In fact, as long as I am handed over, with the status of the Dongfang family in the Maple Forest Empire, they dare not do anything to you and the disciples of the Red Star Alliance. You have finally entered the Liuguan Academy to practice, and finally established a foothold in the imperial capital. There is really no need to ruin your future for me. You are the young generation with potential and hope in the Maple Forest Empire. The Emperor will definitely not be willing to kill you all. So as long as I go out, you are basically safe. Besides, this matter started because of me, so naturally I have to end it." Su Maoyang bowed gratefully and resolutely walked out of the trap and faced the wolves and tigers outside. Dongfang Youyu would not let her go out alone. He immediately stepped forward and grabbed her, warning angrily, "Su Imo, we all left everything to share the hardship with you. But you want to abandon us all. Is that reasonable?" "Yes, Su Imo. Aren't we a family? When family members are in trouble, how can we sit back and do nothing? If you feel that we are implicated, then you don't regard us as family at all." Dongfang Liu's eyes were red because of her actions, and she retorted dissatisfiedly. Dongfang Yanqing knew that Su Imo had good intentions and did not want to involve everyone. But now they had no way out. He sighed and explained in a deep voice, "Su Imo girl, you may not know that the reason why our Dongfang family can practice the formation is all because of the relationship with the master of our ancestor. Our Dongfang family can rise up with his help. In other words, it is because of him that our Dongfang family exists. And this Huangquan road was left by him. Since our Dongfang family promised to help him find the inheritor, we must not break our promise. So when the ancestor was alive, he left a will, asking our Dongfang family to recognize the person who inherited the Huangquan road as the master. We dare not disobey the will of our ancestor. So you will be the master that our Dongfang family will assist in the future." Originally, this matter was a secret of the Dongfang family. But now, his Dongfang family has nothing to hide. Chapter 1567. Let's see how the emperor decides. Hearing this, the younger generation of the Dongfang family, the disciples of the Red Star League, and even Dong Jinan were all shocked. They really didn't expect that the Dongfang family would have such a will. Su Maoyang was also stunned when she suddenly learned such news. After thinking for a while, she reacted and immediately remembered what she saw and heard at the last level of Huangquan Road. Because she learned from the Xianshan king that the formation of Huangquan Road came from the Divine Mark Atlas. And Huangquan Road was something left by the master of Dongfang's ancestors. That means that the Divine Mark Atlas was brought by the master of the ancestors. Since his master has the Divine Mark Atlas, his master is likely to be the descendant of one of the forces of the Xianshan king, who got the Divine Mark Atlas and learned the art of formation. But the Divine Mark Atlas is such a precious treasure. He has such a treasure, and it is obvious that he must have attracted countless strong men to chase him. Therefore, he was probably chased all the way and fled from Sanlua realm to Jiuya realm. Su Maoyang remembered that Dongfang Yanqing had mentioned before that when their ancestor met him, he was already seriously injured. In order to repay their ancestor's life-saving grace, he accepted their ancestor as his apprentice. It seems that the Dongfang family began to practice the art of formation from that time and gradually rose. In this case, their ancestor's master is indeed a great benefactor of the Dongfang family. In the eyes of the Dongfang family, he may have a higher status than their ancestor. It is no wonder that the ancestor left such a will, asking the Dongfang family to recognize the inheritor of Huangquan Road as the master. However, the Dongfang family had done her a favor, and they were all elders. How could Su Maoyang dare to be their master? She immediately waved her hand. "What are you talking about? Master? How dare I, a junior, be your master? Please don't embarrass me." Dongfang Yanqing knew that she couldn't accept this matter all of a sudden, so she didn't hesitate and told her directly, "Su Imo girl, our Dongfang family received the favor of our ancestor's master and promised to help find the successor and to assist you. So whether you are willing to be the master or not, our Dongfang family will never let you get into trouble. If you insist on going out, then all of us in the Dongfang family will have to follow you out to live up to our ancestors' trust." Dongfang Yanqing's voice was firm and resounding, as if he was going to fight with her. Dongfang Youyu, who was standing by, also hurriedly said, "Yes, if you want to go out and die, then our Dongfang family will accompany you to the end. And my Red Star Alliance." Mu Jichen was also a man with good eyesight, and he quickly took over the conversation. Dongfang Liu saw that Su Maoyang was forced to be speechless by everyone, and hurriedly added fuel to the fire. "Su Imo, you see, no one wants you to face it alone. It is said that there is strength in numbers. It is better for us to unite than for you to die alone. If you go out now, everyone will naturally be unwilling to abandon you, and then no one will survive. Can you really bear to see everyone die for you?" Su Maoyang was speechless for a moment. To be honest, she decided to face it alone because she didn't want to implicate everyone. But she didn't know that these people were so generous and righteous to her. At this moment, Facing this precious sincerity, how could Su Maoyang bear to let it down? At this moment, she only felt her eyes burning with tears, and was speechless for a moment. Touched. The heart that had been sent to hell was once again filled with emotion. Everyone and every face here were engraved in her heart. Seeing them, Su Maoyang thought of the blood battle group, which was also so loyal and so obligatory. Could it be that the group of people in front of them were the blood battle group that had already been in the sky, and they couldn't bear to see her alone, so they sent them to protect her? Thinking of this, Su Maoyang felt sad, and could no longer do anything rash. So he just let out a sigh of relief. Okay, let's advance and retreat together. Seeing that Su Maoyang was no longer stubborn, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. And Dongfang Yanqing smiled with relief, and then told Dongfang Haizheng and Dongfang Jianbo, I'm going to the palace now to report this to the emperor in person. You stay in the academy for the time being, and I'll be back soon. In fact, taking in people from the dark domain of Yunlu was not a big deal. But now that the 3 academies have fanned the flames, something that didn't happen has become something. So, they were afraid that the emperor would become suspicious and create a gap with the Dongfang family. And then the Dongfang family would really be speechless. Dongfang Haizheng couldn't let him take the risk alone. So he immediately objected. Brother, it's too dangerous for you to meet the emperor alone. What if the emperor really suspects you and arrests you on the spot? What do you want us to do? Humph. Our Dongfang family fought for the royal family and died on the battlefield. So many outstanding sons died to preserve his royal regime. If the emperor really suspects you, then he is a tyrant, and he has rebelled against the royal family. Dongfang Jianbo thought about the Dongfang family, who had devoted themselves to the royal family for generations, but were slandered and suspected. And he roared angrily. Dongfang Yanqing frowned and scolded when he heard these angry words. What nonsense are you talking about? Originally, my Dongfang family was loyal to the royal family and had no other intentions. If you say this, if it gets out, won't we be accused of plotting rebellion? Brother, you saw it today. Even if our Dongfang family is loyal to the Maple Forest Empire and has no complaints, even if I don't say such things, they can still put the blame on us for their own interests and to eliminate us. At that moment, I felt that our loyalty has become a joke. Dongfang Jianbo is a proud and principled person. Today's slander is too much of a blow to him, and naturally he can't swallow this bad breath. Dongfang Yanqing understands his feelings. He has invested too much emotion in the Maple Forest Empire, so he can't tolerate any sand in his eyes. In addition to anger, there are also a lot of grievances and regrets for the dead disciples. Now that the emperor has not expressed his position, no matter how much slander others say, it is useless. Now we should meet the emperor and see how the emperor handles it before making a decision. I believe that the emperor will not blindly believe the slander of the 3 major colleges because of the friendship over the years. When the time comes, with the support of the royal family, their 3 major colleges will not dare to act rashly. Dongfang Yanqing still wants to give the royal family a chance. After all, that is the royal family that their Dongfang family has assisted with their lives for so many years. Dongfang Haizheng heard this and did not persuade him again. Now everyone in the 3 major colleges is trapped at the back door of the college. You can only leave from the front door. We will send you out now. Dongfang Yanqing nodded and strode towards the front door. Su Maoyang and everyone followed him to the front door. They were relieved only after watching him leave safely. However, as soon as they arrived at the front door, they saw a large group of guards swarming in and immediately surrounded Liuguang College. Judging from their attire, they are obviously the Royal Maple Forest Army. Chapter 1568 Kill them all. It's the Maple Forest Army. I didn't expect them to come so quickly. Dongfang Liu sighed in surprise when she saw this. Su Maoyang's face darkened, and he said solemnly, It seems that after Qi Yanxian learned of my identity, he had already sent someone to report to the emperor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have surrounded the academy so quickly. As she was speaking, a young man wearing black armor and holding a silver spear suddenly walked out from the guards. He looked to be in his early 30s, but his face was dark and his features were firm, which made him look much more mature and steady than his age. At this moment, he announced to them in the academy with a cold face. The emperor has ordered that the Dongfang family colluded with the Yunlu Dark Domain, secretly harbored spies, and planned to rebel. They have committed a capital crime, and the 9 clans should be executed. I advise you to surrender quickly to avoid hurting innocent people. Such an order was too sudden, exploding like thunder over the heads of the Dongfang family. Everyone was stunned, their faces pale, and they forgot to react for a moment. Dongfang Jianbo was already full of anger, and he hadn't calmed down yet. Hearing such cruel and heartless words, he roared in anger. Brother, this is the royal family you believe in. Just based on Qi Yinchuan's words, they sent troops to surround us and kill our Dongfang family. This is what you call kindness. It's okay to think that their Dongfang family was slandered by others. But now even the royal family they protected with their lives is like everyone else, uprooting their Dongfang family. How can such an action not make people feel chilled? At this moment, Dongfang Jianbo thought of his loyalty and felt extremely ironic. Of course, not only him, but other members of the Dongfang family were also indignant. Even if they took in the people from the Yunlu dark domain, they had never done anything to offend the royal family, let alone rebel. How could they not feel wronged by such slander? The emperor doesn't even think about it. With the strength of our Dongfang family, if we wanted to rebel, we would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? He didn't find out the truth of the matter, nor did he listen to our explanation. He wanted to kill my whole family. It's really disheartening. Dongfang Jianbo was so angry that he trembled all over, and he couldn't say how heartbroken he was. However, Su Maoyan calmed down at this time, opened his red lips, and told the cruel truth. Now that my identity has been exposed, the Fonlin army has dispatched to surround me, and brought the imperial edict to kill the 9 clans. Such a quickness and such determination can only mean one thing. Your emperor doesn't want the truth, but just a charge to kill you. When Su Maoyan first arrived in the Fonlin Empire, he heard that the Dongfang family had made many military achievements and was famous, and was a great hero praised by the people. The people's respect for the Dongfang family is catching up with the royal family. So, from the moment she saw the Dongfang family's carriage, she expected that the Dongfang family would attract attention, and being too high profile might not be a good thing. Unexpectedly, it came true so soon. Hearing Sumo's words, everyone present was stunned, and a flash of surprise flashed across their pupils. Yes, he doesn't want the truth, because it doesn't matter to him whether Sumo is a spy or not. What's important is that everyone thinks Sumo is a spy. In this way, he can legitimately send troops to attack my Dongfang family and uproot my Dongfang family in the Maple Forest Empire. Your Majesty, you are so cruel, Dongfang Haijing said at the end, with a sad tone, obviously disappointed with the royal family. Dong Jinan, who was standing by, was also touched. He sighed helplessly and nodded. Yes, if the emperor really came for the spy, he could have asked you to hand over Sumo, interrogate him strictly, and find out the whole story before convicting you. But he didn't. Humph. Not only did he not intend to interrogate, his Maple Forest army came so quickly, and wanted to kill all 9 of our clans as soon as he opened his mouth. It was obvious that he was afraid that the night would be long and dreams would be many, and he was afraid that we would really find evidence of treason, which would make it difficult for him to act. Our emperor is not only cruel and ruthless, but also swift and decisive in doing things. Dongfang Haijin saw the face of the royal family, and shook his head with a sneer. Hearing these words, everyone's hearts cooled down little by little, and the chill instantly spread throughout the body. Dongfang Yanqing was more solemn than ever before when facing the black-robed commander. His cold voice had no warmth at all, but it was extremely powerful and touched everyone's heart. Commander Liu, I want to see the emperor. I want to hear him personally condemn me. Commander Liu heard this and shouted angrily, without any room for negotiation. How dare a traitor to see the emperor? You should go downstairs to see the late emperor. Seeing his attitude, Dongfang Yanqing no longer had any hope, because a small commander dared to refuse his request as the general of the national defense. Who else could have such courage except the emperor's instruction? It seems that the emperor has wanted to take action for a long time, but he has never found a legitimate reason. Now that he knows that the Dongfang family has mixed into the dark domain of Yunlu with spies, and the 3 major colleges are attacking them together, how can he miss such a great opportunity? Therefore, the emperor is determined to kill them this time. Thinking of this, Dongfang Yanqing took a deep breath, calmer than ever before. But only he knew what kind of crazy rage he was suffering in his heart. Commander Liu, please go and tell the emperor that my Dongfang family is loyal to the royal family and has devoted all our lives to the Maple Forest Empire. We have never let down the royal family or the Maple Forest Empire. But the Emperor wants to kill my entire family without any reason. It's better to rebel against such a royal family. But I feel sorry for the sons and daughters of my Dongfang family who died. I am sorry for my Dongfang family. The soldiers are not worth it. Stupid Emperor. To be honest, it was my Dongfang family who conquered this world for you. Later, when foreign enemies invaded, it was also my Dongfang family who defended it for you. Now you have turned your back on us and want to kill us all. My Dongfang family is really blinded by lard. We are willing to fight bloody battles for such a heartless and ruthless emperor. It's a pity that the good sons of my Dongfang family died on the battlefield at a young age. If they were alive, I don't know how sad they would be to see the face of the royal family. Dongfang Jianbao was so angry that he couldn't control himself. His chest seemed to explode at any time. When Commander Liu heard their treasonous words, he was also furious. If there was no formation blocking them, they couldn't rush in. Now, he would probably have started a massacre. Humph. Stop talking nonsense. The Emperor has ordered that you be given 3 hours to think about it. If you come out voluntarily, the Emperor will spare the lives of everyone except Suimo and the Dongfang family. But if we break the formation by force, you will all die. You can handle it yourself. Commander Liu issued an ultimatum. The Emperor knew that the Dongfang family was proficient in formations. If they broke in forcefully, there would be casualties. Therefore, the Emperor gave them time to consider. Hearing such a warning, everyone's faces seemed to be covered with a layer of worry. What should we do? There are only a few of us. How can we be the opponent of the royal family and the 3 major academies? Dongfang Liu was a little anxious, worried that they would really break through the formation and break in. At that time, wouldn't they be fish on the chopping board? At the mercy of others? Hearing Dongfang Liu's question, everyone's face was even more ugly and scary. And they also had no idea. At this time, Su Moyang narrowed his eyes and had an idea. You guys hold on for the time being. I'll go to the alchemy room. Chapter 1569, She holds the lifeline of the royal family. Suimo, why are you going to the alchemy room at this critical moment? Dongfang Liu didn't understand. There were only 3 hours left. How could she still have the leisure to make the elixir? She asked anxiously. Compared with everyone's anxious look, Su Moyang smiled and calmly said, Don't worry. The Emperor is just scaring you and letting you fall into the trap. He won't really do it. He has sent the Maple Forest army out and only gave us 3 hours to consider. Is this true? Dongfang Liu raised her voice and said in disbelief. The Emperor has already torn his face like this, and it is clear that he wants to kill them all. How could he just scare them? Su Moyang laughed and shook his head, and said calmly, Do you think those 3 hours are really giving you time to consider? Dongfang Liu widened her eyes after hearing this, not knowing why. Seeing that she didn't understand, Su Moyang continued to explain. Those 3 hours seem to give us time, but in fact they are just giving the prince time. Don't forget, the Emperor's lifeline is still in my hands. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. After a moment's pause, they suddenly remembered that when they were on the Yellow Spring Road, the prince had fallen into a big trap at Sumo's hands and was forced to swallow a poison pill, which put his life in danger at any time. It's just that they were in a hurry to escape just now, and they were so confused that they forgot about it. The lifeline that Suimo was talking about. Wasn't it His Royal Highness the Prince? His Royal Highness the Prince was a genius that the Emperor had spent all his efforts to cultivate. The Emperor had placed too many high hopes on him, but he was unfortunately poisoned. How could the Emperor watch him die? Therefore, if the Emperor wants him to live, he has to get the antidote from Suimo. Sumo's move really holds the Emperor's lifeline. Mu Jichen's mind is active. After hearing what Su Moyang said, he immediately reacted and sneered. No wonder the Emperor gave us 3 hours to consider. I thought he had some conscience, and was going to let our Red Star Alliance go. Who knows? He just wants to delay time and detoxify his prince. If the prince really detoxifies, there is no need for Sumo's antidote. Then the Maple Forest army can attack without any worries. The Emperor is not sure what poison the prince has, and whether he can survive without Sumo's antidote. These naturally require time to diagnose and treat. So, before everything is settled, the Emperor will naturally not act rashly. But he doesn't want Suimo to know that he values the prince. So he uses the 3 hours of time to consider as a cover to stabilize the situation temporarily. It must be said that the old ones are still the wisest. The emperor's move bought time for his prince and showed his benevolence. He is indeed a cunning guy. Thinking of this, everyone was secretly shocked. Su Maoyang saw that they understood the emperor's thoughts. So he instructed, "Only I can cure the prince's poison, and the emperor will not take action for a while. It's the people from the 3 major colleges in the back mountain. They joined forces to break the formation. We are afraid that we can't hold on for too long. Although they dare not make too big moves with the royal family in front. We are afraid that they will play some tricks. So we should be careful. The fear is that the people from the 3 major colleges will capture the people of the Dongfang family. And the Dongfang family is loyal and righteous. In this case, they will undoubtedly be strangled by the throat and have no power to resist at all. Dongfang Yanqing, Dongfang Haijing, and others have lived for most of their lives. They understood the meaning of Su Maoyang's words and nodded solemnly. The imperial palace? As Su Maoyang expected, the imperial palace was in chaos because of the poisoning of the prince. Quickly grab his hands. Don't let him grab them again. The middle-aged man in a bright yellow dragon robe, although not waiting by the couch, had a thorough understanding of Qi Yinya's situation. Seeing Qi Yinya rolling around in pain and scratching his face with his hands, he immediately gave a loud and anxious order. The imperial doctors surrounding the couch were trembling with anger and quickly grabbed Qi Yinya's hands. Suddenly, someone replied with a trembling voice, "Your Majesty, it's not good. Your Highness's hands have begun to rot." Hearing this, the emperor's face darkened. His sword eyebrows stood up, and his roar was like thunder. "Assholes! How do you treat patients?" All the imperial doctors present were frightened by the emperor's anger and turned pale. Their legs and feet softened, and they knelt on the ground one after another. Since the emperor invited all the imperial doctors into the palace, they knelt in the whole room, all trembling and not daring to look up. The emperor was furious when he saw how useless they were. He shouted angrily, "A bunch of useless things. You can't even treat a little poison. What's the use of you?" When the imperial doctors heard this, they trembled and cowed out in fear. "Your Majesty, please spare me. Your Majesty, please spare me. This poison is too strong. We are powerless. I guess only the elders of the Alchemy Guild can tell what kind of poison pill it is." The emperor was so angry that he blew his beard and glared, and snorted, "Useless things." Then he turned to the eunuch behind him and asked anxiously, "Has the old Dan Shum come?" The eunuch hurriedly answered respectfully, fearing that he would anger him, "I have just sent someone to invite him, and he must be here soon." Speaking of the devil, the eunuch had just finished speaking when someone led the old Dan Shung in. The old Dan Shung had received a lot of favors from the royal family. Now that the prince was in trouble, the emperor personally sent someone to invite him, so he had to give him this face. So, when he saw the emperor, Dan Shung was about to salute. But the emperor came up to him in a hurry, grabbed his hands that were about to salute, and hurriedly pulled him to the prince's bed. "Dan Shung, there is no need to be polite. Come and help me see what kind of poison the prince has been poisoned by. This group of useless trash can't even figure out what kind of poison it is." Dan Shung didn't expect that these imperial doctors couldn't even figure out what kind of poison it was. So he couldn't help but be a little more curious, and followed the emperor to the bedside and took a closer look at the prince's condition. However, when he saw the prince's hands that were beginning to rot, his eyes still unconsciously condensed. Then, he stretched out his right hand, touched Qi Yinya's pulse, and checked it carefully. A touch of surprise flashed across his calm face. The emperor saw his expression and asked anxiously, "Old Dan Shung, what kind of poison did the prince get?" Old Dan Shung shook his head solemnly. "Your Majesty, this time, I can't do anything." The emperor saw that old Dan Shung was shaking his head and sighing, looking embarrassed, and suddenly widened his eyes in shock. "Old Dan Shung, you are the most authoritative and powerful alchemist in our Maple Forest Empire. How can there be a poison that you can't cure? Your Majesty, you think too highly of me. Although I am a Dan Shung, I can't cure the poison of the divine pattern pill." Hearing this, the emperor was shocked. "What? Divine pattern pill?" Chapter 1570a Deal with the Emperor. The old Dan Shung nodded and said regretfully, "If you want to detoxify the poison pill with divine patterns, you must use an antidote with divine patterns. And I am not talented. I have not yet understood the way of divine patterns, and cannot refine divine pattern pills." The words of the old Dan Shung were undoubtedly a heavy hammer. hitting the emperor's heart hard, and his face turned pale in an instant. However, just when the emperor was shocked, a guard outside suddenly reported, "Your Majesty, Commander Lu came to report that Su Mo is holding the antidote for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and wants the emperor to exchange it for Mithriya Immortal Buds." What? Mithriya Immortal Buds? The emperor obviously did not expect Su Mo to make such a request, and was immediately shocked. He thought Su Mo had the antidote and would threaten him to spare her and the Dongfang family. But he didn't expect that she only wanted Mithriya Immortal Buds. It's just that he has always treasured Mithriya Immortal Buds, but he is reluctant to hand them over to Su Mo. Humph. Mithriya Immortal Bud is so precious. How can you just give it to her? Go back to her and let her know her identity and her situation, and quickly hand over the antidote. Otherwise, all the people of the Dongfang family and the Red Star Alliance will be buried with her. The emperor was not so easy to compromise. He snorted heavily and ordered. The guards clasped their fists and accepted the order, and quickly retreated, heading straight for Liuguang Academy. When he arrived in front of Commander Lu, he repeated the emperor's meaning. After hearing this, Commander Lu raised his head and looked at Su Maoyang opposite him, saying coldly, "Su Mo, you heard it too. The emperor won't fall for it. You want Mithriya Immortal Bud? No way. I advise you to hand over the antidote quickly. Maybe the emperor can still spare the people you implicated." "Captain Lu, do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? You guys made such a scene. How can the emperor easily let them off? So, don't use coercion or inducement. I think the emperor must have known what poison the prince was poisoned with. Now the prince's life is in my hands. Go back and tell the emperor that I only have this divine pattern antidote. If I don't use Mithriya Immortal Bud to exchange it, then I will have to crush it. Anyway, I can't live, and it's worth it to be buried with His Royal Highness the Prince." Su Maoyang snorted coldly. Her tone was extremely free and easy, as if she really risked her life. Afterwards, she raised her arm slightly, held the pill in the air, and then clenched her 5 fingers, really looking like she was going to crush it, which frightened Commander Lu and changed his face instantly. "Commander Lu, I am a man without patience. If I don't see the Mithriya buds in an instant stick of time, I'll be sorry." Su Maoyang narrowed her eyes slightly, emitting a sinister cold light, and her warning voice was as sharp as ice chips. As she spoke, she used some force in her hands, and even squeezed the pills into a little deformation. Commander Lu was forced by her, and had no choice but to stop her loudly. "Wait!" Then, he could only order the guards around him. "Report to the emperor quickly." Seeing the guards running back happily, Su Maoyang raised a faint sneer at the corner of his mouth. Mu Jichen, who was standing by, didn't quite understand and asked curiously, "Su Mo, why didn't you use the antidote to let the emperor spare everyone, but instead use such an important bargaining chip to exchange for the medicinal materials of Mithriya Immortal Bud? This is too much of a loss." Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows, glanced at him, and said lightly, "Don't underestimate this Mithriya Immortal Bud. Whether we can survive or not, we probably still rely on it." Mu Jichen was even more confused after hearing this answer. Relying on one medicinal ingredient? Did I hear it right? Not only Mu Jichen, but everyone present was confused, not knowing what Su Maoyang was doing. But Su Maoyang knew it well. She had just rushed to refine the antidote for the prince, but she was waiting to exchange it for Mithriya buds to save her life. Yes, you heard it right. Think about it. If I use the antidote to threaten the emperor and let him release everyone, even if the emperor verbally promised to spare everyone's life, would he really do it? We are standing on the territory of the Maple Forest Empire. He was forced to agree to let us go for the antidote. What about after the prince's poison is removed? Are you sure that he will not send troops to encircle and suppress us again? Hearing Sumo's words, everyone's face darkened, and their pupils rolled with anger. To do this, it's too mean. Dongfang Liu frowned and said with disgust, "Ha. Villain? Those in power. Which one of them is not scheming in order to consolidate his power?" The emperor naturally does not mind using villain means to eliminate the Dongfang family. Besides, in the eyes of outsiders, the Dongfang family is guilty of conspiracy to rebel. What is the emperor's means compared with hiding spies and plotting rebellion? The emperor just used some means to eliminate the traitors. Who dares to say it is not true? Furthermore, once the emperor gets the antidote, he will have many ways to deal with us. He can just say that I deceived him with a fake antidote, and the previous promise will naturally be invalid. At that time, won't the Dongfang family still be doomed? Su Maoyong sneered and shook his head, guessing most of the means the emperor was going to use. Hearing Sumo's analysis, Dongfang Yanqing, Dongfang Haizheng, Dongfang Jianbo and Dong Jinan, the elders, all changed color, and their eyes staring at Su Maoyong became a little surprised and complicated. They didn't expect that Suimo, a little girl in her 20s, could see the situation so thoroughly and analyze it so well. She could even guess the emperor's thoughts and predict what would happen later. She really has a very smart mind. Su Maoyong received everyone's strange eyes and knew that he had said too much. So he restrained his breath a little. At this moment, as expected by Su Maoyong, the guard appeared in the sight of Su Maoyong and others again, with a eunuch holding a golden brocade box. When Commander Lu saw the eunuch beside the emperor coming, he respectfully gave way. The eunuch had seen Su Imo at a palace banquet before, and he had a very deep impression of her. When he saw her now, he recognized her at a glance, and immediately said to her loudly, "Su Imo, I brought the Methreya buds on the order of the emperor. You should hand over the antidote quickly." He. Eunuch. You said you brought it. So you brought it. How can I trust you? What if the box is empty? Wouldn't I be fooled by the emperor? Su Maoyong is not so easy to fool. When Commander Lu saw that she dared to slander the emperor, he shouted, "How dare you? How dare you insult the emperor?" When the eunuch heard this, he laughed instead of getting angry, and waved to Commander Lu. "Commander Lu, it doesn't matter, since she doesn't believe it. Just open the box and let her take a look." As he said that, the eunuch took out the Methreya buds and showed them to her. Su Maoyong nodded slightly after confirming it. "Throw the box over here, and I'll give you the antidote." Commander Lu was furious when he heard this. "Su Imo, don't push your luck. Forget it," the emperor said. "It's just a herb. Just give it to her." The eunuch knew what the emperor was thinking. Su Imo was going to die anyway. Even if she got the Methreya bud, wouldn't it end up in the emperor's hands? Chapter 1571, Refining the Elixir for the Lord of the City. Although the emperor was reluctant to part with the Methreya immortal bud, it was only a medicinal material after all, and it was naturally incomparable to the life of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. The emperor might have resisted at first, and refused to compromise. But when he saw the Crown Prince suffering in human torture, he thought that even if he delayed time, and used his method to detoxify him, the Crown Prince would probably have sequelae in his life, and be completely ruined. How could the emperor sit still? In addition, only the divine pattern elixir in the world could detoxify the Crown Prince. Where could he find a divine pattern alchemist at the moment? He might not be able to find one even if he searched the entire 9 netherworlds, and would delay the Crown Prince in vain. Therefore, Su Maoyong almost calculated that the emperor could not withstand his threat, and had to bow to him. Even if he didn't know whether the elixir in his hand was real or fake, he had to take a risk. However, he dared to take such a risk because he was sure that he could take the Methreya immortal bud back. This shrewd emperor really didn't want to suffer any loss. Su Maoyong thought so, and the eunuch really threw the box containing Methreya buds over. Su Maoyong caught the box with one hand, opened it to confirm that it was correct, and then put the elixir back into the medicine bottle and threw it over. Commander Lu immediately helped to catch the medicine bottle and handed it to the eunuch. Still a little worried. "Eunuch, what if Su Imo cheats? They can't escape today anyway. So what if they cheat? It's just a medicinal material. Can it turn the world upside down?" The eunuch snorted coldly and opened the medicine bottle to take a look. But he didn't understand elixirs, so he had to take it back for the old Dansheng to personally look at it. Thinking about it, he put away the medicine bottle and ordered seriously, "I will report to the emperor first. You stay here and don't let them slip away." "Yes." Commander Lu received the order and immediately clasped his fists. At this time, Su Maoyong got the medicinal materials and did not dare to delay. He sincerely asked Dong Jinan and several elders of the Dongfang family, "We don't have much time. Once the prince detoxifies, we will be doomed. However, I have tampered with the prince's antidote, and the effect will be slower. Fenglin Jun will not attack immediately, but the group of people in the back mountain may break in at any time. Therefore, Su Imo here asks all the elders to resist for the time being, and let me refine the pill. We have a chance of winning." Everyone didn't expect Su Imo to refine the pill. They were surprised and confused. But time was tight, and they couldn't ask more questions. Sumo took Shinua and left this place quickly, and went straight to the alchemy room. Arriving at the door of the alchemy room, Su Maoyang ordered Shinua, "You stay here. Don't let anyone disturb me." The elixir she was going to refine was very important, so she had to be very careful. Now the lives of so many people were in her hands, and she couldn't make any mistakes. Shinua knew the seriousness of the matter, and solemnly clasped her fists. Shinua obeys the order. Seeing this, Su Maoyang stepped into the alchemy room. She is now only an alchemist at the early stage of the alchemy saint. And to refine the antidote for the city lord, she must reach the middle stage of the alchemy saint. So, she must break through the early stage of the alchemy saint and advance to the middle stage of the alchemy saint. And she only advanced one level in the Yellow Spring Road. And it would be quite difficult to advance another level in such a short time. But the situation was critical, and she had no other choice. Thinking of this, she planted the Mithraea immortal bud she got into the spiritual field of the medicine cauldron space, hoping to grow more Mithraea immortal buds. After all, in addition to the city lord, there were a large group of people in the Nether City waiting for her to detoxify. And one Mithraea immortal bud was definitely not enough. Then, she waved her hand, released the evil blood cauldron, quickly peeled off the other medicinal materials, and threw them into the evil blood cauldron. She had no time to slowly comprehend her mental power, and could only hone her mental power through practical methods. Although this method was difficult, physically demanding, and hurtful to the body, it was the most promising way to advance. In this way, Su Maoyang repeated it over and over again, and didn't know how many times he had refined it, and how many pills he had made. He was already tired and sweaty, exhausted, but he still didn't dare to relax at all, and concentrated on the medicinal materials in the evil blood cauldron. After an unknown period of time, Su Maoyang finally noticed the signs of the pill taking shape, and when he was secretly happy, he immediately poured more mental power into it. God will not let down those who work hard. Finally, with Su Maoyang's gritted teeth and persevered, the middle-level holy medicine was formed and exuded a strong medicinal fragrance. I finally advanced to the middle stage of the holy medicine. I think I can help the city lord refine the antidote now. Su Maoyang took a deep breath, wiped the sweat from his forehead, took out the Mithraea fairy bud, and invested in refining the medicine without any rest. Unknowingly, another hour passed, and Su Maoyang finally finished refining the city lord's antidote. At this moment, Shinua's slightly anxious voice came from outside. "Master, the 3 major colleges and the Maple Forest army have all attacked and now surrounded all the people of the Dongfang family in the central square." Shinua has always been steady, and even she is a little anxious. The situation must not be optimistic. Hearing this, Su Maoyang's face suddenly sank. He immediately put the antidote into the medicine bottle, summoned the heavenly demon Martin, and ordered seriously, "Diao, take the antidote now, and go to the Nether City quickly. Be sure to hand the antidote to the lord of the city in person, and tell him about our current situation. This time, we have to rely on him to take action. The lord of the city has a grudge against the royal family. Su Maoyang is not worried that he will not help. Besides, the people of the Nether City still rely on her to detoxify. He will not let himself get into trouble." The heavenly demon Martin received the order, nodded heavily, and hurriedly took the medicine bottle. "Woman, be careful. Wait for me to come back. Don't worry. I still have the Fire Phoenix Spirit Pearl in my body. I can hold on until you come back anyway." Su Maoyang didn't want him to worry, so he immediately comforted him. Hearing this, the heavenly demon Martin turned around and ran out of the room. Su Maoyang had just finished refining the elixir, and was extremely weak. But there was still a fierce battle waiting for her outside. She couldn't rest, so she had to swallow a pill to restore her strength. After adjusting her breath a little, she stood up and strode straight to the square. As expected, as Shinua said, the Dongfang family and others were surrounded by the royal army and the people of the 3 major colleges. "Dongfang Yanqing, Dongfang Haizheng, where did you hide the spy Sumo? I advise you to hand it over quickly, and we may consider leaving you a whole body." The dean of Haoheng College had a sinister face and roared angrily, with murderous intent all over his body. Now that the royal family is in charge, the 3 major colleges are even more confident. Dongfang Yanqing sneered and shook his head. "What spy or not? Just say it if you want to inherit. Chapter 1572. Their great-grandfather is here. Although the dean of Haoheng College did come for the inheritance, and of course had revenge in mind, he was embarrassed to be exposed by Dongfang Yanqing. He shouted angrily, "Dongfang Yanqing, you hid it from us, and allowed the people from the dark domain of Yunlu to snatch the inheritance. Do you think you are right?" Dongfang Jianba had long been fed up with their faces. Hearing this, he was even more furious, and made a disgusting sound. Everyone knows that Huangquan Road was passed down by the master of our Dongfang family's ancestors. Strictly speaking, this Huangquan Road should have belonged to my Dongfang family. So, our Dongfang family can give the inheritance to whoever they want. Is it your business? You, the people from the 3 major colleges, were blocked by this, and their faces turned red and trembled with anger. Dongfang Haizing saw that they were in the wrong, and snorted unhappily. In order to cultivate talents for the Maple Forest Empire, my Dongfang family did not take the Yellow Spring Road for ourselves, but shared it. You 3 colleges have shared it for so many years. Not only are you not grateful, but you want to rob it. It's too shameless. Haha. It's more than shameless. I think they have no face at all. For so many years, they have no ability to inherit the inheritance. But they have to rob it. I am ashamed for them to do such despicable things, Dong Jinan said sarcastically. Su Maoyang heard this, and a sarcastic sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. His cold voice was like spring water hitting stone, and he gently raised it. Since the 3 colleges want the inheritance, you can come and rob it. But whether you can rob it depends on whether you have the ability. Suddenly hearing Su Maoyang's voice, the people of the 3 academies were all startled and immediately followed the voice. Only then did they see Su Maoyang striding over from a distance. Seeing Su Emo appear, the 3 academies could no longer stay. Several deans had a dark look in their eyes. Their faces condensed, and they waved their hands suddenly and shouted, "Catch Su Emo!" Su Emo killed so many geniuses in their academy and snatched the inheritance of Huangquan Road. They couldn't wait to tear her into pieces. So when they saw her, several deans and elders burst out with terrible spiritual power without saying a word and attacked her. At the same time, Commander Lu also found the right time and ordered loudly, "Kill the Dongfang family and the Red Star Alliance, and leave no one alive." The Emperor's goal was to wipe out the Dongfang family. So the focus of the Maple Forest Army's attack was naturally Dongfang Yanqing and others. So, after the roar fell, the Maple Forest Army launched a large-scale attack and encircled the Dongfang family. However, just when the Dongfang family was attacked from all sides and in a difficult situation, and was ready to fight to the death at any time, a fierce force smashed down from the sky, spreading out from the Dongfang family, creating a terrible wave of air, which actually repelled the Maple Forest Army. Several deans and elders who rushed up, after they staggered to stand firm, they found that 4 figures were flying in the sky. When they saw the identities of the 4 people clearly, Commander Lu and the people from the 3 academies all changed their faces. Dongfang Liyue, who was anxious just now, shouted excitedly at this time, "Grandpa! Great-grandpa! You are finally here!" Su Maoyang was stunned when he heard such a name, and immediately looked up at the sky, only to see 4 white-haired, elderly old men standing in the air, exuding the aura of the Supreme Lord's spiritual master. 2 of them had square faces, thick dark eyebrows, and eagle-like deep eyes that were very similar to Dongfang Yanqing. They had silver hair and wrinkles on their faces, and they looked old. But even so, their bodies were still straight and tall. I think these 2 old men who are somewhat similar to the head of the Dongfang family should be the grandfather and great-grandfather mentioned by Dongfang Liyue. "Father! Grandfather! Yanqing is incompetent, and you actually troubled me to come in person." Dongfang Yanqing saw them appear, and his face flashed with surprise, and he immediately clasped his fists to apologize, because he knew that his father and grandfather had been in seclusion, practicing hard, and they could not be disturbed easily. Now that he made such a big fuss and alarmed them, he naturally felt a little sorry. The lean old man, who seemed to be the oldest among the 4, just waved his hand in the face of Dongfang Yanqing's self-blame. "Although I am in seclusion, I am not old and confused, and I am not ignorant of everything. You don't have to blame yourself. It's not your fault. Blame it on some profit-seeking villains, who actually set their sights on my Dongfang family." After saying that, he turned his head and swept towards the Maple Forest Army and the 3 major colleges. His sharp eyes flashed with a cold light, as sharp as a sword. And then he shouted loudly, bursting out with terrifying pressure. The royal family and the 3 major colleges want to put my Dongfang family to death. Do you really think that my Dongfang family has no one left? The roar exploded like thunder, shaking in this empty square, as if the air was trembling 3 times with fear at this majestic voice. Facing the anger of Mr. Dongfang, the people of the Maple Forest Army and the 3 major colleges were all stagnant, frightened and silent, holding their breath. This great-grandfather of the Dongfang family is a very powerful person. He was a midterm supreme master of the monarch spirit a long time ago. After such a long period of closed-door training, his strength is estimated to have improved a lot. He is definitely a tough guy who is not easy to provoke. However, just when the whole audience fell into silence, a heavy and disdainful voice suddenly came from a distance, as if he didn't take him seriously at all. Humph. Even if you have someone in your Dongfang family, you still have to explain it here today. Feeling the overwhelming energy coming from the front, everyone was shocked and immediately looked up. They saw a large group of people slowly walking out from the back of the Fenglin army. The one walking in the front was the emperor, and 4 old men with gray hair and yellow robes. Following behind were Deng Sudong, the vice president of Liuguang College, and several elders of the Dan Palace. Along with them came Qi Xianchen, Han Sinyu, Ai Shuya, Han Jingfei, Shi Yelin, Xiahou Yuanshan, Xiahou Wanyin, Hu Buli, Wan Lisan and other disciples who had a grudge against Su Mo. Of course, people from the 6 major families are indispensable here. They hate Su Maoyang to the core. And now there is a chance to kill her. So they naturally want to join in the fun and contribute some strength. Now, this group of people stand with the royal family, and their attitude is very clear. They are here to add insult to injury and step on them. Of course, Su Mo saw that the elders of the Dan Palace and people from the 6 major families were present, and he was not stupid enough to think that they were here to help him. Therefore, Su Maoyang had expected them to attack him, and he was not surprised at all. It was the 4 old men walking in front of the emperor that made Su Maoyang's face darken, because he felt the aura emitted by the 4 people. He knew that their strength was extremely terrifying, and he was afraid that they were comparable to the 4 old men who supported the Dongfang family. In this way, the Dongfang family still won't get any benefit at all. Chapter 1573 The Old Man of the Royal Family. Seeing the enemy coming fiercely, Su Maoyang walked towards the Dongfang family and the Red Star Alliance without being careless, standing with them, and began to bruise spiritual power in her palms, ready for battle. For Su Maoyang, no matter how many people the enemy came, no matter how strong they were, they would never touch the Dongfang family and the Red Star Alliance under her nose, because she never wanted to put her relatives and friends who supported and protected her into danger again, and never wanted to watch them die for her again. She didn't want to experience the feeling of living a life worse than death again. Recalling the scene of the blood battle group dying in front of her, Su Maoyang unconsciously clenched her fingers. Her nails sank into the flesh, and she didn't feel the blood marks. The Dongfang disciple beside her was frightened by the 4 white-haired old men walking in the distance, and his face was pale and horrified. Feeling the sharp aura coming in front of him, he shuddered involuntarily. Although Su Maoyang didn't know the identities of these 4 old men, she saw that they were wearing yellow robes embroidered with dragon patterns, and their facial features were somewhat similar to those of the current emperor. So she immediately guessed that these 4 people should be from the royal family. Thinking of this, she tilted her head slightly and asked Dongfang Yanqing, "Are they the emperors of the previous dynasty?" Dongfang Yanqing was shocked by the other party's momentum, and his body was stiff. His expression was embarrassed. When he heard Su Maoyang's question, he suddenly came back to his senses, nodded solemnly, and his tone was more suppressed than ever before. "Well, the one with protruding cheekbones, cold facial features, and the oldest age is the emperor's great-grandfather." When he heard the emperor's great-grandfather, Su Maoyang's eyes flickered, and there was a flash of surprise in them. She heard that the emperor was the 2nd emperor of the Maple Forest Empire, which means that this person is likely to be the brother of the lord of the city. Realizing this, Su Maoyang took a deep look at the emperor and found that he had sharp facial features, sunken eye sockets, and deep eyes. Just standing there gave people a sinister feeling, like a venomous snake lurking in the dark, exuding a dangerous breath. If you talk about facial features, there is a bit of the shadow of the lord of the city. But the overall temperament is completely different. One is like a venomous snake, cold and vicious, and the other is like a tiger, resolute and mighty. If you don't look carefully, you can't find many similarities. Just as Su Maoyang was looking at the great-grandfather, Dongfang Yanqing looked at the old man next to him and introduced. The dark-skinned and thin man standing next to him is the Supreme Emperor, and the relatively tall and bloated man is the retired emperor. As for the man of medium build wearing a yellow python robe, he is the king of Chuxiang, who was a great contributor to the great-grandfather. After listening to the introduction, Su Maoyang's eyes froze slightly, and he was a little surprised. I didn't expect that the previous emperors are still alive. Yes, the previous emperors of the royal family were quite powerful, and have been practicing until now. Do you think that if there were no previous emperors and princes, with the little strength of the current emperor, he could really suppress the forces of the 4 major colleges and the 6 major families? Dongfang Jianbo, who was standing aside, sneered when he heard this, and his words showed contempt for the current emperor. Su Maoyang nodded slightly. Of course, she knew that the royal family must have its own backers, but she didn't expect there would be so many and so strong, because just from the spiritual power floating in their bodies, it can be seen that Emperor Gaozu and King Xiang of Chu have both reached the level of late-stage Supreme Sovereign Spiritual Master, while the Supreme Emperor and the Grand Emperor have also reached the level of mid-stage Supreme Sovereign Spiritual Master. On the other hand, the 4 elders of the Dongfang family are slightly inferior in strength. Although the great-grandfather mentioned by Dongfang Liu has reached the level of the late Supreme Monarch Spiritual Master, their grandfather is only a mid-term Supreme Monarch Spiritual Master. The other 2 elders are not like the people of the Dongfang family, and their strength has just reached the early Supreme Monarch Spiritual Master. In this comparison, whether in terms of number or strength, the Dongfang family is suppressed by the royal family. Of course, it is no wonder that the emperors are so outstanding, because there are many royal children. The one who ascends the throne must be the best among these princes. The Dongfang family has been a general for generations, and fought on the battlefield. I don't know how many sons died for the Maple Forest Empire. Of course, they are not as good as the royal family in terms of offspring, so only their grandfather and great-grandfather are left. In this way, the Dongfang family has paid so much for the royal family and the Maple Forest Empire, but in return, they were accused of conspiring to rebel and being a traitor. It is really chilling. Haha. I never thought that in order to punish my Dongfang family, even the emperor and several previous emperors came out in person. They really gave my Dongfang family enough face. The old man called the great-grandfather stared at the previous emperor opposite with cold eyes, and a sarcastic sneer appeared at the corners of his wrinkled lips. His loud voice sounded like he was laughing, but it was full of resentment and anger. The emperor, with sharp features and prominent cheekbones, narrowed his eyes slightly, and there was a cold light in his eyes. I heard that the Dongfang family is growing stronger and stronger, and even colluded with the Yunlu dark domain to hide spies. The emperor sent troops to capture the spies, but you not only refused to cooperate, but also openly became enemies of the royal family. You have caused a huge disaster. How can we sit idly by? Hearing this, the people of the Dongfang family were all trembling with anger. What do you mean by the emperor sent troops to capture spies? The emperor clearly used the excuse of spies to target their Dongfang family. Now it comes out of the mouth of the emperor's great-grandfather, and it is so high-sounding. It's really hateful. Su Maoyang sneered when he heard it. Sure enough, the person who could frame the city lord and trap him in the netherworld city is definitely not a simple character. At least this mouth that can turn black into white is quite powerful. Emperor's great-grandfather. You and I know why your royal family attacked my Dongfang family. Why do you say such high-sounding words? I'm going to say this today. If you dare to touch a hair of the Dongfang family, I will risk my life and rebel against your wolf-hearted royal family. The great-grandfather of the Dongfang family had a cold face and roared without giving in. When the emperor heard this, he was filled with murderous intent. His sinister face was like ice, and he seemed to have completely lost his patience. He waved his hand, and the word kill came out of his mouth like a knife, with a murderous intention, which shocked everyone in the Dongfang family. At this time, the former emperors around the emperor shot out like arrows and headed straight for the Dongfang family. Let's deal with the old guys in the Dongfang family. Shi Yuan, you go and capture Su Mo. Don't let the inheritance fall into the hands of others. The emperor roared at the emperor. In his opinion, Getting rid of the Dongfang family was important, and getting the Yellow Spring Road was equally important. When the emperor heard the inheritance, his pupil shrank, and he immediately looked at Su Maoyang, and his body was instantly filled with murderous intent. Although he did not reach the Supreme Lord Spiritual Master, he was already a late-stage innate Lord Spiritual Master. It was more than enough to deal with Su Mo. Su Maoyang saw the emperor rushing towards him. His expression froze, and he immediately summoned the Dragon Qin, ready to fight him to the death. Chapter 1574 Su Mo. Be careful. Shi Yuanchuan saw that Su Maoyang was trying to resist his attack without knowing his own strength, and he couldn't help but sneer. He didn't use any moves, just a simple palm, because in his opinion, Su Mo's move was undoubtedly a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and he didn't need to spend much effort at all. However, Su Maoyang is no longer the soft persimmon that she was in the past. After successfully accepting the inheritance, she has been promoted to the middle stage of Xiantian Junling Shi. In addition, she is an ancient spirit body, and the spiritual power in her body is much more abundant than that of ordinary people. So it is not a problem to deal with people who are one level higher than her. At this time, watching the spiritual power of the late Xiantian Junling Shi fluttering, Su Maoyang was particularly calm, holding the dragon harp and playing it heavily. And the spiritual power that burst out was accompanied by the sound of the harp, fiercely meeting it, and it was not inferior to the power of the emperor's blast, and crashed into it like a storm in waves. There was a loud bang, and everyone saw that the emperor, who was originally sure of victory, was blasted back several steps. In an instant, everyone's eyes widened in shock, and their pupils jumped into horror. Before, Su Mo defeated the prince, who was a mid-stage innate Junling master, with the strength of an early-stage innate Junling master and endless means, which had already surprised them. But now, Su Mo is even more perverted to blast back the emperor, who is a late-stage innate Junling master, with one move, and the spiritual power he burst out has increased by one level, becoming a mid-stage innate Junling master. You know, it's only been a few hours. Su Mo has increased by one level. Is it possible? Qi Xianchen couldn't accept this fact, and shook his head with a pale face. No, this is impossible. How can someone increase by one level in such a short time? Did she take some pills to increase her strength? No, she didn't take any pills. If she really tried to improve her strength, she could only resist the emperor's attack, but she couldn't knock him back with one move. Her strength is obviously stronger than the emperor's. Qi Yelin had seen Su Maoyang's ferocity and had some understanding of her. He had just seen her counterattack and analyzed it with a serious look. If she didn't take any pills, did she deliberately hide her strength? Han Senu frowned and asked in confusion. Qi Yelin had fought with Su Mo before. Although he was not happy that he was defeated by a woman, he could accept the reality now. He shook his head and pondered. No. When Su Mo challenged the 5 guardians in the 7th level, she clearly risked her life. If that mysterious person had not appeared, she would have died in there. How could she still hide her strength and joke with her life? When facing 5 challengers, she was only an early Xiantian Junling Shi. It was impossible for her to hide her strength at such a critical moment. Han Jingfei also nodded in agreement, although his expression was incredible. His tone was full of envy. Although I don't know how she did it, I can be sure that she did advance to the middle stage Xiantian Junling Shi in such a short time. This person is a genius. An unprecedented super genius. Hearing the two of them evaluate her like this, Qi Xianchen and Han Senu, who had a grudge against Su Mo, felt uncomfortable. Qi Xianchen snorted in disgust. What kind of unprecedented super genius? Speaking of geniuses, who can compare to Emperor Yunlu and Lord Finchen? They are the 2 geniuses in the 9 Netherworld. Well-known and household names. Even if Su Mo is quite capable, she pales in comparison to them. Strictly speaking, she is not even qualified to carry their shoes. Ai Shuya on the side also nodded in agreement. Yes, only people like Yunlu Emperor and Finchen Jun can be called super geniuses. Su Mo can only show off her abilities in Fenglin Empire. If she were in Yunlu Dark Domain and Finchua Tianqing, there would be no place for her to stand. Ai Shuya was jealous, and in order to please the princess, she spoke quite harshly. In her opinion, Su Mo was besieged by several forces and was doomed, and the royal family would be the biggest winner. So, she naturally had to belittle Su Mo to please Princess Xianchen. Hearing this, Qi Yelin and Han Jingfei were silent. Because Yunlu Emperor and Finch and Jun were indeed too abnormal. They had already reached the level of Supreme Lord Spiritual Master at a young age. It was indeed difficult to find such arrogant people in the Nine Nether Realm. Seeing that they were silent, obviously unable to deny her words, Qi Xianqian was even more proud, and snorted disdainfully. Humph. Even if she can withstand the attack of my father, I don't believe that she can withstand the attack of my grandfather. Now that several old ancestors of the royal family are in charge, Qi Xianqian is full of confidence. But she doesn't take Su Mo seriously. As expected, as soon as she finished speaking, the emperor, who was entangled with several old guys of the Dongfang family, noticed something was wrong and rushed towards Su Mo. At this time, Su Maoyang, after repelling Qi Yuanxuan, still refused to give up and attacked again. This time, the fluctuation of spiritual power was more intense, and it was obvious that it had accumulated enough power and fell on the strings. Before she plucked it, the strings that felt the power of spiritual power had begun to vibrate and whimper. When she plucked it, the violent power instantly turned into a dragon roar, fiercely bombarding Qi Yuanxuan. The emperor had never fought with Su Mo before, so he had no idea that her strength would be so abnormal. He was knocked back by the dragon's roar and thrown far away before he knelt on one knee and stopped. Unable to bear the load and spitting out blood, the emperor rushed towards Su Maoyang and saw Qi Yuanxuan injured. He was instantly furious. He frowned and shouted coldly, "Bold Su Mo, you dare to attack the emperor? Take your life." Before the roar fell, the emperor had raised his palm and slapped Su Maoyang fiercely. The power of the middle stage supreme master burst out from his palm, like the power of thunder, unstoppable, and madly crushed. Although Su Maoyang could deal with strong people who were 1 or 2 realms higher than him, he still had no power to resist people who were a whole level higher than him, for realms higher than him. In addition, Su Maoyang was concentrating on dealing with Qi Yuanxuan and didn't pay much attention to the surroundings. The emperor came so fast that people were caught off guard. When Su Mo turned around to resist, it was too late. At this time, seeing that Su Maoyang was about to be killed by the emperor, the people of the Dongfang family and the Red Star Alliance shouted in horror, "Su Mo! Be careful!" The roar shook the sky and echoed in this space. Qi Xianqian, Han Sinu, Ai Shuya and other people who had a grudge against Su Maoyang all widened their eyes in anticipation, fearing that they would miss the scene of Su Maoyang being beaten into mincemeat. Dongfang Yaoyu was killing the Fenglin army in front of him, while roaring to break through the siege and desperately ran towards Su Mo. Now that he knew that Su Mo was in danger, he was already bloodthirsty. However, their strength was limited after all, and it was not easy to escape and save Su Mo. What was unexpected was that just when the Dongfang family and the Red Star Alliance were getting anxious, a figure suddenly shot out from beside them like a rainbow of light. And then he waved his sleeves and easily brushed away the power from the mid-term Supreme Lord Spiritual Master, and reached out to hold Su Maoyang in his arms. Chapter 1575, He is the man in black robe. Everyone was stunned by the sudden change, staring at the man who suddenly rushed out from the Dongfang disciples. Unable to react for a while, he could dissolve the attack of the middle stage Supreme Sovereign Spiritual Master with one move. So his strength is at least a middle stage Supreme Sovereign Spiritual Master. Since when did such a powerful person appear among the disciples of the Dongfang family? The people of the royal family and the 3 major academies were shocked. And the Dongfang family and the Red Star Alliance were even more shocked, with unbelievable expressions on their faces, because they found that the one who rushed out to save people was Hua Mingyu, who was following Su Mo and was not very prominent. Hua Mingyu? Am I seeing it right? Dongfang Liu stuttered and asked in horror. Xiahou Wanxian and Xiahou Zian were both stunned, staring at Hua Mingyu in astonishment, unable to recover, and couldn't even think about answering Dongfang Liu's question. Dongfang Yaoyu was also shocked. But in addition to surprise, there were also complex emotions floating in his pupils. Before, he always felt that Hua Mingyu was weird, seemed to be very hostile to him, and seemed to be hiding something, hiding a secret. At that time, he thought that Hua Mingyu had lost his family and became a little sensitive. But he didn't expect that he still had such a secret. If he remembered correctly, Hua Mingyu was just a Junlingshi when he was in the Nether City. Not even a postnatal Junlingshi. Now he can resist the attack of the Supreme Junlingshi with one move. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never believe that Hua Mingyu had such ability. Dongfang Yanqing, Dongfang Haizhen and Dongfang Jianbo. The elders were also shocked by his sudden burst of strength. They didn't know much about Hua Mingyu. They only knew that he was a child brought out by Su Mo from the Nether City. It was said that he was implicated by Su Mo and his family was exterminated. He had nowhere to go. So Su Mo took him in. However, even if he was allowed to live in the Dongfang family, he rarely strolled around the house. So they didn't have much contact with him and didn't pay much attention to him. But who knew that this inconspicuous person was hiding so deeply? And suddenly came like this? It was really a surprise. Of course, not only the people of the Dongfang family and the Red Star Alliance were frightened by him, but even Su Maoyang in his arms was shocked, with his eyes wide open and full of astonishment, and an expression of not being able to grasp the key points. She also didn't expect that the attack that she couldn't resist was resolved by Hua Mingyu. The funny thing is that she was still guilty, and secretly swore in her heart to protect Hua Mingyu. She never thought that one day it would be Hua Mingyu's turn to protect her. This was definitely beyond her expectations. Hua Mingyu? You? Su Maoyang stared at him in surprise, with an indescribable shock in her heart. At this time, Hua Mingyu ignored her, but just hugged her tightly in his arms, looking coldly at the emperor opposite, with a sharp murderous intent pouring out of his body, and his voice suppressed obvious anger, as if floating from hell, cold and terrifying. If you dare to touch her, I will let the entire royal family be buried with her. The word buried was very heavy, and when it fell into everyone's ears, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. The emperor did not expect that a young man who looked 18 or 19 years old would dare to warn him so brazenly. His cold old face changed his expression, alternating between innocent, and he was indescribably embarrassed. Humph. Let the royal family be buried with her. What a big tone. I want to see what you are capable of saying such a thing. What kind of status does the emperor have? How can he allow a yellow-haired boy to insult him in public? He roared in anger. Then, he raised his palm and slapped it again. This time the power was more terrifying than before, and he was about to blast the person into powder. Seeing that the other party did not listen to his warning, Hua Mingyu also lost his patience and snorted coldly. Since you are looking for death yourself, I have to fulfill your wish. After speaking, Hua Mingyu stood there without moving a step. He just pulled out one hand and waved it casually, and once again intercepted the overwhelming spiritual power. Then his eyes became sharp, and a cold light burst out from them. The spiritual power in his palm burst out with murderous intent, and rushed towards the emperor with the force of thunder. Seeing this scene, everyone present was shocked, as if they were electrocuted, and their whole bodies were numb and shook on the spot. After a long time, they gasped in shock and exclaimed in disbelief. My God, he is actually a late-stage Supreme Monarch Spiritual Master. Before everyone finished their exclamation, the emperor on the opposite side was repelled by the powerful pressure. Seeing that the powerful spiritual power was about to fall on him, Qi Xianqian and others were all shocked and opened their eyes and mouths wide, with an expression of excessive fear. Qi Xianqian never expected that a teenager of 18 or 19 years old could actually repel her grandfather. This was too incredible. However, just when everyone was sweating for the emperor, the figure of King Xiang of Chu suddenly came from a distance. He raised his palm to catch the force, and then pushed outward with force, saving the emperor from Hua Mingyu's attack. But even so, the faces of King Xiang of Chu and the emperor who helped were very ugly, because the person who made them so flustered was not only a young boy, but also had the strength of a late-stage Supreme Monarch Spiritual Master. You should know that only King Xiang of Chu and Emperor Gaozu and their royal family had reached the level of late-stage Supreme Monarch Spiritual Master. But they were all old guys who had lived for more than 100 years. Now even a young boy was at the same level as them. What else could this be? Thinking of this, the faces of King Xiang of Chu and the Emperor were black and smelly, and they were so gloomy that water could be squeezed out. When the people of the Dongfang family and the Red Star Alliance learned about Hua Mingyu's strength, they felt like they were hit on the head by a stick, and they were dizzy and lost their direction. Hua Mingyu is actually a late-stage Supreme Lord Spiritual Master. Then can he be compared with their great-grandfather? Realizing this, everyone covered their mouths in shock, and sighed that Hua Mingyu's surprise was too big. At this time, Su Maoyang, who was tightly held in his arms, was also stunned, staring at his profile, feeling his embrace. A strange feeling suddenly surged in her heart. This feeling is very familiar. It's like she has experienced it before. But where has she had this feeling before? Thinking of this, Su Maoyang couldn't help but fall into memories. After a while, as if she thought of something, her face suddenly changed, and her pupils, which were already flashing with surprise, widened several times. The man in black robe who rescued her. After the alchemy competition ended that day, she followed Dongfang Haijin to the herbal medicine warehouse to collect the medicinal materials for the competition reward. But on the way back, she was attacked by Qi Yinchuan's master, Elder Yang. Fortunately, a man in black came to her rescue, and she was saved. However, the man in black obviously did good deeds without leaving a name. Su Maoyang didn't even have time to say a word to him before he disappeared. Now that he was connected with Hua Mingyu in front of him, Su Maoyang couldn't help but feel frightened. Chapter 1576. Why do I need you to protect my woman? The black-robed man who saved her that day also had such an embrace. He was also a late-stage Supreme Lord Spiritual Master. They all matched up. At this moment, even Su Maoyang, who was always clear-headed, was a little confused. She was not sure whether all this was really just a coincidence. And she didn't understand how a person living in the Nether City, a person regarded as a waste by the Hua family, could suddenly become a late-stage Supreme Lord Spiritual Master. This is too outrageous. Could it be? Could it be? Su Maoyang was shocked, and suddenly recalled that Qi Wenji died suddenly some time ago. And it was said that he was killed by a Supreme Lord Spiritual Master. At that time, she was wondering why Qi Wenji, as the son of the Qi family, would offend a powerful Supreme Lord Spiritual Master. Moreover, he didn't die earlier or later, but died after offending her. It was really too strange. Now that he was connected with Hua Mingyu, he realized that this matter was not that simple. Qi Wenji was likely to have died at the hands of Hua Mingyu. If this is true, does it mean that he was also the one who killed Elder Xiong, Elder Jiang and Elder O in prison? With such a guess, Su Maoyang was shocked by himself. And the look in his eyes when he looked at Hua Mingyu became particularly complicated and strange. Hua Mingyu? Who are you? Su Maoyang finally couldn't help asking his question. Hua Mingyu looked down at her and smiled. You called me Hua Mingyu, and you still asked who I am. Are you scared? Su Maoyang saw that he didn't answer the question and didn't intend to tell her the truth. He frowned slightly and showed some dissatisfaction. The king of Chuxiang on the opposite side was also very curious about his identity. He frowned and asked in a deep voice, It seems that the Dongfang family does not have a disciple like you. Tell me honestly, who are you? A trace of contemptuous sneer appeared on Hua Mingyu's tender face. My identity. You are not worthy of knowing it. He said this very impolitely, without giving any face at all. The king of Chuxiang's face turned black in anger, and he twitched his cheeks and roared, looking for death. Before the roar fell, the king of Chuxiang rushed towards Hua Mingyu. The spiritual power he burst out was obviously much higher than that of the emperor. As soon as he made a move, he brought with him the power of crushing withered and rotten. Su Maoyang knew that if he had not been protected by Hua Mingyu in his arms, he would not be able to resist the strong wind that was coming at him, let alone standing here safely. However, for Hua Mingyu, such an attack was still within his tolerance range. He raised his hand and blasted out a palm print. The two equally powerful forces collided with each other, and a terrifying sound suddenly erupted. Then, everyone saw that King Xiang of Chu and Hua Mingyu were both shot backwards, and they retreated a long way before they stabilized their bodies. Hua Mingyu seemed to be a little embarrassed, because he protected Su Maoyang's body with both hands, but didn't care about himself. However, even so, Hua Mingyu's strength was enough to attract the attention of King Xiang of Chu. Thinking of this, King Xiang of Chu planned to appeal to his emotions and reason, and persuade him. Boy, you have good talent and a bright future. Why do you have to ruin yourself for a woman and bury your bones here? So, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business and hand over Su Mo. Mind your own business? Su Mo is my woman. Her business is my business. How can you call it minding your own business? Hua Mingyu narrowed his eyes. A cold light flashed in him, and the sinister expression on his face was chilling, which was seriously inconsistent with his tender face. Hearing this, the Dongfang family and Mu Jichen and others were all stunned. After a moment of stiffness, they all showed shock on their faces. They didn't expect Hua Mingyu to have such thoughts about Su Mo. They always thought that Mingyu just relied on Suimo and treated Suimo as a sister. He was close to Suimo because his family was broken and only Suimo treated him the best. So he had special feelings for Suimo. But he didn't expect that this feeling was actually a love between a man and a woman. Although Dongfang Youyu had already known it in his heart. He still widened his eyes in surprise when he heard him say it himself. He thought Mingyu liked Suimo. At least he knew how to restrain himself. At least, he wouldn't say it out loud to cause trouble to Suimo. But who would have thought that he would speak out his feelings so bluntly? He was too bold. Of course. The most shocked person was Su Maoyang. The person involved. Knowing that he had such thoughts. She felt as if a thunder had exploded on her head. Everything went blank. And some horror gradually appeared on her stiff face. Then she quickly reached out to push him away. Mingyu, you are crazy. Do you know what you are saying? But Mingyu was very strong. And he held her tightly in his arms, and refused to let go. He seemed to be stimulated, and a look of pain surged in his sinister eyes. He roared excitedly. Yes, I am crazy. I am almost driven crazy by you. Su Maoyang was startled by his sudden outburst. She felt his arms tightening, and was really forced into a corner. She yelled angrily. Mingyu, let me go! You heard me! Mingyu saw her struggling so hard and was upset. He warned her sternly. If you don't want to die, stay in my arms. I won't let them hurt you. If it comes to pain, his heart hurts 10,000 times more than hers. Did he say anything? But he still couldn't bear it. He couldn't bear it after all. Su Maoyang had a lot of questions about him. She didn't even know who he was. How could she stay in his arms obediently? Besides, men and women should not be intimate. She couldn't stay in the arms of a strange man. What's more, this man had other intentions for her. However, Su Maoyang was not as strong as him. He was suppressed by him. Even if he struggled hard, he couldn't shake him at all. Gradually, Su Maoyang was sweating profusely. However, at this moment, an angry roar exploded in the distance. Like thunder, shaking the open space. But it sounded like a life-saving straw to Su Maoyang's ears. Fentianjin, why does my woman need you to protect her? You are too self-indulgent. The roar rolled over, crushing down with overwhelming momentum, shocking everyone's heart, and looking up immediately. In the distance, a handsome man in a black brocade robe and peerless elegance flew over from a distance. Before he got close, he raised his hand and slammed Mingyu with a palm. Mingyu didn't expect him to come so quickly. He was shocked and quickly retreated, and hurriedly made a move to resist. But the man was too fast, leaving him no chance to dodge, and he was hit by his palm print. At this time, everyone saw that Mingyu, who was just so fierce, was immediately blasted back several meters, and stabilized his body in a slightly embarrassed manner. The black-robed man who blasted Mingyu back landed steadily in front of Su Maoyang, and stretched out his hand to protect her behind him. The air wave blew on his handsome face, stirring up his silky black hair, and as the black robe flew up into the distance, it outlined his breathtaking beauty and tall and straight figure, as if he had walked out of a painting, and everyone was stunned in place, staring at him in a daze, forgetting to react. Chapter 1577. He is Lord Finshan. Just when everyone was captivated by the handsome man's appearance, many of the Liuguang Academy's disciples were already shouting excitedly, Yunlu Emperor. It's Emperor Yunlu. Emperor Yunlu had come to Liuguang Academy in person before. They were lucky enough to have seen his demeanor, and the impression was naturally very deep. So, when they saw his stunning appearance and graceful demeanor again, everyone recognized him at a glance. Now facing Emperor Yunlu's unparalleled beauty, not to mention women, even men were fascinated by him for a while. Their cheeks flushed, their eyes flashed with admiration, and they stared at the tall and slender figure with awe on their faces. Originally, the famous ancestors of Huanggozu, King Xian of Chu, Supreme Emperor and Taishang Emperor, who were admired by thousands of people, now pale in front of Emperor Yunlu, not only in appearance, but also in aura, because they have lived for more than 100 years, and only now have they finally reached the level of the late Supreme Monarch Spiritual Master, while the Emperor and the Supreme Emperor have not even reached the level of the late Supreme Monarch Spiritual Master. But Yunlu Emperor has achieved this at a young age, so they are naturally incomparable. Therefore, seeing the figure of Yunlu Emperor, even the previous emperors changed color slightly, and restrained their breath a little. At this time, Yunlu Emperor did not pay any attention to the previous emperors of Fenglin Empire, but fixed his eyes on Feng Moxie. This time, in order to lure him away from the mountain, Feng Moxie did not hesitate to spend troops and start a war against Yunlu Dark Domain, and even used conspiracy and trickery to trick him to Fengqi Empire, and even joined forces with Fengqi Empire to deal with him. Therefore, during this period of time, he was bound by various wars and various tricks, and could not get away. Once he left for too long, and only now did he rush back without stopping. But who knew that when he came back, he saw Feng Moxie hugging his woman, and saying that Su Mo was his woman. How could Jun Haotsong bear this? Thinking of Feng Moxie's conspiracy and tricks to deceive him during this period, Jun Haotsong was furious. His blue eyes were burning with flames, and he gritted his teeth and growled, "You are the king of Burning Blood City, but you do all kinds of shameful and dirty things. I didn't expect that after so many years. Your despicable and shameless nature has not only not changed, but has become worse." Jun Haotsong bit every word very hard, and every word was full of deep anger and disgust. The people around were still shocked by the sudden arrival of Emperor Yunlu, and some of them couldn't recover. Now they suddenly heard such a truth, and they were all stunned as if they were struck by thunder, and they all cast horrified eyes at Huamingyu. Did they hear it wrong? The king of Burning Blood Sky City, the boy who looked only 18 or 19 years old, was actually the king of Burning Blood Sky City, who was as famous as Emperor Yunlu. At this moment, they couldn't believe their ears, and couldn't help wondering if Emperor Yunlu had made a mistake, because King of Burning Blood Sky City looked different from ordinary people, with long blood-red hair and a pair of strange purple eyes. His features were very striking, and he had nothing to do with the ordinary boy in front of him. If this boy is king of Burning Blood Sky City, it's really too outrageous. When Huamingyu heard this, he sneered and said seriously, "Emperor Yunlu, you must have recognized the wrong person. I don't know the king of Burning Blood Sky City." Seeing that he still refused to admit it at this critical moment, Jun Haotsong became even more angry, but his face became colder. "You don't admit it. Don't blame me for beating you back to your original form." After saying that, Jun Haotsong's blue eyes flashed with fierceness, and his body rushed towards Huamingyu. He flicked his sleeves and exerted a fierce force. A bright light cut through the sky. The posture was not only to cut Huamingyu's face, but also to split him in half. Feeling this fierce attack, Huamingyu seemed a little surprised. He frowned and immediately dodged to the side. He didn't expect Jun Haotsong to have also advanced to the level of the late Supreme Jun Lingshi. But he was surprised. But he didn't dare to be distracted at all. He also quickly pushed out a palm and took all of Jun Haotsong's attacks. But Jun Haotsong's movements were extremely fast. Before the first wave of attacks landed on Huamingyu, the second wave of attacks followed closely. His body left a residual shadow in the air, so fast that people couldn't catch his movement trajectory. Then he only saw him raise his palm and chop vertically from the air. The spiritual power bursting out of his hand was even sharper than the sharp knife, as if he was going to cut off the position where Huamingyu was standing. Huamingyu was resisting the first wave of attacks. Just as he took it, another violent force fell from the other side, rushing straight to his face, so fast that people were caught off guard. But he was also a late-stage Supreme Jun Lingshi. Even if Jun Haotsong had extremely strong fighting power, it was not so easy to deal with him. So, the next second he swept in another direction and quickly avoided the attack. But Jun Haotsong didn't give him any chance. His footsteps trembled, and he chased after him, waving his sleeves and sweeping again. But Huamingyu was equally strong, and he did not show any flaws in the face of Jun Haotsong's relentless attack. Although he still felt a little tired in dealing with it, it was impossible to hurt him. However, just when Huamingyu was full of confidence, a knife light suddenly came from behind him, and the knife aura was so strong that he was shocked and raised his palm to resist. But at this time, the person behind him had already rushed to his side with lightning speed. Huamingyu noticed that someone was attacking him, and his other hand was ready to counterattack. But when he saw the identity of the person, he had already brewed spiritual power, and the palm that was ready to slap suddenly stagnated and froze his body. At this moment, his expression was filled with horror, and his expression was frozen for a moment. However, at this moment, the dagger in the hand of the person who came had already greeted him, and fiercely cut his cheek, instantly bringing a stream of blood and spilling into the air. Huamingyu's face was scratched, and his delicate appearance gradually disappeared. Then, what came into everyone's eyes was the enchanting and charming face. Under the delicate leaf eyebrows like a woman, a pair of soul-stirring deep purple eyes released a strange purple light. Slightly upturned eyes, rose-petal red lips and jade-like skin, all of which were soul-stirring and soul-stirring. The long red hair flew in the wind, blowing on his face, outlining his beautiful face vividly. Seeing this scene, everyone present was shocked like a flash of lightning. Red hair, purple eyes. This young man who used the alias Wamingyu turned out to be the famous Burning Heaven Lord. Chapter 1578, he was the one who wiped out the entire Hua family. No one expected that they would be able to see two great men who were renowned as the top geniuses in the Nine Nether Realm today. You have to know that with the identities and status of these two people, it is not easy for them to see them. However, not only did they see it now, but they also saw two of them at once. And they even witnessed the two of them fighting with their own eyes, and witnessed their fierce fighting power. Such an opportunity can be described as a once-in-a-century opportunity. So, seeing this scene, everyone present was shocked like a wooden statue, and stayed in place, with indescribable shock in their hearts. But the excitement flashing in their pupils revealed their current mood. After all, it was such an exciting thing to be able to see the two geniuses standing at the top of the Nine Nether Realm fighting against each other. The Dongfang family and the Red Star Alliance were almost scared to death by Hua Mingyu's identity. They never thought that the poor homeless boy was the dreaded Lord Finchen. They never thought that the friend they spent every day with was actually Lord Finchen, who they could never reach. If it weren't for Emperor Yunlu revealing Lord Finchen's identity, they would never be able to connect Hua Mingyu with Lord Finchen. This truth came too suddenly and unexpectedly, which was beyond their tolerance. They were so scared that they couldn't recover for a long time. Oh my god! Slap me quickly. See if I'm dreaming? Dongfang Liue was frightened and immediately reached out to grab Xiahou Wanquan's hand and put it on her face. Xiahou Wanxian was also scared and stared at Feng Moxie blankly, letting Dongfang Liue fiddle with her palm, and really slapped Dongfang Liue in the face. Ouch! It's true! It's true! Dongfang Liue felt the pain and cried out while covering her face. Mu Jichen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and muttered to himself in disbelief. Lord Finchen. He is actually Lord Finchen. And I even had an argument with Lord Finchen that day at the competition. He tried to please Suemo, and was taught a lesson by Hua Mingyu on the spot. Thinking about it now, he suddenly felt a sense of fear. It is said that Lord Finchen is a cold and cruel person, ruthless and murderous. He couldn't help but feel lucky that Lord Finchen didn't lose his temper on the spot and take his life. I didn't expect Suemo to be a pervert, and the people around her are even more perverted. I am convinced. Mu Jichen was already very shocked when he learned about the existence of Emperor Yunlu before, but he didn't expect that Lord Finchen would appear now. This relationship is really as confusing as it can be. He is so smart, but he can't understand what they are doing. Mu Jichen was not the only one who was confused. Dongfang Youyu, the Xiahou siblings, Dong Jinan, several elders of the Dongfang family, and even the disciples of the Red Star Alliance were all stunned, not understanding how Fentianjin got involved. Of course, even those who lived with Fentianjin day and night did not understand the situation, let alone others. At this time, Su Maoyang saw the familiar and hated face, and gradually understood it. The dark pupils suddenly jumped with indifference and hatred, and the voice was even colder than ice chips. I didn't expect it to be you. Hearing Jun Haotsong calling out his name, Su Maoyang didn't believe it at first. So in order to verify his identity, she personally cut his face. But who knew that all this was actually true? Unexpectedly, the boy who she swore to protect under her wings for the rest of her life because of guilt really lied to herself. She was so stupid. She was still feeling guilty and heartbroken because she caused Hua Mingyu's family to be destroyed. But now she told him that the person she had been protecting, compensating, and caring for was actually her enemy whom she hated to the core. This feeling of being deceived filled her mind, making her cheeks red with anger. When did it start? Su Maoyang's eyes were red with anger. She clenched her fingers and asked in a low voice. Although this sentence was incoherent, Feng Moxie understood what she was asking. From the second day you arrived at the Hua family. Since his identity had been exposed, he had nothing to lie about. So he simply answered bluntly. Su Maoyang was shocked to hear such an answer. He took 2 steps back as if he couldn't accept this fact. and his expression was a little horrified. She didn't expect Feng Yimou to have been lurking around her so early. So, the real Hua Mingyu must have been killed, and the Hua family that was wiped out. Now it seems, it was not Bai Chengyan, the young master of Bai Yutong, who did it, but died at the hands of Feng Yimou. No wonder even if Bai Chengyan admitted that he sent someone to assassinate her. He refused to admit that he sent someone to kill the entire Hua family. It turned out that it was really not him. But she wanted Bai Chengyan to admit something he didn't do, which was really hard to force. Why? Why did you do this? Isn't it enough for you to kill Hua Mingyu? Why did you kill his entire family? Su Mo Liang thought of the innocent and tragic death of Hua Mingyu and the Hua family, and was so angry that he gritted his teeth and roared. She never thought that because of her chance encounter with Hua Mingyu, the boy's body and head were separated and his family was destroyed. Although Su Maoyang was not a good person, she was definitely not a devil who killed people without knowing the truth. Now, so many lives were implicated by her and died because of her. How could she feel at ease? Feng Moxie saw her asking. His expression froze, and after a moment of silence, he whispered, "To stay by your side." Hearing such an answer, Su Maoyang was speechless. In order to stay by her side, he killed innocent boys by any means. Knowing that she was leaving the Nether City, in order to leave with her, he killed the entire Hua family, making himself a homeless person, to win her sympathy, use her guilt, and let her agree to take him in. Such means were too cruel and too cold-blooded. From beginning to end, he only considered himself. Once there were people and things that hindered him, he would wipe them out at all costs. This is Lord Finchen. This is Lord Finchen, who is ruthless, despicable, and has a twisted mind. Realizing this, Su Maoyang felt a chill down his spine. This man is too scary. So scary that you don't know when and under what circumstances he will bite you and kill you. And you don't even know how you died. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang's face turned pale, and in addition to shock, his pupils were filled with disgust. Sure enough, even if you live again, you can't change the insidious and despicable nature in your bones. Chapter 1579, she is actually the Emperor's concubine. Feng Yimou heard the sinister and despicable words from her again. His purple eyes shrank sharply, and there was a surge of rage inside. He gritted his teeth and growled. I said, you are the least qualified to call me despicable. You have done so many disgusting and despicable things. Are you still afraid of this bad reputation? Su Mo Liang saw him resisting such insults, and his mouth curled up coldly, and sneered sarcastically. At first, she heard that Tian City had declared war on Yunlu Dark Domain, forcing Jun Haotsong to go to support. She thought that she and Jun Haotsong had made such a scene in Tian City, and Tianjun was so angry that he wanted to get it back from Yunlu Dark Domain. But she didn't expect that he deliberately designed to lead Jun Haotsong away, and then took advantage of Jun Haotsong's absence, using all means and tricks to hide by her side and play with her. Now that she knew the truth, that he had killed so many people and laid so many schemes to get close to her, and had been deceiving her all along, Su Maoyang was furious and hated him deeply. Feng Moxie heard the disgust and contempt in her tone, and a raging fire burned in her heart. She pinched her fingers unconsciously, and the whole person exuded a terrifying hostility, which frightened the people around her and changed their faces. They knew that Tianjun was angry, but they didn't understand what Yunlu Emperor, Tianjun and Su Mo said. After listening for a long time, they were still confused and had a lot of questions, and the ancestors of the royal family saw that Tianjun and Su Mo were on the verge of a war at any time, and they couldn't help but smell some conspiracy. It seems that Tianjun pretended to be someone else and lurked around Su Mo and rescued her, all for some purpose, not really wanting to help her. In this case, Lord Tian was not Su Mo's reinforcement at all, but had an unknown grudge with Su Mo. However, they had no interest in the grudge between the two, and now they were all focused on taking back the inheritance. But if Su Mo was really a spy sent by Emperor Yunlu, then Emperor Yunlu would definitely protect her and prevent them from taking action. In the end, they still didn't want to fight with Emperor Yunlu. But if they let Su Mo go and let the inheritance of Huangquan Road fall into the hands of Yunlu Dark Domain, how could they be willing? Fortunately, it is fortunate that Lord Tian is also here, so this matter is much easier to handle. Everyone knows that Fenxue Tianqing and Yunlu Dark Domain are incompatible. And Lord Fentian and Emperor Yunlu have been mortal enemies for many years. With such a relationship, they will never join forces to deal with his Maple Forest Empire. Therefore, as long as Lord Fentian does not take action, relying only on Emperor Yunlu, he can't expect to get benefits on the territory of their Maple Forest Empire. After all, their Huang Gaozu and King Xiang of Chu are both late-stage Supreme Monarch spiritual masters. In addition, there are several mid-stage Supreme Monarch spiritual masters here. If Emperor Yunlu really wants to fight with them, even if he is extremely powerful, he will have to die here. Therefore, they believe that Emperor Zun is a smart man who knows how to analyze the pros and cons of the situation and make the most favorable choice for himself. He will never destroy himself here for a woman. What's more, if Emperor Fenxian is here, if Emperor Yunlu really fights with the Maple Forest Empire, wouldn't it be exactly what Emperor Fenxian wants? And let him pick up a big advantage. Therefore, judging from the current situation, Emperor Yunlu is likely to be afraid of Emperor Fenxian's action and will not act rashly. If a war really breaks out, Emperor Fenxian will not interfere in the affairs of the Maple Forest Empire, and may even help them. Thinking of this, Huang Gaozu had an idea in his mind and winked at the Emperor. The Emperor naturally understood what he meant, nodded slightly, and then said to Jun Haocong, Emperor Yunlu, we are honored that you can come to my Fenglin Empire. But Su Mo, the spy, pretended to be a member of Yunlu Dark Domain, colluded with the Dongfang family, and planned to plot a rebellion. He has committed a capital crime. We must clean up the mess now. I hope that the Emperor will not interfere in this matter. We will give justice to Yunlu Dark Domain. The Emperor said this very politely, with a lot of intention to please Emperor Yunlu. Moreover, his words clearly meant to clear Su Mo's relationship with Yunlu Dark Domain, and instead put all the blame on Su Mo alone, without intending to involve Yunlu Emperor or even Yunlu Dark Domain. This was to tell Jun Haocong that they, the Maple Forest Empire, could not pursue the matter of spies for his sake. But Su Mo and the Dongfang family must die in order to completely settle the matter. They were able to give such an attitude, which meant that they were planning to settle the matter peacefully and gave Yunlu Emperor enough face. They believed that Yunlu Emperor would definitely judge the situation and sacrifice Su Mo for the sake of the overall situation after having a way out. So, after hearing this, not only a few former emperors, but also the people around who witnessed all this had basically guessed Yunlu Emperor's decision. After all, who would go against the entire Maple Forest Empire for a woman? An ugly one at that. However, just when everyone thought that Su Mo was doomed, Jun Haocong's face darkened, and he frowned fiercely. A fierce light flashed from his icy blue eyes, and he roared like a landslide. Asshole! You Maple Forest Empire want to kill my imperial concubine. And you actually told me not to interfere. Are you tired of living in the Maple Forest Empire? A roar broke out, and he suddenly waved his sleeves, sending out a fierce force that instantly bombarded the speaking emperor like a wave. The emperor was still confident that Emperor Yunlu would accept his kindness, but he didn't know that Emperor Yunlu would suddenly get angry and take action directly, which was beyond his expectations. In addition, his strength was not as good as Jun Haocong's. Now facing this sudden attack, he was caught off guard and was knocked away. He fell to the ground and spit out blood in embarrassment. When the others saw the scene, they had no intention to pay attention to the injury of the retired emperor. Instead, they were frightened by the words of the Yunlu Emperor. It was as if they had been struck by thunder, and their bones were almost broken. Empress! What they just heard was the imperial concubine. Su Mo is the imperial concubine of the Yunlu Dark Domain. Realizing this, Shi Yelin, Han Jingfei, Ai Shuya, Xiaohu Yuanshan, Xiaohu Wanyin, Hu Buli and Wanlisan, who had always been jealous of Su Mo, were all frightened and stared at Su Maoyang in amazement. Their faces were as pale as if they were covered with a layer of paste, and they looked extremely ugly. At this time, Qi Xian, Chen was even more shocked. She was stunned for a long time before she reacted. She shook her head excitedly. No! This is not true. I must have heard it wrong. Of course, not only her, but also several ancestors of the royal family were stunned. King Xiang of Chu also asked in disbelief. Emperor, you just said the imperial concubine? I think not only your brains are not working well, but also your ears are not working well. You actually set your sights on my imperial concubine. It seems that the Maple Forest Empire has no need to exist. Jun Haosong had a cold face and snorted angrily. Just the tone and momentum shocked several ancestors and changed their faces. Chapter 1580 Don't Leave Anyone Alive. Hearing the words of Emperor Yunlu, Ai Shuya, Hu Buli, Xiahou Yuanshan and others were shocked as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Qi Xianqian was deeply shocked and took 2 steps back. His face was as pale as death, and his big round eyes were filled with disbelief and unconcealable fear. She couldn't figure out why Su Imo was the imperial concubine of the Yunlu Dark Domain. She couldn't figure out why Emperor Yunlu would marry Su Imo. She had heard many rumors before, saying that the imperial concubine came from the lower plane. But the emperor didn't care about her identity and insisted on making her the imperial concubine despite everyone's opposition. It was enough to show how much the emperor loved this imperial concubine. However, she never expected that the woman who was held in the palm of the emperor's hand and loved was Su Imo, who looked ordinary, and even ordinary people didn't want to take a second look at her. The emperor would rather like such a woman than marry her, a princess with noble status and outstanding appearance. In his eyes, is she not as good as an ugly monster from the lower plane? Thinking of this, Qi Xianqian gnashed his teeth with jealousy. In addition to shock, he looked at Su Maoyang with deep hatred, wishing to tear her into pieces. Of course, in addition to Qi Xianqian, Ai Shuya, Xiahou Yuanshan, Hu Buli and Wan Lisan were also jealous. As women, who doesn't want to marry a good husband? Who doesn't want to marry a great hero? Emperor Yunlu is the object of pursuit of all women. But due to his noble status, he has always been very picky. He has never planned to marry before, and even looked down on the empress of Fengqi Empire. How could they, with their status, afford him the opportunity to marry? But who knew that he would end up marrying a woman who was not as beautiful as them? How could they accept this? The people from the 4 major colleges and the royal family were all stunned by the truth and looked at each other in disbelief. But Dongfang Yanqing, Dongfang Jianba, and others who learned about Su Maoyang's identity were shocked and cast interrogative eyes at Dongfang Yaoyu and Dongfang Liyue. The fierceness inside frightened Dongfang Liyue so much that she trembled. Everyone was kept in the dark about Hua Mingyu being Fentianjin, so they didn't care too much. But they never believed that Dongfang Yaoyu and Dongfang Liyue didn't even know that Su Imo was the emperor's concubine. Now seeing Dongfang Liyue's guilty look, they were even more certain that Dongfang Liyue must have known the truth long ago. Dongfang Liyue was embarrassed by their gazes, and finally couldn't stand their gazes, and surrendered. Yes, I hid it from you. It's my fault. But the identity of the emperor's concubine is very important. I'm afraid that you will drive Su Imo out after knowing it. So, when she learned about Su Mo's identity, she was also shocked. But Su Imo had done them a favor, and she liked Su Imo very much. So she naturally couldn't bear to see Su Imo being driven out of the house because of her identity. In addition, Dongfang Yaoyu was seriously injured at the time and his life was in danger at any time. She was afraid that he would be stimulated if she told him the truth. So she gritted her teeth and didn't dare to leak the news at all. Dongfang Yanqing heard this and scolded speechlessly. You dead girl. You usually chatter. But you kept this matter a secret? Who do you think we are? Whether Su Imo is the emperor's concubine or an ordinary person, it can't change the fact that he is our Dongfang family's benefactor. We are not the kind of pedantic people who would drive our benefactor out of the house just because of his status. Dongfang Jianba also nodded. Yes, our Dongfang family is worthy of the royal family and the Maple Forest Empire. How could we do something ungrateful just because we are afraid of being implicated by an identity? The royal family actually wanted to eradicate their Dongfang family a long time ago. But they had never found an opportunity before. Now that they can finally take this opportunity, they will naturally not let it go. So, regardless of whether Su Imo exists or not, the royal family will try their best to wipe out the Dongfang family. After so many things today, they have already made the royal family's mouth. It was clear from his face that he had already lost hope in the royal family. Therefore, for them now, Su Imo was the master of their Dongfang family who was worth protecting. And the royal family was the enemy who wanted to put them to death. Hearing their open-mindedness, Dongfang Liyue breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. I knew that my uncle was broad-minded and would not blame Su Imo or me. Dongfang Yanqing saw her quirky look and glared at her unhappily. You only know how to talk. Hey, even if Emperor Yulu is here, it's not easy to take Suemo away from these old guys. Donphan Haijing saw that the royal family still had the upper hand in the current situation, and he still frowned in confusion, with a look of worry on his face. Hearing this, everyone's expressions of surprise calmed down, not knowing how the situation would develop next. And the old guys in the royal family, after being shocked, quickly changed their minds, and the Supreme Emperor's tone softened a lot. Emperor Yunlu, my Maple Forest Empire has no intention of being an enemy of your Yunlu Dark Domain. I didn't know Suemo was the Emperor's concubine before, and I offended the Emperor's concubine. I hope the Emperor's concubine will bear with me. It's just that the Emperor and concubine took away the national treasure of my Maple Forest Empire. I hope that the Emperor and concubine can hand it over. In this way, our Maple Forest Empire can pretend that nothing happened and not bother with the Emperor and concubine. In order not to offend the Yunlu Dark Domain, they can be said to have made great concessions, which can be described as swallowing their anger. But how could Jun Haotsong swallow this breath? They had done such a bad thing to Suemo. If it weren't for Sumo's alertness, he would have died in the Maple Forest Empire long ago. Thinking of this, he was scared. How could he let this group of bastards go? Humph. Still want national treasures? It's better to save your lives first. Anyone present today who has participated in the encirclement and suppression will not be spared. Kill without mercy. Jun Haotsong raised his sword eyebrows, and his sharp eyes swept across everyone present. The majestic roar shook the sky, accompanied by the sharp murderous intent that was overwhelming, frightening everyone present as if they were falling into an ice cellar, and their faces turned pale. The Emperor of Yunlu clearly wanted to completely overturn the entire Maple Forest Empire. Realizing this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. His momentum was so frightening that he trembled, seeing that they had given the Emperor Yunlu enough face. But the other party was still so unyielding. The Emperor Gaozu was also a little angry and said angrily, Emperor, my Maple Forest Empire didn't want to be your enemy. If you are so aggressive, don't blame us for taking action. As he said, the Emperor Gaozu raised his eyes and glanced in the direction of the three major colleges opposite. At this time, everyone only saw 6 elderly men of the same age walking out from the back of the three major colleges. They had gray hair, wrinkled faces, and wore simple long gowns. They looked ordinary, but they exuded a powerful aura that was awe-inspiring, which immediately made the people of the Donphan family stare at them. I didn't expect that even the old guys behind the three major colleges were invited out. This time, the royal family really made up their minds to kill us. Donphan Haijing felt cold in his heart and snorted sarcastically. Chapter 1581 Fighting for Her. Hearing this, Donphan Yanqing nodded solemnly. These old guys can all go out at the same time to encircle my Donphan family. The three colleges must have received a lot of benefits from the royal family. I only knew that the royal family was vigorously supporting the three colleges in order to let the colleges check and balance each other and develop together. Now it seems that what checks and balances are clearly preparations to eradicate my Donphan family. After being pointed out by Donphan Yanqing, all the people in the Donphan family changed their faces, and a chill rose in their hearts, instantly spreading throughout the body, making people shiver. The royal family really took great pains to uproot the Donphan family. The funny thing is that they have been kept in the dark and have been loyal to the royal family. They always thought that they had paid so much for the royal family, and the royal family was more or less grateful. Who knew that they would end up in such a situation today? At this time, Su Maoyang also saw the 6 old men striding from a distance. Their faces were cold, and their eyes were sinister. 2 of them even had the spiritual power fluctuations of the late Supreme Monarch Spiritual Master. Although the strength of the other 4 people did not reach the late Supreme Monarch Spiritual Master, they were not weak either. 2 of them reached the middle Supreme Monarch Spiritual Master, and 2 reached the early Supreme Monarch Spiritual Master. Such a lineup should not be underestimated. Moreover, they came with great momentum, and it was clear that they were on the same side as the royal family. In this way, the royal family and the 3 major academies had a total of 4 late Supreme Monarch Spiritual Masters, 4 middle Supreme Monarch Spiritual Masters, and 2 early Supreme Monarch Spiritual Masters. On the other hand, on the Donphan family side, only the great-grandfather and the Emperor Yunlu reached the late Supreme Monarch Spiritual Master, and the rest had only 1 middle Supreme Monarch Spiritual Master and 2 early Supreme Monarch Spiritual Masters. How could such a lineup compare with the huge team of the royal family? Therefore, even if Emperor Yunlu insisted on protecting Suemo, he would not get any benefit from being surrounded by so many masters. This is also the reason why the royal family has a tough attitude. After all, they are quite confident in their territory. Seeing the 6 old men appear, the Supreme Emperor smiled with satisfaction, and then said confidently, "Emperor, you have also seen that there are so many masters on our side, and the only one who can help you is the old man of the Dongfang family. Do you think you two can be our opponents?" However, just as the Supreme Emperor finished speaking, Feng Mox's cold and dark voice suddenly sounded. "Who said there are only 2 of them? Isn't this monarch still here?" As soon as Feng Mox's words came out, several old guys in the royal family opened their eyes wide and looked stunned. What does he mean by this? Is he planning to join forces with his mortal enemy to deal with his Maple Forest Empire? This is too absurd. Lord Finchen, are you sure you are right? Are you going to help Emperor Yunlu to deal with my Maple Forest Empire? The Supreme Emperor frowned in disbelief. Unable to accept this fact, Feng Moxie raised his eyebrows slightly, and a cold light flashed across his strange purple eyes. What? Do you have any objections? Seeing his firm look, several old guys looked at each other in shock, obviously not expecting this. Emperor Qi Yuanquan of the Maple Forest Empire was full of doubts, and asked anxiously, Lord Finchen, aren't you and Emperor Yulu mortal enemies? Now that we have masters from the Maple Forest Empire here, they can definitely help you. Instead of helping us, you help your enemies. Are you still awake now? He couldn't understand how Lord Finchen could let go of such a good opportunity. You know, they used to fight each other to death. Feng Moxie heard this. His eyes became fierce, and his already gloomy face became even darker. You Fenglan Empire has repeatedly attacked my imperial concubine, and you still want me to help you? You must be dreaming. Imperial concubine? Everyone present was stunned when they heard this, and they didn't understand what he meant for a while. Qi Yuanquan frowned slightly and asked unclearly, Imperial concubine? When did we attack your imperial concubine? I saw it clearly. You not only attacked her just now, but also killed her. It's too late to deny it now. Feng Moxie shouted coldly, and the murderous aura poured out, frightening Qi Yuanquan to tremble. He just killed someone. He just attacked Su Mo. No! Could it be that Su Mo is the imperial concubine he mentioned? Qi Yuanquan suddenly realized this and shuddered. His head was like being hit by a stick. He just stared at Su Maoyang blankly, showing an expression that he couldn't figure it out. After a while of shock, he pointed at Su Maoyang and asked incredulously, Isn't she the imperial concubine of Emperor Yunlu? How come she became your imperial concubine? She used to be the imperial concubine, and now she is my imperial concubine. Isn't it okay? Feng Moxie said seriously and confidently, not as if it was fake. Everyone present was stunned, and their expressions suddenly froze. What's going on? It's okay for Su Mo to be the imperial concubine of Yunlu. But why did she appear to be the imperial concubine of Burning Blood? How many identities does she have? Which one is the real one? Jun Haosong is a jealous person. Now he heard that Feng Moxie wanted to take his woman for himself in front of so many people. He yelled on the spot. Bullshit! Su Maoyang is the imperial concubine I married in a sedan chair. When did she become your imperial concubine? Just when you were seriously injured and Su Mo followed me back to the Burning Blood imperial capital. I personally appointed her as the imperial concubine in front of all the civil and military officials. This is a fact you have to face even if you don't want to face it. Feng Mox's eyebrows were full of pride, and his tone was extremely provocative. Hearing this, Jun Haosong was furious and growled. You are looking for death. The others present were shocked. Qi Xianchen, Han Sinu, Ai Shuya and others were already jealous to the point of going crazy. Now seeing that the two super geniuses, Yulu Emperor and Finchen Lord, were actually fighting for Su Mo in front of so many people, they were shocked like never before. Their eyes were full of horror, and their pretty faces were as stiff as if they were frozen, and their blood color faded, and they were pale and scary. Why? Why did Su Mo get the favor of Finchen Lord and Yunlu Emperor? Thinking of this, Daor clenched his fingers, and the shock, jealousy, envy, and hatred in his heart kept expanding, as if they were about to explode from his heart at any time. Of course, facing this situation, let alone them, even the people of the Dongfang family were quite frightened. Dongfang Liyue was stunned for a long time before she exclaimed in shock. TSK. Su Imo is really a pervert. Even when it comes to finding a man, she can outshine all the other women. She is so amazing. She has never seen Lord Finchen and Emperor Yunlu fighting over a woman. Su Imo is definitely the best among the women in the Nine Nether Realm. Chapter 1582 Send them to Lord Finchen. At this time, seeing Qi Xianchen, Han Sinyu, Xiahou Yuanshan and others with angry faces and expressions uglier than eating shit, Dongfang Liyue couldn't control herself and laughed. Oh! I am so happy. Look at Qi Xianchen's face. Ha ha ha. It's so interesting. Qi Xianchen has always been high and mighty, never taking them seriously. But since Su Imo appeared, she has been frustrated. Now seeing her being hit again, Dongfang Liyue couldn't help laughing and felt very happy. Hearing Dongfang Liyue's ridicule, Qi Xianchen was even more angry and trembling. His eyes were as sharp as a knife, as if he could pierce 100 holes in Dongfang Liyue's face at any time. At this time, Jun Haocong was also provoked by Feng Moxie and was furious. But thinking of Su Maoyang's safety, he could only join hands with Feng Moxie to solve the Maple Forest Empire. He finally had to swallow his jealousy and took a deep breath to calm himself down. Feng Moxie thought that Jun Haocong, who was so overbearing, would definitely rush up to fight with him. But he didn't expect that he would endure such a provocation from him. He couldn't help but flash a touch of surprise in his eyes. He found that Jun Haocong had changed a lot since he had Su Imo Liang. He used to be so self-centered, so strong and overbearing, fearless, and never inferior to others. But now, he can endure what ordinary people can't endure. All this is for Su Imo Liang. Feng Moxie can't think of any other reason. Just thinking of a king who used to be so high and mighty, cold and noble, who never frowned even when facing death, and now can be so patient for a woman. Feng Moxie was particularly shocked. Thinking of this, Feng Moxie felt uncomfortable. With a cold face, he snorted, "You can keep your temper this time." Jun Haocong raised his eyebrows and sarcastically replied, "What's there to be impatient about? I should feel honored to have the king of Fenshuetian City come out in person to be the guard of my imperial concubine. Besides, Fentian Jun can condescend and protect other people's wives regardless of his face. Just for this mind, I admire him very much. At least, I can't do such a thing." Jun Haocong's meaning was very clear. That is, to satirize Fentian Jun for being big-hearted and thick-skinned. And being able to serve other people's women is purely a humiliation. Yu Feng Moxie was scolded by Jun Haocong, and his face turned black immediately. This time it was his turn to grit his teeth. Su Imo Liang heard these thorny words, and saw Jun Haocong's smug look, and couldn't help but laugh and shook his head. She found that the two of them were like children, bickering in front of so many people, which was childish to the extreme. Seeing Lord Finchen and Emperor Yunlu quarreling, the people of Fenglin Empire were slightly relieved, knowing that there was still room for maneuver. So the Supreme Emperor found the right time and immediately extended an olive branch to Lord Finchen. "Lord Finchen, as long as you don't get involved in this matter, we in Fenglin Empire will immediately select a large group of beauties to send to your Fengshuishan city to serve you well. If you still don't like it, we can also send the noble Princess Xianchen and the #1 beauty Han Sinyu together, with 2 beauties accompanying him. Why should Lord Finchen help his mortal enemy and cause trouble for himself for a Su Mo? It must be said that the old guy in the royal family is really smart. Since Lord Finchen came for women, he immediately satisfied his needs and used Princess Xianchen and Han Sinyu as conditions to lure Lord Finchen and try to win him over. Because they had long heard that Emperor Yunlu doted on the imperial concubine and had made her his concubine despite all the opposition and difficulties. So it was unlikely to persuade Emperor Yunlu. But Lord Finchen was different. Although he seemed to care about Su Imo, they had never heard of the rumors of his love with the imperial concubine. They only knew that he was cold-blooded and extremely cruel to women. It seemed that in the face of interests, people like him who would do anything to achieve their goals were the most easily moved by interests. Of course, anyone who is a normal person would accept the Supreme Emperor's proposal. After all, Princess Xianchen is of noble status, outstanding appearance, and her dancing posture is more beautiful than any other beauties. Although Han Sinyu's status is not as noble as that of a princess, she is known as the most beautiful woman. In terms of appearance, she is far better than Su Imo. Not to mention that she is also an alchemist of the Dan sect. Although Sumo's strength is stronger than theirs, the status of Lord Finchen is there. It is impossible for him to bring an ugly person with him when he goes out of the occasion. In addition, men love beauty. So they naturally hope that the beauties who are in front of them are all famous beauties. Not only will they feel happy, but they will also have face. Why not? The calculations of several old guys in the royal family are very clear, because in this way, it can not only ease the current situation, but also be beneficial to the future development of the Maple Forest Empire. If they really marry Lord Finchen, then the Maple Forest Empire will be able to climb onto the powerful arm of Finchua Tianqing. It won't be easy for Emperor Yunlu to destroy his royal family, and the imperial power of his Maple Forest Empire will be more stable. At this time, Qi Xianqian and Han Sinyu did not expect the ancestor to make such a proposal. There was some surprise in their wide-open pupils. And then, they all lowered their heads shyly. Their pale faces actually flushed a little. And they were very satisfied with this proposal. For them, although they could not marry the Emperor of Yunlu, they could marry Fin Tianjin. And they would also be successful. At least, they would not be much worse than Su Mo. However, just when they were thinking happily, Fin Tianjin glanced at Qi Xianqian and Han Sinyu with a look of disdain. And his tone was extremely contemptuous. With their looks, they are still the most beautiful? They are not even as good as the maids who clean the toilets in my palace. Are you insulting my vision? Hearing such insulting words, Qi Xianqian's heart was shocked, and the shy expression just now froze instantly. At this time, facing Fin Tianjin's disgusted expression, it was even more. She clenched her fingers in anger, and then pointed at Su Mayan unconvinced. No matter what, this princess is better than Su Mo. That bitch. Hearing her insulting Su Mo, Finchen Jun changed his face on the spot. And Jun Haocong had already slapped Qi Xianqian hard, and his domineering roar rolled out like thunder, shaking everyone's heart. Just based on you. You are not worthy of being compared with her. The power of Jun Haocong's punch was extremely terrifying. If it really fell on Qi Xianqian, it would probably be fatal. Therefore, Qi Yuanxuan, who was standing closest to Qi Xianqian, was shocked when he saw this scene, and hurriedly took action to save his precious daughter. Several ancestors of the royal family saw that Emperor Yunlu had already taken action, and they could not just stand by and watch. And they all took action and rushed over here. But the fist mark blasted by Jun Haocong was too fast, and it arrived in the blink of an eye, and it was about to fall on Qi Xianqian. Seeing this, Qi Yuanxuan turned pale with fear, and almost used all his strength to rush towards Qi Xianqian. He then desperately took on Jun Haocong's attack, and was blasted backwards. Chapter 1583. The fight really started. Qi Yuanxuan didn't even reach the strength of the supreme Jun Lingshi. So how could he withstand Jun Haocong's power? So the next second, he fell to the ground like a kite with a broken line, spitting blood, twitching a few times, and died in front of everyone's horrified eyes. When the old guys from the royal family came, they saw that Qi Yuanxuan was dead, and their faces suddenly changed. There was horror in their pupils, and veins on their foreheads burst out. It was obvious that he was extremely angry. Emperor Yunlu, my Maple Forest Empire respects you, but you actually killed our emperor. It's too much. The emperor didn't want to offend Emperor Yunlu, and didn't want to be an enemy of Yunlu Dark Domain. But it didn't mean that he could tolerate Emperor Yunlu riding on their heads and bullying them. Qi Yuanxuan was the ruler of their Maple Forest Empire. But Emperor Yunlu was so disrespectful that he even killed the ruler. If this were to get out, how would the Maple Forest Empire survive in the Nine Netherworld? Jun Haocong remained calm upon hearing this. His icy blue eyes seemed to have been soaked in a cold pond, with a piercing coldness. Humph. I said that no one who participated in the encirclement and suppression would be spared. Not to mention him. You are no exception. As soon as the words fell, Jun Haocong burst out with murderous intent and rushed towards them. Everyone only saw a figure wrapped in spiritual power passing by like a stream of light, and fiercely attacked the old guys with the power of thunder. The old guys didn't expect him to really take action. Their pupils shrank, and they all tried to resist. Their speed was also as fast as lightning, and they quickly surrounded Jun Haocong. It was clear that they were going to catch him in a jar. Su Maoyong knew that Jun Haocong was suffering from a cold disease, and could not stand the tossing of so many people. Not to mention that these old guys were very strong. If they really fought, once his cold disease was triggered, it would be life-threatening. Thinking of this, Su Maoyong's heart was pulled up. and his face was pale and he shouted, "Haotsong! No! Come back to me!" However, Jun Haotsong was determined to seek justice for her, so he didn't care about her stopping him. The spiritual power in his hand was surging, and he blasted it out heavily, because he felt so distressed when he thought of Su Maoyang, who had suffered so much injustice in the Maple Forest Empire, and had relied on herself to carry it all the way to now. His woman. He held her in his palm and hurt her so much. These people dared to hurt her. Therefore, he would not let anyone who bullied her go. Thinking of this, Jun Haotsong urged more terrifying spiritual power and blasted it all out. It was like an explosion around him, shaking out fierce air waves and violently hitting several old guys. The old guys in the royal family were all powerful supreme spiritual masters, and there were even 2 masters of the same level as Jun Haotsong. So they took on Jun Haotsong's power without any effort. At the same time, the old guys in the royal family were also accumulating strength and preparing to counterattack once the fierce spiritual power was launched. Even if Su Maoyang stood so far away, she could still feel the terrible strong wind and the irresistible pressure. But she was concerned about Jun Haotsong's health and couldn't let him have any harm. So the next second, she didn't care about the disparity in strength, and directly faced the pressure of the late Supreme Spiritual Master, and rushed over forcefully, waving the dragon harp in her hand, and a dazzling silver light passed through the air. Feng Emosia didn't expect that she would join the battle. He turned pale with fear and shouted anxiously, "Su Liang, you are crazy! Come back here!" However, at this time, Su Liang had come to Jun Haotsong's side and decided to fight side by side with him. Jun Haotsong was also shocked by her behavior. He quickly stretched out his hand to hold her in his arms. Fearing that she would be hurt at all, he nervously growled, "What are you doing here? Leave it to me." Su Liang was held in his arms and smelled the familiar and pleasant smell again. She was so attached that she couldn't bear to withdraw. But now she had to push him away. At this time, facing the pair of ice blue eyes that were nervous and anxious for her, she promised affectionately, "Haotsong," I said, "from now on, I will protect you." After saying that, Su Maoyang kissed him on the lips, then let him go, waved her hand, and floated the dragon zither in front of her. She held the strings with both hands, and the spiritual power like boiling water fell on the strings. Her slender arms seemed to flash with lightning. She pushed hard outward, and a long silver dragon rushed out, with lightning and thunder, attacking several old guys in the royal family. The dragon roared and shook, with great momentum, shaking the world. After all, the old guys in the royal family were peak strongmen who were several levels higher than Su Maoyang. Even if they felt the dragon's power and were a little scared, their strength was there after all, so it was not too difficult to deal with them. However, the retired emperor and the supreme emperor, who were both mid-stage supreme spiritual masters, did not expect Su Maoyang to have such ability. They were forced to take 2 steps back by the dragon's power. King Xiang of Chu was stronger, so he waved his sleeves and released powerful spiritual power, blasting the dragon shadow away. Then he went straight to Su Maoyang, and his hand surged with spiritual power again. He raised his palm and brought up the power of crushing withering and rotten wood, with the momentum to beat Su Mo into powder. Seeing this, the great-grandfather of the Dongfang family realized the danger and rushed over here immediately, wanting to rescue Su Maoyang. After all, on their side, only he and Emperor Yunlu were late-stage Supreme Jun Lingshi who could withstand the violent power of King Chuxiang. But at this moment, the 6 elders from the 3 major academies besieged him and the Dongfang family, trapping him in place and unable to get out. At this time, Feng Moxie saw Su Maoyang in danger, and his eyes widened in horror. Anger surged in his strange purple eyes. He gritted his teeth and cursed in a low voice. "Damn it! Damn it!" Seeing Jun Haotsong being besieged, he didn't intend to help. But he didn't know that Su Maoyang would rush up to die. Now seeing that both of them were trapped in the encirclement and in danger of life at any time, Feng Emosia was very reluctant to help Jun Haotsong. But seeing Su Liang in trouble, he had no choice. In the end, he let go of his grudges, shot forward like an arrow, and then pushed Su Liang out with a palm push, and then raised his palm to take the fierce attack. But King Chuxiang was a late-stage Supreme Jun Lingshi after all. His attack had a wide impact, Even though Sumo Liang was pushed far away by Feng Imo's Xia, she was still forced to retreat by the sharp force that swept towards her face. Fortunately, Sumo Liang was agile and swept to the side, avoiding important parts. But her face was cut by the fierce attack, leaving a bloody mark, and the blood spilled into the air, raising a bright red arc. Chapter 1584 Stunning Face. At this moment, a strong wind blew towards her, blowing Sumo Liang's thick black hair into the wind, like a flamboyant black flame blooming in the air, dancing in a wave-like soft and smooth, thrilling arc. And the face with blood marks on it quickly faded away the sallow and rough skin at a speed visible to the naked eye, and replaced it with a jade card, white and tender, and fragile oval face. Under the long black eyelashes, a pair of slightly upturned beautiful eyes, like autumn water, like cold stars, like gems, flashing with the deep luster of obsidian, revealing an unfathomable mysterious beauty. Because her appearance was exposed too suddenly, she did not put on any makeup at all, but still could not hide her gorgeous face. The smooth and white skin is like ice and snow. The exquisite and graceful nose is slender and straight. The red lips are like ripe cherries, and like a red plum standing proudly in the snow. And there seems to be a wisp of fragrance between the teeth. It is as beautiful as a garden full of flowers under the sunset, and as if it is a cold and quiet river surface under the moonlight. It is beautiful but not delicate, gorgeous but not vulgar. It is just like a fairy who walked out of a brocade painting. Everyone is so amazed that they gasped in shock. Faced with this scene, everyone seemed to be attracted by the beautiful face. They were completely stunned in place. Their eyes were intoxicated, and they could not take their eyes away. In the past, they only thought that Han Xinyi's appearance was outstanding, and could be called the most beautiful woman in the Maple Forest Empire. But now compared with this beautiful and extraordinary face in front of them, it is simply a small witch compared to a big witch. And it seems a lot more mediocre. Princess Xianchen, whose appearance was slightly inferior to Han Xinyi's, was even more dwarfed by her, and she was not even qualified to be compared with Sumo Liang. Seeing such a stunning scene, everyone was shocked and couldn't recover for a long time. Qi Xianchen, Han Xinyu, Ai Shuya, Xiahou Yuanshan and others were even more shocked by this scene, and their mouths were wide open in horror, unable to close again. With such beauty and manners, it is not an exaggeration to describe her as stunningly beautiful. But they never thought that the one with such a stunning face would be Sumo. It would be Sumo with sallow and rough skin and ordinary facial features. Is this true? Are they seeing things? Realizing this, Qi Xianchen, Han Xinyu and others wiped their eyes in disbelief, and kept confirming whether the person with the skin whiter than snow and the face as beautiful as the crescent moon was Sumo. However, even if they were extremely reluctant to accept this fact, everything in front of them would not allow them to escape, because that face was so vivid, so stunning, so profound. It would be unforgettable at a glance. Even their eyes could not help but be attracted by her. No! Impossible. Sumo. How could she? Ai Shuya was frightened. Her eyes were as big as walnuts, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets at any time. Xiahou Yuanshan, Ruan Lisan, Hu Buli and others were also stunned, as if they had lost their voices and strength. Their mouths moved a few times, but they couldn't utter a word. Han Jingfei on the side murmured to himself, I didn't expect that this was Sumo's original appearance. It seems that she had taken a disguise pill before. With such an ugly face, she lurked in the Maple Forest Empire, and endured so much humiliation and contempt. She really has a calm mind. For women, beauty is as important as life. But she can hide her ugly face for so long. This mentality is not comparable to that of ordinary women. At least Princess Xianchen can't do it. And Han Xinyu can't do it either. Because for them, losing beauty is like an eagle losing its wings. So, hearing this, Qi Xianchen was also shocked. Her pupils flashed with surprise. Her face was gray, and she looked uglier than death. Then, perhaps unable to bear such a blow, she staggered back 2 steps. Her slender body seemed unable to withstand the strong wind, and it seemed that she would fall down at any time, because she recalled everything before. She suddenly felt like a fool, which made people laugh and cry. She actually looked down on Sumo's appearance, often mocked her, and even thought she was superior in appearance. But she didn't know that she was the ugly one. What's funny is that she was jealous of Sumo, used some shameful means to seduce the emperor, and couldn't accept that the emperor liked her but not herself. Now that I think about it, I am really shameless. Su Imo is not only stronger than her, but also more beautiful than her. How can she have the face to compete with her? What's more, she is the emperor's concubine married by the emperor of Yunlu. And what is she? A princess? At this moment, Qi Xianxian suddenly felt like a jumping clown, and a sense of inferiority surged in his heart. He wished he could dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. Of course, Hansen Yu was not much better at this time. After learning the truth, her heart was like a stone tied to it, and it sank quickly. She had been beaten by Su Imo in the alchemy competition, and felt that life was worse than death. The only thing that could comfort her at that time was her beauty that she was proud of, because she was recognized as the most beautiful woman in Fenglin Empire, the crown princess appointed by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, and the dream lover that all men could only dream of. As a woman, she had beauty that others did not have, so her life was already more than half won. But who knew that now even her remaining pride was shattered by Su Maoyang's punch, which was even more painful than taking her life. Thinking of this, Hansen Yu's palms, that were tightly pinched, were actually dripping with blood. As for the other people who were jealous of Su Maoyang and had always made a fuss about her appearance, they could not say a word now. They just felt their faces burning, as if they had been slapped a few times. However, let alone the shock of outsiders, even the Dongfang family itself was shocked by Su Mo's appearance. Mu Jichen, Xiao Zian and others were almost stunned, and it was Dongfang Liu's excited exclamation that interrupted them. Oh my god! Su Imo is hiding too well. Even her appearance is fake. What else is she hiding from us? Dongfang Liu has been with her for so long, but she didn't know that there was a great beauty walking beside her. She really didn't know whether to be happy or angry, and she cried out with tears and laughter. At this time, Su Maoyang didn't pay attention to the amazing eyes of others. He didn't care about the injuries on his face at all, and raised his hand again, plucked the strings heavily, and a series of dragon roars shook out, rushing straight to the old guy's opposite. For her, the most important thing at the moment is Jun Haocong's safety. Chapter 1585. Jun Haocong is injured. At the same time, she swallowed a pill that forcibly increased her strength, and her whole body burst out with the aura of a late-stage innate Jun Lingshi. Then, she plucked the strings faster and faster, and the spiritual power output became more and more. She was actually seen to have a biting cold wind around her body, like a terrible blizzard, spreading out from her as the center, and immediately blew the light blue gauze skirt upside down, floating in the air with a fierce but beautiful arc. At this time, the messy flying black hair that bloomed like flowers was wrapped around the beautiful face, which was even more shocking. It was really like a pearl with a halo, shining brightly, and could not be looked at. However, the most eye-catching thing was the pair of beautiful eyes as bright as obsidian, which were actually flashing with a sharp cold light at this moment, like the green eyebrows of distant mountains with hidden sharpness, matched with the beautiful and delicate face. Not only did not violate, but also showed a few rare heroic spirits of women. However, just when everyone was captivated by her beauty, the sound of the piano resounded through the world. The afterimage of the dragon galloping out. The dragon roar that burst out when it soared into the sky. Each one trembled in people's hearts, bringing a speechless shock. The whistling cold wind was as sharp as a knife, harvesting in all directions, and it frightened the people around and made them step back. Taking advantage of this time, Su Maoyang waved again and summoned all the spirit beasts and 3 puppets. Several figures appeared around her in an instant, protecting her and Jun Haocong. Seeing so many powerful spirit beasts and puppets, seeing the afterimage of the dragon, and feeling the dragon power from the dragon, let alone the disciples and elders of the 4 major colleges. Even the old guys of the royal family and the 3 major colleges were a little shocked, because the little girl in front of them looked only in her early 20s. But she already had so many means and powerful fighting power. They simply couldn't imagine how terrifying she would be if she grew up. Presumably, her degree of perversion was definitely no less than that of the 2 amazing geniuses, Emperor Yunlu and Lord Finchen. No wonder these 2 men at the pinnacle of power would personally come forward to fight for a woman, and even be jealous of her. This woman really has the capital to make people excited. However, after all, they are a group of super strong people who are supreme Jun Lingshi. Even if they are shocked by Su Maoyang's strength, they will not fall to the point of fear. So they immediately counterattack quickly. Jun Haocong saw that the other party was unwilling to surround him again, So how could he let Su Maoyang take risks? Then he raised his sleeves to help her take the power of the emperor's slap. And a violent sound exploded in an instant. At this time, the Supreme Emperor saw that Lord Finchen was temporarily entangled by King Xiang of Chu, and Emperor Yunlu was confronting Emperor Gaozu head-on. It would take a while for them to decide the winner. So he immediately sent a look to the Emperor Taizong next to him. Su Emo is in your hands. After that, he rushed towards Jun Haocong, and the spiritual power that had been brewing in his hand was blasted out, intending to help Emperor Gaozu. He knew that Emperor Yunlu's strength should not be underestimated. Although he was young, he was already a master of the late Supreme Jun Lingshi, and he could tie with their Emperor Gaozu. Therefore, it was not so easy to defeat him. Even if Emperor Gaozu took action himself, he would need the help of people around him. However, fortunately, several old guys of the Dongfang family had been trapped by the former deans of the 3 major colleges. For a while, they could not withdraw to support Jun Haocong. So now was their best opportunity, and they had to seize it anyway. Thinking of this, the emperor nodded in understanding, and his eyes looked at Su Maoyang with murderous intent. Then he raised his arm and launched a crazy attack on Su Maoyang, intending to create the most favorable conditions for Huang Gaozu and Wishang Huan to defeat Yunlu Emperor. Su Maoyang knew the other party's mind and did not dare to take it lightly. He immediately burst out all the strength in his body and fought hard. But even so, her eyes could not help but pay attention to Jun Haocong's situation. At this moment, she saw that he was entangled by Huang Gaozu, and there was a palm print of Wishang Huang sneak attacking from his side. She was immediately frightened and screamed with bloodshot eyes. Haocong, be careful! The shrill voice broke through the clouds. But it was a pity that it was drowned by a fierce collision before it fell. At this time, the palm print of Wishang Huang came with a bang, and it was about to fall on Jun Haocong. But Jun Haocong was such a sharp person that he quickly dodged and raised his palm to respond when he noticed the danger beside him. After all, the Supreme Emperor was only a mid-term Supreme Jun Lingshi, and his strength was not as good as Jun Haocong. So he was knocked back several meters by Jun Haocong's counterattack in the next second. But at this time, Jun Haocong used his peripheral vision to see that Su Maoyang was in danger, and he was horrified and hurriedly tried to take all the damage on her. But at the moment when he was distracted by Su Maoyang, the Emperor Gaozu, who was chasing him on the opposite side, found the right time and hit him hard with a palm, so fast that he didn't even have time to react, and landed on his chest. With a loud bang, Jun Haocong was knocked away and shot a long way before stopping. Then, he was overwhelmed and knelt on one knee on the ground. His face was pale and bloodless, and the cold sweat on his forehead gushed like a spring, instantly wetting his whole handsome face. At this moment, his lips were black, his brows were knitted, and he couldn't hold back and spit out a mouthful of blood, which frightened Su Maoyang as if he was struck by 5 thunderbolts. His head buzzed and went blank. His heart was raised to his throat and almost jumped out of it. However, before she could shout out in fear, the emperor on the opposite side had already attacked her. It was just that Su Maoyang was focused on Jun Haocong's injury, so she had no energy to deal with the power of the middle stage Supreme Jun Lingshi. So she was forced into a panic for a while, and was particularly struggling, seeing that she was completely confused by Jun Haocong. Then Tianjin was also very anxious, worried that she would be hurt. In the end, he had to grit his teeth and try his best to launch a wave of attacks, temporarily repelling King Chuxiang for a distance. And then he pulled away, and rushed towards her without delay, and waved his sleeves to blast the emperor's attack. The crisis in front of Su Maoyang was resolved, and without thinking, she turned around and ran towards Jun Haocong. Then Tianjin saw that Jun Haocong was trapped in the battle circle of Emperor Gaozu, and knew that Su Mo would undoubtedly die if she rushed over. So he grabbed her and stopped her sternly. Su Mo, there is danger over there. You can't go. I can save you once, but it doesn't mean I can save you all the time. It is not easy to save people from the hands of 2 late-stage Supreme Jun Lingshi. He can't let her take risks again. At this time, Su Maoyang was already very nervous, seeing Feng Moxie trying to stop her with bad intentions. She was even more furious. She shook his hand away and shouted angrily, "Let go! Haocong needs me. I must go to save him." Jun Haocong was injured by Emperor Gaozu just to save herself. How could she let him go? Chapter 1586. It's actually a strange fire. Feng Moxie felt bad when he saw that she was so nervous about Jun Haotsong. His face was extremely ugly, but his attitude was very firm. No matter what, I won't let you go. Even if Jun Haotsong is here, he won't let you take risks. Su Mo Liang was forced to grit his teeth and said hatefully, "Don't be hypocritical here. What are you thinking? Don't think I don't know. If Jun Haotsong gets into trouble, you will be happier than anyone else. So, don't pretend to be good for me. It makes me sick." Since she learned about the past life and was besieged by Feng Moxie and Finchua Tianqing, Su Mo Liang hated this person. Now that she knew that in order to get close to her, he actually killed the young man who helped her, wiped out the entire Hu family, and lied to her and played tricks on her. So Su Mo Liang could be said to be disgusted with this person to the extreme. A person with an unrighteous mind, a twisted personality, and who would do anything to achieve his goals. She couldn't think of any good intentions he had. At this moment, Feng Moxie's heart was pierced by her disgusted tone, and a dull pain surged up. But his hand was still tightly grasped, and he refused to let go for a moment. Jun Haotsong needed her, so she could do anything. What about him? In her eyes, was he just malicious? Su Mo Liang noticed that the strength in his hand was getting stronger and stronger, and he was obviously angry. He also made her glare and struggled hard for a long time, but still couldn't shake him at all, and she couldn't help sweating profusely. At this time, Jun Haotsong was supporting the ground with one hand, trying to stand up, but only he knew that in fact, his body had already been churning and in great pain. But on the surface, he was still strong and calm, gritting his teeth and holding on, because he knew that Su Maoyang was looking at him and was worried about him. He must not show this pain. Master, are you okay? At this time, He Xiao came out from nowhere and wanted to help him up. When Jun Haotsong saw him, his expression became fierce, and he raised his palm and pushed him away. "What are you doing here? If you don't want me to die, get out of here." The other party was a powerful late-stage Supreme Jun Lingshi, and even he had a hard time dealing with him. Not to mention He Xiao, an early-stage innate Jun Lingshi. So He Xiao came here. He would only die. Not only could he not help, but also cause trouble for him. He Xiao naturally knew this truth. But when he saw that Jun Haotsong was seriously injured and had a cold disease, how could he sit back and watch? It's just that Jun Haotsong had frequent cold diseases during this period, and the pills that Su Maoyang had refined for him before were no longer effective. Therefore, even if He Xiao wanted to use pills to help him control the cold disease, he was powerless and could only worry. Now, when the emperor saw that Jun Haotsong was seriously injured, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He immediately seized the opportunity, chased him again, and blasted him with a palm. Facing the fierce attack coming at him, Jun Haotsong had no time to prepare, so he raised his hand to take it, stood up again, and wrestled with him. But due to the attack of the cold disease, his body had been stretched to the limit, and now he had to resist the attack of the strong enemy, which was simply too much. So, after a while, he was defeated and at a disadvantage. And the situation was not optimistic. Su Maoyang, who was bound by Feng Moxie, saw that Jun Haotsong was pale and sweating, and guessed that he was probably suffering from the attack of the cold disease. His heart was like a fire, and he was very anxious. Then he turned his head to look at Feng Moxie, and said solemnly with unusual seriousness, "Feng Moxie, if Jun Haotsong died, I would not live in vain. Even if you trapped me, it would be a waste of effort. It is better to let me give it a try." Hearing this, and meeting those dark but extremely firm eyes, Fin Tianjin was shocked, and his pupils flashed with surprise that he didn't even notice. Even envy. Why is it still Jun Haotsong? Why is there only Jun Haotsong in her eyes? Thinking of the past life to this life, Su Maoyang's eyes and heart are still filled with Jun Haotsong. Feng Moxie almost bit her teeth and said angrily, "Are you threatening me with your life? You take yourself too seriously. I'm keeping you alive, but I'm just torturing you. Who really cares about your life or death? Before I torture you, well, you must stay alive for me. Even if Jun Haotsong dies, I have a way to keep you alive. If you don't believe it, you can try it." Feng Moxie snorted coldly and narrowed his eyes. There was a dangerous cold light floating in his eyes, and his tone was even more powerful and determined. Su Maoyang knew that this person was insidious and vicious. and he would definitely do what he said. But Jun Haotsong needed her, and she couldn't stay out of it. So, when she was forced into a corner, she had to open her mouth and bite the back of Feng Mox's hand, secretly exerting force. Feng Moxie never expected that she would do this suddenly like a dog, and was startled, and accidentally let go of the pain. Su Moyang took this opportunity to quickly break free from his restraints and rushed out quickly, then shouted loudly, "Flamingo! Blue sky devouring python! Black thunder explosion ape! Golden flame demon lion! You and the puppets cover me and buy time for me! I want to make pills!" As he said that, Su Moyang threw a few pills to improve their strength at them. Dongfang Yanqing heard this, and also took a long pen, drew the shape of the trap in the air, and shouted, "I will use the 2-star trap to help you resist temporarily." At this time, Su Moyang was enveloped by a beam of light, as if she was covered with a transparent protective shield. I believe that it will take some time to break this protective shield, but the enemy is strong, and it is not difficult to break the 2-star trap. Therefore, Su Moyang still has to hurry up. Therefore, seeing that everyone temporarily helped her resist a wave of attacks, Su Moyang knew that the opportunity was rare, and she did not dare to delay at all. She waved and summoned the evil blood cauldron, and then raised her hand, and saw a dazzling fire burst out from her fingertips, which immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the audience. "Oh my god! It's a strange fire! It's a strange fire!" Elder Su of the Alchemy Hall was so frightened when he saw the flames of gold, blue and green intertwined. His face changed drastically, and his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Elder Wang standing next to him was like a clay sculpture, taking a deep breath stiffly and shaking his head in shock. "No! Not only a strange fire. There are 3 kinds of strange fire." As elders of the Alchemy Hall, although they are not as talented in alchemy as Su Moyang, they have much more experience in alchemy than her, so they recognize the 3 kinds of strange fire at a glance. You know, strange fire is more precious than any treasure for alchemists, and some alchemists can't get it in their entire lives. Therefore, an alchemist who can contract a strange fire is already an object of pursuit and worship. But Su Moyang actually contracted 3 kinds. What does this mean? They really dare not think. Chapter 1587. It's actually a divine pattern pill. However, just as everyone was shocked, Su Moyang had quickly peeled off the medicinal materials of the fire silkworm spirit pill and put them all into the evil blood cauldron. The strange fire on her fingertips burst out, surrounding the evil blood cauldron, releasing the scorching temperature with her claws and teeth. She has now reached the strength of the middle stage of the pill saint, and can refine a pill called the fire silkworm spirit pill. She just happened to have the medicinal materials for refining this pill in her space, so it can be used. She heard from the old man Jinjuan that this fire silkworm spirit pill is a middle-level holy pill, which is much more powerful than the cold blood pill, and can more effectively suppress the cold and evil spirit in the body. In addition, she has learned the divine pattern. If the divine pattern is engraved on the fire silkworm spirit pill, it will have a miraculous effect on Jun Haotsong's cold disease. Therefore, Su Moyang placed all his hopes on this pill, hoping that this pill could keep Jun Haotsong alive. As long as they could hold on until the city lord came out, they would be saved. Thinking of this, Su Moyang poured even more mental energy into it, waving his arms vigorously, controlling the strange fire, and shooting countless sparks in the air. At this time, the 3 kinds of strange fire emitted 3 different colors, each of which was dazzling and intertwined, making Su Moyang shine brightly. However, while everyone was shocked by the strange fire, they were also stunned by Su Moyang's alchemy skills and speed. In fact, the elders and disciples of Liuguang Academy had already seen Su Moyang's alchemy skills, but they were still shocked by the scene in front of them and speechless. Not to mention the 3 major academies that had not seen Su Moyang's alchemy. At this moment, they were so surprised that they stood there like a half-wooden log and froze directly, because Su Moyang's speed this time was several times faster than the last time in the alchemy competition. After all, Jun Haotsong's cold disease does not wait for anyone, and she almost exerted all her life strength and mental power. So, throughout the whole scene, everyone only saw countless afterimages passing by, so fast that everyone had no time to react, and then smelled a strong medicinal fragrance. Then Su Moyang raised her hand gently, and the pill suddenly rose from the medicine cauldron, suspended in the air, and bloomed with dazzling brilliance. They simply couldn't imagine how exquisite Su Maoyang's alchemy skills were. It took only a few dozen breaths to refine the pill. I'm afraid that even the old Dan Sheng couldn't be so fast. However, while everyone was still amazed at her speed, Elder Wang of the Dan Palace was emotional and roared in disbelief. Oh my god! It's the middle holy product fire silkworm spirit pill. As soon as he said this, it was like a stone thrown into the silent lake, instantly stirring up thousands of waves. Then, only a series of surprised gasps were heard, filling the entire square. The other elders of the Dan Palace were also shocked and speechless, with unconcealable shock flashing in their turbid eyes. Elder Su moved his lips and murmured in shock. It turned out to be a middle-grade elixir, which means that she is not at the peak of Danzong, but at the middle stage of Danxing. He bit the words middle stage of Danxing very hard, and his neck was actually bulging with blue veins, which showed how shocked he was. Oh my god! Middle stage of Danxing? Such a young middle stage of Danxing. Am I dreaming? Elder Shen was so scared that his heart skipped a beat. His eyes were as big as copper bells, and he covered his mouth in disbelief. It's no wonder they were shocked. For example, it took the old Dan Sheng 200 years to reach the peak of Dan Sheng, and Su Mo was already in the middle stage of Dan Sheng at such a young age. Such a cultivation speed can't be described as just terrifying. With such a talent for cultivation, if she has another few years, wouldn't she still have the hope of becoming a peak Dan Zun? Just thinking about this, everyone was shocked. However, Su Maoyang ignored their reactions at this time, and even blocked out all the noise from the outside world, and closed her eyes directly. When everyone saw the scene, their expressions jumped into some confusion, wondering what she was going to do. While everyone was guessing, Su Maoyang had already focused on urging her mental power, condensing it into a pen, and then raised her hand to hold the pen in her heart, and began to gesture in the air. After a while, she engraved the divine pattern on the pill. At this time, everyone only saw a golden light blooming from the pill, showing a mysterious golden pattern in the air. I saw an old man in golden armor, with his hands clasped together, sitting there motionless like an old monk in meditation, without any movement or expression, but releasing a terrifying mental pressure, which shocked the people present and made them step back. Elder Shen, who saw the scene, was so frightened that his eyes split open, and he screamed in horror. God! 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 God pattern! It's a God pattern pill. He was very familiar with the pattern in front of him. He had seen Sumo's God pattern pill with his own eyes. The pill had this golden pattern on it. Exactly the same. No difference at all. Of course, it wasn't just her. Several other elders in the alchemy hall also witnessed Su Maoyang's divine pattern pills at that time, and they were all very impressed. Because divine pattern pills are too rare, Su Mo was able to take out divine pattern pills at that time, which gave them a great shock. Now seeing the divine pattern again, they were naturally scared to death, because they didn't expect that this divine pattern was actually from Sumo's hand. Doesn't that mean that Su Mo is the divine pattern alchemist they asked around and wanted to curry favor with? Realizing this possibility, Elder Wang was frightened and his face turned pale. His heart was like falling into an ice cellar, and the coldness instantly spread throughout his body, making him sweat all over. After a moment of stiffness, he shook his head in horror. No! Impossible! How could she be a divine pattern alchemist? At the beginning, Su Maoyang said in person that this divine pattern pill was given by a master, so they didn't think about it at all. After all, even the old Dan Sheng has been studying for so many years, and still can't refine the divine pattern pill. Who would have thought that a little girl in her early 20s could actually refine the divine pattern pill? I believe that even if you tell others, no one will believe it. So, they really can't figure out how Su Mo did it. It's okay to reach the level of Dan Sheng in the middle stage at a young age, but she can actually refine the divine pattern pill. This is not a genius. She is simply a monster. Hearing the elders mention the divine pattern pill, the people around were shocked and gasped. Their eyes widened, their faces full of horror, and their expressions were overly frightened. Divine pattern? Su Mo actually refined the divine pattern pill. Knowing the truth, everyone looked at Su Maoyang with horror. Han Senu, who had always been dissatisfied with Su Maoyang, couldn't bear the blow. Her legs softened, and she fell to the ground. Her pretty face was as pale as paper. Her pupils seemed to be rusted, and she was fixed on Su Maoyang motionlessly. But her heart seemed to be filled with cold lead, sinking continuously. Chapter 1588. They were looking for their enemy. Han Sinyu never thought that Su Mo was the divine mark alchemist they had been trying so hard to find. At this moment, she suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the Han family had spent so much manpower and resources to inquire about the divine mark alchemist. But there was no news about the divine mark alchemist. It turned out that the divine mark alchemist had always been under their noses and in front of them, because she was none other than their enemy Su Mo. What was funny was that her father was still confident at the time that with her alchemy talent, she would definitely be able to become a disciple of the divine mark alchemist. By then, she would not only not be outdone by Su Mo, but would also be able to suppress her. Because she had a divine mark alchemist as her master, she might also become an excellent divine mark alchemist in the future. In addition, she was the crown princess. And with the support of the Han family, a family of alchemy, Su Mo would never be able to catch up with her in his entire life. Han Sinyu believed it at the time, and was looking forward to her father finding the divine pattern alchemist, and looking forward to being a disciple of the divine pattern alchemist, and completely surpassing Su Mo. But who knew that the master she wanted to curry favor with was Su Mo, who made her gnashing her teeth and hating her to the bone. She was not only the imperial concubine married by the emperor, but also the imperial concubine personally appointed by the Burning Heaven Lord, and a mid-stage Xiantian Lord Spirit Master, a master with several spirit beasts and puppets, and a super genius, a divine pattern alchemist of the mid-stage Dan Sheng. No matter which identity Su Mo brought out, he could crush her to death. She was so naive that she thought she had a chance to overthrow Su Mo. Now that she thinks about it, she is so ignorant. Han Sinyu was hit hard. And her father, the head of the Han family, was not much better. At this moment, his face was pale and his expression was embarrassed. He stared at Su Maoyong blankly, and he was shocked in his heart. He was also ashamed of his previous thoughts. This time, he knew that they had lost. Completely lost. His proud daughter didn't even have the qualifications to compete with others. Hu Buli, Hu Mengrao, Yao Peihan and others beside Han Sinyu were also scared. It was as if someone hit their heads with a stick. Their heads were confused and their bodies were numb. Their dull expressions looked particularly funny. As for Qi Xianchen, Ai Shuya and others, they looked even more lost. They were obviously frightened by Su Maoyong's identity as a divine pattern alchemist. However, let alone them, even the old guys in the royal family were stimulated, and some horror expressions appeared on their old faces that could deal with everything calmly. They had just used Qi Xianchen and Han Sinyu to lure Lord Fentian, and naively thought that Lord Fentian would be moved by their conditions. Thinking back on such actions, they felt it was very absurd and ridiculous. It was not until now that they understood why Lord Fentian was so angry, and said that they insulted his vision. Because Qi Xianchen and Han Sinyu were indeed not even as good as Su Mo's toes. The great-grandfather of the Dongfang family was also surprised when he saw the scene, and couldn't help but cast a look of approval at Dongfang Yanqing. Yanqing, you did a good job. You actually kidnapped such a powerful girl to our Dongfang family. Even if you rebel against the royal family today, it's worth it. He knew too well what a divine pattern alchemist meant. It was a blessing for his Dongfang family to be able to curry favor with such a young and perverted genius. This was something that others couldn't even ask for. Dongfang Yanqing was already confused by Su Maoyong's identity as a divine pattern alchemist, and he was confused. Now he was even more confused by the old man's praise. To be honest, he only knew Su Mo's identity and trump card now, and he was no less shocked than them. So in the end, he was able to curry favor with such a powerful person. But it was just a blind cat catching a dead mouse. And he was lucky. Ha ha ha. Brother. It seems that it was the ancestors of my Dongfang family who accumulated virtue to know such a great genius. Dongfang Jianbo was also very satisfied with Su Maoyong and couldn't help laughing. Yes, God is pitying my Dongfang family and pointing a clear way for my Dongfang family. Dongfang Haijing nodded in agreement. They all knew that even if Su Mo didn't exist, the royal family would sooner or later take action against the Dongfang family. So relying on the power of the Dongfang family alone to face the royal family and the three major colleges, they would have been killed today. But because they took in Su Mo, they not only have a helper with amazing talent and unlimited potential, but also let Emperor Yunlu and Lord Fentian come out to help. So their Dongfang family will not be isolated and helpless. Thinking of this, the people of the Dongfang family are very fortunate. It is because of their kindness and righteousness that they have made friends like Su Mo. Although Mr. Dongfang was excited, he was still very clear about the current situation. He immediately ordered loudly, Yan Qing, your grandfather and I will temporarily resist the attack of the 3 major colleges. You hurry up and help Su Mo girl. Dongfang Yanqing heard this, nodded heavily, and immediately turned and flew towards Su Maoyang. However, just as he was about to attack, he was knocked away by a figure flying over from the side and fell to the ground. Although there are not many masters in the 3 academies, each academy still has 2 powerful old guys in charge, which is more than enough to deal with Dongfang Yanqing, who is only a Xianqian Jun Lingshi. Now that Su Maoyang has lost Dongfang Yanqing's assistance, the emperor quickly broke through his trap and rushed towards her. Seeing this, Su Maoyang was shocked and immediately held the divine pattern pill tightly in his hand. Even if he faced a death-like attack, he would never dare to let the pill make any mistakes, because Jun Haotsong, who was entangled with the Emperor Gaozu, might not be able to hold on for too long. She had no time and no chance to refine the divine pattern pill again, so she had to protect the only hope for Jun Haotsong to survive. When Lord Finshan saw Su Maoyang in danger and was about to be slapped to death by the emperor, he was so horrified that his eyes were bloodshot, and he shouted in horror, Su Maoyang, be careful. At the same time, he did not dare to delay for a moment and rushed towards Su Maoyang like crazy. But King Xiang of Chu did not give him a chance to rescue him. He chased him fiercely and swept him back in the opposite direction. At this moment, the emperor's attack was close at hand. Su Maoyang felt that her internal organs were about to be shattered, but she could not give in or give up. She still had the pill to suppress Jun Haotsong's cold disease in her hand, and she had to deliver it to him personally. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang also retreated madly. But the opponent was a mid-term Supreme Jun Lingshi after all, and her current body could not resist such strength. Therefore, the overwhelming force came over, and it seemed that Su Maoyang was about to be blown away. But at this moment, a black shadow flew over like an eagle, opened his arms, and hugged her into his arms, pressing her head into his broad chest. Su Maoyang only heard a low groan from above her head, and was immediately startled. She quickly raised her eyes, and saw Jun Haotsong with a pale face, spitting out a mouthful of blood in embarrassment. Chapter 1589, Encircling his elder sister? Knowing that Jun Haotsong had taken all the force on her back, Su Maoyang was terrified and opened her mouth. Her heart seemed to be pinched by an invisible hand, making her mind blank and unable to breathe. Then, a heart-wrenching cry burst out from her chest. Haotsong! She trembled with her arms and stroked his pale cheek, sobbing in fear. Haotsong! Are you crazy? You have a cold attack and are already dangerous. Why are you running here? Jun Haotsong blocked the violent force and even added, the injury in his body and the worsening of the cold disease were aggravated. But even though he was so weak that he was about to collapse and had difficulty standing, he still put on a comforting smile and comforted her. Don't be afraid, I said. For you, I won't let anything happen to myself. I still have to protect you. Su Maoyang heard such words, and saw that he was so weak that his life was in danger at any time. But he was still trying hard to protect himself. It felt like someone had stabbed her heart, and she felt a sudden pain. Tears burst out at this moment and wet her cheeks. Stupid! You stupid! If you have any problems, how can you protect me? Su Maoyang's cheeks and voice were trembling with fear, and her choked tone was full of grief. Yes, I became a fool when I met you, and I will never be smart again. However, I am willing to be your fool for the rest of my life. Jun Haotsong was obviously in so much pain that he was about to faint, but he still forced a smile to her and pretended to be calm. But when Su Maoyang heard his intermittent words and weak breathing, he knew that his physical condition was not as good as he appeared to be. While his heart ached, he quickly stuffed the divine pattern pill in his hand into his mouth. The Emperor Gaozu, who was not far away, had just been repelled by Jun Haotsong's crazy burst of power, and he still couldn't recover. Seeing him protecting Su Mo, he was shocked. Emperor Yunlu had just repelled his attack, clearly risking his life. It seemed that the woman named Su Mo was more important to him than his own life. I can't believe that the Emperor Yunlu, who was always fearless, actually had a soft spot. Thinking of this, the Emperor Gaozu raised a hidden sneer at the corner of his mouth and quickly rushed to Su Maoyang's back. Then, he suddenly raised his palm and slapped Su Maoyang's back hard. At this time, Finch and June, Dongfang Yuyu, Mu Jichen and others in the distance were all frightened when they saw this scene, and shouted loudly, "Su Mo!" But they were too far away and were entangled by powerful enemies, so they couldn't get out to rescue. They could only watch Su Maoyang fall into danger, but they couldn't help it all. However, just when Huang Gaozu's slap was about to hit Su Maoyang, a strong wind suddenly rose around, and a powerful aura came overwhelming, instantly repelling the Chu Xiangwang, the emperor, and the supreme emperor who were fighting. Huang Gaozu, who was about to sneak attack Su Mo, was slapped away by a palm, and was shot far away before rolling to the ground. Seeing the sudden change, the Dongfang family and the Red Star Alliance, who were just frightened by Su Mo, were shocked and completely stunned. What happened? The emperor was actually knocked away. Everyone was shocked and stood still, staring at the emperor who rolled on the ground for several times in shock. And they were unable to react for a while, because the Emperor Gaozu was powerful. But a late-stage Supreme Sovereign Spiritual Master was now beaten away by someone. This scene was too horrifying and completely beyond their tolerance. While being shocked that the Emperor Gaozu was beaten away, everyone was also very curious about who had such ability to ignore even a late-stage Supreme Sovereign Spiritual Master. So, everyone present cast a horrified look at the person who came. The person who came was tall, wearing a gray robe, with gray hair, beard and eyebrows, but his face was still purple and red, and he looked energetic. The deep eyes full of wrinkles narrowed into a slit at this time, and a cold light leaked out from them, revealing anger and murderous intent. The breath he exuded alone made everyone around him shudder. Who is the person coming? So powerful. At this time, Jun Haotsong, who was hugging Su Maoyang, saw his figure clearly and called out in surprise, "Master, why are you here?" "Humph. You little brat. You almost died here. How can I not come?" Yushu Tianzuan glared at him unhappily and said viciously. When everyone heard Jun Haotsong call this old man master, they were stunned for a moment, and suddenly realized it. Isn't the master of Yunlu Emperor the famous Yushu Tianzuan? I heard that Yushu Tianzuan was already a great peak supreme Jun Lingshi many years ago, but he didn't realize the realm of Emperor Lingshi for a long time, so he didn't advance. But even so, his strength, his talent, and his realm are far ahead of him. No wonder he could slap away the great-grandfather of the late-stage Supreme Sovereign Spiritual Master with one palm. I believe that even enemies, who are also peak Supreme Sovereign Spiritual Masters, would have to take a detour in front of Yushu Tianzuan. Realizing this, everyone's eyes widened in shock, looking at Yushu Tianzuan with awe in their eyes. When Emperor Gaozu saw that Yushu Tianzuan had appeared, he was also very scared, and hurriedly explained, "Yushu Tianzuan, we didn't mean to cause trouble for your apprentice. It was because Su Mo stole the national treasure of our Maple Forest Empire and killed many disciples of the 3 major academies. In the end, she colluded with the Dongfang family and openly became the enemy of the royal family. We had no choice but to order a siege on her. But we never thought that Emperor Zun would suddenly intervene. So it was not our intention to attack Emperor Zun. Yushu Tianzuan was too powerful, and Emperor Gaozu didn't want to offend him to death. So he softened his attitude and wanted to win his forgiveness. However, the more he explained, the angrier Yushu Tianzuan became. His face turned purple, and he shouted with gnashing teeth, "You bastard! You ordered the suppression of my elder sister. Do you think you are right?" Yushu Tianzuan thought that if he came a little later, his elder sister and apprentice would be gone. He was so angry that he trembled all over and even swore. Everyone present was frightened by the earth-shaking roar. But after hearing the meaning of his words, they were stunned. Eldest sister? Yushu Tianzuan's elder sister? Yushu Tianzuan actually has an elder sister. He said they were suppressing his elder sister. Could this elder sister refer to Su Mo? Guessing this possibility, everyone was shocked and stunned. Chapter 1590, they actually swore brotherhood. At this moment, everyone in the audience, including the Dongfang siblings, the Xiaohou siblings, Mu Jichen, Dong Jinan, several elders of the Dongfang family, and all the disciples of the Red Star League were all shocked and couldn't close their mouths. Yushu Tianzuan's eldest sister? Are they sure they didn't hear it wrong? That? Am I old and my ears are not good? Yushu Tianzuan just said that they surrounded his eldest sister? Did I hear it right? Not to mention them. Even the old man of the Dongfang family couldn't believe it and scratched his ears, asking with a puzzled look, Dongfang Yanqing, Dongfang Jianbo, Dongfang Haijing, and others were all shocked and froze in place, like 3 stones, motionless. When they heard the old man's question, they shook their heads stiffly, but still couldn't utter a word. It can be seen how scared they were that they couldn't even speak. After all, who could have thought that Su Mo would be Yushu Tianzuan's eldest sister? Isn't this ridiculous? Wang Gaozu couldn't accept this fact either, and asked with confusion, Yushu Tianzuan, I don't quite understand what you mean. Who is the eldest sister you are talking about? Yushu Tianzuan had a bad temper. Seeing his apprentice injured, he was already furious. Now, he couldn't control his temper and yelled back, You blind dog. You surrounded my eldest sister and kept saying that she robbed your Maple Forest Empire's national treasure. Now you ask me who my eldest sister is. I think you are looking for death. As he said, Yushu Tianzuan waved his sleeves again, slapped out a palm, and directly blasted Huang Gaozu farther away. Huang Gaozu couldn't resist his power at all, and immediately spit out a mouthful of old blood, looking particularly embarrassed. When everyone heard Yushu Tianzuan admit that Su Mo was his elder sister, they were all scared to death. They all cast horrified eyes at Su Moyang and gasped in shock. Su Mo! Oh my god! Not only your strength is fake, your identity is fake, your appearance is fake, your name is fake, and even your age is fake. What else are you hiding from me? No. You must tell me honestly. How many 100 years old are you? Dongfang Liu had jumped 8 feet high when she learned the truth, and asked anxiously. Yushu Tianzuan is an old man who has lived for more than 100 years. And Su Mo is his elder sister, so she is older than him. Su Moyang was asked to laugh and cry, and explained helplessly, I may have concealed other things, but I definitely didn't hide my age at all. Mu Jichen nodded slightly after hearing this. I believe her. I don't think Emperor Yunlu would be crazy enough to marry an old woman who is more than 100 years older than him. Hearing this, everyone around nodded in agreement. Since you didn't lie about your age, how did you become the eldest sister of Yushu Tianzuan? Dongfang Liu felt that she knew nothing, and her heart was extremely unbalanced. So she asked persistently. When Yushu Tianzuan saw Su Moyang being questioned, he kindly explained, Don't get me wrong. My elder sister is indeed a beautiful girl. I just admire her, swear homage to her, and recognize her as my elder sister. Su Mo is still the sweetheart of his precious disciple after all. It's not like she would be treated as an old woman and ruin Jun Haotsong's reputation because of this relationship. But it would be better if he didn't explain. Once he explained, everyone was shocked. It turned out that Yushu Tianzuan worshipped Su Mo, swore brotherhood with her, and recognized her as his elder sister. Su Mo, this pervert, really gave them surprises anytime, anywhere, all the time. Who in the world has such ability to be sworn brotherhood with Yushu Tianzuan? She is definitely the #1 person in the 9 Nether Realm. I am convinced. Completely convinced. All those who were not convinced before are now convinced. How could they not accept the person who even Yushu Tianzuan called her big sister? The old man of the Dongfang family was stunned for a moment when he heard this explanation. And then he burst into laughter and was extremely happy. Ha! Yanqing, Haizheng, Jianbo, you are so lucky this time. Even Yushu Tianzuan's big sister has been kidnapped to your home. What else can't you do? Ha! This is so beautiful. Everyone in the Dongfang family will be rewarded. The old man knew very well that the Dongfang family had Su Moyang, which meant that they not only had the divine pattern alchemist, but also Yunlu Emperor, then Tianjin and Yushu Tianzuan as their backers. The 3 most influential figures in Yunlu Dark Domain and Finxue Tianqing all stood on the side of his Dongfang family. How could his Dongfang family be uprooted so easily by the royal family? So, if the Dongfang family survives today's disaster, there will be blessings in the future. How can this make people excited? Thinking of this, the people of the Dongfang family all jumped up in joy and were equally excited. The disciples of the Red Star Alliance were also honored to be able to become friends with Yushu Tianzuan's elder sister, which was something they would never dare to hope for in their lifetime. At this time, Dong Jinan was so excited that he trembled all over and muttered to himself, Su Mo is my beloved disciple, and my disciple is Yushu Tianzuan's elder sister, so I am Yushu Tianzuan's. Realizing his identity, Dong Jinan covered his mouth in fear. His heart almost jumped out of his throat. Those who had always stood by Su Maoyang, supported her, and defended her were pleasantly surprised, while a large group of people who had a deep hatred for Su Maoyang were shocked by the truth, especially the Xiahou family, which had too much resentment and regret compared to other families. You must know that Su Mo came from his Xiahou family. At that time, the Xiahou family took her in, which was considered a favor to her. If they could treat her well, the Xiahou family would not have fallen to the point of being expelled from the 6 major families. Even if they really wanted to be expelled, Yunlu Emperor, then Shenjun and Yushu Tianzun would come here, and no one would dare to say anything bad about his Xiahou family. What's more, Su Mo is a divine pattern alchemist, and I don't know how many strong people will come to curry favor with her at that time. If that were true, not only would his Xiahou family not be removed from the list, but they would also become the head of the 6 major families. Unfortunately, they personally handed over such an opportunity to the Dongfang family. Thinking of this, Grandpa Xiahou regretted it so much that he could only sigh helplessly. At this moment, although the old guys in the royal family also regretted provoking Su Mo, they had no way out now, because they surrounded and suppressed Yushu Tianzun's eldest sister, and also seriously injured Yunlu Emperor, making things out of control. How could Yushu Tianzun let them go? So, now they can only unite and jointly resist Yushu Tianzun's revenge. Only then can they have a glimmer of hope. Thinking of this, King Chu Xiang immediately made a decision and shouted to the emperor and the supreme emperor next to him, "Open the Baiming God killing formation." After the words fell, King Chu Xiang had already rushed in the direction of Emperor Gaozu. When the supreme emperor and the grand emperor heard about the North Sea God slaying formation, they were both shocked, looked at each other, and then quickly moved towards the direction of the emperor's great-grandfather. Chapter 1591, Open the Baiming God slaying formation. When the old man Dongfang heard about the Baiming God slaying formation, his face changed drastically, and he shouted in panic, "Danger! Everyone, get out of the way!" The roar shook the sky, and the younger generations of the Dongfang family and the Red Star Alliance were all frightened and shocked. Although they didn't know what was going on, they still followed his instructions and retreated quickly, because even the old man of the Dongfang family was so scared. The Baiming God formation must be very complicated. Sure enough, everyone only saw King Xiang of Chu, the Supreme Emperor. The Supreme Emperor and the Emperor Gaozu quickly gathered together, occupying 4 directions respectively, and quickly drew several complex and mysterious patterns in the air. At this time, 4 star-shaped halos appeared under their feet in an instant, blooming with dazzling light, covering them. Then, they put their palms together and pushed, and all the complex patterns were sacrificed. They quickly connected and merged together to form a square dungeon like purgatory, emitting a cold murderous aura, which instantly spread in all directions. Because the Baiming God slaying formation was opened too quickly and involved too wide a range, the people of the Dongfang family and the Red Star Alliance were still trapped in the formation even though they retreated far away. But fortunately, they were not standing in the center of the formation, and the pressure of the power was not that great. With the protection of the old grandfather and grandfather of the Dongfang family and the 2 former deans of Liuguan Academy, everyone was not killed immediately. But the murderous aura was everywhere, and everyone did not dare to take it lightly. However, compared with Yunlu Emperor, Yushu Tianzun, Su Maoyang and Feng Moxi, who were trapped in the center of the formation, they were much more relaxed. At this time, Dongfang Jianbao saw that Su Maoyang and others were in great crisis. His face changed drastically, and he growled anxiously, "Oh no! Su Mo and Tianzun are trapped in the center of the formation. I'm afraid it's not good." Mu Jichen was shocked when he heard this, and asked nervously, "Yushu Tianzun is at least a peak Supreme Junling sure. With him there, Su Mo and others should be fine. Right?" Dongfang Yanqing shook his head seriously. His tone was particularly solemn. The Baiming God's formation is a 4-star killing formation passed down from ancient times to the present by the Maple Forest Empire. Even if it is a peak Supreme Junling sure, it is very difficult to break the formation once it is trapped in the formation. This is why the Maple Forest Empire is not as strong as other countries, but it can still stand to this day. Although the national strength of the Maple Forest Empire is slightly inferior to that of other countries, it can stand out from many small countries and small forces and become one of the 4 major empires. It is not unreasonable without some foundation. In fact, in the time of the ancestors, The Maple Forest Empire was as powerful as the Cloud Tower Dark Domain and Burning Blood Sky City. Unfortunately, it developed slowly, and its power was gradually weakened. So it was slowly overtaken by other countries and fell behind. As a result, the current Maple Forest Empire no longer has the confidence it once had, and can only protect itself. However, although they dare not easily provoke other countries, and consume their already insufficient resources, once someone bullies the Maple Forest Empire, they can still make the other party lose a layer of skin. Therefore, although other countries look down on the Maple Forest Empire, they have been wary of their formations for so many years, and have not acted rashly. However, although the Biming God-slaying formation is powerful, it also consumes the power of the person who casts the formation. If they are not careful, the person who casts the formation may be backfired and die. Of course, even if they are lucky and are not backfired, they will be seriously injured. Therefore, opening the Biming God-slaying formation is an extremely risky approach of killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800 of their own. Now, several old guys in the royal family have taken out the biggest trump cards of the Maple Forest Empire, which shows that they are also forced to jump off the wall and have no other way. However, it is understandable that even Yushi Tianzuan, the peak supreme Junlingshi, has come to the door. If they don't defend themselves, the royal family will disappear in this Joyo domain. Therefore, the 4 old guys in the royal family are all desperate at this moment, using all their strength to control the Biming God formation, trapping Yushi Tianzuan in it, and launching a series of crazy killings. There are some tricks to this formation. It will probably take quite some time to break it. Stand behind me and be careful. I will clear the way. Yushi Tianzuan gave a serious instruction to Jun Haotsong, Su Maoyang and others, and then waved his sleeves violently to open the invisible air wave that attacked quietly. At the same time, Jun Haotsong also raised his palm and met the attack from the side. It took a lot of effort to resist the power. Su Maoyang found that this formation was extraordinary. All the attacks in it not only contained extremely terrifying power, but also were all hidden in the dark, always catching people off guard. It is very likely that if you are not careful, you will die here. This kind of fighting style where they are in the open and the formation is in the dark, let alone breaking the formation. Even if you want to resist the attack here, it is as difficult as ascending to heaven. So you have to admit that the formation of the Maple Forest Empire is still very powerful. Be careful. Feng Moxie saw a powerful force shooting towards Su Mo Liang's back at this time, and he yelled in fear, tapped the ground with his toes, and rushed out fiercely. At the same time, Jun Haotsong, who was standing next to Su Mo Liang, also turned around quickly, took her behind him, and pushed his palms at the same time as Feng Moxie, who rushed over, and worked together to bear the powerful force. Seeing that his mortal enemy Moxie stood on the same front with him for the first time, using all his strength to help resist the attack, Jun Haotsong's eyes flashed with surprise, and then the corners of his mouth raised a hint of unknown arc. And he joked, "I can't believe that we will have a day to fight the enemy together. If this is reported back to your Burning Blood City, you may not be able to explain it to your civil and military officials and the people of Dawn." Humph. We are the same. You are still worried about how to explain it when you return to the dark domain of Yunlu. Feng Moxie heard the words, glanced at him sideways, and snorted coldly. Although his tone was not very good, he had the same strength to resist the attack. I am protecting my own woman. Why should I explain to others? Jun Haotsong has always been domineering. What he wants to do, and who he has chosen will not be questioned. Feng Moxie raised his lips, and a strange light flashed in his purple eyes. Then he looked at Su Mo Liang and smiled meaningfully. Protecting the woman who killed his relatives, the mind of Emperor Yunlu is really admirable. Hearing this, facing such a strange look, Su Mo Liang's heart trembled, and she shuddered immediately, and her face suddenly became extremely ugly, because she knew that Feng Moxie's words were hinting at the blood feud in the previous life. Chapter 1592, The Legendary King Gaoyang. At this time, Jun Haotsong did not notice Su Maoyang's abnormality. He narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. The death of the princess has nothing to do with her. Don't stir up trouble between us here. When Feng Moxie heard this, his expression suddenly froze. Obviously, he did not expect Jun Haotsong to mention the death of the princess. Then, he glanced at Su Maoyang and saw that she was pale and nervous. He realized that Jun Haotsong should not know about the past life. So he completely misunderstood his meaning. Realizing this, Feng Moxie raised his eyebrows slightly, and the smile on his mouth deepened. He found that things were getting more and more interesting. Hao Tsong. Be careful. Su Maoyang was afraid that Feng Moxie would tell the truth. So he immediately shouted and rushed forward to separate the two. He pushed out a palm to block the force attacking from the other side. Feng Moxie knew her little thoughts very well. But he just looked at her, with a meaningful smile, and did not expose her. Jun Haosong was concerned about her safety, and quickly reached out to protect her. Su Maoyang was relieved when he saw that he had interrupted their conversation. Yu Zhengfeng, who was exploring the way ahead at this time, was blasted back. His breath was a little unstable, and his face was quite ugly. Jun Haosong frowned slightly, and asked with concern, "Old man, are you okay?" Yushu Tianzuan waved his hand, seemingly trying to comfort him. But his tone was as solemn as if he was filled with hundreds of pounds of cold lead. "It's okay. It's not that easy for this formation to hurt me. But it will take some effort to break it. He is powerful. There is no doubt about it. But he is not a formation master. He rarely dabbles in things related to formations. So it is naturally more difficult for him to deal with formations. What's more, the Beiming God-slaying formation is the biggest trump card of the Maple Forest Empire. The most powerful 4-star killing formation. It is not so easy to break the formation. I believe that if it were any other formation, Yushu Tianzuan would have broken it with his own fierce fighting power. But he happened to encounter the most complex and difficult Beiming God-slaying formation. Hearing that Yushu Tianzuan couldn't crack it for a while, Feng Mox's expression became not so good. What should we do? Are we trapped here forever? There are dangers everywhere here, and we can't relax at all. If they stay any longer, they will die in there. Right? Su Maoyang's face sank when he heard this, and he retorted with disapproval. But his fingers under his sleeves were still clenched nervously. No! Wait patiently for a while. Maybe there will be a turning point. As long as the Lord of the City shows up, they still have hope. When the Supreme Emperor heard Su Maoyang's words, he thought she was daydreaming, and snorted disdainfully. Humph! Turning point? You must be dreaming. Once you enter our Beiming Jushin formation, don't even think about getting out today. As he said, the 4 old guys of the royal family injected more power to control the formation. Then, they saw that Su Maoyang and the others were surrounded by violent attacks, each of which was so fierce that it could take someone's life. Although Yushu Tianzuan was strong enough to deal with these attacks, he had to divert his attention to protect Jun Haosong and Su Maoyang. So he was forced to be a little flustered. The Emperor Taishan and the Supreme Emperor saw that they were being surrounded and retreated step by step, and gradually fell into a weak position. And they all smiled with satisfaction. When the Emperor Gaozu saw this, he snorted coldly and warned, Su Mo, if you want to live, hand over the inheritance quickly. Otherwise, Yushu Tianzuan, Yunlu Emperor, Finchen Jun, Dongfang family, and everyone in the Red Star Alliance will be buried with you. You must think it through. Hee hee. Live? In my opinion, even if I hand over the inheritance, you will have to peel off a layer of skin from us today. Why should I be so stupid to do such a thankless thing? Su Maoyang didn't believe the nonsense of these old guys, and said sarcastically, thinking it was ridiculous. Upon hearing this, the Emperor Gaozu raised his eyebrows and growled angrily. Humph. If you don't hand over the inheritance, you will only die more miserably. As he said this, he turned his head and shouted to the Supreme Emperor and the retired Emperor beside him. Don't be polite to her, since she doesn't know how to appreciate it and is seeking death. Then let her do it. Kill. As soon as the word kill fell, their faces became fierce, and they immediately burst into murderous intent, raising their hands and outputting more spiritual power. However, just when they were about to kill Su Maoyang completely, a loud roar like thunder exploded, accompanied by a strong breath rolling from a distance, and directly hit the 4 old guys of the royal family, and blasted them all away. You are the ones who are seeking death. The roar shook the earth with a sense of rage, and instantly spread across the open space. The momentum was so great that everyone present was shocked and shook their bodies. After being shocked, everyone turned around in horror and saw that the man had gray hair and a wrinkled face, but was tall and straight. He was wearing a golden dragon robe, and exuded a strong and sturdy aura. His facial features were angular, and his outline was somewhat similar to that of the Emperor Gaozu. But he was more handsome than the Emperor Gaozu. Everyone was shocked to see this man suddenly appear, staring at him blankly, not recognizing his identity for a while. The Emperor Gaozu, who saw this scene, was frightened to the point of paleness, with uncontrollable horror in his pupils. King Gaoyang. It's you? You? How come you are here? Aren't King Gaoyang and his army trapped in that formation? How could he suddenly appear here? You know, that formation is a 4-star trap set up by their ancestors. Even if it is a peak supreme master, it is difficult to get out of it without understanding the tricks. How did he do it now? The Emperor Gaozu was scared enough, and the others were stunned when they heard the 3 words King Gaoyang. Even the Emperor Taishang and the Supreme Emperor were so scared that they took a breath. Speaking of which, among all the people present, except Su Maoyang, the Dongfang brothers and sisters, the Xiahou brothers and sisters, only the Emperor Gaozu and the King of Chuxiang had actually seen King Gaoyang. Therefore, everyone was not familiar with the appearance of King Gaoyang and did not recognize him for a while. But who is King Gaoyang? He was a great hero who dominated the Maple Forest Empire 100 years ago. He was like a god of war in the hearts of the people. At the beginning, the emperor chose Emperor Gaozu as the crown prince. But there were many voices of opposition. Instead, everyone had the highest voice for King Gaoyang to inherit the throne. Therefore, if it had not happened that year, the current Emperor Gaozu might be King Gaoyang. Therefore, even if they did not recognize such a famous figure, they had heard of his reputation. Of course, some young descendants did not know the existence of this person, because in order to erase the dirty things they had done in the past, the royal family was very taboo to mention him, which led to everyone not daring to mention his name casually in public, which made many young people not very clear about what happened in the past. However, he now appeared in person, and even if he wanted to hide the past, he could not hide it. Chapter 1593 King Gaoyang's Army. So, seeing the elders' faces turn pale with fear when they heard King Gaoyang, many younger generations asked about this person out of curiosity. As expected, after learning King Gaoyang's identity, everyone was shocked and terrified, and the whole family was silent, because King Gaoyang was a legendary figure in the Maple Forest Empire. It is said that he was gifted and extremely powerful. He could fight against an army alone. He was always victorious in battles and created a brilliant record. He was regarded as a brave god of war. Even the rise of the Maple Forest Empire in the 9 Netherworld was inseparable from his contribution. It can be seen that this person has a high status in the hearts of the people in the Maple Forest Empire. However, they did not expect that the big man who lived in the rumors would appear in front of them. It was like a dream. Too unreal. Of course, the most shocked were Emperor Gaozu and King Xiang of Chu. They knew best what happened that year and where King Gaoyang was trapped. Now seeing him come out intact, they wiped their eyes in disbelief and couldn't recover for a long time. When King Gaoyang heard Emperor Gaozu's question, his expression sank, and his deep eye sockets burst into a fierce light of anger and hatred. Then he raised his head and laughed, shaking the earth and shaking the air. Why am I here? Ha ha ha. Brother Huang, what you asked is really interesting. The Maple Forest Empire can have such a vast territory and become one of the 4 great empires. It was all conquered by me and my brothers. Isn't it natural for me to stand on the territory I conquered with my own hands? The words were typed by King Gaoyang himself, and were heavily emphasized by him. There was too much hatred and anger in them, and they shook everyone's hearts like thunder. Everyone was frightened by the terrifying momentum and turned pale. They stared at King Gaoyang with fear. The royal family was frightened by this, but the Dongfang family was overjoyed. Dongfang Liu even shouted in surprise. Lord City Lord, you are finally here. Those old guys in the royal family bullied us and beat Su Mo seriously. You have to help us. Dongfang Liu is smart. She knows that the people of Nether City are waiting for Su Mo to make the antidote. The city lord will never let her make any mistakes. So she immediately used Su Mo's name to complain, hoping that the city lord can help them. Sure enough, when he heard that they had beaten Su Mo seriously, King Gaoyang's face turned black, and he stared at Emperor Gaozu and King Xiang of Chu with wide eyes. The earth-shaking roar burst out from his chest again. You dare to touch my great benefactor. You are looking for death. When everyone heard King Gaoyang call Su Mo a great benefactor, they were stunned. Their stiff expressions solidified for a moment, and then gradually became shocked. They were just wondering why King Gaoyang suddenly came out at this critical moment. But they didn't expect that he came for Su Mo. and Su Mo turned out to be King Gaoyang's benefactor. Su Mo is the emperor's concubine, the imperial concubine, and the elder sister of Yushu Tianzuan. It's scary enough. And now there is King Gaoyang's benefactor. How many identities, secrets, and shocks does she have for them? However, what they can't figure out the most is that King Gaoyang has been trapped in the formation for 100 years. Su Mo hooked up with Emperor Yunlu, Lord Fenchen, and Yushu Tianzuan. But how did she hook up with King Gaoyang, who was trapped in the formation? Could she know some kind of magic? At this moment, everyone had decided that strange things happen every year. But today there are especially many. The old guys in the royal family did not expect that Su Mo actually had a relationship with King Gaoyang. From King Gaoyang's tone, the relationship was not shallow. However, although they were shocked, they were not afraid of King Gaoyang. Because, judging from the spiritual power floating in King Gaoyang's body, he only reached the strength of the peak supreme monarch spiritual master, which was the same level as Yushu Tianzuan. While they controlled the Beiming Zushan formation, it was not easy for King Gaoyang to break the 4-star killing formation. So, even if they faced King Gaoyang, they were full of confidence. Qi Hanyang, even if you come out, what does it matter? Do you think you can be a match for so many of us alone? Emperor Gaozu waved his hand, pointed to the surrounding forces, and snorted with confidence. In addition to the Beiming God-slaying formation, there are so many masters here. No matter how powerful he is alone. It is wishful thinking for him to overthrow the Maple Forest Empire by himself. King Gaoyang didn't care when he heard this. He slowly raised a meaningful sneer at the corner of his mouth. Who said that I am alone? Don't I have my army? After he finished speaking, a large group of soldiers wearing black armor and holding black spears suddenly rushed behind him. They were majestic and awe-inspiring, exuding a strong and sharp aura. At this time, they were a black mass, running from a distance, automatically forming a huge pressure, rushing towards the people present. Before they started to fight, the aura alone scared everyone and made them sweat. Oh my god! It's the Iron Eagle Army! It's the invincible and fear-inspiring Iron Eagle Army! At this time, the older generation who knew the Iron Eagle Army had already screamed in fear. Then, waves of lively noises broke out in the square. Everyone was shocked inside, talking about it. And what they talked about was undoubtedly the glorious record of the Iron Eagle Army. That was the elite army that accompanied King Gaoyang, followed King Gaoyang, and helped King Gaoyang win countless victories. But since they followed King Gaoyang and slaughtered the Maple Forest Imperial capital, they and King Gaoyang were trapped in the formation by the royal ancestors, and have been isolated from the world since then, and have never come out again. Everyone couldn't figure it out. Now that King Gaoyang showed up, it was fine. But why did the Iron Eagle Army come out with him? What does it mean that they came out together? Does it mean that King Gaoyang has successfully broken the 4-star trap array and rescued all the people who were trapped in the array that year? Suddenly realizing this possibility, the old guys in the royal family shuddered with fear. However, before they could ask, King Gaoyang sneered. I forgot to tell you that I am not alone now. And I have also been promoted to a 4-star array master. If you want to use a 4-star killing array to trap and kill me, you are dreaming. After saying this, King Gaoyang waved his sleeves fiercely and pushed out a palm without hesitation. The power of the peak supreme Jun Lingshi attacked the old guys in the royal family like a huge thunderous wave. With a loud bang, the 4 old guys were all seriously injured. And the Beiming God killing array they built together showed signs of loosening at this moment. Chapter 1590 for the antidote you personally sent. Ha! Great! We are saved! Donfang Liue was overjoyed to see that King Gaoyang not only brought out the entire army, but also advanced to a 4-star formation master. She was so excited that she almost jumped up. It seems that it is not their Donfang family that will be doomed this time, but their royal family and the 3 major academies. Sure enough, at this time, King Gaoyang pushed out another palm, with overwhelming spiritual power, and immediately forced several old guys to retreat again and again. Emperor Gaozu had long known that he was very powerful, and after 100 years, he was estimated to have reached an extremely terrifying level. Therefore, he did not dare to underestimate the enemy, and immediately shouted to the king of Chuxiang, the supreme emperor and the emperor Taishang next to him. He is poisoned and can't hold on for too long. Let's work harder, and trap him with the Beiming God-slaying formation. He knew very well that King Gaoyang had a strong explosive power. But because he was poisoned, he couldn't hold on for too long. They had to hold him back and exhaust him to death to have a chance of winning. When the other old guys heard this, they all nodded seriously and used all their strength to put all their spiritual power into the formation. At this time, the Beiming God-slaying formation was full of power and became more unbreakable. Then it attacked King Gaoyang with fierce force. Seeing this, King Gaoyang was calm, and a cold and sarcastic arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then he waved his sleeves and repelled the rushing force. At the same time, he did not give Emperor Gaozu and others time to react. He ignored the power of the Beiming God-slaying formation, swept over like a rainbow light, and suddenly pushed out a palm, directly shattering the figure connecting the four people. There was another loud noise like a landslide, and the four old guys of the royal family were blown away and fell heavily to the ground. At this time, everyone saw that the four old ancestors of the royal family were all covered in dust and blood, looking very embarrassed and painful. And the Beiming God-slaying formation that they were proud of was directly shattered by King Gaoyang, and it could no longer play any role. Seeing this scene, the people who were besieging Su Maoyang were completely stunned like lightning. They didn't expect the situation to reverse so quickly. In a blink of an eye, the royal family who wanted to kill others became the one to be killed, causing everyone to be a little overwhelmed. Dong Fanliu felt relieved when she saw the old guys being beaten, and laughed. Ha! I finally understand what it means to be blessed in disguise. Fortunately, we were hunted down and escaped to the Nether City. Otherwise, how could we know such a powerful person like the City Lord? Where would we find such a powerful helper? The demon Martin on King Gaoyang's shoulder raised his head and proudly adjusted his hair when he heard this, and proudly asked for credit. You still have to thank me. If it weren't for me, I sent the antidote made by the woman to the City Lord in time. You are probably dead now. How can you have the chance to see the City Lord show his power? So, you must respect me well in the future. King Gaoyang laughed when he heard such shameless words. If I want to thank someone, I should thank Sumo. If she hadn't helped me make the antidote and remove the poison, I wouldn't have been promoted to a 4-star formation master so smoothly. And I wouldn't have successfully cracked the 4-star trap formation and brought the Iron Eagle army to help. If he hadn't removed the poison, he wouldn't have been able to fully exert his original strength, let alone successfully advance to a 4-star array mage. Moreover, the Beijushan array was a 4-star killing array. If he hadn't reached the level of a 4-star array mage, even if he came out of the Nether City, he would still be trapped in the Beiming Jushan array like Yushu Tianzuan, and he wouldn't be able to help much. So, this time, it was all thanks to Sumo's antidote, which not only allowed him to remove the poison, but also allowed him to set everyone in the Nether City free. Ha ha ha. Yes, you're just an errand boy. You take yourself too seriously. Dongfang Liu covered her mouth and laughed. The Sky Demon Martin was so angry at Dongfang Liu's ridicule that his cheeks puffed up. When Huang Gozu and King Xiang of Chu and others heard this, they were like being struck by thunder, and their pale old faces suddenly showed horror. They couldn't believe that Sumo had actually helped King Gaoyang refine an antidote to remove the poison of that year. No, this is impossible. I don't believe it. How did you do it? Emperor Gaozu was so shocked that he shook his head repeatedly. He couldn't accept this fact at all. Back then, they invited a very powerful poison master to personally refine the poison and made a very special poison. Originally, they wanted to poison King Gaoyang and his army to death. But who knew that there was something wrong with the poison? Instead of poisoning them to death, it made them very scary. Because of this, it became very difficult to refine the antidote. However, they now told him that King Gaoyang's poison had been cured by Sumo, which was undoubtedly a huge blow to Emperor Gaozu. At this time, Su Maoyang saw that the emperor was stimulated. His eyebrows raised slightly. A hint of sneer appeared, and he said lightly, "How did you do it? The emperor personally handed the antidote to me before." "Emperor, don't you know?" When the emperor heard this, he was shocked, and then his eyes widened. His mouth opened in shock, and he suddenly realized, "You are talking about Mithriya buds?" Before he came here, he knew some of the situation. He heard Qi Yuan talk about Sumo exchanging the prince's antidote for Mithriya buds. But he didn't care too much at the time. After all, it was just a medicinal herb. He didn't think that someone could overturn the Maple Forest Empire with just a medicinal herb. However, He never expected that it was this herb that changed the fate of the Maple Forest Empire and determined the life and death of the royal family. Realizing this, the Emperor Gozu, who was already seriously injured, turned pale in an instant, looking uglier than death, and his body seemed to have been drained of strength, and he fell to the ground dejectedly. King Xiang of Chu, the Supreme Emperor, and the Supreme Emperor were all stunned and froze in place like wooden statues. After all, who would have thought that they did not lose in strength, but in a herb? If they had not given the Methria immortal bud to Su Mo, she would not have been able to refine the antidote, and King Gaoyong would not have been so easy to break through the formation to help. Although their Baiming Jushin formation could not kill Yushu Tianzuan, it could temporarily trap him. They could completely take advantage of this time to deal with Su Mo and the Dongfang family. But because of the intervention of King Gaoyong, the situation of the war was completely reversed. Now, let alone taking back the inheritance and killing the Dongfang family, even saving their lives is difficult, because King Gaoyong has a blood feud with them. He couldn't come out to seek revenge on them before, but now that he has come out, how can he let them go? Chapter 1595, Killing the Old Guy of the Royal Family. Qi Hanyang, no matter what, we are your brothers. We are of the same root. Why are you so anxious to kill each other? Seeing Qi Hanyang's murderous aura, King Xiang of Chu panicked and tried to persuade him. King Gaoyong was already full of anger, and now he heard such words, as if he was ignited, and roared, "Brother, we are of the same root? When you designed to frame me and my army, did you ever think about this brotherly love? Did you show mercy for the sake of our same root? Don't you think it's ridiculous to talk to me about brother now?" King Gaoyong's anger rolled in his chest, as if it was about to burst out from his wide-open tiger eyes. Huang Gozu and King Xiang of Chu were frightened by his roar and trembled. They felt like there were 7 or 8 buckets hanging in their hearts, and they were uneasy. However, the Baiming God's formation was also destroyed by him, and they were also severely injured by him. Facing the wrath of King Gaoyong, they no longer had any power to resist, and could only be slaughtered. So they had no choice but to beg for mercy. "Hanyang, you misunderstood. It was not me who wanted to kill you. It was because you were poisoned and addicted to killing. Even the common people in the imperial capital were killed by you. Father had no choice but to trap you in the formation. And we are not 4-star formation masters, so we can't help you to unlock the 4-star trap." The Emperor Gaozu knew that their lives were in the hands of King Gaoyong, so he had to start playing the sympathy card. Upon hearing this, King Gaoyong couldn't help but sneer, his tone full of disgust and sarcasm. "You had the same hypocritical face back then. After so many years, you really haven't changed at all. Unfortunately, I didn't know people well at that time, and I mistakenly trusted you. So I fell into your trap, causing me and so many soldiers who fought for the Maple Forest Empire to not only be poisoned, but also be charged with treason and rebellion, and be trapped in that dungeon-like formation for 100 years. A full 100 years. Have you ever experienced the feeling of living a life worse than death? Have you ever tasted the feeling of despair and despair? Do you know the pain of enduring physical torture while enduring spiritual destruction? You don't. Not only do you not feel the slightest bit of guilt, you also take it for granted, feel justified, and gloat over our misfortune. Even after we were poisoned, trapped in a place without sunlight, and endured torture that ordinary people could not endure, you still refuse to give up and sent people to the Nether City to wipe us out. Is this how you act as brothers? Do you deserve the word brother?" Thinking of the cruel and painful scenes in the past, King Gaoyong's eyes turned red with anger, like an angry lion, roaring in anger. The others present were shocked when they heard this, because the royal family announced to the world at that time that King Gaoyong and his army were poisoned, unconscious, and turned into devils addicted to killing. In order to protect the people of the imperial capital, the royal family had no choice but to encircle and suppress King Gaoyong and his army. Later, the ancestor of the royal family could not bear to kill his son, so he just set up a formation to trap him inside. No one expected that there were so many unknown conspiracies and intrigues in it. Listening to the tone of King Gaoyong, they were clearly framed by the Emperor Gozu, and they were poisoned, which caused the massacre in the imperial capital 100 years ago. No wonder. They were still wondering, how could King Gaoyong, who was like a god of war, suddenly be poisoned? It turned out that he was framed by his own brother. In this way, this matter makes sense. At that time, the Emperor Gaozu was the prince who was chosen to inherit the throne. And King Gaoyang was a prince who was deeply loved by the people and had outstanding achievements. King Gaoyang had strength, military power, and the support of the people. He had everything except the throne. So the prince at that time must have felt threatened and regarded the excellent King Gaoyang as a thorn in his side, wishing to get rid of him as soon as possible. In this way, King Gaoyang was indeed very likely framed in the past. However, they couldn't believe that in order to frame King Gaoyang, the Emperor Gaozu would not even let go of the soldiers who had fought for the Maple Forest Empire. This was too cruel and vicious. When the Emperor Gaozu heard King Gaoyang tell all the things that happened in the past, he was so guilty that he broke out in a cold sweat. Hanyang? No. Listen to my explanation. Humph. You should go downstairs and explain to our ancestors. King Gaoyang's eyes were sharp. He snorted coldly and slapped his palm without saying anything. And the powerful spiritual power rushed towards them like a tidal wave. This time, King Gaoyang had accumulated enough spiritual power, with the power to kill with one blow. The 4 old men of the royal family were already seriously injured by the North Sea God's formation, and were later severely injured by King Gaoyang. Therefore, this last blow was undoubtedly the last straw that broke the camel's back, and they were killed on the spot. Seeing that several ancestors of the royal family were dead, those who supported the royal family to encircle the Dafeng family and Su Maoyang were frightened and took a few steps back, ready to turn around and run for their lives. Seeing this, King Gaoyang narrowed his eyes, waved his hand, and ordered loudly, "Don't spare anyone who participated in the encirclement." The Iron Eagle army behind him received the order and rushed towards the Maple Forest army and Deng Sudong and the elders of the Dan Hall of Liuguang Academy like an eagle hunting. Su Maoyang frowned when he saw that the Iron Eagle army was about to start a massacre, and stopped loudly. "Wait, Lord City Lord. In fact, all this is the fault of the royal family, and it has nothing to do with the elders and disciples of the academy. Besides, they are too weak, just standing aside and fanning the flames, without a chance to take action, and they are not guilty of death. In addition, no matter what, they are also the people of the Maple Forest Empire, the people you once protected with your life and blood. I think the incident 100 years ago should have become a pain in your heart. Although I cured your physical pain, I can't cure your pain in your heart. But fortunately, the people who can cure your heart disease are in front of you. They are your antidote." Although the city lord didn't say it, Su Maoyang knew that the massacre in the imperial capital 100 years ago was an indelible pain in his heart. He was betrayed at that time. He was hurt. So he killed so many people impulsively. But after so long, he should still feel guilty, because there were many innocent people there. And now is the best opportunity to compensate the people. King Gaoyang did not expect Su Maoyang's thoughts to be so delicate, and he actually hid his mind. His pupils full of hatred and anger suddenly flashed a trace of surprise, and his cold expression softened a little, and he gradually felt touched in his heart. When the elders and disciples of Liuguang Academy heard this, their pupils suddenly surged with hope of survival, and they immediately knelt down and kowtowed, begging for mercy. "Please spare my life. King Gaoyang, please spare my life." Chapter 1596 Her Good Intentions. The elders and disciples of the 3 academies knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly. "Please spare our lives, King Gaoyang and the imperial concubine. We had no intention of participating in this matter, but our 3 academies have received the favor of the royal family and have to come forward to help. We are also forced to do so, but we promise that we will never do it again. Please spare us, King Gaoyang." Several old guys in the royal family died, leaving only the 6 former deans of their 3 academies. But the most powerful of the 6 of them was only a late-stage supreme spiritual master, and they were no match for King Gaoyang. Yushu Tianzuan, Yunlu Emperor, Fenchen Jun, and the old man of the Dongfang family. So, those who know the times are heroes, and they have no choice but to bow to King Gaoyang. When King Gaoyang heard them begging for mercy, he looked at them deeply, and finally took a deep breath and softened his attitude. "Forget it. Since Suemo girl pleaded for you, I will spare you this time." When they heard that King Gaoyang would not kill them, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and their hearts were filled with joy like rebirth after a disaster. They counted in gratitude. "Thank you, King Gaoyang, for not killing us." "Don't thank me. You should thank Suemo girl. If it weren't for her, you would all have died." King Gaoyang snorted angrily, still looking ferocious. The people from the 3 major colleges heard this and nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. Thank the Imperial Concubine for not killing us. Thank the Imperial Concubine for not killing us. Ding Sudong of Liuguang College and several elders of Dan Palace also kowtowed in a hurry. Thank you for not killing us. We were blind and offended the Imperial Concubine before. The Imperial Concubine was magnanimous and didn't care about us. She really has the demeanor of a mother of the country. You guys are thanking me too early. Right? Who said I don't care about you? Su Maoyang didn't buy it. She raised her eyebrows, glanced at Ding Sudong, Elder Wang and others, and asked a question in a gloomy voice. Ding Sudong and the elders of the Dan Palace suddenly froze when they heard this. They looked up at her in confusion and couldn't figure out what she was thinking. Su Maoyang's mouth curled up slightly, raising a cold arc, and then said to King Gaoyang in a deep voice, "The other elders and disciples of the 3 major colleges and Liuguang College can be spared. But Ding Sudong and the elders of the Dan Palace must not be spared. The other elders and disciples may have gone with the flow, or they may have been blinded by interests. It can be regarded as human nature and can be understood. But these old guys have been involved in framing them before." Su Maoyang was not so kind and really let them go. Ding Sudong and the elders of the Dan Palace were still very surprised at this time. But they didn't expect Su Mo to suddenly change his mind. Their expressions froze in an instant, and fear surged in their pupils. Then, they kowtowed again in shock. "Empress, spare us. Please spare us. We will never dare to do it again. We kowtow to you and admit our mistakes. Please be generous and forgive us." Seeing the elders who were once high and mighty kowtow and admit their mistakes like a stray dog, Donphan Liu sneered disdainfully, and then pointed to the 5 major families behind them and asked loudly, "Su Mo, what about the 5 major families? How do you plan to deal with them?" Donphan Liu hated the 5 major families to the extreme, and didn't want to let them go so easily. Patriarch Han, Patriarch Xiao, Patriarch Song, and Patriarch Qi were already sweating profusely when they saw that even the deputy dean and several distinguished elders of the Dan Palace were forced into this state. Now, when Donphan Liu pointed at them, they were even more frightened. They immediately trembled and begged for mercy. Su Maoyang saw that they were frightened, and a hint of sarcasm flashed across his eyes. But he didn't say anything too embarrassing. "The 5 major families didn't do anything to me, so let them go this time." Hearing this, the hearts of the 5 major families finally fell back. But before they could be happy, Su Maoyang suddenly added, "Of course, the heads of the Han family, the Xiao family, the Song family, the Sun family, and the Qi family. These people can't be let off easily." In fact, Su Maoyang didn't mention the 5 major families, but only named a few heads of families, which was already a special favor, leaving a way out for the 5 major families. Donphan Liu didn't understand her actions and shouted in dissatisfaction, "Su Mo, they are so hateful. They once colluded with the Crown Prince and the elders of the Beast Hall to assassinate us. How can you let them go so easily? Have you forgotten how miserable we were forced to be?" Donphan Yanqing has lived for most of his life after all, and he is more thoughtful than Donphan Liu. Seeing that she misunderstood Su Mo, he immediately walked over with a smile and explained, "Liu, don't talk nonsense." Su Mo girl considered King Gaoyang and didn't want him to continue to bear the bad reputation. At the same time, she considered our Donphan family and didn't want our country, which we fought so hard to conquer, to be destroyed. That's why she made such a decision. You not only didn't appreciate it, but also blamed her. Even I can't stand it anymore. Su Mo clearly didn't pursue other people for the sake of King Gaoyang and the Donphan family. Firstly, King Gaoyang was supposed to be the master of the Maple Forest Empire, but he was framed and had a bad reputation for so many years. Now he was finally able to get out. Now was a great opportunity to ease relations with the people of the Maple Forest Empire and win over the hearts of the people. Su Maoyang naturally didn't want King Gaoyang to miss it. Secondly, it is because the 6 major families and the 4 major colleges are the largest forces in the Maple Forest Empire. They are the backbone of the Maple Forest Empire. Without them, the Maple Forest Empire can be said to be completely finished. And the Maple Forest Empire was built by their Donphan family with so much effort, so much energy, and the sacrifice of so many sons. If it is gone, wouldn't their previous efforts and hard work be wasted? Therefore, Suemo let most people go just because he took their feelings into consideration, and did not hurt the foundation of the Maple Forest Empire. He only arrested a few typical characters to serve as a warning to others. Such thoughtfulness and consideration. It would be a lie to say that I am not moved. Thinking about it, Dongfang Yanqing was determined in his mind. Came to Su Maoyang, knelt down in front of her, and said firmly, "The subordinate Dongfang Yanqing greets the master, and is willing to follow the master and serve the master." Seeing this, Dongfang Jianbo and Dongfang Haizheng also strode over, knelt down and saluted, and their loud voices were equally firm. The subordinate Dongfang Jiabua, Dongfang Haizheng, greets the master, and is willing to follow the master until death. Su Maoyang was shocked by this sudden move, and quickly reached out to help them up. "What are you doing? How can I bear such a big gift from you? You are our master." "Of course I can bear it." Dongfang Yanqing refused her support and said seriously. Chapter 1597. Two old men actually fought. Su Maoyang was flattered when he heard this, and waved his hands repeatedly. "Master, you are too polite. You are all my elders. How can you kneel down to the younger generation? Besides, I am still young. How can I be your master?" "Ha! I can be. In terms of seniority, we old guys can't catch up with you. Look at your talent in spiritual power, talent in contract beasts, talent in puppetry, talent in alchemy. Which one is not better than ours? What's more, you are already a divine pattern alchemist at a young age. Such achievements can only be found in a few even in the Nine Nether Realm. Therefore, it is our honor to be able to follow you. So don't refuse." Dongfang Jianbo hurriedly said flatteringly, fearing that Su Maoyang would not accept their kindness. Dongfang Haizheng also nodded in agreement. "Yes, a hero is not judged by age, and a man of virtue is not judged by age. You are more talented and powerful than us. This time you saved the lives of all the people in our Dongfang family, and helped us preserve the Maple Forest Empire. Whether you admit it or not, you are already the master that our Dongfang family will follow until death." As soon as these words came out, the other disciples of the Dongfang family also knelt down and clasped their fists. Their voices were deafening, and they were filled with absolute loyalty. "We will follow the master until death, and we are willing to serve the master at all costs." Su Maoyang saw a large group of people kneeling in front of him, and he was at a loss for what to do. He sighed helplessly. "We are all family. What are you doing?" "Ha. Suemo girl. Since you admit that you are a family with us, just agree to Yanqing's request." I watched Yanqing, Jianbo and Haizheng grow up. They are usually very arrogant, and most people look down on them. Now they are willing to lower themselves and follow you, which is not easy. You should not let them down. The great-grandfather of the Dongfang family saw that Su Maoyang was a divine pattern alchemist with so many backers behind him, and he was eager to get in touch with him. So he also persuaded him. Su Maoyang was a little embarrassed by their praise. But, it was the decision of our Dongfang family's ancestors to recognize you as the master, and we dare not disobey. If you don't agree, they won't get up from their knees." The old man was cunning and sly, and he immediately gave Dongfang Yanqing and the others a look. Dongfang Yanqing immediately understood and quickly agreed. "Yes, if you don't agree to us, we won't get up from our knees." Hearing this, and seeing that everyone was really ready to kneel, Su Maoyang had no choice but to surrender and compromise. Okay, I agree to you," letting a group of old people kneel in front of him for a long time. What a look! Hearing Su Maoyang's relenting, everyone was so happy that they stood up one after another. When King Gaoyang saw that the Dongfang family recognized Su Maoyang as their leader, he seemed unwilling to be outdone and expressed his gratitude. "Suemo girl, now that the royal family has been overthrown by me, why don't you just be the emperor of the Maple Forest Empire?" He was already so old that he had long since stopped caring about worldly affairs. However, the Maple Forest Empire was developed by him after all, and it was a pity that it was gone. Moreover, the royal family was destroyed, and he would definitely clean up the people in the royal family. Therefore, he really couldn't find the heir of the Maple Forest Empire for a while. At present, the only person who satisfied him the most was Suemo, so it was more appropriate to let her take over the Maple Forest Empire. However, before Suemo could answer, Yushu Tianzun on the side rejected her first and said, "Don't think about my elder sister. My elder sister is such a genius, destined to go further and higher. Not to mention the Maple Forest Empire. Even the Nine Nether Realm probably can't accommodate her. You'd better give up this idea, and don't use the throne to restrict her development. Yushi Tianzuan's vision has always been very broad. When he met Su Maoyang, he knew that this person was not simple. So he was willing to be her younger brother, and also pestered her shamelessly. Such a rare genius. She will definitely go far. And naturally will not be limited to the Maple Forest Empire. Because staying here will only delay her and destroy her. Hey, what do you mean by this? Do you look down on my Maple Forest Empire and think that my Maple Forest Empire is holding Suemo back? When King Gaoyang heard this, he was immediately unhappy and asked angrily. Yushi Tianzuan was also a proud and domineering person. Hearing his bad tone, he also got angry. Yes, I just think your place is too broken and rotten. What? Do you have any objections? Where did you come from, you old man? And you dare to talk to me like this? King Gaoyang did not expect this person to be so presumptuous, and he was furious on the spot. Yushi Tianzuan's old face jumped into a somewhat ambiguous smile, raised his eyebrows, and said smugly, "TSK, TSK, TSK. Defeated General. Your brain was not good back then. But I didn't expect that after being locked up for 100 years. You became even stupider. And even I don't recognize your uncle." Hearing this, King Gaoyang's body froze obviously. His angry old face froze for a moment. And then he suddenly realized and roared. "Okay. It's you. Yu Zhengfeng." King Gaoyang was once a genius famous in the Nine Netherworld. He had defeated many powerful people and never failed. But he was defeated by Yu Zhengfeng. Therefore, when he mentioned the 4 words defeated general, King Gaoyang subconsciously thought of the person who made him hate him so much. I really didn't expect it. 100 years have passed. You are so ugly that you can't bear to look at it. No wonder I didn't recognize you. King Gaoyang was no longer in a good mood when he learned his identity. He spoke with a sarcastic tone and was not polite at all. Yu Zhengfeng was choked by him, and his face turned black. He roared angrily. "Damn it. Are you looking for a fight? I haven't taught you a lesson for a long time. Are you itching for a fight?" As he said that, Yu Zhengfeng rolled up his sleeves and walked towards King Gaoyang with a grin. The people around didn't expect that the noble Yushi Tianzuan would roll up his sleeves and curse, and really want to fight with King Gaoyang. They were all scared, and their faces changed drastically. And they all stepped forward to persuade them. "Tianzuan, calm down. Don't get angry." The grandfather of the Dongfang family was so scared that he hugged him immediately. King Gaoyang and Yushi Tianzuan are both peak Supreme Junlingshi. If these two peak powerhouses fight, they will definitely overthrow their Fenglin Empire. Seeing that Yu Zhengfeng still wanted to beat him, King Gaoyang rolled up his sleeves and cursed. "Do you fucking think I don't dare? I used to be less powerful than you. But now I'm a 4-star formation master. I can beat you into pieces by just drawing a formation." As he said that, King Gaoyang also rushed over angrily, scaring everyone. The old man of the Dongfang family hurried over to hug King Gaoyang and persuaded him softly. "King Gaoyang, you just got rid of the poison. So don't get angry. It's not good for your health." Chapter 1598, She is actually your disciple. "Let me go. I will beat him to death today." King Gaoyang had been defeated by Yu Zhengfeng before, and there was always a thorn in his heart. Now that he finally met him, King Gaoyang wanted to fight him for hundreds of rounds to save the face he had lost. Seeing him so arrogant, Yushi Tianzuan was also furious and cursed. "Bah! You are a defeated general. Even after 100 years, you are still my defeated general. You still want to beat me to death. You dream?" As he said, Yu Zhengfeng struggled even harder, trying to push away the person who was hugging him. When everyone saw this, they didn't dare to be idle, and they came forward and hugged Yu Zhengfeng and King Gaoyang respectively. But these two old guys were too noisy. Even if they were hugged by a large group of people, they still looked like they were waving their arms and kicking their legs, like juggling, and tossed everyone around. Su Maoyang saw that the two people, who were about 300 or 400 years old in total, were as childish as 2 yellow-haired children, bickering and fighting. He suddenly had a headache and helplessly advised, "Okay, stop fighting. There is no need to argue over a small matter. Let's all give in." King Gaoyang and Yushi Tianzuan were arguing fiercely, and they would not listen to advice. Su Maoyang's voice was drowned out by their scolding. Su Maoyang saw that his kind words did not work. So he had to frown and yell loudly. Shut up. You are all old. But you are still like children. Quarreling and fighting. Don't you feel ashamed? I am ashamed for you. King Gaoyang and Yushu Tianzuan were frightened by Su Maoyang's sudden roar. Seeing that Su Maoyang was staring at them angrily, they shut up and stopped quarreling. Sister. It's him. Yushu Tianzuan didn't dare to offend Su Mo. He changed his fierce look and complained immediately. But before he could finish, Su Maoyang interrupted him angrily. No need to explain. I saw it clearly just now. It was you who provoked him first. You said that both of you are big figures in the Nine Nether Realm. You made a scene like this in public. Isn't it a joke for people to see? Yushu Tianzuan was criticized by her and felt even more wronged. He roared unconvinced. Sister, you are biased. I don't agree with you staying in the Maple Forest Empire. It's for your future. Everything is for your own good. I rejected his proposal. But you actually helped him speak. Seeing Yushu Tianzuan's aggrieved look and acting like a spoiled child with Su Maoyang, many people present were stunned and their jaws almost dropped to the ground. They couldn't believe that the man in front of them was the high and mighty Yushu Tianzuan in the rumors. This image is completely different. And they are not even close at all. At this time, Dong Jinan saw Yushu Tianzuan's pitiful appearance and knew that it was a good opportunity to get close to him. So he immediately said, Yes, I agree with my apprentice. There is no future in the Maple Forest Empire. It is better to go out and try your luck. Yushu Tianzuan saw that someone agreed with him, and nodded repeatedly with satisfaction, and said excitedly, Look, someone agrees with me. But as soon as he said this, he suddenly felt something was wrong, and frowned and looked at Dong Jinan. He looked at this person from head to toe, and then he found that the person who agreed with him was a middle-aged man sitting on a sedan chair with crippled legs. But these are not the main points. The main point is what he said just now. Thinking about it, Yu Zhifeng frowned and asked in confusion, What did you call me just now? Dong Jinan was stunned by his sudden question. And then he smiled like a pervert and said happily, I called you my apprentice. When Yushu Tianzuan heard this, he spit it out with a puff. And then his eyes widened in shock, staring at Dong Jinan like two fireballs, and shouted angrily, You are talking nonsense. When did I become your apprentice? Dong Jinan was sprayed with saliva in the face by Yushu Tianzuan, and he was also shocked and froze in place. After a long while, he answered seriously, Su Mo girl is my apprentice, and you are her younger brother. In this way, you are also half of my apprentice. What? Su Maoyang is your apprentice. Yu Zhifeng suddenly heard this, and his heart trembled uncontrollably, and shock instantly surged on his face. You know, he had begged and pleaded with Su Maoyang to be his disciple, but she rejected him mercilessly. But now, a man with both legs disabled actually told him that Su Maoyang was his disciple. This was like a bolt from the blue for Yushu Tianzuan. Such unequal treatment made Yu Zhifeng grit his teeth and angrily looked at Su Maoyang, questioning, Sister, he is not as pretty as me, not as tall as me, not as strong as me, not as experienced as me, not as noble as me, and even his legs are not as flexible as mine. What's so good about him? You would rather worship him as your master than me. Yu Zhifeng was completely jealous this time, and his tone of questioning was full of sourness. Su Maoyang was so confused by his questioning that she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No, you misunderstood. She had no intention of worshipping Dong Jinan as her master. It was purely Dong Jinan's own wishful thinking. He didn't care whether she was willing or not, and just called her his disciple. Later, he sacrificed himself to protect them, which gradually moved Su Maoyang and made her accept him slowly. Now he was implicated, and his legs were broken. Su Maoyang felt bad and completely took him to heart. But Yushu Tianzuan didn't know this. He only knew that Su Mo had a master. But the master was not him. What was even more unacceptable was that because he had sworn brotherhood with Su Maoyang, he actually had a master who was much weaker than himself. This master was not only weak in strength and of low generation, but also a disabled person. If this got out, would Yushu Tianzuan still have the face to stay in the Nine Nether Realm? I don't care if it's a misunderstanding. Just tell me honestly, is he your master? Yu Zhifeng didn't care about that. He just wanted a result. Su Maoyang nodded helplessly. Yes, but I didn't at the beginning. No, I don't agree. You can't worship him as your master? He didn't want to listen to her explanation at all. So he interrupted her domineeringly. He didn't want to have an unspeakable master for no reason. Dong Jinan didn't want to do it when he heard that he didn't agree. Yushu Tianzuan, I have been Sumo's master for a long time. Whether you agree or not, I will be the master. Chapter 1599, the other half of the map. You. Are you guys teaming up to piss me off today? Yu Zhafeng was furious, pointing at Dong Jinan's arm and shaking. But everyone can understand. First, King Gaoyang provoked him. And then a master who was inferior to him in every way appeared out of thin air. And he became his apprentice inexplicably. Don't even mention Yushu Tianzuan's status. Even if it was someone else, he would be furious. Thinking of this, everyone felt a little sympathetic. And Dong Jinan saw Yu Zhafeng jumping up and down in anger. And he was actually a little proud in his heart. He smiled and comforted him. Tianzuan, don't be too sad. Although I am not as good as you in everything, I am also the master of Sumo girl. At least in this regard. You can't compare with me. So, face the reality. Yushu Tianzuan failed to accept Sumo as his apprentice. But he succeeded. This is definitely the most proud thing in his life. Shut up. You want to be my elder sister's master? I think you deserve to be punished. Yushu Tianzuan was even more angry when he saw his smug look. And he said he was going to hit him again. Dong Jinan was so scared when he saw that he was going to attack him that he yelled and immediately asked Su Maoyang for help. Disciple, look at him. He wants to hit me. Su Maoyang was too lazy to care about Yu Zhafeng and started to check Jun Haocang's injuries. Unexpectedly, he started to make trouble again. He frowned and shouted angrily. Tianzuan, my master has bad legs and feet. If he gets hurt, will you be responsible? It would be best if he gets hurt. He actually wants to be my master. No way. Yushu Tianzuan cursed. Su Maoyang held her forehead when she heard this, looked up at Jun Haocang, and sighed. I believe now that you are master and disciple. At first, she saw that Yushu Tianzuan was crazy and frivolous, and she didn't quite believe that he was Jun Haocang's master. Now, seeing that the two of them were equally domineering, strong, and jealous, and they were simply poured from the same mold, she completely believed it. Jun Haocang took her pills, and his injuries eased a lot. When he heard such words, he reacted immediately, stretched out his hand, pulled her into his arms, and whispered in his ear, It's only been a short time since we last met, and you're scolding me in a roundabout way. Ahem. I didn't scold you. You think too much. Su Maoyang was a little guilty by his burning eyes and the hot air spraying over her, and coughed twice. Perhaps it was really too long since they had seen each other. Feeling Jun Haocang's embrace and his scent lingering around his nose, Su Maoyang was actually a little distracted, and his heart began to beat uncontrollably. Jun Haocang was also very moved by the soft fragrance in his arms. He hummed softly and wanted to continue speaking, but was interrupted by Jinan's pig-killing scream. Disciple, save your master quickly. Yushu Tianzuan is going to kill your master. Su Maoyang looked up and saw that Yu Zhafeng had grabbed Dong Jinan's collar and was about to swing his sandbag-sized fist. She was so frightened that she had to use threats and inducements to yell. Stop! If anything happens to my master, don't expect me to help you find the strange fire. Upon hearing this, Yushu Tianzuan was shocked and his movements suddenly stopped. Then he was like a deflated ball, restrained his arrogance, and had to let go of Dong Jinan. He ran back happily and said in a flattering way, Sister, you promised to help me find the strange fire. How can you go back on your word? I just said I would try my best to help you find it. Since you didn't perform well, then there's no point in talking. Su Maoyang knew that he was most afraid of not being able to make pills for him, so he deliberately frightened him. Sure enough, Yushu Tianzuan surrendered immediately after hearing this. Okay. I won't touch him. That's okay, right? Su Maoyang glared at him unhappily. You'd better keep your word. Originally, I have some clues about the strange fire. If you don't perform well, this imperial elixir will be in jeopardy. When he heard that the strange fire had some clues, Yushu Tianzuan's eyes lit up, and he shouted excitedly. Is there news about the strange fire? Really? Oh, why didn't you tell me earlier? Where is the strange fire now? Su Maoyang saw that he couldn't wait to know the news about the strange fire, and immediately took out the half map from the space. There is the location of the strange fire on it. But unfortunately, there is only half of it. I think as long as the map is pieced together, we can know the location of the strange fire. Speaking of which, this map was given to her by the old predecessor who passed on the ice sacrifice to her. Now, she has contracted 3 kinds of strange fire, and she only needs 1 more strange fire to complete it. Therefore, Su Maoyang placed his hope for this last kind of strange fire on this map. Half? Do you mean we have to find the other half? Yu Zhifeng was still full of expectations. But when he heard this, his smiling face collapsed instantly. However, before Su Maoyang could answer, Dong Jinan exclaimed unexpectedly, "Hey, this map looks like mine." Su Maoyang and Yushu Tianzuan were stunned for a moment, then opened their eyes wide in shock and asked in unison, "You also have this kind of map?" Dong Jinan nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I also have half of this map. At the beginning, it was because I helped Mr. Tang from the underground exchange that Mr. Tang gave me some treasures in return, including this map. But we don't know what this map is for. He guessed that there might be some treasure, so I have been keeping it." Hearing this, Yu Zhifeng was overjoyed and rushed over to ask for it. Quick! Quick! Take out your map and let me see it." Seeing that he was so nervous about the map, Dong Jinan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and looked at him deeply. Thinking of how he had bullied people before, he couldn't help but deliberately said, "Tianzuan, this is not good. The map is mine. I don't plan to give it away." Yu Zhifeng was choked by him. His face was alternately white and white, and he was furious. "Tell me, what do you want? Tianzuan, you are noble and powerful. What can I do?" Yu Zhifeng gritted his teeth in anger. "However, if Tianzuan can call me master, I can consider giving you this map." Dong Jinan was not a pushover. He had just been offended, and now that he had finally grasped Yu Zhifeng's weakness, he naturally wanted to retaliate. Yu Zhifeng had never expected that he would put forward such a condition, and he was so angry that he jumped up and down. "What? You want me to call you master? Are you looking for death? Since Tianzuan doesn't want to, then forget it." Dong Jinan spread his hands proudly, and didn't force it. Yu Zhifeng was mad at his attitude, but when he thought of the Imperial Elixir, which was his only hope to advance to the Imperial Spiritual Master, if he missed it, he didn't know how many years he would have to wait, and his heart was filled with deep resentment. Chapter 1600 let him go for the first time. After all, he has been waiting for more than 100 years. He doesn't know how many 100 years he has left in this life. If he continues to delay like this, he will probably never be able to advance to the level of an Imperial Spiritual Master. It's fine if he can't advance, but if Jiuxuan Jinrang gets ahead of him and enters the level of an Imperial Spiritual Master, won't he be unable to hold his head up for the rest of his life? Besides, in order to improve his strength, he can shamelessly recognize a little girl like Su Maoyang as his elder sister. So why would he care about calling her master? Humph. When he gets the map and finds the strange fire, there will be plenty of opportunities to deal with this old bastard named Dong Jinan. Thinking of this, Yu Zhifeng took a deep breath, and after a long period of mental preparation, he finally let go, lowered his voice, and called out hesitantly, "Master." Dong Jinan didn't expect him to really call her, and he was so happy that he pretended to be calm on the surface, deliberately asking, "What? What did you say just now?" "Oh, I'm old. My ears don't work well anymore." Yu Zhifeng gritted his teeth, wishing he could tear him into pieces, but he compromised and raised his voice. "Master, now you can hear it clearly." "Ha ha ha. I heard it clearly. I heard it clearly." Dong Jinan was called master by Yushu Tianzuan, which was an unprecedented honor. He laughed out loud on the spot and was extremely happy. If he told others about this, they would be envious to death. "Now you can take out the map." Seeing that he was so happy, Yu Zhifeng couldn't help but grit his teeth to remind him. Dong Jinan nodded in a good mood after hearing this. "Ha. Yes. Yes. Of course. He is not an alchemist. Since the map is related to the strange fire, even if he finds it, he can't make a contract. It's better to do a favor to Yushu Tianzuan." As he said, he took out the half of the map from the space and handed it to Yu Zhifeng. Yu Zhifeng took the map angrily and glared at him fiercely. Then he put it together with another map and studied it for a long time. He came to the conclusion. Fengqi Empire. This strange fire is in Fengqi Empire. "Sister, let's go to Fengqi Empire now." Yu Shifeng said it without hesitation. He hurried over to hold Su Maoyang's arm and begged. Jun Haotsong standing by couldn't stand seeing a man pulling Su Maoyang, even his master. So he pushed him away and angrily scolded. You didn't care about your apprentice's injury. And you just spent the whole day revolving around the honor. I warn you. Don't think about her. If she loses a hair, I won't let you go. I know. Stingy guy. I just asked her to help find the strange fire. I didn't do anything to her. Yu Shifeng pouted and muttered. What do you mean by looking for the strange fire? Do you know how dangerous it is? Jun Haotsong saw that he made things so simple, and immediately growled unhappily. Su Maoyang knew that Jun Haotsong was worried about her, so she was a little anxious. But she couldn't break her promise to Yushu Tianzuan, so she calmly comforted him. Tianzuan, since I promised to help you make pills, I will definitely do my best. But Haotsong is injured now, and my master's leg has not been cured, so I can't go to Fengqi Empire yet. Forget it. I have waited for more than 100 years. So are you afraid of waiting for a few days? You two just got together, and I am afraid you will be sick of each other for a while. So I won't disturb you. Yu Shifeng saw that Jun Haotsong's eyes were almost glued to Su Maoyang, and he couldn't bear it. So he sighed helplessly. He really had a wife and forgot his master. Fortunately, Yu Shifeng still had some vision, since he knew that he couldn't go to Fengqi Empire immediately. There was no need for him to stand between them and hinder them. So, he simply waved his sleeves and left without taking a cloud. When King Gaoyang saw Yu Shifeng leave, he was still unwilling to give up, cursing and swearing, and he was about to chase him to compete with him. The people of the Dongfang family were afraid that King Gaoyang would really chase him and fight. So they all hugged him tightly and made a big scene. Su Maoyang shook his head speechlessly, too lazy to care about their previous grievances, and then looked at Jun Haotsong's injured chest, and said worriedly, Let's go. Your injury needs to be rested. Let's go back to the Dongfang family first. Although his cold disease was temporarily controlled, the injury just now was not shallow, and he still had to be carefully nursed. As for the royal family and other forces, King Gaoyang knew how to deal with them, so she didn't need to worry about them at all. Jun Haotsong didn't like to make noises, and Su Maoyang's words were just what he wanted. He nodded slightly and was about to leave. However, at this moment, a strong wind suddenly blew behind him, and the fierce spiritual power rushed over like a dragon. Jun Haotsong was startled and immediately protected Su Maoyang. He raised his palm suddenly and took all the power that attacked him. But at the same time, Jun Haotsong was also forced back several steps by the fierce power. Su Maoyang was frightened when he saw someone attacking Jun Haotsong. He looked up and found that the person who attacked him was Feng Moxie. He roared with gnashing teeth on the spot. Feng Moxie, you despicable villain. If you hurt him, I will peel your skin. Just now, she was so confused by the three old guys that she forgot that Feng Moxie, a dangerous person, was still here. He killed Hua Mingyu, destroyed the Hua family, and played her around. Su Maoyang had already endured it. But if he dared to attack Jun Haotsong, she would never give in. My beloved concubine, you are too cruel. You actually want to peel off your husband's skin. Feng Moxie smiled a little, but a trace of pain flashed in her shrunken pupils. When Jun Haotsong heard this, he couldn't bear it anymore. He roared in anger. Asshole! My imperial concubine! You dare to shout nonsense! You are looking for death! After that, Jun Haotsong burst out with spiritual power, ready to rush up to teach Feng Moxie a lesson. Su Maoyang was worried about his health, so she quickly grabbed him. Haotsong, don't! You just got injured. You can't fight again. Just let him go this time. After that, she raised her eyes and warned Feng Moxie sternly. The old man of the Dongfang family and King Gaoyang are here. If you fight, you will definitely not get any benefit. Get out of here before I change my mind. Otherwise, you can't leave. Feng Moxie was a little surprised when he saw Su Maoyang begging for him for the first time. Although this was something worth being happy about, he couldn't be happy at all. Instead, he felt like a thorn in his heart, and it was not a good feeling. The more painful it was in his heart, the more he smiled, as if to hide the pain. He deliberately raised his head and laughed. But no matter how he tried to hide it, he couldn't hide the sadness in his tone. Ha ha ha. Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang. Even if you let me go, It was because Jun Hao's song was injured. You are really good. Chapter 1601 You don't understand love at all. Humph. You killed so many innocent people. Tricked me around. And injured Hao's song. I've shown you a lot of mercy by not skinning you alive. Don't be ungrateful. Su Maoyang said angrily with a cold face. Feng Moxie felt as if her heart was broken by a knife when she heard this. Her enchanting purple eyes instantly widened, suppressing conflicting emotions. She shouted in grief and anger. I just want to stay by your side. Do you think I'm so evil in your eyes? His words were almost squeezed out from between his teeth, showing how much force he had used and how much resentment he had accumulated. Su Maoyang was startled by his sudden roar, facing that angry and painful face, and those purple eyes full of complex emotions. Her heart trembled for no reason, and her expression was stiff for a moment. Not only her, but even Jun Hao's song was a little surprised. He frowned slightly, looked at Feng Moxie in disbelief, and asked coldly, Want to stay by her side? Don't tell me that you have fallen in love with her. Jun Hao's song's tone was very cold, like the cold wind in winter, with a biting breath, and like a threatened beast, lurking unknown dangers. Feng Moxie naturally also noticed his anger, as if to deliberately provoke him, and generously admitted, Why? Can't I? Jun Hao's song heard such an answer. His pupils shrank sharply, and then narrowed his eyes. But the sharp cold light still leaked out between the opening and closing, and the faint tone of your voice was even more powerful from the authority. No, because that is not love at all. Feng Moxie guessed many answers, but he didn't expect this one. He was shocked and laughed. Ha ha ha. If you love her, it's called love. But mine is not called love. Jun Hao's song. You are as domineering as ever. Jun Hao's song faced his sarcasm, and rarely got angry. Just stared at him coldly. Feng Moxie, you don't understand love at all. Otherwise, why would Su Mo Liang choose me instead of you? It would have been better if Jun Hao's song didn't mention it. But once he mentioned it, he hit Feng Moxie's vital point, and immediately made him like a cat whose tail was stepped on. And he was furious. Jun Hao's song. Don't be proud. She chose you only because she met you first. If she met me first, you would have nothing to do. Hearing this ridiculous remark, Jun Hao's song felt it was ridiculous and shook his head helplessly. You are wrong. Even if you met her first, she would not choose you, because you don't know how to love someone. If you really love her, you will try your best to make her happy, not sad and painful. And you can do whatever it takes to get her, and even kill everyone around her to get close to her. You call it love for her, but in fact you love yourself the most, because you are selfish and think about everything from your own perspective. Have you ever considered her from her perspective? If you had considered her a little bit, you would never do such a thing. But I am different. I can't bear to make her embarrassed or sad. This is the essential difference between us. So, don't say you love her anymore, because that is an insult to her. Jun Hao's song's rebuke was so loud that Feng Moxie turned pale, speechless, and unconsciously widened his eyes. Although he tried to remain calm on the surface, his heart was already in turmoil. Love? What exactly is love? He only knew that Su Maoyang was in his eyes, heart, and mind. Isn't this love? Or was he so lowly, dirty, and hateful that he was no longer worthy of loving someone? Although he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that he did not consider it from Su Maoyang's perspective and did not care about her thoughts. Everything he did was just to stay by her side and see her anytime, anywhere. Is all this wrong? Realizing this, Feng Moxie was deeply shocked and staggered back 2 steps. This was the first time he was speechless by Jun Hao's song, and the first time he felt guilty and couldn't find an excuse to refute. Seeing Feng Moxie's soul-destroying look, Su Maoyang's mood was also a bit complicated. But hearing what Jun Hao's song said just now, he was more moved. Yes, Jun Hao's song understood her. He understood her joys and sorrows, her little thoughts, and knew how to cherish these little thoughts. Furthermore, she could feel his love, because he always put her first, often forgetting himself. When she was with him, she felt comfortable, at ease, and of course distressed. Jun Hao's song felt sorry for her, but she felt sorry for his distress. Feng Moxie should find it difficult to understand such feelings. So, when Feng Moxie said that he loved her, Su Maoyang was not moved at all, but was just surprised. However, in Su Maoyang's opinion, Jun Haotsong's words were all talking to a cow. Because she knew Feng Moxi's character very well. He only knew how to kill people, not how to love people. So she was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. And pulled Jun Haotsong and said, "You have injuries on your body. Let's go back and apply medicine." Jun Haotsong nodded slightly. Then he withdrew his gaze from Feng Moxi and turned away. The people from the Dongfang family and the Red Star Alliance were stunned for a moment when they saw Su Maoyang leave. And they also left one after another. Feng Moxi saw that everyone had faded out of sight. And his body shook a few times. And he knelt on one knee on the ground. Unable to bear the load. He covered his chest and spit out a mouthful of blood. And a layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead uncontrollably. Yifeng, who had been hiding in the dark, was shocked when he saw this scene. And rushed out and helped him up. "Master, are you okay?" Feng Moxi took a deep breath and waved his hand. "It's okay." "What do you mean it's okay? You vomited blood. And it looks like you are seriously injured." Yifeng knew that his master had excellent endurance and could endure any injury. Now that he couldn't endure it, the situation must be terrible. Feng Moxi didn't care. "It will be fine after a rest. Master, I'll take you back to Fenshua Tianqing and let the imperial physician take a look." Yifeng was worried to death. "No. Stay in Fenglin Empire for the time being. Find a place to bandage your wounds." Feng Moxi refused without any intention of leaving. Seeing that he was still unwilling to leave, Yifeng immediately understood his thoughts and advised angrily. "Master, Su Mo Liang is simply a heartless person. For her, you ran all the way to Fenglin Empire and ran to Nether City to protect her. If you hadn't used the pupil technique to control Jiayin Ran and let her participate in the alchemy competition, could she enter the fairy pond and recover her strength? You condescended to pretend to be someone else and killed several old guys in the academy to avenge her. Not only was she not grateful, but she also blamed you for deceiving her. What is there for you to protect such a woman?" Chapter 1602 The Fire Phoenix Orb in Exchange for Freedom. "Okay. Stop talking." Feng Moxi didn't want to listen to his nonsense and interrupted him angrily. Originally, he was upset when he thought of these things. And now, he was even more angry when he heard Yifeng mention it. Yifeng was afraid that he didn't know people well, and was worried that he would be deceived by Su Maoyang again. So he continued to persuade him unwillingly. "Master, do you still want to protect Su Maoyang until now? Look at what she has done to you. At the beginning, someone from the upper level came to take you back. But you refused to do it. Now for her, you are willing to exchange your freedom for the Fire Phoenix Orb with the people from the upper level. Is it really worth it?" He knew his master's character too well. He was eccentric and aloof, doing his own thing, and never being constrained by anyone. So, even if the people from the upper level came to find him and wanted him to take over that power, he refused, because he didn't want to be controlled by others and didn't want to take on inexplicable responsibilities. However, for Su Maoyang, in order to help her heal the injuries in her body, he actually agreed to the request of that force and exchanged his freedom for the Fire Phoenix Spirit Pearl, which has a miraculous effect on healing. And he knew that Su Maoyang hated him. So he didn't dare to show himself as Lord Fenshin, and had to pretend to be someone else to approach her, with the purpose of protecting her and handing over the Fire Phoenix Spirit Pearl that he had finally exchanged. Although his methods were a little arbitrary and cruel, he didn't stand from Su Maoyang's perspective and didn't consider Su Maoyang's feelings. But his heart was not bad. Emperor Yunlu said that he didn't know how to love someone. But growing up in such a bad environment, no one taught him how to love. Yifeng felt distressed when he thought of everything his master did. But Feng Moxi was furious when he heard this, gritted his teeth and growled. "Yifeng, you are getting more and more ignorant of the rules. If you don't want to stay here, go back to Fengshuishan City." Yifeng saw that Feng Moxi was completely angry. So he restrained himself and clasped his fists. But he still had to remind him seriously. "I am just worried about my master. So I have to risk my life to advise him. Besides, the superior sent someone a few days ago, saying that they would take the master to the Senlua realm. So even if the master stays in the Maple Forest Empire, he will not have much time left. I hope the master will make plans early." "Asshole. Do I need you to remind me of these? Get out of here." Feng Moxi was upset when he thought about going to the Senlua realm, and his anger was uncontrollably directed at Yifeng. Yifeng was helpless, seeing that his master was so determined. He, as a subordinate, could not persuade him anymore. He could only sigh helplessly and hide in the dark. At this time, Su Maoyang and Jun Haotsong had returned to the Dongfang family. Originally, the head of the Dongfang family planned to prepare a dinner to thank the emperor of Xia Yunla for his help. Who knew that Jun Haotsong only wanted to be alone with Su Maoyang? After refusing the dinner, he stretched out his hand and carried Su Maoyang to the bedroom. His anxious look made everyone laugh. Su Maoyang was embarrassed. While struggling, he lowered his voice and cursed. Jun Haotsong, put me down? Others are laughing at us. Jun Haotsong didn't care about other people's eyes. He only saw Su Maoyang in his eyes. And he didn't care about other people. Don't move. If you don't listen, I'll take care of you later. Jun Haotsong gritted his teeth and cursed. But his pace was getting faster and faster. God knows. He missed her so much. In addition, he had experienced too many things during this period. And he had survived several times. It was his belief in wanting to see her that supported him to this point. Su Maoyang's face suddenly turned red, like a red pepper, when she heard the laughter coming from afar. She wanted to dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. As soon as the door was closed, Jun Haotsong hugged her tightly and kissed her hard. Perhaps it was because they hadn't seen each other for too long. Not only Jun Haotsong couldn't control himself, but even Su Maoyang was a little moved. This kiss lasted for an unknown period of time until there was a knock on the door outside. Emperor, Concubine, the master sent me to prepare clothes and medicine for you. The voice of the maid came from outside the door. Jun Haotsong didn't expect someone to be so blind as to disturb them at this critical moment. He roared angrily, "Get out! I don't need anyone to serve me." The Su Maoyang in front of him was his medicine. What medicine did he need? The maid outside the door was frightened by his anger and knelt on the ground with a plop. "Your Majesty, please forgive me. Your Majesty, please forgive me." Su Maoyang saw that he was so ferocious and scared the girl. So she pushed him away angrily. "You act like a devil all day long. Do others owe you money? The owner of the family sent you medicine with good intentions. Don't take advantage of others' kindness." As he said that, Su Maoyang pushed open the door and took the plate with clothes and medicine from the maid. "You don't need to serve me here. Go back first." The maid was so grateful that she turned around and left the place quickly after receiving the order. The emperor is so scary. I really don't know how the emperor's concubine could subdue a man like the emperor. It's incredible. Seeing the maid leave, Jun Haotsong, who was already impatient, directly reached out and pulled Su Maoyang into the room again, slamming the door. Seeing that he was about to come closer again, Su Maoyang immediately put the plate between them to prevent him from getting closer, and ordered seriously, "Hurry up and change your clothes and apply the medicine." "No. I want my wife to help me change." Jun Haotsong stared at her intently, and said in a firm tone. Su Maoyang glared at him speechlessly and said sarcastically, "Didn't you want someone to serve you just now?" Jun Haotsong leaned over slightly, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, "I just want you to serve me." Su Maoyang was numb all over by his hot breath, and immediately realized what he meant. Her cheeks flushed instantly, and she said angrily, "I warned you before not to make a move casually, but you still wanted to be brave. So today I punish you not to touch me." Jun Haotsong didn't care, and was too domineering to be rejected. Su Maoyang struggled for a few times, and there was really no way. So she had to compromise. Okay, I'll serve you. I'll change your clothes and apply medicine for you." Chapter 1603 Overturn the Jar of Jealousy. After hearing this, Jun Haotsong calmed down. A gleam flashed in his ice blue eyes, and his eyes were fixed on her blushing pretty face, and he couldn't get enough of looking at her. Some time ago, she disguised herself as someone else, and he hadn't seen her original appearance for a long time. Now that he saw her, he was actually a little bit infatuated. Su Maoyang couldn't do anything about him, so as he wished, she helped him change clothes. At this time, her eyes involuntarily fell on his injured chest. Seeing the large bruise, her heart suddenly twitched, and a dull pain surged up. She found that since she met Jun Haotsong had been injured for her, and he almost died several times. At the beginning, he gave up his human soul for her. His physique was not good to begin with, and without the human soul, his vitality was undoubtedly seriously damaged. Later, he broke through the seal to save her. He knew that breaking the seal would cause him to suffer from cold disease, and even put his life in danger. But he still risked everything and went all out. Later, in order to save her from those old guys, he did not hesitate to offend Song Yinzong. Later, he was worried about her safety and lurked in Finchua Tiancheng to protect her. In the end, he was seriously injured by Feng Moxie and Jiu Xuanzhenren. Many later, Su Maoyang could not count how many times he took risks for her, and how many times he took action. She only knew that from the southern Sui Kingdom to the Maple Forest Empire, she encountered many dangers and faced many life and death tests. It was him, Jun Haocong, who accompanied her and tried his best to protect her. She knew even more clearly that if it were not for his repeated protection and desperate efforts, she would have died in the southern Sui Kingdom long ago. And she would never have come to this point today. So, how could she not love such a man to the bone? But the shadow of the past life was like a sharp knife piercing her heart, making her feel miserable. These days, whenever Su Maoyang thought of the scenes of the past life and the deep hatred that penetrated into her bones, she couldn't stop palpitating. She killed his brother with her own hands, destroyed his demon clan with her own hands, and her hands were stained with his blood. She was so scared that he knew that the woman she desperately protected and loved with her life was the enemy who killed him and destroyed his clan with her own hands. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang's hands and feet were cold and his face was a little pale. Jun Haocong, who had been watching her, suddenly realized that something was wrong with her and asked nervously, "What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" Su Maoyang woke up when she heard his question. She pulled a bleak smile at the corner of her mouth and shook her head slightly. "No. I just feel bad when I see you injured." As she said that, she couldn't help but reach out and touch his injury. Her voice choked. "It must be very painful." Jun Haocong smiled when he heard it, and held her hand. His ice blue eyes filled with deep and indissoluble. He said softly, "Yeah, it hurts. When I think about how I almost couldn't come to save you, and how you almost left me, I almost fainted from the pain." Su Maoyang smiled sweetly and glanced at him. "You're so talkative. I noticed that you become more and more talkative after not seeing you for a few days. Besides, didn't you come here in the end? How dare you say that? If I was a little slower, you would be dead. Are you going to scare me to death?" Jun Haocong was scared when he thought of the previous scene, and angrily blamed him. Su Maoyang felt a little guilty and tried to please her. "I don't know why, but whenever I think of you, I feel full of strength, as if I can beat 10 people at once and poke a hole in the sky. So, for you, I won't let anything happen to me." When Jun Haocong heard this, he was startled. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he couldn't help but sigh. "It's really rare." Su Maoyang was a little confused and asked back, "What's rare?" Jun Haocong's eyes dimmed, and he leaned close to her face, looking into her obsidian eyes, and raised a happy arc at the corner of his mouth. His voice was a little hoarse, but with an indescribable charm. "You rarely say love words, so it's really rare to hear you say it. A love word. But this love word is too stiff, too rude, not gentle at all." Su Maoyang was a little at a loss because of his sudden closeness, and heard that he still disliked her love words. So she pushed him away in shame and anger, and said angrily, "Who said love words? Don't be so self-indulgent." Jun Haocong didn't let her escape, hugged her and pulled her into his arms. "Although it's stiff and rude, it's the most beautiful love word I've ever heard." Hearing such an affectionate and ambiguous confession, Su Maoyang's ears were as red as cooked shrimps. But before she could react, Jun Haocong had already kissed her little mouth, blocking all the words that rolled in her throat. After a long time, Su Maoyang was a little short of breath, and Jun Haocong reluctantly let her go. Su Maoyang had already seen through his thoughts this time, and before he could catch her, she pushed him away and retreated far away. "I told you. You are injured and need to rest. You are not allowed to touch me today. You can only stay 5 feet away from me. For the sake of Jun Haocong's health." Su Maoyang's position is very firm. Jun Haocong was speechless. He finally met her, but she didn't allow him to touch her. "Isn't this going to suffocate him to death? I just want to hug you. Is this not allowed?" Jun Haocong softened his temper and negotiated. Su Maoyang didn't believe the man's lies. "No, not even hugging." Hearing this, Jun Haocong was not happy and yelled, "You can let Feng Moxie hug you. Why can't I? Who is your husband?" Su Maoyang was confused by his questioning and angrily retorted. Jun Haotsong. What nonsense are you talking about? Which eye of yours saw me letting Feng Moxie hug me? Don't wrongly accuse me. Both eyes saw it. Not only I saw it, but everyone in the Maple Forest Empire saw it. He hugged you and called you his beloved concubine. Is this wronging you? Jun Haotsong became more and more angry as he spoke, and he almost gnashed his teeth at the end. Su Maoyang suddenly understood after hearing this. He was talking about Feng Moxie rushing out to save her during the melee just now. She felt that he was making a fuss over nothing and explained speechlessly. Jun Haotsong. Please be reasonable. We were besieged before and everything was in chaos. He hugged me because he wanted to save me. He had to do it out of desperation. How come we are deliberately ambiguous when you say it out of your mouth? What do you mean by having to do it out of desperation? I think he wants it. Didn't you hear him say that he loves you? He is deliberately lurking around you to take advantage of you. You are even speaking for him now. Are you moved by his deep affection? Jun Haotsong's mentality exploded when he thought about the time when Feng Moxie spent day and night with her. Chapter 1604. She really wanted to let him go. Su Maoyang was scolded by him and felt wronged. She yelled back angrily. Feng Moxie is Hua Mingyu's business. I just found out today. Besides, I have always regarded Hua Mingyu as my brother and never had any other feelings. Besides, Feng Moxie deceived me and killed many innocent people. I was also very angry. How could I have a good impression of him? As for speaking for him, it is even more ridiculous. You are purely slandering me. Jun Haotsong snorted coldly after hearing this. Didn't you speak for him? Then what did you say before to let him go? Don't use this lame excuse of seeing my injury. They believe it. But I don't. She may have let Feng Moxie go because he was injured and didn't want him to take action. But in the final analysis, she still felt sympathy for Feng Moxie. Because although Su Maoyang was extremely protective of his shortcomings, he was always cruel and ruthless to outsiders, especially enemies. Feng Moxie is their #1 enemy. Now he is alone in the Maple Forest Empire. As long as Su Maoyang says a word, Feng Moxie will have to confess here. Why should he do it himself? However, she decided to let Feng Moxie go, which means that she can no longer be cruel to Feng Moxie. He has been with Su Maoyang for so long, and he has already understood her temper thoroughly. Naturally, these little thoughts can't be hidden from him. Su Maoyang didn't expect that Jun Haotsong would expose his thoughts at once. Shock suddenly surged in his pupils. After a while of silence, he explained, Yes, I admit that I did intend to let him go. But I only spared him this time because he saved me. I don't have the feelings you think. Although Feng Moxie was hateful and did many things that made her disgusted and angry, he was not so evil that he saved her life at least. And she owed him a favor. Su Maoyang always distinguished between gratitude and resentment, and did not like to owe favors to others. Not to mention that the other party was Feng Moxie. So Su Maoyang wanted to take this opportunity to repay him this favor, so that he would not have to be restrained next time they met, and could not do it. But the domineering and jealous Jun Haotsong would never think so. He was already very angry when someone coveted Su Maoyang, and that person was his mortal enemy. Of course, what he could not accept the most was that Feng Moxie had canonized Su Maoyang as the imperial concubine in front of all the civil and military officials, and even hugged his woman in front of everyone in the Maple Forest Empire. He could endure it until now because he missed Su Maoyang too much, and thought that he had no energy and mind to care so much. However, after not seeing each other for so long, the woman he holds dearest in his heart has to keep a distance from him, while she has been so close to Feng Moxie during this period. Thinking of this, Jun Haotsong felt sad and could not control his jealousy at all. See, after all, you are still speaking for him. Jun Haotsong's anger was not over yet, and his face was getting darker and darker. Su Maoyang was a little angry at him, and he couldn't bear it anymore and said, You are simply unreasonable. I am unreasonable, and Feng Moxie is reasonable. Right. Jun Haotsong gritted his teeth in anger. I said, there is nothing between Feng Moxie and me. Even if he has some intentions towards me, it doesn't mean that I like him. If you want to frame me like this, then can I say that you have an affair with all the women in the world who like you? Su Maoyang's cheeks flushed with anger, and he roared back unconvinced. Jun Haotsong took a deep breath in anger, nodded slowly, and changed the subject. Okay, even if there is nothing between you and Feng Moxie, What about the man in black who gave you the Fire Phoenix Spirit Pearl? Su Maoyang was stunned when she heard this. And then she reacted and said innocently, I fainted at the time. And I didn't even know who that person was. How could I know what was going on? After she woke up, there were more Fire Phoenix Spirit Pearls in her body for no reason. According to the old man Jinjuan and Tianmadiao, the man in black was wearing a mask and his appearance could not be seen clearly. Even those who witnessed the whole process did not recognize the identity of the man in black, let alone her who was unconscious. So, Jun Haotsong's question really stumped her. Huh? Don't know? People gave you such precious Fire Phoenix Spirit Pearls. And you don't even know who they are. If you tell others, you will break their hearts. Jun Haotsong snorted coldly. His tone was so sour that it could make people angry to death. Su Maoyang was speechless and sighed helplessly. I really don't know who he is. He is fully armed and wearing a mask. It is obvious that he doesn't want everyone to know his identity. Whether you know who he is or not. One thing is certain. You must know him. Otherwise, he wouldn't give you such a precious treasure, and even kiss your forehead. Jun Haotsong bit the last few words very hard. And his voice couldn't help but rise a lot. As soon as you hear it, you can tell that the previous ones are not the key points. And the last one is the key point. Su Maoyang, who was unconscious at the time, didn't know about this at all. When she heard Jun Haotsong mention it, a flash of surprise flashed across her face. Obviously, she didn't expect that the man in black would kiss her forehead. So, you still say I wronged you? Can't you let people worry less when I'm not around? Seeing that she was so guilty that she had nothing to say, Jun Haotsong was so angry that his face turned blue, and he approached her step by step. Su Maoyang couldn't wash off this now, and he was so angry that he was panting and roaring. Jun Haotsong, you bastard. People saved me. I can't even thank them enough. But you still blame me for worrying less. Yes, you didn't wrong me. I like Feng Moxie. And I have an affair with that man in black. Because they are 10,000 times better than you. Seeing that I was injured, they are willing to use such precious treasures to heal me. And you? I don't know where you went. And I can't even see a shadow. You have the nerve to question me. Don't worry. I will never bother you to worry about me again. So, get out of here right now. Su Maoyang was furious at his aggressiveness and specious arguments, and pushed him out, thinking of how she had been worried about him every day. But in return, she was met with suspicion and jealousy. Su Maoyang felt an indescribable grievance and sadness, and the anger in her heart was also burning, as if it was about to explode from her chest. Jun Haotsong was already very upset, and when he heard this, he was so angry that he trembled all over, almost biting his teeth, and growled angrily. You are so powerful now. So many people protect you and worry about you. And even the Fire Phoenix Spirit Pearl can be obtained for you. So you don't need me. I'm really crazy. I came all the way back to save you. Just leave. Having said that, Jun Haotsong couldn't stay for a moment. So he put on his clothes again and ran out. Seeing that he really left, Su Maoyang's anger rose a lot, and he wanted to rush up and knock Jun Haotsong's head to see what he was thinking about all day. Chapter 1605. The Emperor was kicked out of the room. She missed him so much, and was so worried about him these days. In order to protect him and help him, Su Maoyang even risked her life to improve her strength. After all, she almost dug out her heart to show him. And he actually suspected that she had an affair with Feng Moxie. It was too much. Su Maoyang was getting angrier and angrier. So he simply slammed the door and went to sleep. Jun Haotsong heard the door closing behind him, looked back, and there was no figure, and he was even more angry. Although he left in anger, he walked very slowly, waiting for Su Maoyang to catch up and say a few nice words. As long as she gave in, he would pretend that nothing had happened. But who knew that she would not give in, and actually locked him out? He found that after not seeing her for so long, her bad temper had not changed at all, and she was still as irritating as ever. Thinking of this, Jun Haotsong snorted in anger and walked out of the yard. However, as soon as he walked out of the yard, he ran into people from the Dongfang family. Dongfang Yanqing, Dongfang Jianbo, Dongfang Haizheng, Dongfang siblings, Xiaohe siblings and others had just finished their meal in the front yard and were about to go back to the backyard to rest. They didn't expect to run into Jun Haotsong at this time. Everyone was quite surprised. Dongfang Yanqing even asked, Hey, Emperor Yunlu, Didn't you go back to the room with our master? Jun Haotsong was angry. And he was particularly unhappy when he heard him mention Su Maoyong. The room is too stuffy. Can't I come out to get some fresh air? When everyone heard this, they all looked at each other in surprise. They just saw the two of them being so affectionate that they didn't even eat. And they couldn't wait to go back to their room to make out. But they didn't expect him to come out so soon. Thinking of this, several elders looked at Jun Haotsong's lower body involuntarily, and obviously had other ideas. Dongfang Jianbao looked solemn and seriously suggested, Emperor, are you in poor health? I think we should ask the kitchen to cook some deer antlers and bull whips to replenish your body. When he heard about these two aphrodisiac herbs, Jun Haotsong immediately understood what he meant. And he was so angry that he widened his eyes and shouted, Asshole! I'm in good health. Why do you mind my business? Everyone was frightened by Jun Haotsong's anger and trembled, and never dared to speak casually again. Jun Haotsong saw them staring at him suspiciously, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. But he was angry and didn't want to talk nonsense with them. So he ordered loudly, Prepare another room for me. When Dongfang Liyue heard this, she asked with a puzzled look on her face, Emperor, you and Su Imo are married. Do you still need to sleep in separate rooms? I can sleep however I want. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Jun Haotsong scolded coldly with a dark face. Dongfang Liyue didn't expect him to be so angry, and was immediately silenced and a little afraid, usually seeing him obey Su Imo and spoil her to the sky. She forgot that this guy was originally a living devil. Dongfang Liyue glanced at Su Maoyong's yard, as if he had guessed something, and couldn't help but raise a teasing smile at the corner of his mouth, and said faintly, I think the emperor is not going to sleep in separate rooms, but was driven out by Su Imo. Upon hearing this, everyone present was shocked and looked at Jun Haotsong in disbelief. At this time, he was disheveled. His expression was black and smelly, and he was full of hostility. He really looked like he was driven out by Su Imo. Realizing this, everyone was shocked and their expressions became very wonderful. They never expected that Emperor Yunlu would be driven out of the room one day. I think only Su Maoyong has such courage in the world. Thinking of this, Dongfang Yanqing and others' admiration for Su Maoyong is like a torrent of river water. He is indeed worthy of being the master recognized by their Dongfang family. Dongfang Liyue and Xiahou brothers and sisters and others learned the truth, and they all burst out laughing. But after receiving Jun Haotsong's murderous gaze, they immediately bit their lips and tried their best to hold back their laughter. No one dared to be presumptuous in front of him. Jun Haotsong saw Dongfang Liyue pointed out his situation incisively, and received everyone's surprised and amused eyes. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth and clenched his fingers. His fierce eyes were like sharp knives, wishing to cut Dongfang Liyue into pieces. But he still refused to admit it. You think too much. I was just injured and need to rest. Dongfang Liyue saw that his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and he felt funny and even relieved. Although he did not refute his words, his expression was completely unconvinced. He turned to Dongfang Yanqing and said, Father, I think you should ask someone to prepare a room for the emperor. I know Sumo's temper. I'm afraid it won't go away for a while. We can't let the emperor sleep outside. Dongfang Yanqing was enlightened by his words and nodded. Yes, yes, yes. Butler Fan, go and prepare a room for the emperor. Butler Fan received the order and immediately put on a flattering smile and stretched out his hand to lead the way for Jun Haotsong. Emperor, please follow me. Jun Haotsong was full of anger, but the people of the Dongfang family were all smiling. As the saying goes, you don't hit a smiling person. So he didn't even know where to vent his anger. Besides, this group of people happened to be the people Su Maoyong cared about the most. If he made things difficult for them, Su Maoyong would definitely make trouble with him again. Thinking of the consequences, Jun Haotsong was very angry. But he had to endure it and left. The next morning, the morning light slowly opened the curtain, and it was not until the sun shone into the bedroom that Su Maoyong opened his eyes in a daze. She looked up at the time outside and saw that it was already bright. She slowly got up, put on her clothes, and called softly, Shinua, Shinua, who was waiting outside to help her get up, heard the voice and hurried in, clasped her fists and saluted. Master. Su Maoyong glanced at her and asked, Was there no movement last night? Shinua answered seriously, No. Su Maoyong seemed dissatisfied with this answer and frowned immediately. No. Didn't anyone come last night? Since the emperor scolded the maid away, the master of the family didn't dare to send anyone to disturb us. So no one came. She knew replied in a serious manner. Su Maoyang's face darkened after hearing this, and she gritted her teeth. The emperor didn't come either. Didn't the master drive the emperor away? She knew I'll look confused, and it took a long time for her to react. Subordinates, go find the emperor immediately. Su Maoyang heard that she was going to find Junhao Tsong. How could she let go of that face? And immediately called her. Come back. Don't go find him. I get upset when I see him. Hurry up and pack up, and accompany me to the underground exchange later. She still had important things to do, and she was too lazy to care about that jealous guy. Chapter 1606 The Identity of the Mysterious Man. Hearing her order, she knew I had to stop and respectfully accept the order. Yes, as she said. She hurried forward to help her dress up. After everything was ready, she followed Su Maoyang out of Dongfang Mansion and went straight to the underground exchange. Before entering Huangquan Road, Su Maoyang went to the underground exchange and asked the person in charge of the exchange, Mr. Tang, to prepare some medicinal herbs for her leg disease, because Dong Jinan's legs were disabled and have not recovered yet. Su Maoyang would naturally not sit idly by. I believe that after so many days, the medicinal herbs should be almost ready, and Su Maoyang didn't have much time to stay in the Maple Forest Empire, so she wanted to help Dong Jinan refine the elixir as soon as possible. Only when she saw that he was completely recovered, she could leave with peace of mind. The underground exchange is not too far from the Dongfang family, and it is just a few streets away. As the most well-informed place, they naturally knew about the recent major events. Therefore, as soon as Su Maoyang entered the underground exchange, the waiter bowed and greeted her, and invited her to the private room while flattering her. Su Maoyang had just sat down when Mr. Tang followed her. When he saw Su Maoyang, his flattering smile seemed to overflow from the wrinkles on his face. And then he actually performed a great ceremony. I pay my respects to the imperial concubine. Seeing that he was so polite, Su Maoyang raised her hand quickly. Mr. Tang, there is no need to be so polite. Please stand up quickly. As Mr. Tang stood up, he apologized. The imperial concubine has come, and I am sorry for not welcoming you. I hope the imperial concubine will forgive me. I am also a frequent visitor here. Why do you have to be so polite to me? Mr. Tang? Su Maoyang didn't care much about these false formalities. Old Tang knew that she was a person without too many rules and too many airs, and nodded repeatedly with a smile. Yes, the imperial concubine is in a high position, but she treats people kindly. I really admire her. Speaking of which, I was just about to deliver the medicinal materials to your house in person, but I didn't expect the imperial concubine to come. As he said, Old Tang waved to the maid behind him. Present it to the imperial concubine. The maid received the order and hurriedly held the plate, walked quickly forward, came to Su Maoyang, saluted respectfully, and handed over the plate full of medicinal materials. The plate? Please have a look. Concubine. Su Maoyang carefully looked at the herbs on the plate, and after confirming that they were correct, he nodded with satisfaction and put the herbs into the space. Well, thank you, Elder Tang this time. When Elder Tang heard this thank you, he was immediately flattered and waved his hands quickly. Concubine, you are too kind. It is my honor to serve you. Su Maoyang's identity is different now. She is not only the concubine of the dark domain of Yunlu, but also has such a big backer as Yushi Tianzun and King Gaoyang. In addition, the royal family was overthrown, and the power of the Maple Forest Empire was completely reshuffled. King Gaoyang temporarily took charge of the government, and it is said that King Gaoyang originally wanted Su Maoyang to be the emperor. This shows the status of Su Maoyang in King Gaoyang's mind. Therefore, she is now at the pinnacle of power in the Maple Forest Empire. Their underground exchange can help her, but others can't even ask for it. Su Maoyang was not polite, but just nodded slightly and stood up. Mr. Tang, I have something else to do, so I'll take my leave first. As she said that, Su Maoyang was about to leave. Seeing this, Mr. Tang looked anxious and immediately stopped her. Please stay, concubine. I have something here that I would like you to take a look at. Su Maoyang glanced at him after hearing this. Seeing that he looked serious, as if it was something important, she became more curious. What is it? Tang Lao raised his eyes and nodded to the waiter at the door. Seeing this, the waiter immediately took a paper scroll, walked forward, and presented the scroll with both hands. Empress, didn't you want to know the identity of the black-clothed man who revealed the fire spirit body? I have helped you investigate it, and ordered someone to draw this person's appearance. Tang Lao saw that she looked puzzled and explained attentively. Su Maoyang's pupils suddenly widened when she heard this, and she was shocked in an instant. Speaking of it, the matter of the fire spirit body has always been a thorn in her heart. Before, she was worried that there was no news about the fire spirit body. Now that there is news, she is worried that she can't do it. So, in order to confirm whether Dongfang Yaoyu is the fire spirit body, she specially asked Tang Lao to help her find the mysterious person who revealed the news. I didn't expect him to get the result so soon. Hearing this, Su Maoyang couldn't wait and took the scroll immediately and quickly unfolded it, only to see a familiar face in front of her. It was a young man with sharp features and small eyes, but they were as sharp as a knife. His cold expression made his features look a bit murderous. Su Maoyang had clearly seen such a face somewhere before. This person looked so familiar. Su Maoyang's pupils widened in surprise, and she couldn't help but sigh. However, she didn't have a particularly deep impression of this person. She didn't remember it all at once, so she had to start to recall it slowly. After a while, her mature and steady face instantly turned blue-gray, and she growled in horror. Yifeng. It's Yifeng. Yifeng, the secret guard beside Feng Moxie, rarely shows up. But when she was trapped in the formation of the Burning Blood Palace before, his secret guard had appeared and scolded her because Feng Moxie was injured by her. This person is Yifeng. Absolutely. Su Maoyang was shocked when she learned the truth, but she also reacted quickly. It turned out that all this was Feng Moxie's conspiracy. However, she couldn't figure it out. He had no grudges with Dongfang Yaoyu. Why did he frame him, even viciously wanting to dig out his eyes? Elder Tang was shocked by her and looked confused. He hurriedly asked, Empress, do you know this person? Su Maoyang listened to his question and tried to calm down. He nodded slowly. Well, thank you for your trouble this time. As he said that, Su Maoyang took out a pill from the space and put it in Elder Tang's hand. When old Tang saw that it was a holy elixir, his eyes lit up and he was full of excitement and gratitude. I thank the Emperor and Concubine for the reward. If the Emperor and Concubine have any instructions in the future, I will definitely go through fire and water for the Emperor and Concubine. And I will not hesitate. Su Maoyang smiled and waved his hand. No need to go through fire and water. Just prepare more spiritual stones for me. I will come to get them in 2 days. She will leave the Maple Forest Empire in a while, and she still needs to prepare some things before she goes on the road. After hearing this, old Tang nodded and agreed. Don't worry, Emperor and Concubine. I will definitely help you prepare it properly. Thank you, old Tang. Su Maoyang clasped his fists to thank her, and then took Shinua out of the underground exchange. However, before the two of them walked far, Shinua, who was following behind, quickly stepped forward and reminded seriously, Master, we seem to be followed. Chapter 1607, We are being followed. Su Maoyang's eyes were filled with a barely perceptible smile after hearing this, and she replied without taking it to heart. Don't worry. Shinua didn't expect Su Maoyang to react like this, and her expression was obviously stunned for a moment. But she still asked with some concern, Master, what if the other party has some hidden conspiracy? Wouldn't it be? However, before she could finish, Su Maoyang interrupted with a chuckle. Don't worry. There is no unknown conspiracy. Only childish and ridiculous little thoughts. As Su Maoyang said, without waiting for Shinua to continue asking, he had already walked forward, leaving Shinua alone with a frown in confusion. Childish and ridiculous little thoughts? What does this mean? Shinua found that her master's words were becoming more and more profound, and she thought about it for a long time without any results. However, since even the master who has always been alert and cautious said that there is no problem, then there should be no problem. Thinking of this, Shinua also put aside her doubts and quickly chased after him. However, Shinua found that her master was walking very slowly today. Contrary to her usual behavior, she seemed to be in a good mood and walked around all the way. She was not in a hurry to return to the Dongfang family. As usual, Su Maoyang would not have the leisure to play on the street. Although Shinua was puzzled by her behavior, she still followed behind obediently, and did not dare to interrupt casually. However, just as she knew it was guessing Su Maoyang's thoughts, a noise suddenly came from the front. Both the master and the servant looked up curiously, and saw that there were many women standing on the street in front. A tall and handsome man was surrounded by women. Su Maoyang recognized his identity at a glance. Who else could be so attractive except Mu Jichen, the most handsome man in Fenglin Empire? Before Su Maoyang could speak, Mu Jichen had already spotted her and greeted her warmly. Su Mo, why are you here? Before she finished speaking, the other party pulled himself out of the crowd and walked over quickly with surprise. Su Maoyang did not expect to meet Mu Jichen here, and a smile jumped on his face. I just went to the exchange to get some medicinal materials. Mu Jichen understood immediately after hearing this, and then sighed with a sour taste. You are helping Elder Dong to make pills. Alas, I really envy him. He recognized you, a divine pattern alchemist, as his apprentice, and also became the master of Yushu Tianzuan. This relationship is probably enough for him to be happy for a lifetime. Su Maoyang heard his envy, smiled, raised his eyebrows, and said jokingly, You envy my master, but others also envy you. After all, it is not easy to become my Su Maoyang's friend. Hearing this, Mu Jichen, he immediately raised his head and laughed, in a very good mood, and responded repeatedly, Ha ha ha. Yes, I forgot that I am a life and death friend of the divine pattern alchemist. Su Mo, you really gave me a big face, and it will be enough for me to brag about it for the rest of my life. Su Maoyang chuckled twice, and blackmailed without any politeness. If that's the case, shouldn't you treat me to a meal? Of course, this must be. It's my honor to treat the Emperor Concubine of Yunlu, the Imperial Concubine of Finchua, and the eldest sister of Yushu Tianzuan to a meal. By the way, it's noon now, and it happens to be the Qianli Yuga on the street below. So let's go there to eat. Su Maoyang has so many identities, and so many backers, that he can be regarded as a big shot in the Nine Netherworld. It is a proud thing for him to have dinner with such a big shot. Many people can't even ask for it. Of course, he wants to take advantage of it. Thinking of this, he flatteringly stretched out his hand and made a gesture of invitation. Seeing this, Su Maoyang nodded with satisfaction. There was an imperceptible gleam in his beautiful eyes, like obsidian. And then he walked towards the Qianli Yuga without courtesy. Behind him, She Nua thought that Su Maoyang asked Mu Jichen to treat her to dinner just as a joke. But she didn't expect that she actually planned to have dinner. After being shocked, she hurriedly followed. She Nua found that Su Maoyang's thoughts were becoming more and more unpredictable. At this time, they turned around the end of the alley and arrived in front of the gate of Qianli Yuga. Since Qianli Yuga is the most famous restaurant in Fenglin Imperial Capital, it has always been crowded with guests. And today is no exception. The entire hall has already been filled with people. But Su Maoyang's identity is different now. As soon as she walked into Qianli Yuga, the waiter immediately recognized her and hurried to serve her, greeting her with a flattering face. The Emperor's concubine has come. My Qianli Yuga is honored. I see that the seats below are almost full. I wonder if there are any private rooms. Mu Jichen glanced at the crowded hall and asked. The waiter nodded like pounding garlic. His eyes narrowed into a slit with a smile. Yes. 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 Of course. Even if there is no, I can make a best private room to entertain the Emperor's concubine and Mr. Mu. Emperor's concubine. Mr. Mu, please come this way. I will take you up. As he said this, the waiter bent over, stretched out his hand, and made a gesture of invitation. Seeing how tactful he was, Su Maoyang and Mu Jichen nodded in satisfaction and followed the waiter to the private room on the second floor. As soon as Mu Jichen sat down, he waved his hand and ordered, Bring all your signature dishes here. Be quick. Don't let us wait too long. The waiter nodded repeatedly and said with a smile, Of course. Please rest assured. Mr. Mu, the taste and speed of my Qianli Yuga have never disappointed you. Empress and Mr. Please wait a moment. I will prepare it right away. After saying that, he bowed respectfully and prepared to leave the private room. Su Maoyang stopped him at this time. Waiter, if someone wants to eat in the private room later, I hope you can refuse him. The waiter was stunned by her inexplicable request, and his expression was a little confused. But he still explained seriously, Empress, the other private rooms are full, and they should not be vacated for a while. So if someone wants to eat in the private room later, there is no way to arrange it. Su Maoyong heard this and nodded with satisfaction. Of course. This is the best. But I think that person should spend a lot of money to buy the private room next to it. I hope the waiter can stick to the principle like now. The waiter was full of doubts when he heard this. He looked at Su Maoyong deeply, trying to guess what she meant. But Su Maoyong had already waved him away. Okay. You can go and prepare. Although the waiter was confused by her, he still retreated respectfully. But when the waiter returned to the hall and was about to go to the kitchen to prepare, he saw a man in black clothes, wrapped tightly and with unclear facial features, walking in from outside. Although the waiter thought his outfit was a bit strange, he still asked politely, "Sir, are you going to eat or stay at the hotel?" "Eat." The man's voice was deep and powerful, which made people excited. Chapter 1608, he was asked to share a table. After saying that, the man in black walked towards the private room on the second floor without waiting for the waiter to respond. Seeing this, the waiter immediately reached out to stop him. "My dear guest, the private rooms on the second floor are full. You can only sit in the lobby for the time being." The man in black obviously didn't want to be squeezed with so many people. With some dissatisfaction in his voice, he ordered domineeringly, "Free up the fifth private room." The waiter looked up and saw that the fifth private room was right next to the Imperial Concubine and Mr. Mu. Recalling what the Imperial Concubine said, his heart skipped a beat, and surprise instantly jumped on his face. He didn't expect that the Imperial Concubine was right. Someone actually wanted the private room next to her. However, the Imperial Concubine had personally instructed that no one was allowed to eat in the private room next to her. How could he dare to go against the Imperial Concubine's wishes? So, he had to put on a stern face and refused. "Sorry. The private room has been booked a long time ago, and the guests are all dining. There is really no way to vacate it." Seeing that the waiter was in a dilemma, the man in black actually took out a large bag of black crystals and ordered in a strong attitude. "Here are 10 million black crystals. Tell the guests inside that if they are willing to give up the private room, the 10 million black crystals will be his. If you get this done, you will also need the black crystals." Hearing 10 million, the waiter's eyes widened, his face full of horror, and he was really scared. He never expected that this person would spend 10 million black crystals to book a private room. This is really too generous. While being shocked, the waiter couldn't help but sigh that the Emperor's concubine was really so good at predicting things. She actually guessed that someone would spend a lot of money to buy the private room next door. It was incredible. Now, seeing so much money, it would be a lie for the waiter to say that he was not tempted. But when he thought of the words of the Imperial Concubine, he did not have the courage to accept the money. After all, the Imperial Concubine was the eldest sister of Yushi Tianzuan and a favorite of King Gaoyong. Her words were more effective than the Imperial Edict. If he angered her, he might lose his head. Didn't the powerful ancestors of the royal family fall into her hands and end miserably? Even the powerful and influential people ended up like that. Not to mention him as a servant. So now everyone knows that in the Maple Forest Empire, you can offend anyone, but you can't offend the Imperial Concubine. Although 10 million black crystals are very tempting, you have to live to enjoy them. Fortunately, the waiter is not a stupid person. He is very clear-headed. He immediately suppressed his desire for money and refused. However, knowing that the guest in front of him was so rich, he did not dare to offend him casually. Although he refused, his tone was quite tactful. "My guest, I really have no choice. All the private rooms are full. They are all guests that I cannot afford to offend. You ask me to offend those guests. Isn't it too much to ask me to do that? How about this? You find a seat anywhere in the hall and wait for a while. If the guests above leave, I will arrange it for you immediately." Seeing that he was not moved, the man in black frowned and growled angrily. "Humph. Don't make me say it twice. Vacate the fifth room for me now." The waiter was trembling with fear after being yelled at by him. But thinking of the order of the Emperor and concubine, he still did not dare to let go casually. "My guest, if you really want to embarrass me like this, I will have to drive you out of the Jade Pavilion. If things get out of hand, it will be embarrassing for everyone." The man in black didn't expect the waiter to be so tough and even planned to drive him out. He immediately exuded a strong hostility and looked like he was going to hit someone. Although the waiter couldn't see his face clearly, he was also shocked by his fierce momentum. But when he thought that the Emperor and his concubine were here, if he really made a fuss, The emperor and his concubine would definitely support him. The waiter felt a little more confident and didn't lose his composure. The reason why the man in black came in disguise was that he wanted to be quiet and didn't want to alarm anyone. Now that he heard that the waiter was going to make a big deal, he was angry. But he didn't dare to make a fuss. He had to take a deep breath and hold back his anger. There are no seats in the hall anymore. He glanced at the entire hall and saw that every table was full of people, and his tone was extremely impatient. Hearing this, the waiter knew that he must have compromised, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then he pointed to a corner on the left side of the hall. "Guest, there is a table over there. It's not full yet. Just enough for one person. You can make do with him for now." The man in black looked in the direction of the waiter's finger, and sure enough, he saw a table with an empty seat. But there were several big and strong men sitting at that table. They were drinking and playing finger-guessing games, and scratching their noses and feet, not to mention eating with him. Even sitting together made him feel sick and want to vomit. The man in black saw this scene and yelled angrily on the spot. "Asshole! How dare you let me share a table with others? Are you tired of living? Thinking about his fame? When has he ever sat at a table with so many big men who pick their feet to eat? If this gets out, he will become a laughing stock." So, when he heard this proposal, he immediately got furious. The waiter didn't expect him to get so angry, and was stunned for a moment. Then hurriedly explained, "Sir, we have a lot of guests in the Concubine, and now it's dinner time. If you don't book a private room in advance, you can only stay in the hall with everyone. If you feel it's inconvenient, you can come another day. I will definitely treat you with good wine and food." When he heard about another day, the man in black looked even uglier. He didn't come here to eat today. Who would want to come to his shabby restaurant after today? It's just that now there are so many people everywhere. As a human, in order not to be discovered by Su Maoyang, he couldn't be too conspicuous. So he had to swallow his anger and let go. "Forget it. Take me there." When the waiter saw him let go, a smile suddenly jumped on his face and nodded happily. Okay. Please come this way, sir." As he said, the waiter took him to the dining table in the left corner and sat down, and then went straight to the kitchen to prepare meals for Su Maoyang and Mu Jichen. The two masters above must not be neglected. Jun Haocong never thought in his life that one day he would fall to the point of sharing a table with others for dinner, or with a group of burly, spitting and picking feet big men. At this moment, sitting there, he was simply unbearable to look at. His face was as black as a carbon ball, and gloomy as if water could be squeezed out at any time. Of course, what made him most angry was that Su Maoyang dared to invite other men to dinner behind his back. Now the two of them were locked in a private room, and no one knew what they were talking about. But judging from the way they were talking and laughing just now, they must have had a good chat. She was talking and laughing with other men, but left him at home and ignored him. It was really abominable. Chapter 1609 Add more vinegar to him. Thinking of this, Jun Haocong exerted force and crushed the wine glass in his hand, shocking the big men next to him, who all looked at him strangely. "Young man, it seems that you have encountered something unpleasant. Come on. Brother will accompany you to drink a glass, and you will feel comfortable when you are drunk." A big man in green clothes next to him blew on the wine glass, poured a glass of wine for Jun Haocong, and handed it to him. Seeing this, Jun Haocong almost vomited with disgust, and quickly pushed his hand to refuse. "No, I don't drink. A real man? How can he not drink? Are you looking down on me?" The big man in green frowned angrily, and questioned in a rough voice. Jun Haocong was speechless, and his fist under his sleeves was already lingering with spiritual power. He tried his best to restrain the urge to kill, but he knew that once he took action, things would definitely get out of hand. By then, Su Maoyang would know that he had been following her all the way and had the audacity to chase her to the restaurant. If she knew about this, wouldn't he lose all his face? Wouldn't he be able to raise his head in front of her in the future? Thinking of this, Jun Haocong held his breath in his heart, and finally compromised to take the wine glass, endured the nausea, and drank it all. Seeing him drink, several big men laughed and nodded in satisfaction. Ha ha ha. That's right. Jun Haocong was entangled by a group of big men, making him anxious, while Su Maoyang on this side was smiling and in a good mood. Even Mu Jichen noticed her abnormality today and couldn't help asking, Is there anything worth being happy about? Isn't it worth being happy that I have gathered all the herbs for master? Su Maoyang replied perfunctorily. Is that so? Mu Jichen didn't quite believe it, and looked at her suspiciously. It's usually hard to treat you to a meal. But you actually asked me to treat you to a meal today. It's really strange. So no matter how I look at it, I feel that there is something fishy. Mu Jichen is a smart man, so he naturally noticed something. Su Maoyang smiled when he heard this. You brought the disciples of the Red Star League, and are willing to share hardships and life and death with me. Isn't it normal for me to treat you to a meal? Although I don't like interpersonal communication, I still have some social etiquette. Hearing this, Mu Jichen relaxed a little, laughed in a good mood, and boasted about himself. Ha ha ha. What you said is right. I am a person who is willing to go through fire and water for my friends. This little thing is not worth mentioning. Su Maoyang knew his character, and seemed to be immune to his shameless words. He just smiled and didn't refute. While the two were talking and laughing, the waiter had ordered someone to bring the dishes up. After they had arranged all the dishes, Su Maoyang's eyes flashed with cunning, and she ordered the waiter. Waiter, add more vinegar to the food of the guest, who paid a lot of money to book the private room. He loves jealousy the most in his life. Also, our private room will be booked until the evening, and no one is allowed to come in. Tell everyone that there is someone inside. Do you understand? Since Jun Haotsong likes to be jealous, she will let him eat enough today. Hearing this, the waiter was confused and looked at Su Maoyang blankly. Put more vinegar in the food of the black-clad guest just now. Is that what the imperial concubine meant? Did he understand correctly? The imperial concubine even knew the taste of that guest. Could it be that they knew each other? Su Maoyang saw that he didn't quite understand, and couldn't help but add, Of course. Don't say these words are my orders. You are a smart person. You know what to do. The waiter nodded repeatedly after hearing this, although he was completely confused. But he still obeyed the order and retreated. According to the imperial concubine's words, he ordered the kitchen to add a lot of vinegar to the food of the black-clad guest. Mu Jichen was also puzzled by Su Maoyang's behavior. He looked at her with surprise, seeing a smirk on her lips. His eyes lit up, and he immediately guessed. Are you playing a trick on me? I'm so kind. Do you think I am? Su Maoyang smiled and raised his eyes, glancing at him. Mu Jichen shuddered at her smile and shook his head quickly. I believe it. I am a pig. He had been in contact with her for a while, and he knew her personality to some extent. She could be very protective, but she would never be soft on her enemies. He still remembered how the disciples of the 3 academies died. Hasn't King Gaoliang helped you deal with those forces that offended you? Who is so blind that he dares to provoke you? Mu Jichen was full of doubts, and couldn't help asking. At this time, Su Maoyang just smiled and didn't say anything, as if he had no disgust or hatred for that person. Seeing this, Mu Jichen felt even more suspicious, and couldn't help but think that the person liked to be jealous. After a moment of silence, he suddenly reacted and exclaimed, I know. The guest below couldn't be Emperor Yunlu. Su Maoyang saw that he had guessed it, so he didn't answer directly, but the smile on his lips became deeper and deeper, which undoubtedly verified Mu Jichen's guess. Knowing the truth, Mu Jichen was simply in tears and laughter. Suimo. I really didn't expect that I would stick my neck out for you. But you pushed me into the fire pit. The Emperor now knows that I had dinner with you alone, and he will definitely kill me in the future. Thinking that the Emperor was a domineering, strong and jealous person, Mu Jichen's heart was instantly chilled all over his body, from head to toe. He heard that Dongfang Yaoyu once said that he liked Suimo in front of the Emperor of Yunlu, and was beaten by the Emperor on the spot. If they hadn't gone to Nanan Forest to find medicinal materials for him, Dongfang Yaoyu would have died long ago. And now he is alone in a room with Suimo, talking and laughing. The Emperor must have already torn him into pieces in his heart. Thinking of this, Mu Jichen wanted to cry, but had no tears. You just said that you would go through fire and water for your friends. But now you refuse to treat me to a meal. Aren't you contradicting yourself? Su Maoyang rolled his eyes speechlessly. Mu Jichen was speechless because of her blocking, and his momentum instantly dropped a lot. But staying until the evening is not a solution. The Emperor will kill me. Mu Jichen felt a little weak when he heard Su Maoyang say that he would book the private room until the evening. He still wanted to live a few more years. Seeing him so cowardly, Su Maoyang shook his head helplessly. Don't worry. I won't let you stay here forever. What do you mean? Mu Jichen suddenly couldn't figure out Su Maoyang's thoughts. Su Maoyang smiled and waved at him. Mu Jichen looked excited as if he was listening to gossip, and hurriedly put his ear over. After hearing her plan, Mu Jichen burst out laughing. I feel sorry for the emperor. If you feel sorry for him, go down and drink with him. I won't stop you. No. 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 Forget it. Let's eat and leave quickly. I'm afraid if I'm a step late, my life will be in danger. Mu Jichen was so scared that he waved his hands repeatedly, as if he was being chased by a ghost. Chapter 16:10 She tricked him. Mu Jichen wanted to have a good meal, but Su Maoyang made him lose his life, not to mention the meal. So, Mu Jichen quickly finished the meal, got up, and walked to the window. I'm done. I'll go first. Su Maoyang saw that he had just started eating and had already left the table, and glared at him speechlessly. I really don't know how you got the 4th place in the battle list. He was so cowardly. It was really unbearable to watch. That depends on the person. I can't afford to offend a demon like Emperor Zun. So, don't eat alone with me in the future. Mu Jichen shuddered uncontrollably when he thought of Jun Haotsong's arrogance. As he said that, he jumped out of the window and left the Qianli Yuga. Su Maoyang saw that he was so cowardly, and shook his head helplessly. He chewed slowly and tasted the food here. After eating and drinking, she found the waiter and prepared to settle the bill. But she didn't have too many black crystals, so she had to take out a high-grade pill and hand it to him. This is the meal money. Should it be enough? The waiter had never expected that she would actually pay with a high-grade pill. He was immediately dumbfounded, his face full of surprise, nodding like pounding garlic, and stuttering with joy. Enough? Enough? Of course it's enough. High-grade pills are so precious. This table of food is not worth such a price at all. Concubine, you gave too much. How dare I accept it? High-grade pills are treasures that are not easy to buy even if you want to spend money. The concubine was so generous that he was embarrassed to accept it. Don't be polite with me. I still want to book this private room until the evening, and the rest is the room fee and the wine money. So, after I leave, don't stop the wine in this private room, and let people keep sending it. Do you understand? For Su Maoyang, the high-grade pills were just a matter of moving her fingers, so she didn't care too much and ordered. When the waiter heard this, his surprised expression suddenly froze, and doubt surged in his pupils again. He found that his brain was getting less and less useful, and he always couldn't understand what the imperial concubine meant. Empress, do you mean that after you leave, this private room will continue to serve wine? The waiter asked uncertainly. Su Maoyang nodded slightly. Well, even if there is no one, you should serve as if there is someone. Do you understand? The waiter heard this. His eyes widened. His expression was a little surprised. But although he had a lot of questions, he still responded in a daze. Well, I know. Okay, you can go out. Su Maoyang saw that he understood, so he waved his hand and motioned him to leave, even if the waiter didn't quite understand the imperial concubine's intention. As a servant, he didn't dare to say much, so he had to leave honestly. At this time, Su Maoyang had almost finished eating, then wiped his mouth, tidied his clothes, and quietly left through the window with Shinua. After returning to the Dongfang family, Su Maoyang specifically told Shinua, I will make an elixir later. Don't let anyone disturb me. The process of making the elixir for Dongjinan is a bit complicated. It takes a long time, and you need to be very focused to avoid mistakes. Shinua heard this, immediately clasped her fists and accepted the order, and closed the door for her. Su Maoyang returned to the room and put out the medicinal materials and the evil blood cauldron. At the same time, her peripheral vision swept over the scroll of the legacy. Her heart was shocked. Her eyes slightly condensed, and she also took it out of the space. To be honest, Su Maoyang never expected that the person who leaked the news would be the secret guard beside Feng Imosia. So she was very shocked to learn the truth. And of course, she was also very confused. Although Yifeng did not directly reveal Dongfang Yaoyu's name, everything was guessed by Su Maoyang. But the information he revealed clearly pointed to Dongfang Yaoyu, because Yifeng said that the body of the fire spirit can accommodate other souls even if the person dies. And she knows that only herself. Jun Haotsong and Dongfang Yaoyu have experienced body swaps, but the fact that she traveled through time has always been a secret. And Feng Moxie could not know it. He only knew that Jun Haosong and Dongfang Yaoyu's bodies had accommodated their souls. And Jun Haosong was an extremely yin body, so it was impossible for him to be a fire spirit body. Then, Dongfang Yaoyu was the most likely person. It seems that Feng Moxie knew that she was suspicious by nature and could not believe everything others said. So he did not directly say who it was, but gave her a direction and deliberately guided her. Because, for a more cautious person like Su Maoyang, the results of her own guesses and inferences are naturally much more credible than the words of outsiders. However, she didn't understand why Feng Moxie did this. He had always hated Jun Haosong and wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. It was impossible for him to really help him find the body of the fire spirit. Therefore, Feng Moxie did this. And Su Mo Liang had to doubt his intentions towards Dongfang Yaoyu. Unfortunately, Su Mo Liang thought about it and got nothing. She simply shook her head, put aside the doubts in her heart, and began to concentrate on refining the elixir. The most urgent thing was to help her master cure his leg disease. Su Mo Liang was concentrating on refining the elixir, while Jun Haosong, who was left in the Qiangli Yuga, was furious. It was okay to eat sour dishes that made your teeth fall out. But the annoying thing was that he waited in the hall for half an afternoon, but didn't see Su Mo Liang and Mu Jichen come out. At this time, seeing that the waiter was still serving them wine, Jun Haosong could no longer bear it. So he stood up and walked towards the private room on the second floor in anger. The waiter saw that he was going upstairs and hurried forward to stop him. At this time, Jun Haosong was not afraid of making things worse and pushed him away fiercely, roaring angrily, "Get out! Whoever dares to stop me today, I will kill him!" After that, Jun Haosong strode up to the second floor and kicked open the door of the private room. At this moment, there was no one in the private room, only a table of leftovers and a table of untouched wine. Seeing this scene, Jun Haosong immediately realized that he had been fooled. His face darkened and his teeth chattered. After a long time, he cursed, "Damn it!" The black owl who was waiting outside saw Jun Haosong coming out angrily, and immediately stepped forward and asked with concern, "Master, you and the imperial concubine." But before He Xiao finished speaking, Jun Haosong interrupted him harshly. "Don't mention her to me. I must be crazy to run out to see her." When He Xiao heard this, he knew that the two must have quarreled again, and persuaded him with a smile. "Master, I heard that women need to be coaxed. You say a few nice words to the imperial concubine and coax her, isn't it?" "Coax her? Humph! If she doesn't admit her mistake in front of me, don't expect me to forgive her." Jun Haosong was fooled around, and was already very angry. He even wanted him to bow to her. No way. Hearing this, Black Owl sighed helplessly. "Master, why are you doing this? In the end, you are the only one who is suffering." Chapter 16:11, Being Besieged for Her. "Humph. If I don't deal with her properly this time, she will ride on my head." Jun Haosong thought of the time when he was away. She was surrounded by handsome men, talking and laughing, and he was furious, and he had to teach her a lesson. When He Xiao heard such angry words, he thought of the previous experience and shook his head speechlessly. "Master, why are you doing this? Anyway, you have to admit your mistakes to the emperor and concubine in the end. It's better to admit your mistakes early than late. At least you won't be tortured for too long." He Xiao has seen it too many times and has already expected the ending. No matter how strong and powerful his master is, he will be helpless when he meets the emperor and concubine. When Jun Haosong heard him boosting others' ambitions and destroying his own prestige, his sword eyebrows were raised and he shouted angrily, "Shut up. I think you deserve to be punished too." He Xiao shrank his head after being yelled at by him. He had to shut his mouth and didn't dare to interrupt casually. He followed Jun Haosong back to the Dongfang family silently. After returning to the Dongfang family, Jun Haosong went back to his own courtyard angrily, and got very angry behind closed doors. He Xiao saw that it was not a good idea for him to torture himself like this. So he had to carry him and sneak to Su Maoyang's courtyard. In his opinion, only by inviting the imperial concubine over could the master's anger be extinguished. Now seeing Shi Nuo guarding the door, he thought that the imperial concubine should have returned a long time ago, and then walked over quickly. But because Su Maoyang had instructed that no one could disturb him, Shi Nuo, who was guarding the door, saw He Xiao running over in a hurry, and immediately stepped forward to stop him. The master is refining the elixir, and no one is allowed to disturb him. I have an urgent matter to see the imperial concubine. Please help me pass it on quickly. He Xiao was anxious and said in a bad tone. She Newell frowned and looked gloomy when she heard this. Didn't you hear that my master was refining the elixir and was disturbed by you? If something went wrong, will you be responsible? Although she Newell was not an alchemist, she knew that refining the elixir required a high degree of concentration and consumed mental energy. If someone disturbed her and something went wrong in the middle, it would be very dangerous. Therefore, for the sake of Su Maoyang's physical safety, no matter what urgent matter He Xiao had, she didn't intend to let him in. He Xiao was speechless when he saw that she Newell was also a difficult person to deal with. I really don't know why it's so hard to communicate with women like them. However, although He Xiao was resentful, he still didn't dare to say it out loud. At this time, thinking of the stubborn temper of the emperor, if he continued like this, he might get angry and hurt himself. So he had to think of a way out and yelled, Emperor's concubine, the emperor is sick and needs your elixir to save his life. Go and see him. You also know that the emperor is in poor health and was injured again yesterday. Now he is angry and the situation is not optimistic. Now the emperor is calling your name all the time. Go and see him. Su Maoyang, who was concentrating on refining the elixir in the room, suddenly heard that Jun Haotsong was sick. She was so scared that her face changed drastically. She couldn't sit still anymore. She immediately waved her hand and put the refined elixir into the space. Before she had time to put on her clothes, she opened the door and asked anxiously, What's wrong with Jun Haotsong? Is his cold disease recurring again? Seeing that the emperor's concubine finally appeared, He Xiao was undoubtedly relieved. He knew that no matter how the emperor's concubine quarreled with her master, she still cared about her master in her heart. However, just as he was about to nod and persuade Su Maoyang to go over and take a look, a sharp voice suddenly came from behind him, saying, I just saw Emperor Zun return to the courtyard in good health. How come he got sick in the blink of an eye? He Xiao looked over and saw Dongfang Yaoyu walking in slowly from outside. He smiled and his eyes were sharp, as if he saw through his thoughts at a glance, which immediately made He Xiao shudder. When Su Maoyang heard this, she understood it instantly. Her nervous expression suddenly sank, and she shouted angrily, He Xiao, you actually learned to lie. You are so brave. He Xiao never expected Dongfang Yaoyu to come and interfere. He was so sad that he knelt down and apologized immediately. Please forgive me. My subordinate had no choice but to do this. Humph. I don't think you did this. Jun Haotsong deliberately sent you to deceive me. He didn't come to admit his mistake, but used the trick of self-torture to deceive me. I thought I would forgive him like this. No way. Su Maoyang was wronged by him for no reason. Now he is still resentful. Now he deceives her again to win her sympathy. It's really hateful. If he had talked to her nicely, she wouldn't have gotten so angry. But he was so unreasonable and misunderstood her sincerity. How could Su Maoyang let him go so easily? When He Xiao saw that she had misunderstood the emperor, he regretted it and slapped himself in the face. He quickly explained, Empress, this is really my idea. It has nothing to do with the emperor. Although the emperor's words are unpleasant to hear, he is devoted to you. So, even if he was wronged by you, he gritted his teeth and didn't say anything, just because he didn't want to make you worry. Unfair? What did I wrong him? It was obviously him who wronged me. Su Maoyang retorted disapprovingly. Black Owl knew that if they kept the secret any longer, they would torture each other for who knows how long. He had no choice but to risk being punished by the emperor and pour out the truth. Emperor's concubine. You don't know how much pain the emperor felt. In fact, when you were in danger on the Yellow Spring Road, it wasn't that he didn't come to save you. It was that he couldn't spare the time to save you. Because at that time, he was in the Fengqi Empire, stealing the Heavenly Spirit Spring for you, which has a miraculous healing effect. You should know that the Heavenly Spirit Spring is a treasure treasured by the Fengqi Empire. It is not so easy to steal. So the master broke into the forbidden area of the Fengqi Empire, and was soon discovered and besieged by the Fengqi Empire, and Finch and Jun obviously. All this is a conspiracy of Finch and Jun. He and the Fengqi Empire have joined forces to murder the emperor. You should know the emperor's body. He was seriously injured under the siege of the two forces. But in order to bring the Heavenly Spirit Spring back to you, he still managed to escape from the Fengqi Empire. On the way, several of our brothers died. At the end, Heishu's eyes were red and his voice was choked. Although there were only a few words, the dangers were only known by those who had experienced it. Originally, the emperor had decided to keep these things secret from the empress and not let her worry. So he also specifically told him not to talk nonsense. But seeing the emperor being wronged and pouring all his bitterness into himself, Heishu could no longer bear it. Even if the knife was on his neck, he would speak up for the emperor. Su Maoyang didn't expect that Jun Haotsong would trespass into the forbidden area of Fengqi Empire for her, and was seriously injured by the siege. She was shocked and her eyes widened. Her face turned pale as paper. At this time, thinking back to what she said, Su Maoyang was annoyed and beat her head in regret. I am such a fool. She had deliberately provoked Jun Haotsong before, saying that he was not around and could not compare to others, and could still use the Fire Phoenix Spirit Pearl to save herself. Although those were angry words and not her true words, Jun Haotsong must have been so sad when he heard them. Chapter 16:12 Xiahou Wanxian confesses. Since he has spent so much effort to steal the heavenly spiritual spring, why doesn't he take it out? This fool is too patient. Su Maoyang gritted his teeth in anger. Heishu sighed. The master originally wanted to give it to you, but I heard that you already have the Fire Phoenix Spirit Pearl, so the heavenly spiritual spring is useless. Therefore, taking it out is not only meaningless, but it makes you think about it and worry about him. Hearing this, Su Maoyang's nose was sour, and his heart was like a pot of mixed feelings, and he felt bad. However, she still didn't understand one thing. Doesn't Mu Qingwan like your master? Why would she join hands with Feng Moxie and do such a heavy hand? When Heishu saw her asking, his face became more solemn, and he explained in a deep voice, the queen originally planned to let the master go, but the condition was that the master had to marry her. But the master was not willing. So in the end the master still risked his life, broke through the siege and escaped from the Fengqi Empire, and rushed back to see you despite his injuries. After learning the truth, Su Maoyang's heart twitched, and a cramp spread immediately. Thinking of the angry words he said before, Su Maoyang wanted to slap himself twice. He had done so many things for her, and almost lost his life. But he didn't say a word. He would rather be wronged than let her worry about him. He is such an idiot. The biggest idiot in the world. This idiot is really going to piss me off to death. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang gritted his teeth and cursed, and then urged Heishu. Where is your master? Take me there quickly. Seeing that she finally gave in, Heishu was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly to lead the way. Princess Emperor, please come this way. After that, Heishu quickly walked towards the courtyard where Jun Haotsong was staying. At this time, Dong Fanyoyu, who was watching Su Maoyang leave, saw them quarreling endlessly, and smiled and shook his head. Alas, maybe it's because you care too much about each other that you become so picky and unreasonable. Yes, it is because you love each other deeply that you want the other party to pamper you a little more, care about you a little more, and pay more attention to you. People will become more and more greedy and narrow-minded. Dong Fanyoyu was sighing with emotion, but suddenly heard a gentle and pleasant voice from the right. He couldn't help but look sideways, and saw Xiahou Wanxian slowly walking over. Perhaps because Xiahou Wanxian knew his secret, and could easily see through his thoughts. Dong Fanyoyu was too daring to look directly into her eyes every time. After a quick glance at her, he looked away, and hummed awkwardly. Yes, the more you care, the more you can't tolerate any grain of sand in your eyes. I just didn't expect that the famous Yulu Emperor would become so petty when he met the person he loved. Xiahou Wanxian heard this, but shook her head in disapproval. No, the Emperor is not petty. He is just afraid. In fact, before I met the Emperor, I only knew that he was an invincible and fearless peak strongman. Now that I know him, I know that the Emperor can also be afraid. Afraid of losing Su Mo. Hearing this, Dong Fanyoyu's heart was slightly shaken, and he couldn't help but glance at Xiahou Wanxian, and happened to meet those bright and warm beautiful eyes, which made his heart tremble. You have analyzed this love thoroughly. Dong Fanyoyu curled his lips and chuckled. Xiahou Wanxian smiled, her expression a little lonely. This thing doesn't need to be analyzed. As long as you have experienced it, you will know the taste of it. Experienced it? From the tone of your voice? Have you experienced it too? Dong Fanyoyu was a little surprised, and some curiosity surged on his face. Xiahou Wanxian froze when he asked her in person. Her eyes met those black agate-like peach blossom eyes. She didn't know where she got the courage from. But she nodded. Yes. I am experiencing it. Unfortunately, I am not as lucky as Sumo. Her sincerity was responded to. But mine was not. Dong Fan Yoyu didn't expect that she had someone she liked. And he was so shocked that his eyes widened. You are such a good girl. You should be very popular. Who is so blind? Xiao Wanxian stared at him intently. And didn't answer in a hurry. It was not until she stared at Dong Fan Yoyu that she was a little scared that she spoke softly. Saying 2 words. You? Xiao Wanxian wanted to bury her thoughts in her heart forever. But she found that she couldn't do it. However, she didn't expect that she would have such courage to say it in front of Dong Fan Yoyu. Dong Fan Yoyu was stunned by her sudden confession. It was as if a thunder exploded above his head. His expression was stiff, and his whole body was numb. He stared at her with shock. After a long time, he recovered and asked in disbelief. You? What did you just say? Xiao Wanxian did not hesitate and answered seriously. I said, I like you. Dong Fan Yoyu was a little dizzy by this straightforward answer. He stood there in shock and forgot to react. Like him? Xiao Wanxian likes him? Did he hear it right? Xiao Wanxian saw his unbelievable look. And her eyes, that were expectant, dimmed instantly. This might be the bravest thing she has ever done in her life. But unfortunately, the other party did not get a surprise, but was frightened. Then, no matter how brave such a thing is, it has no meaning. Thinking of this, Xiao Wanxian tried to hide the loneliness in her eyes, and smiled brightly again. Ha! I was just kidding you. You took it seriously. My brother is looking for me. I'll leave first. As she said this, Xiao Wanxian left quickly. And before Dong Fan Yoyu could react, she had already faded out of his sight, leaving Dong Fan Yoyu alone. Confused and standing there, Dong Fan Yoyu and Xiao Wanxian ended up in a miserable way, while Jun Haocong was in a turmoil. As soon as Su Maoyang walked into the yard, before he reached the door of the house, he heard the sound of banging and smashing things from inside. Black Owl was afraid that the emperor would make another mistake, so he immediately announced loudly, the emperor's concubine has arrived. Jun Haocong, who was angry in the hall, heard that Su Maoyang was coming, and his angry expression condensed slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed in his ice blue eyes. But when he saw Su Maoyang striding in, the surprise in his eyes was fleeting, and he immediately replaced it with a sharp, pretending to be angry and growling. You dare to. Unfortunately, before he could utter the word come, Su Maoyang rushed over and hugged him, choking all his words in his throat. Jun Haocong was still furious, full of hostility, and looked like he was going to teach her a lesson. But when Su Maoyang hugged him like this, the anger in his heart was instantly extinguished by more than half, and the fierce momentum was like a deflated ball, and it was shriveled all of a sudden. Chapter 1613 lost his temper instantly. Jun Haocong was stiffened by her sudden action. He was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help hugging Su Maoyang. He gently patted her back and asked with a gentleness that he didn't even notice, What's wrong? Although his voice was a little low and hard, it was much gentler than his usual cold words. When Heishu saw this scene, he seemed to have expected the result a long time ago. He shook his head helplessly. He said that no matter how fierce and powerful his master was, he would be helpless as long as he met the imperial concubine. Before seeing him so angry and saying that he would deal with the imperial concubine, I thought he might show off his power when he met the imperial concubine. Who would have thought that the imperial concubine didn't say anything, but just a move? He controlled him. Now, I am afraid that all the anger and the cleanup have been thrown out of the sky. There is only Su Maoyang in his eyes and heart, and there is no room for anything else. He Xiao has lived so long and has been with the emperor for so long, but he has never seen the emperor so spineless and so temperless. I think only the emperor's concubine has this charm to turn a lion into a docile dog. Thinking of this, he sighed quietly and retreated tactfully to make room for them. At this time, Su Maoyang hugged Jun Haocong tightly, buried his head in his chest, and said sullenly after a long time, Fool, you are the stupidest fool in the world. Why don't you say it? Why do you always hide it from me? Do you know that I will feel distressed if you do this? When Jun Haocong heard this, he suddenly understood and frowned. Did He Xiao tell you? Don't blame him. He just cares about you. But you kept everything from me. If Black Owl hadn't told me, I would still be in the dark. Su Maoyang raised her head and glared at him unhappily, thinking of him risking his life to steal something she didn't even want. She was furious and continued to curse. Are you crazy? How could you go to the forbidden area of Fengchi Empire? Don't you know how dangerous it is? If something happens to you, what should I do? Are you going to make me angry to death? Su Maoyang's eyes were red with anger, and tears were already rolling in her eyes. Seeing that Su Imo was crying, Jun Yen-song suddenly panicked, and his heart followed him, kissing her forehead. Don't listen to Black say. It's not as dangerous as you think. You forget. Mu Qingxian likes me. She can't bear to hurt me, so she didn't make much trouble. I want to beat you. Why do you say you are so stupid? Why not pretend to be married with her? You have to risk life and stubbornly. In Su Imo Liang's view, nothing is important for him. Jun Yongsong did not expect that he would talk to her. The jar like it. So jealous. Su Imo Liang glanced at him angrily. Jun Haosong seemed dissatisfied with this answer, and frowned slightly. You don't care about me at all, and would rather I marry another woman? Su Maoyang found it funny to see that he even cared about this. At this moment, facing those ice blue eyes full of anger, he couldn't help but reach out and touch his eyebrows and his features, and said affectionately, Silly boy. To me, nothing in this world is more important than your life and your safety. Whether you marry another woman or have children. As long as you are fine. As long as you are happy. I will be satisfied. Su Maoyang used to only have herself. But since she had Jun Haosong, she realized how unimportant she was. Hearing these words, Jun Haosong's heart was aching. And then he hugged her in disapproval. You are wrong. Only with you. I will be fine. Happy. If I can't be with you, what's the difference between being dead? Su Maoyang looked at the pair of focused and affectionate eyes, thinking about what she had done to him in her previous life. Her heart felt like thousands of needles were piercing. The pain was unbearable, and tears fell uncontrollably. Without me, you might be happier. Jun Haosong saw the grief in her eyes, and held her hand in a panic. What's wrong with you? Su Maoyang shook her head. It's okay. I just feel so sorry for you. When Jun Haosong heard this, he thought she was feeling guilty, so he couldn't help but chuckle, changed the subject, and teased. Yes, you make me so angry all day long. You are really sorry for me. Su Maoyang was amused by him, but he refuted unmercifully. It's obviously you who have a bad temper and love to get angry. What does it have to do with me? Yes, I love to get angry. You are beautiful, and everything you say is right. At this time, Jun Haosong hugged her, feeling the long-lost warmth buried in her neck. Smelling her unique fragrance, his heart was moved, and he had no time to care about other things. After a long time, he said sullenly, In fact, I'm not angry with you. I'm angry with myself. When I was in the Burning Blood City, I failed to protect you, causing you to be seriously injured, and all the people I cared about died. When I was in the Yellow Spring Road, I failed to come to save you, so other men took advantage of it. Su Maoyang felt heartbroken when he heard such self-blaming words. He was obviously heartbroken and moved to death, but he still muttered stubbornly, After all, you just like to be jealous. It would be fine if he didn't mention vinegar. As soon as he mentioned vinegar, Jun Haosong felt his gums ache, and now there was a sour taste in his mouth. Then he said angrily, So, you asked people to add so much vinegar to my food? Imagining the scene of him losing his teeth due to the sour taste, Su Maoyang laughed out loud, staring at him with burning eyes, and raised a playful arc at the corner of his mouth. Don't you like to be jealous? Am I not being considerate of you? Jun Haosong looked at those bright and cunning eyes like obsidian. His heart moved. His eyes dimmed slightly, and he murmured, I don't like to be jealous. I just like to eat you. As he said that, he suddenly lowered his head and kissed Su Maoyang's red lips. Su Maoyang felt the sourness in his mouth and wanted to cry without tears. She had learned what it meant to hurt others and herself. She would never dare to add vinegar to his food again, because she would suffer in the end. The black owl who was guarding outside saw that the imperial concubine had not come out at night. It seemed that she had been dealt with by the emperor, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Jun Haosong and Su Maoyang slept until dawn and woke up slowly at noon. I have to go out to do something and come back to see you later. Su Maoyang wanted to prop herself up to get clothes. Jun Haosong stretched out his hand and pulled her back into his arms. You didn't say that last night. Su Maoyang was confused. What did I say? You said, nothing in this world is more important than me. Jun Haotsong said seriously. Chapter 1614 Dong Jinan's Happy Life. Su Maoyang rolled her eyes at him speechlessly when she heard this. You believe what we said in bed. I don't care. You have to take responsibility for what you said. Jun Haotsong rejected it domineeringly. And then he came closer, intending to be intimate with her. Su Maoyang was quick-witted and slapped him on the face to resist his attack. I really have something to do. I will come back to take responsibility in the evening. After saying that, Su Maoyang quickly got up, grabbed her clothes and put them on, and began to dress up. Seeing her serious look, Jun Haotsong frowned slightly and asked unhappily, What's the matter that makes you so nervous? My master was implicated by me before, and his legs were broken. So I have to send him the elixir for leg disease. As he was talking, Su Maoyang had already packed up and was ready to go out. After hearing this, Jun Haotsong remembered that he had indeed seen a disabled person with broken legs that day, because the old man Yu Zhengfeng was humiliated in front of that person and called him master. He still had some impression of that person. You care about everyone, but not me. Jun Haotsong snorted unhappily. Su Maoyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I gave you my people and my heart. I was sore from you last night. How can I care about you? I only gave it to you for one night. It's not enough. Jun Haotsong was greedy. Just be content. Before your injury is healed, you are not allowed to do strenuous exercise or hit anyone. If I find out, I will take care of you. Su Maoyang glared and warned fiercely. Seeing that she was like a tigress, Jun Haotsong smiled and said, You are welcome to take care of me. Don't be so frivolous. If you don't listen, I'll go find that man in black. At worst, there's Feng Xie. I find that being the imperial concubine of Finchue Tiancheng is no worse than being the imperial concubine. Su Mo Liang raised his eyebrows and threatened him deliberately. These two people were originally thorns in Jun Haotsong's heart. When he heard Su Mo Liang mention it, his face turned black on the spot. You dare? See if I dare? Su Mo Liang fought back. Jun Haotsong was so angry when he saw her like this. But he couldn't do anything about her. After all, he couldn't beat her or scold her. If they quarreled again, he would suffer. In this way, he married a wife, not an ancestor. Jun Haotsong had a headache and had to compromise. Okay. I will try my best to recover from my injuries and not hit anyone. This is okay, right? That's more or less. Seeing that he was so obedient, Su Mo Liang nodded with satisfaction and then walked out of the room. But just as she left the room, Jun Haotsong followed her out. I'll go with you. Su Maoyang saw through his thoughts and glared at him speechlessly. Didn't you get enough of yesterday's jealousy? Do you want to continue to be jealous today? Looking at his expression, Su Maoyang knew without guessing that he wanted to follow her just to monitor whether she met Mu Jichen alone. I'm just going to see your master and thank him in person. Are you thinking too much? Jun Haotsong raised his eyebrows and said seriously. Su Maoyang found that Jun Haotsong lied naturally and appropriately. If she didn't know him well, she would have almost believed it. Thinking of this, she laughed and shook her head. Forget it. Come if you want to. After saying this, Su Maoyang walked out of the yard quickly. Today, under the strong suppression of King Gaoyang and the management of Dongfang Haizheng, Liuguang Academy has returned to its usual bustle. The disciples in the academy come and go in an endless stream, and they are still as vigorous as before, and they don't seem to be affected by the battle 2 days ago. However, Su Maoyang is now a celebrity in the Maple Forest Empire, and with Jun Haotsong by his side, the two of them soon became the focus of everyone as soon as they appeared in the academy, causing everyone to stop and watch. The battle 2 days ago also rolled through everyone's mouths like a snowball, and everyone was talking about it. However, Su Maoyang and Jun Haotsong were people who didn't care much about other people's eyes, so they crossed the square and went directly to Dong Zinan's residence. However, before they walked in, they heard hearty laughter coming from inside. Ha ha ha. Don't envy me. Actually, I don't really want to be Yushi Tianzun's master. It's because of my relationship with his apprentice that I can't refuse. So ha ha ha. Ha ha. Elder Dong, you are so lucky to have the Emperor's concubine as your apprentice. I see that Yushi Tianzun is obedient to the Emperor's concubine. You can walk sideways in the Maple Forest Empire in the future. Another laugh came out, and the heavy voice was flattering. However, as soon as he finished speaking, another voice interrupted, praising Dong Jinan to the sky. Not only the Maple Forest Empire, but even the Nine Nether Realm can walk sideways. The Emperor's concubine not only has connections in the Cloud Tower Dark Realm, but also knows the king of Finchua Tianqing. Now she is a favorite of King Gaoyang. With such an identity, she can make the Nine Nether Realm tremble with just one word. What Elder Dong wants to do in the future, isn't it just a matter of one word? After that, several voices echoed in the room. Yes. Yes. Elder Dong is so lucky. Su Maoyang heard the excitement inside, and her expression jumped up a little curious. And then she walked in quickly with Jun Haotsong. As soon as she entered, Su Maoyang saw a room full of people. Although she couldn't call out their names, she still had some impression in her mind. These were all elders of Liuguang Academy. What's more exaggerated is that in addition to the elders, the room was also full of gifts, such as gold, silver, jewelry, calligraphy and painting. Everything, which made Su Maoyang dazzled and surprised. However, before she asked, Dong Jinan found her figure and shouted excitedly, "Oh! My precious apprentice is here! My precious apprentice is here! Hurry up! Hurry up! Help me up!" Dong Jinan, who was still leaning on the couch, seemed to have been injected with chicken blood at this moment. He immediately waved his arms, and wanted to stand up and greet Su Maoyang in person. Su Maoyang knew that he had a disability, and was shocked to see that he wanted to get up. She hurried forward and held him down. "Your legs are disabled. Why don't you stop? Do you want to lie on the couch forever?" Dong Jinan was so happy to see her that she didn't care about her disabled legs. "Ha ha ha. It doesn't matter. You can come to see your master, even if you lie on the couch forever. What does it matter?" Su Maoyang glared at him speechlessly when she heard it, and really didn't know what to say. The elders around didn't expect Su Maoyang to come, and they were all surprised. At this moment, seeing that the emperor was also with her, everyone was so excited that their faces flushed, and they kowtowed and saluted. Greetings to the emperor. Greetings to the emperor's concubine. Chapter 16:15 Prepare to go to Fengqi Empire. Su Maoyang saw a group of elders giving her such a big salute, and quickly raised her hand to let them stand up. This is not the dark domain of Yunlu. Everyone doesn't need to be so polite. After getting the approval of the imperial concubine, everyone slowly stood up and stared at her and the emperor with flattering faces. Because they were able to talk to such a big man, they all felt honored. And Mu Jichen, who was also at the scene, was shocked when he saw the figure of the emperor. He immediately took 2 steps back and hid behind his master Kong Chuanhai, trying his best to weaken his presence, hoping that the emperor of Yunlu would not notice him. However, things often go against one's wishes. Jun Haotsong's eyes still fell on him accurately, as sharp as if he could see through his heart, liver, spleen, stomach and kidneys, making him feel like he was thorned. And he swallowed his saliva in fear. In his heart, he secretly hated himself for having dinner with Su Mo. Now that he was being targeted by the emperor, his future life would be difficult. Mu Jichen was thinking anxiously, and Jun Haotsong had already spoken. His low voice seemed to be wrapped in ice chips, and it was chilling. "I didn't expect that Mr. Mu was here too." Mu Jichen was suddenly called, and his body suddenly stiffened. His handsome face froze for a moment, and then he smiled awkwardly, as if there were 2 hands pulling the corners of his mouth, and his smile was very stiff. Hee. "I pay my respects to the emperor. I heard that you have a good relationship with the emperor's concubine. Why are you so polite?" Jun Haotsong raised his eyebrows and spoke coldly, and the words good relationship were a little heavy, which scared Mu Jichen's face and made his smile even more guilty. "I don't dare to flirt with the emperor's concubine. I just helped her, and she only treated me as a friend." Mu Jichen hurriedly distanced himself from the relationship. "Really?" The emperor raised his eyebrows slightly. His cold and handsome face remained expressionless, but his ice blue eyes staring at him flashed with a cold light, so fast that it was impossible to catch it. But Mu Jichen still felt a cold murderous aura from him, and shuddered involuntarily. Su Maoyang was worried that Jun Haotsong would really cause trouble for Mu Jichen, so she immediately reached out and pinched him quietly, giving him a warning look. Jun Haotsong knew what she meant, so he restrained himself a little and stopped talking. However, His sharp eyes still made Mu Jichen tremble with fear and sweat. Compared to Mu Jichen's fear, Dong Jinan was in a good mood. His eyes narrowed into slits with a smile. Disciple, are you feeling better? Why don't you stay at home and rest for a few more days? In fact, the master is fine. You don't need to worry about this. You should take care of yourself. Although Dong Jinan said not to let her worry, the smile in her eyes showed that she was very satisfied with her behavior of coming to see her. Su Maoyong heard this, glanced at the people present, smiled and nodded. I can see. It's really good. I thought he was crippled in both legs, lying in bed and unable to do anything. He must be very miserable. But I didn't expect so many people to visit him and curry favor with him, and brought him so many gifts. How could he look miserable? He was clearly living a better life than her. However, his legs were crippled because he saved them. After all, Su Maoyong had to repay this kindness. Thinking about it, she took out the medicine bottle and handed it to Dong Jinan. Old man, this is a pill to treat leg disease. After taking it, take good care of yourself for a few days, and you should be cured. When Dong Jinan heard that he could be cured, his eyes, which had been narrowed into a slit, suddenly widened. After a moment of hesitation, he took the medicine bottle in surprise. I heard it right. Can this pill really cure my leg disease? Dong Jinan knew how badly he was injured, so he didn't expect to get better. But Su Maoyong now gave him such hope, which really surprised him. Ha! Elder Dong. Is this true? Don't forget that the Emperor's concubine is a divine pattern alchemist. Since she said that she can cure it, then she must be able to cure it. Mu Jichen's master Kong Chuahai stroked his beard and laughed. Dong Jinan was too excited just now, and forgot about this. He was awakened by his mention, and nodded repeatedly. Ha! Yes. I forgot. I just didn't expect that my old bones can be saved. As he said this, Dong Jinan's eyes were red with excitement, and tears floated in his deep eye sockets. He usually didn't deliberately show the pain of his crippled leg, because he didn't want Su Maoyong to feel guilty. Now that he knew he still had a chance to get out of bed, he could no longer control the emotions that were suppressed in his heart, and vented them all out. Seeing him like this, Su Maoyong was also a little touched, and couldn't help but patted his shoulder and comforted him. Don't worry. You'll get better soon after taking this pill. Apprentice. Thank you. Dong Jinan nodded with a sob. I should thank you. If you hadn't helped us stop the elders of the Beast Hall, we would have died long ago. Su Maoyong shook his head. Hearing this, Dong Jinan was deeply relieved, wiped away his tears, and said with a smile, My old bones have no hope. If I can use my life to exchange for a group of young people with good talents and unlimited potential, it can be considered a worthy death. Fortunately, you all survived. It's really God's blessing. The elder, standing aside, wearing a brown gown, seemed happy for him, and nodded with a smile. Elder Dong. Others say that those who survive a great disaster will have good fortune in the future. You are so lucky, and good days are still to come. Yes. Yes. Hearing this, everyone agreed and echoed, and the whole room was filled with warm laughter. Su Maoyong was relieved to see so many people caring about Dong Jinan, and announced, Old man, we will leave the Maple Forest Empire in a few days. I don't know when I can come back to see you, so you have to take good care of yourself. Okay. Dong Jinan was shocked to hear that they were leaving, and asked anxiously, Are you going back to the Cloud Tower Dark Domain? Why don't you stay for a while? No. I plan to go to the Finchi Empire. Su Maoyong shook his head and explained. Hearing this, Dong Jinan immediately understood. You are going to help Yushu Tianzuan find the strange fire. Right. However, Finchi Empire is not like us here. If you want to snatch the strange fire, it must be very dangerous. You must be very careful. Well, I know. You just need to take good care of your injuries, and don't worry about me. Su Maoyong nodded. Okay. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. As he said, Su Maoyong left the house under Dong Jinan's reluctant eyes. Back to the Dongfang family. Jun Haosong was happy to be alone with Su Maoyong for a while, who knew that as soon as he entered the house, Shinua behind him clasped his fists and begged, Master, Shinua wants to talk to you alone. Su Maoyong suddenly saw her so serious, and a touch of surprise flashed across her eyes, because Shinua was a quiet person, and now suddenly wanted to talk to her. which surprised her a little. Chapter 16:16. She knew his life experience. Su Maoyang was shocked for a moment, then nodded slightly. If you have anything to say, just say it. Hao Tsong is not an outsider. She knew a glance at Jun Hao Tsong. Knowing their relationship, she did not hesitate, and nodded slightly. She knew has a lot to say. Please come in and talk in detail. Su Maoyang saw that she was so formal, and had some guesses in his heart, then nodded, and went to the hall with Jun Hao Tsong to sit down. After closing the door, she knew suddenly knelt down and kowtowed to Su Maoyang. Please, master. Please make a decision, for she knew all. Su Maoyang was startled to see her suddenly like this, and quickly raised his hand. Shi Nua, what are you doing? You know there are no such rules here. Get up quickly. Master, just let me kneel down and talk. I don't know if you really promised me to help me get revenge before. Shi Nua refused to get up, but suddenly mentioned the matter of revenge, which made Su Maoyang stunned for a moment. Haven't I been waiting for you to tell me the truth in person? Su Maoyang saw that she finally let go of her grudges, and was willing to speak. And suddenly a smile bloomed, obviously ready to listen attentively. Shi Nua was grateful when she heard this, and kowtowed again. And then she said, Master is so smart. You should have guessed that I am from Fengqi Empire. Well, I was not sure before, but seeing that you looked worried all the way after I decided to go to Fengqi Empire, I roughly guessed it. Su Maoyang nodded gently. Master is very smart, and you can't hide anything from me. But I wonder if the master has heard of Princess Ningfu of Fengqi Empire? Shi Nua raised her eyes and asked. Su Maoyang didn't know much about Fengqi Empire, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Jun Hao Tsong on the side kindly explained. Fengqi Empire is a country that advocates women's rights. Princess Ningfu is the daughter of the emperor. She is the one with the most legitimate bloodline and the most noble status among the princesses. But the emperor died of illness not long after, and the former empress loved Ran Guijun very much. She made an exception and canonized Ran Guijun as the queen. And this Ran Guijun is Mu Qingwan's biological father. In other words, Princess Ningfu and Mu Qingwan are half-sisters. Su Maoyang was a little dizzy by him. After a moment of digestion, he gradually reacted. Since the Fengqi Empire is ruled by the empress, there is no queen. No wonder Jun Hao Tsong called Princess Ningfu and Mu Qingwan's father the emperor and the noble lord. I think this should be a unique title in the harem of their Fengqi Empire. After all, the harem of the empress is a group of men, which is naturally different from other countries. Is Fengqi Empire a country where women are superior to men, and men need to rely on women to survive? Thinking of this, Su Maoyang asked curiously. Jun Hao Tsong shook his head slightly. Not entirely. In fact, the national style of Fengqi Empire is relatively open. Women have status and position, and can marry men. If men have status and position, they can naturally marry women. It's just that compared with other countries, the status of women in Fengqi Empire is much higher. Of course, in the royal family, the status of the princess is particularly obvious, and their status is above that of the princes and princes. It's just that I heard that Princess Ningfu died of a sudden illness 4 years ago. You suddenly mentioned her now. Don't tell me that you want to say that you are the Princess Ningfu. Jun Hao Tsong heard Shi Nua mention this name, and felt that there was something strange, and couldn't help but boldly guessed. After hearing him reveal her identity, Shi Nua no longer had to hide it, and simply nodded and admitted, Yes, I am the Princess Ningfu who died suddenly 4 years ago. Su Maoyang was a little surprised to hear this, and there was a flash of surprise in her eyes. Although she had guessed that Shi Nua's identity was not simple before, she did not expect that she would be the princess of Fengqi Empire. If Shi Nua is the most noble one among the princesses, then she is only one step away from the throne of the queen. With such an identity, it is obvious that she will definitely be involved in power disputes. Therefore, Su Maoyang roughly guessed the reason and said with emotion, It seems that your enemy is of high status. To be able to harm a princess of noble status to this extent, there is no doubt that the other party must be a powerful and high-ranking person. Hearing this, Shi Nua's pupil shrank sharply, and there was a cold light floating inside. When talking about enemies, his tone was a little bit gnashing his teeth. Yes, my enemy is the ruler of Fengqi Empire, Mu Qingwan. Because my father died early, her father was canonized by the emperor of the dynasty. So Mu Qingwan came later, and was also called as the legitimate daughter of the emperor. She is qualified to compete with me for the throne. But her father is favored by my mother. So my mother also favors her. But I am the legitimate heir to the throne after all. And there were many family forces supporting me at the beginning. Therefore, my mother also intends to pass the throne to me. But Mu Qingwan is so competitive. How could she easily give up the throne to me? Therefore, even if we are half-sisters, she can't stop her wolfish ambition to fight for power. Although Mu Qingwan announced to the public that I died of a sudden illness, she secretly designed Princess Ninglan to imprison me. Mu Qingwan, with the help of Princess Ninglan, united the three families of Ran, Lu and Jin, and slowly disintegrated my power. I became a helpless, useless person, who could only be tortured and abused by Princess Ninglan, and completely became her plaything. Speaking of this, Shinua seemed unable to face the painful past, and closed her eyes in pain, and 2 lines of tears poured out, immediately wetting her cheeks. Even if Su Maoyang didn't know what torture she had experienced in the past, he could feel the hatred and humiliation of grief and anger from her, which shows what a cruel and painful memory it was. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang also sighed softly and continued to ask, "Then how did you come to the Maple Forest Empire?" Later, it was the general of my old department who broke into Princess Ninglan's mansion to save me. Unfortunately, the general was finally accused of rebellion and was executed. At that time, I was already isolated and helpless. Not only could I not help him, but I couldn't even stay in the Fengqi Empire. So, I had to flee to the Maple Forest Empire. But my martial arts skills were completely useless. I was basically a useless person. And then I was captured by criminals and sold in the slave market. Someone from Liuguang Academy bought me. And you know everything that happened afterwards. Shinua explained the whole thing in detail. Su Maoyang suddenly realized it after hearing this, and said after a moment of silence, "Do you want me to help you deal with Mu Qingwan?" "Yes. I was blinded by hatred before, and naively wanted to kill Mu Qingwan with my own strength. But now I think about it carefully. She is now the queen, and there are so many forces supporting her. It is not easy for me to kill her." Shinua shook his head painfully. His tone was indescribably sad. Chapter 16-17, asking her for help. To be honest, she didn't really believe that Su Maoyang had the ability to help her get revenge at first. But after following Su Maoyang for such a long time, Shinua witnessed her strength and methods with her own eyes, and gradually placed high hopes on her, and had inexplicable confidence. So, when she heard that she was going to Fengqi Empire, Shinua quickly had such an idea. Shinua is not as resourceful as the master, and her strength and talent are not as good as the master. If I rely on my own strength, I can't even shake Mu Qingqing and the 3 families, let alone kill Mu Qingwan. Therefore, I can only ask the master to come forward and ask the master to make the decision for Shinua. Shinua will remember the master's kindness in her heart, and will serve the master like a cow and a horse in this life, and will never have 2 hearts. As he said, Shinua kowtowed several times with sincerity. Su Maoyang was filled with emotion when he saw this. A princess of noble status and high status became a slave, but she could endure humiliation for 4 years. Now she is willing to serve others as a slave for the rest of her life, just for revenge. I think it is only the belief of revenge that has kept her going until now. However, Su Maoyang was still a little confused. "Is the Mu Qingqing you are talking about also your sister?" Shinua nodded quickly. Mu Qingqing is Princess Ninglan. She is the biological sister of Mu Qingwan. She is also the daughter of Ran Guijun. She is the closest to Mu Qingwan among the several princesses. However, she is naturally mean, cruel, bad-tempered, and a useless straw bag. She is notorious in the Fengqi Empire, and is very disgusting. However, although she is bad, she is very much liked by Mu Qingwan, and is a big celebrity in front of Mu Qingwan. I think it's because they are born from the same mother. So Mu Qingwan trusts her very much. Therefore, due to her noble status, and the relationship with her elder sister Mu Qingwan, everyone dared not provoke her casually, but only fawned on her and flattered her. At the beginning, it was she who imprisoned me, abolished my martial arts, and tortured me to the point of being miserable. At this point, Shinua's tightly pinched fingers sank into the flesh, and there was a great hatred hidden inside. Su Maoyang frowned slightly after hearing this explanation, and shook his head solemnly. I think, in addition to the reason that they were born from the same mother, Mu Qingwan should feel that a straw bag is not a threat to herself, and it is particularly easy to use. So she is closer to Mu Qingqing. No matter how bad Mu Qingqing is, she is at least a princess in a high position and with power. For Mu Qingwan, having a straw bag who listens to her and follows her in everything is better than having a smart and capable opponent who is more powerful than the master. This should be the main reason why Mu Qingwan and Mu Qingqing have a close relationship. After all, Su Maoyang doesn't believe that a person who ascended the throne by iron-blooded means will really value family affection. If he really values family affection, Mu Qingwan will not force Xinhua to this point. Hearing this, Xinhua nodded in agreement. That's right. Although Mu Qingqing is a straw bag, at least her status is there, and no one dares to shake her position casually. Hearing this, Su Maoyang pondered for a moment and began to analyze the current situation. Now that so many years have passed, Mu Qingwan's regime must have been stable. The families that supported you in the past have either turned against you or have been cleared out. So, it is really not an easy thing for you to take revenge. Yes, the Liu family and the Jin family used to support me, but later they changed sides. So even if I go back now, I'm a useless person with nothing. I don't know where to start if I want to take revenge. But the master is different. The master is smart, has many means, and is a divine pattern alchemist. No matter what, he has more ways than Xinhua. Now, Xinhua is desperate and can only ask the master for help. As he said this, Xinhua was already in tears and kowed out heavily. Blood was seeping out of his forehead. Su Maoyang was shocked and quickly stood up, wanting to help him up. Okay, stop kowtow. Regarding revenge, I will try my best to help you, but it's still unclear whether it will succeed. I can't give you a definite answer now. Mu Qingwan is the ruler of a country. It is not easy to kill her. Su Maoyang is very clear about this. So he didn't act on impulse and patted his chest to promise her. But Xinhua has been with Su Maoyang for such a long time and basically figured out her temper. Su Maoyang would never say too much about anything. But in fact, she has taken it to heart. Take her promise to help Yushu Tianzuan and help refine the elixir. She knew that it would be dangerous to go to Fengqi Empire to snatch the strange fire. But she still planned to go without hesitation. So, when Xinhua heard that she agreed to help, she knew that she would do her best in this matter. At that moment, she was so excited that she ignored her dissuasion and kowed out again. Whether it succeeds or not, Xinhua is here to thank the master for his great kindness. Okay. You have been with me for a while, and I have long stopped treating you as an outsider. Why are you so distant with me? Xinhua has lived and died with her many times. Every time there is danger, he rushes to the front to help her resist. Therefore, Su Maoyang knows that she is reliable and sincerely accepts her. Xinhua was helped up by Su Maoyang, tears flashing in her eyes. It would be a lie to say that she was not moved. Master, I am familiar with the terrain and forces of Fengqi Empire. If you want to go to Fengqi Empire to find the strange fire this time, just tell Xinhua. Xinhua will go through fire and water for the master without hesitation. Su Maoyang suddenly remembered after she reminded him, and immediately took out the map of the strange fire and handed it to her. Can you help me see where the place of this strange fire is? The map only marked a rough range. Su Maoyang was not familiar with the map of Fengqi Empire and could not determine the specific location. So he had to ask Xinhua for help. Upon hearing this, Xinhua hurriedly took the map and looked at it carefully. Then, a flash of surprise flashed across his eyes, and he unconsciously widened his eyes. His tone became particularly solemn. This is the Imperial Mausoleum. Imperial Mausoleum? Su Maoyang did not expect that the strange fire would be in the Imperial Mausoleum, and was obviously surprised. Where is the Imperial Mausoleum exactly? The Imperial Mausoleum is located west of Fengqi capital. A little remote, but the royal family has sent heavy troops and masters to guard it, and there are countless killing arrays surrounding it. Once someone breaks into the Imperial Mausoleum, there is no possibility of survival. Thinking of the danger of the Imperial Mausoleum, even the usually expressionless Xinhua changed color slightly and shook his head heavily. Hearing that the strange fire was in the Imperial Mausoleum, Jun Haotsong frowned and discontentedly stopped him. No, you can't go to Fengqi Empire. Some time ago, I went to the Imperial Mausoleum to help you steal the Tianling Spring, and even I almost died in there. Let alone you. This time I firmly disagree. Jun Haotsong personally felt the danger inside, and he absolutely couldn't let Su Maoyang take such a life-threatening risk. Chapter 16:18, let you be happy enough. Su Maoyong heard that Jun Haotsong almost died in there, and a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. His face suddenly darkened. He looked at Shinua and asked, "Is there no other way to enter the Imperial Mausoleum?" "No. The Imperial Mausoleum is only open to the royal family. Others are not qualified to enter. Even if a powerful family of Fengqi Empire breaks in, it is a serious crime of killing 9 clans." Shinua shook his head seriously, as if there was no room for maneuver. But when Su Maoyong heard this, his eyes lit up, and there was a gleam of light in his eyes. "Royal family? You said that only people from the royal family can enter?" Shinua didn't quite understand what she meant, but just nodded blankly. "Well, yes. Every year when the royal family worships their ancestors, they will go to the Imperial Mausoleum." After receiving this information, Su Maoyong narrowed his eyes slightly, and obviously had other ideas. After a long time, he slowly spoke. "What if I sneak into the royal family? Infiltrate the royal family?" Shinua was startled by her suggestion, and asked a little confused. "Infiltrate the royal family? This may not be easy. Mu Qingwan is a very suspicious person. She rarely trusts anyone. There are not many people close to her. Many princes have been driven to their fiefdoms by her. Therefore, if you want to sneak into the royal family, you have no way to start." Su Maoyong smiled and reminded, "Didn't you just say that Princess Ninglan is very close to Mu Qingwan?" Hearing this, Shinua suddenly realized. "Master plans to start with Mu Qingqing? Maybe you can try." Su Maoyong smiled and nodded. Although Shinua couldn't figure out Sumo's thoughts, she was naturally happy to see that she had made up her mind. No matter what, it is better to have a way than to be helpless. Shinua, just follow the master's orders. Thinking of this, Shinua raised his hand and clasped his fists, and said firmly. But Jun Haotsong came over dissatisfied, stretched out his hand to pull Su Maoyong away from Shinua, and held him in his arms like a calf. "It's too dangerous. I won't allow it." Su Maoyong knew that Jun Haotsong was worried about his safety, so he touched his cheek and comforted him. "Don't worry. I'm not that stupid. I won't fight them head on. Besides, they seriously injured my man. If I let them go, wouldn't it be too easy for them? I heard from He Xiao that Jun Haotsong escaped from Fengqi Empire. Not only was he seriously injured, but also several of his close subordinates died." Speaking of this, He Xiao, a man, was in tears, and you can imagine how tragic the battle was. This Fengqi Empire will Jun Haotsong. He was severely injured and almost died there. Even if Shinua didn't let her help with revenge, Su Maoyong would not let them go easily. In addition, Mu Qingwan came to the dark area of Yunlu before, not only competing with her for Jun Haotsong, but also set people to assassinate her. She played so many tricks and used so many tricks, and she hasn't settled accounts with her yet. Since she is going to Fengqi Empire to find the strange fire this time, she will settle accounts with Mu Qingwan at once. Jun Haotsong listened to her domineering defense. His eyes dimmed slightly. His heart was moved, but his attitude was still very clear. "No," I said. "I will outsmart, not fight hard. And I won't put myself in danger." Su Maoyong was helpless. "You are in danger when you arrive in Fengqi Empire." Jun Haotsong hugged her and refused with a stern face. Su Maoyong saw that he was not willing to talk nonsense with him, so he pushed him away. "It seems that you don't want me to be responsible tonight." As she said that, she strode towards the door. Seeing that she wanted to leave, Jun Haotsong got anxious and immediately grabbed her, pulling her into his arms, saying domineeringly, "You have been mine for a long time. Where else do you want to run? There are outsiders here. Don't pull and tug." Su Maoyong was hugged into his arms, feeling the ambiguous heat pouring into her neck. Her cheeks flushed instantly, and she gave an awkward warning. Jun Haotsong not only did not let her go, but hugged her tighter, then raised his eyes and glared at Shinua fiercely. Shinua received Jun Haotsong's sharp gaze like an ice thorn, and was shocked. He immediately reacted and hurriedly said goodbye. "I will leave first. If the master has any instructions, please call me." As he said that, Shinua quickly retreated to the door. Seeing this, Jun Haotsong reminded him coldly, "Close the door." Shinua bowed his head respectfully and closed the door obediently. When Su Maoyong saw this, he knew what Jun Haotsong was going to do, and growled in anger. "Jun Haotsong, your skin is itchy again, isn't it?" "Yes, It's itchy. Do you want to help me scratch it? Jun Haotsong raised his eyebrows and asked lightly. Su Maoyang gritted his teeth in anger. Who wants to help you scratch? Dream on. Don't even think about touching me today. You say one thing and mean another. You scratched my back so hard last night, leaving several bloody marks. But now you deny it. Jun Hao's blue eyes flashed with cunning, as if there were stars hidden inside, especially bright. Su Maoyang was thin-skinned, and when he teased her like this, her face instantly turned red like an apple, and she shouted in shame and anger. If you continue to be so dishonest. I. What do you want? Jun Haotsong lowered his head and whispered to her ear. Su Maoyang found that this man was simply a beauty. Even though they had been married for so long and had been together for so long, his every move was still so seductive. Facing his approach, Su Maoyang's body was a little weak, and she said without much confidence, I will divorce you and find another man. It seems that you are the one who needs to be dealt with. Others say that if you want to confuse a man and make him listen to you, just blow the pillow in more. Why can't you learn it? Jun Haotsong was a little annoyed. When Su Maoyang heard this, she knew that going to Fengqi Empire was possible. Her eyes lit up and asked, If I blow the pillow in for you, will you let me go? It depends on my mood. If I am happy tonight, I can consider it. Jun Haotsong's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and he persuaded her step by step. Okay. I promise you will be happy tonight. Su Maoyang winked and smiled. Jun Haotsong was particularly looking forward to hearing this, and followed her into the inner room. But as soon as he lay on the bed, Su Maoyang ordered him, Close your eyes. Don't open them. Don't move. Jun Haotsong was a little puzzled. Why close your eyes? Because I want to give you a surprise. Su Maoyang smiled ambiguously. Jun Haotsong couldn't resist her temptation. Although he didn't know what she was going to do, he still closed his eyes obediently. Su Maoyang took advantage of his unpreparedness and quickly reached out to press his acupuncture points, making him unable to move. Jun Haotsong found that he had been fooled, and immediately opened his eyes, frowned and scolded. What are you going to do? Don't you want to be happy? I'll make you happy enough today. Su Maoyang picked up the tassels of the bed curtain and swept back and forth across Jun Haotsong's soles, which made him itch so much that he gritted his teeth. Su Maoyang, you are looking for death. Chapter 16:19 Women must dress up as men. 10 days passed unknowingly, and Su Maoyang and Jun Haotsong, who were recuperating in the Dongfang family, took the elixir and basically recovered. That day, just after they finished breakfast, they heard Shi Nua come to report that Butler Fan wanted to see them. Su Maoyang thought that the head of the family might have something to do, so he waved his hand and said, Let him in. After saying that, Butler Fan walked in quickly and saluted Su Maoyang and Jun Haotsong respectfully. This old servant greets the emperor and the emperor's concubine. Butler Fan, there is no need to be polite. Su Maoyang raised his hand. Hearing this, Butler Fan stood up and replied, Emperor, consort, King Gaoyan heard that you will leave the Maple Forest Empire tomorrow, so he specially held a dinner tonight and invited you to the palace to attend the dinner. As a farewell for you. Su Maoyang listened and nodded slightly. To be honest, King Gaoyan helped so much this time, and she hasn't thanked him properly yet. Now she is leaving. No matter what, she has to say goodbye in person. Okay. I know. We will go. Hearing this, Butler Fan smiled and nodded, then took out a storage bag and a money card from his arms, and put his hands in the bag. Present. I saw the imperial concubine and the emperor sleeping soundly this morning, and I dared not let anyone disturb them. So I took the initiative to help accept the things said by Mr. Tang from the exchange. He said that this was what the imperial concubine had told me before, and asked the imperial concubine to take a look. When Su Maoyang heard Mr. Tang, he immediately remembered that she had asked him to help prepare the spiritual power stones before, and then took the storage bag and the money card and looked at it, and found that there were millions of spiritual power stones and black crystals inside, which was quite generous. Thinking of it, Su Maoyang nodded slightly with satisfaction and put it into the space. If there is a chance, thank Mr. Tang for me. After receiving the order, Butler Fan responded respectfully. Yes. Also, the master also said that the emperor and the concubine have a long journey to go. If there is anything they need, just tell me. I will definitely prepare it for them. Su Maoyang smiled. I'm sorry to bother you, Master. Then I'll trouble Butler Fan to prepare a few more sets of men's clothes for me. For my body shape. Butler Fan was stunned when he heard this request. I don't think there are men's clothes for the Emperor and Concubine's body shape in the mansion. I'll send someone to order a few pieces. Don't worry. Emperor and Concubine. Okay. Then I'll trouble Butler Fan. Su Maoyang said gratefully. You are too kind. It is my honor to serve you. I will go down and prepare it now, Butler Fan said. And then he left the room tactfully. Seeing that the person had left, Su Maoyang glared at Jun Haotsong next to her helplessly. Are you satisfied now? After 10 days of soft and hard persuasion, Jun Haotsong approved her to go to Fengqi Empire, but set 2 conditions. One was that he must be with her, and the other was that Su Maoyang must wear men's clothes. Su Maoyang was quite helpless about his jealous character, but in order to get his permission, she had to nod and agree. Men's clothes are men's clothes. Anyway, it won't delay the work. Seeing that she was so obedient, Jun Haotsong rubbed her hair. Well, satisfied? Don't forget. You have to disguise yourself for me. There are so many women in Fengqi Empire, and your face has fascinated their queens, not to mention ordinary women. So you have to disguise yourself into an ugly ghost for me. As ugly as you can be. Su Maoyang warned sternly as if in revenge. It seems that it's not just me who likes to be jealous, but my wife likes it too. Jun Haotsong's smile deepened. He was not angry at her sour warning, but rather felt very useful. Su Maoyang glared at him unhappily and handed him the medicine bottle. This is the disguise pill, and the fire silkworm spirit pill. Keep it with you and remember to take it when you feel uncomfortable. You promised me that you would never take action when you go to Fengqi Empire this time. Once you take action, you can't expect to stay with me. Okay. I'll listen to you. Jun Haotsong was rarely well behaved. Okay. I'm going to make pills. Although Su Maoyang has made some antidotes for the people of Nether City these days, she has not made all of them so far due to the large demand. In addition, her spiritual field did not grow a large number of Mithraya buds so quickly. So even if Su Maoyang wanted to make more at one time, there was no way. This takes time, and it will come slowly. And King Gaoyang also knew that it was very difficult to help all the people of Nether City detoxify. So he had always been considerate and never urged. Seeing how hard she worked, Jun Haotsong wanted to help her make the elixir. Unfortunately, he was not an alchemist and could not engrave divine patterns. He could only serve her tea and water. If people knew that the emperor served tea and water for a woman, they would probably be so scared that their jaws would drop to the ground. But Jun Haotsong seemed to enjoy it. After all, for him, as long as he could be with Su Maoyang, he would be willing to do anything. Time passed by, and it was night before they knew it. At the invitation of King Gaoyang, Su Maoyang and Jun Haotsong got on the Dongfang family's carriage and drove into the palace with the Dongfang family. Entering the palace again, Su Maoyang actually felt that things had changed. Because now that King Gaoyang was in power, not only had the royal family been cleaned up, but also a large number of people in the palace had been replaced. Now it was no longer the Maple Forest army that guarded the palace, but the army that had followed King Gaoyang, the General Feng who had met him several times in the Nether City. At this time, General Feng saw the Dongfang family's carriage arrive, and he actually came forward in person to welcome Su Maoyang off the carriage. When Su Maoyang got out of the carriage, he nodded to General Feng. Thank you, General. General Feng was a serious man, but his attitude was very respectful. He stretched out his hand and made a gesture of invitation. Empress, please come this way. Su Maoyang, Jun Haotsong, and the people of the Dongfang family came to the hall under his guidance. Tonight's palace banquet was different from the past. There were no dignitaries from the 6 major families. Those present were all relatives and friends who were close to Su Maoyang, such as the vice president of Liuguang College Kong Chuanhai, several elders such as Dong Jinan, the disciples of the Red Star League, the ancestors and elders of the Dongfang family, as well as the Dongfang brothers and sisters, the Xiaoho brothers and sisters, Mu Jichen and others. It can be seen that King Gaoyang is very considerate and has invited almost all the comrades who have fought and died with Su Maoyang. King Gaoyang, who was sitting in a high position, saw Su Maoyang coming and stood up in person to greet him. Su Mo girl. Emperor Zun. Come here. Come and sit next to me. Su Maoyang and Jun Haotsong could not resist his warm greeting and walked to the seat next to him and sat down. King Gaoyang, you don't have to be polite. It's just a meal. Su Maoyang smiled lightly when he saw that he was so grand. King Gaoyang was different. He laughed and waved his hands. Ha ha ha. You are now a great benefactor to me and the people of Nether City. If it weren't for you, we would still be trapped in that hellhole. So, this is not a courtesy. I just want to thank you on behalf of the people of Nether City. Chapter 1620 ready to set off. Speaking of which, this time it was all thanks to Su Maoyang and Dongfang Yaoyu, who figured out the secret of the formation, which gave him an idea to break the formation. In addition, Su Maoyang's antidote eliminated the toxins in his body, allowing him to successfully advance to the 4th level formation master, which allowed him to completely break the formation and lead the people of Nether City to escape from that dark ghost place. Therefore, King Gaoyang remembered this favor in his heart. Su Maoyang smiled modestly. King Gaoyang also helped us a lot this time, and I should be the one to thank. Ha ha ha. You say I'm polite. Girl, you are more polite than me. Okay, let's not say thank you. Just drink this glass of wine. That's a thank you. King Gaoyang raised his glass to her from a distance and said straightforwardly. Su Maoyang knew that King Gaoyang was a man of character, so he didn't hesitate and drank it directly. Surprisingly, even Jun Haocong raised his glass to King Gaoyang and said 2 words coldly. Thank you. Although these 2 words were concise, even cold and hard. Only those who knew Jun Haocong knew how difficult it was to make him owe someone a favor. But King Gaoyang protected Su Maoyang, saved her life, and spared her from physical pain. Even if Jun Haocong didn't want to owe him a favor, he was still full of gratitude in his heart. He was glad that King Gaoyang arrived when he was a little overwhelmed. Otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Thinking of this, he simply drank a big gulp. And seeing that King Gaoyang was in a good mood, he drank a big glass. Dongfang Liu saw them thanking each other and felt that it was too troublesome. She couldn't help but interrupt. Suimo, I heard that you are going to Fengqi Empire tomorrow. Can you take me with you? I have never left Fenglin Empire since I was a child. I want to go outside to see it. I heard that women in Fengqi Empire have a high status and can marry men as wives. I really want to see it. Su Maoyang saw her eyes shining and excited, and shook his head speechlessly. I'm going to do something. Do you think I'm going to travel? What's more, what I'm going to do is particularly dangerous. If you follow us and something happens, who will be responsible? I'll take responsibility myself. I will be obedient and never cause you any trouble. Dongfang Liu patted her chest and promised. Dongfang Jianbo saw her joining in the fun, and he couldn't stand it immediately. He blamed her unhappily. They are going to find strange fire. Why are you following them? You are not strong enough. And you can't protect yourself. Aren't you just causing trouble for them? You should just stay at home and practice. Fourth uncle, you are talking nonsense. I have made a lot of progress now, and I have the strength to stand on my own. You have been locking me up at home, and I can't improve my strength. It's better to let me see the world and broaden my horizons. It will be very helpful for my practice. Dongfang Liu retorted unconvinced, and still refused to give up persuading her. Xiao Zian, who was sitting next to him, sneered. I think going out to see the world and improving your strength is fake, and the real purpose is to marry a man there. When this was said, everyone present burst into laughter, and they didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Dongfang Liu's shameless little thoughts. Hearing Xiao Zian's sarcastic sarcasm and seeing everyone laughing, Dongfang Liu retorted, Look how jealous you are. You can't stand us women marrying men. Right. Xiao Wanqian, who saw everything, covered her mouth and chuckled. My brother doesn't hate women marrying men. He just can't stand you marrying a man. Dongfang Liu blushed when she heard this, and pretended to be stupid and replied, I knew he couldn't stand me. Yes, I can't stand you. I should have known not to save you. You made others worry and frightened. Xiao Zian also took over the conversation angrily. Dongfang Liu couldn't help but raise her lips, pretending to be angry, and asked curiously, Who is it? Who is worried and frightened for me? Is it you? Xiao Zian simply couldn't do anything with her, and glared at her fiercely. You ask even though you know it. Well, since someone is worried about me and worried about my safety, I won't go this time. Dongfang Liu suddenly felt in a good mood and gave up the idea just now. Several elders of the Dongfang family laughed and shook their heads. sighing that it was really hard to keep a girl when she grew up. Don Fan Yaoyu was still worried, and couldn't help but say, Suimo, it's not easy to snatch the strange fire. Let me go with you. I know some formations, and can escape when necessary. Seeing Don Fan Yaoyu being courteous again, Jun Haotsong frowned, narrowed his eyes, and warned coldly, You should call her the Emperor's concubine. Besides, I'm by her side, so I don't need you. When Don Fan Liu had called Suimo, the Emperor didn't correct her. When it was Don Fan Yaoyu's turn to speak, the Emperor was very unhappy. So everyone could see that the Emperor still had deep hostility towards Don Fan Yaoyu. Su Maoyang saw that the atmosphere was not right, and immediately smoothed things over. Haotsong, Don Fan Yaoyu is my friend. There are not so many rules. Don't bother with him. However, we went there this time. In addition to looking for strange fire, there are other things. Bringing too many people is too ostentatious and attracts attention. There is really no way to bring everyone. This time, they not only have to find the strange fire, but also help Shinua to avenge and settle accounts with Mu Qingwan. Of course, she also plans to take this opportunity to work hard to improve her strength and reach the level of the Supreme Lord Spiritual Master, so that she can return to Burning Blood City and avenge the Blood Battle Group and the Golden Lion King. The strength of the old guys in Burning Blood City is too strong, and there are many masters behind them. So she must be fully prepared. In this way, the mission to Fengqi Empire this time is very difficult and dangerous. Therefore, the fewer people involved, the better. Originally, Don Fan Yanqing, Don Fan Jianbo, Don Fan Yuyu, Xiaoho brothers and sisters, and the disciples of the Red Star League all wanted to go with them to help. But when they heard this, they all understood that too many people would get in the way. So everyone accepted Su Maoyang's arrangement and nodded in understanding. Okay, we are waiting for your good news in Fenglan Empire, Don Fan Yanqing said, and raised his glass to toast in advance. Hearing this, everyone picked up their wine glasses and said, I wish you a safe journey and a safe return. Yes, we will. Su Maoyang smiled and nodded, then drank it in one gulp. Everyone drank wine, ate food, talked and laughed until late at night, and then reluctantly left the palace. Back to the Donfang family. Don Fan Yanqing personally handed the scroll of the teleportation array to Su Maoyang. Master, I can't be with you, and can't help you. So you keep this with you. If you encounter danger, it can save your life.